presents the finest in motion picture entertainment, Academy Award. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, brings you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or have been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, to each in his field for outstanding achievement. Each week, Squibb on the Air brings you only the finest in motion picture art. Squibb in your home brings you only the finest medicinal products, pure, effective, reliable. Squibb, a name you can trust. Tonight's picture is Jezebel. Tonight's star is the distinguished Warner Brothers player who has been nominated 7 times for awards, has won the prized Oscar twice. Past president of the Academy, Miss Bette Davis. With Miss Davis tonight appears another Academy Award winner, Miss Anne Revere, who won this year's Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress in National Velvet. And now, Miss Bette Davis.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Revere and I feel very honored to be on this first presentation of Academy Awards. Those awards that mean so very much to all of us in the motion picture industry. Jezebel was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Lee Stevens, and our producer-director is D. Engelbach.
Academy Award, starring Bette Davis in her 1938 award-winning role of Julie Marsden, with Anne Revere as Aunt Belle in Jezebel.
It seemed like the end of our world as General Bogart and I stood in the street of New Orleans that dawn of 1851, listening to the depressing sound of the cannon as it was fired to dispel the fever which hung like a plague over the city. It seemed like the end of Julie's world, too, as we watched her slowly walk beside poor Preston Dillard as they carried him to the island of the dead.
Come, my dear. You can't stay in this street. Dawn is breaking. The morning chill is penetrating. And in these dangerous days, Miss Belle, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of a woman called Jezebel, who did evil in the sight of God. And yet I wonder. Child, you're out of your mind. You know you can't wear a red dress at an Olympus ball.
Can't I? This is 1850, Dumpling. 1850, not the Dark Ages. Girls don't have to simp around in white just because they're not married.
You'd insult every woman on the floor. You can't be serious.
Never more serious in my life.
But think of Press.
That's just what I am thinking of. Mr. Preston Dillard, who thinks that he can let his own affairs come before me, his future wife.
That started it, Miss Belle. That damnable red dress.
But that wasn't Julie's fault.
Oh, if Preston Dillard had only taken my advice the night he came to call.
I remember. You said...
Your generation doesn't understand women, sir.
Why, maybe not, General Bogart.
Nowadays, no proper respect for our southern womanhood. Think your father would have allowed the lady of his choice to have come surging to his place of business this morning?
Miss Julie didn't know I was presiding at a meeting, sir.
Of course not, Preston. But even if the lady upstairs is my ward, I feel you should know what your father would have done.
What would Father have done, sir?
Your father, sir, would have cut him a hickory, sir. He would have flailed the living daylights out of her, and then helped her put lard on the welts and brought her a diamond brooch. That's what he would have done, sir. And she'd have loved it.
Where is Miss Julie?
Why, she asked me to please excuse her, Press.
Is she ill?
Why, no, Press.
She's as sound as a nut.
You will pardon me a moment, please.
Take all the time you need, my boy.
I do believe Mr. Dillard is going up the stairs after Julie. He's taking his walking cane out.
Julie! It's Press. Open the door. I want to talk to you. Julie, why don't you answer? Look here, Julie. You and I got to straighten things out. Oh, there's no sense to all this. I'm here because I love you. And because you love me. But there are some things we've got to set straight. Darling, if you just open the door, I'm sure I could. Julie! Open up at once!
Who is it?
Open this door!
Why, Press. Banging at a lady's bedroom door. I'm scandalized at you. Well, did you come here just to stand there? I see you've brought a stick. I'm waiting. When does the chastisement begin?
I came up here to... Oh, Julie, how long must we go on like this?
Like what, Press?
Fussing like a couple of children.
Why do you treat me like a child, then?
Oh, Julie, I love you. Spoiled child or not.
Press, in a lady's bedroom. Now you'll have to marry me.
Oh, look at me, darling. When I come in, I was going to beat you.
Really? Now would you like to see my new dress?
That's what I wanted to do all day.
Well, let me go then. There it is.
For the Olympus ball?
Yes, isn't it lovely?
But you can't wear red to the Olympus ball.
Why not?
Well, you never saw an unmarried girl in anything but white. You know that. It's the custom. It has certain significance.
Are you afraid I'll be taken for one of those girls from Gallatin Street?
Julie.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to know about things like Gallatin Street. I'm just supposed to simp around in white.
So that's it. You're nursing your spite. Well, I'm not going to let you. For once, you're going to do as I say. Julie, I'm calling for you tomorrow night at 10, and you're going to be properly dressed for the ball in white. Good night.
Oh, Preston, you forgot your stick.
She must have been getting scared over wearing that dress after what Press said to her.
Yes, but her pride.
Confound her fiendish pride. You know that she tried to get Buck Cantrell to take her to the ball without telling Press?
Yes, I knew later. Poor, drinking, dueling, easygoing Buck Cantrell. He loved her, too.
Thank heaven he refused her. He was a gentleman and an honorable man.
I told you she'd be ready on time. Julie, we're ready to go. Julie, you promised me not to.
So you wore it after all.
Isn't it obvious? Shall we go, Press?
Not until you're properly dressed.
Oh, why must everyone be so proper? Why don't you admit, Mr. Dillard, that you're afraid? Afraid someone will insult me and you'll find it necessary to defend me.
Julie.
You're wrapped, Miss Marsden. May I? You ready, Aunt Belle?
But Press, she can't.
She can. She will.
We are ready, sir. Miss Bell, my arm.
And yours, Mr. Dillard? Thank you.
My dear Miss Bell, have you noticed Preston's face? Looks more like his father than ever tonight. And I never saw Tom Dillard look like that without somebody got killed.
Theophilus, I'm just plain scared for her.
May I take your wrap, my dear?
It's, well, the ballroom seems a little cool.
I think we'll find it much warmer inside. Come. Gentlemen, you all have the pleasure of Miss Marsden's acquaintance, I think.
Gentlemen.
Good evening, Miss Marsden. Yonder comes my partner. You'll excuse me.
Of course, sir. You haven't a partner you have to meet, Cantrell?
Why, no. Came alone.
A pleasant evening, isn't it?
Mighty pleasant. Nice and cool.
Do you find it cool in here? I don't find it particularly cool. Do you, Julie?
Why, no.
I don't find it particularly cool. Miss Julie doesn't find it so. Perhaps it's something in the atmosphere that's peculiar to you.
Why, no, I reckon not. Now you speak of it, it's just about right.
It seems so to me.
Press, please take me out of here.
Well, my dear, we haven't danced yet, shall we?
No.
Oh, yes, we will.
Ted, you gotta take me off this floor.
I can't. It's my own brother dancing with her.
Everyone is leaving the floor. No respectable girl will dance while she's dancing. That dress is an insult. Take me off this instant. Press, I beg you, take me away from here. I can't endure it.
No, we came to dance. We shall go on
But
dancing.
we're alone on the floor.
So much the better.
Oh, Press, let go of me. If you don't let go of me.
It's a beautiful ball, don't you think so, Miss
Oh,
Martin?
take me away from here. Take me away.
Good night, Aunt Beryl. General Bogart is, sir.
You're not coming in, Press?
No, ma'am.
Good night.
Night.
Well,
Goodbye, Julie.
is that all you've got to say to me?
There's nothing more to say.
Even if I was wrong?
You couldn't be wrong. You're Julie Marsden.
Am I to go down on my knees?
It'd be interesting, but utterly useless.
Evidently, you've made up your mind.
No, Julie, you've made up my mind.
Well, then, goodbye, Press.
Goodbye, Julie.
Julie, don't let him go. Go after him.
Me? After him?
Yes, Julie, quickly. Oh, Julie, you're such a fool.
Not so big a fool. He'll come back.
Not this time, he won't. Believe me.
Wait and see. He'll come back. Yet tonight, I think. If he does, say I've retired. And tell him I'm sleeping late in the morning. Not to come round till tomorrow afternoon.
Julie.
Tell him. Tell him. Tell him.
Before we continue tonight's story of Jezebel, starring Miss Bette Davis and Miss Anne Revere, I would like to tell you about a doctor who lived during the period of this picture. A doctor so devoted to the cause of human health that his zeal still inspires those who carry on his work. His name was Edward R. Squibb. He was appalled by the dangerously inferior quality of drugs then available. He set out to supply the medical profession with drugs that could be relied upon. That's how the company he founded in 1858, the House of Squibb, first came to be known for medicinal products of purity, reliability, efficacy. And through the years, every member of the great family of Squibb products, from penicillin to dental cream, has been the result of painstaking study and research, of an endless quest for perfection. And that is why Squibb is a name you can trust. And now for part two of tonight's picture, Jezebel, starring the Academy Award winners, Miss Bette Davis and Miss Anne Revere.
Dawn brought heavy mists, the persistent melancholy of the booming fever cannon, a chill which sank deep into our souls.
She lost him. She lost Preston Dillard through her own downright cussedness in flaunting herself in that red dress at the Olympus ball.
Theophilus, you must understand. She didn't know about Press. After all, he was away for over a year. All during that time, she hardly went out of the house save to ride that wild thoroughbred of hers.
Yes.
That quiet and moody. She wouldn't even have tried to escape the plague here in the city if she hadn't heard that Press was coming back. If you could have heard what she told me.
He had to come to me, Auntie Belle. He couldn't help himself. You see, he wouldn't know how to fight as hard as I have to keep from going to him. We'll be married. I'm going to beg his forgiveness. I was vicious and mean and selfish, and I'm going to tell him I hated myself for being like that. I'll humble myself before him. All that ever stood between us will be gone when he takes me in his arms.
There, child.
Perhaps we'd better go to the plantation now that Press is coming. Of course, Auntie Belle is the place for our meeting. We'd better start packing. We'll give a party to celebrate.
And they came, all of them, the old friends. Buck Cantrell, Ted Dillard, Press's brother, Dr. Livingston. Everyone came to Halcyon, and Julie was walking on the clouds and dressed herself in the white dress that she was to have worn to the ball with Press. And Press, he came, and when the carriage stopped, my heart stopped too. For Julie...
Aunt Belle. Oh, it's wonderful to be back at Halcyon. I would have come even if I weren't invited.
My dear, dear Preston.
Aunt Belle, I have a surprise. This is Amy, my wife.
His wife. Press had married. I tried to get away to warn Julie, but I had to stay with our guests, and while I was upstairs, she found him as he was in the library of Halcyon.
Don't move, Press. Are you remembering the time you wanted me to wear white? Are you? Well, until now, I never have. Cat got your tongue, Press.
Julie.
Oh, Press, what fools we were.
Please, that's over, Julie.
Yes, of course. Press, I can't believe it's you here. I've dreamed it so long. A lifetime. No, longer than that.
What, Julie?
Oh, no, don't say it yet. I put on this white dress for you, to help me tell you how humbly I ask you to forgive me. See, Press, I'm kneeling to you.
Julie, don't.
I want to, Press. I must make you forgive me and love me as I love you.
Julie. Get up, please.
I've been looking for you, Press.
Julie, this is Amy, my wife.
Julie, where are you?
Here, Aunt Belle. I was just about to congratulate Press on his marriage. I'm very happy, Mrs. Dillard, to welcome you to Halcyon.
Julie, child, I'm so sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be gentle with me now. Do you think I want to be wept over? I've got to think, to plan.
Julie, you can't fight marriage.
Married to that little washed-out Yankee. Press is mine. He's always been mine, and I'm going to have him. Press, why did you do it?
We'd better join the others.
Why?
Because I love her.
No, you're not such a fool, not after you had my love. How much do you remember?
Everything you ever said or did. But it's past now. It's finished.
I ought to have come to you. I wanted to so terribly. So much that I couldn't. And you felt that way, too. That's what brought you back, Press. You had to come back to the country you know so well. Press, listen. The night noises. The moon through the cypresses. Can you taste the night on your tongue? It's part of you, Press. The mockingbirds and the magnolias. The blue haze on a spring morning when the air is so soft it presses you like a kiss. It's the river rolling forever. The country you were born to.
Julie, please don't do this.
It's part of you, Press, just as I'm part of you, and we'll never let you go. Press, put your arms around me.
Oh, Julie.
This is your country, Press. Amy couldn't understand it. She thinks there'd be snakes.
Yes. And she'd be right. You talk about belonging. Amy's put her life and happiness in my hands. And they're going to be safe there. I think we'd better go in now.
She tried to win him back. And when she failed, she did the unforgivable thing. She set herself willfully to cause trouble.
Yes, Theophilus. She seemed possessed that night.
I hear Press had to go into the city.
Yes, they sent for him.
I hope he'll be all right. I had grave reports of conditions there. The plague is sweeping on despite all effort to check it.
Yeah, they posted the governor's militia guard through the parish. No one will be permitted to leave the city or to enter it now.
Oh, I'm so worried about Press. A pity he had to leave now. But I suppose his bank comes first.
Oh, Press is devoted to the bank.
Rather unfortunately so.
You don't find that admirable, Miss Marston?
Well, it just seems to me that there are other things more interesting. I imagine Buck finds it so, too.
That's right, Miss Julie. I never go into a bank if I can help it.
Why, Buck?
Because it seems to me they're mostly always studying how they can get away something from somebody.
Well, I'm sure Buck doesn't mean that the way it sounds.
I'm sure Mr. Cantrell is capable of defending his own insinuations.
Why, Mistress Dillard, I didn't mean to offend. I was just talking.
Of course. Amy, he doesn't realize what he's saying. Doesn't even realize how Julie is using him.
Why, Buck, am I using you?
I'd be right happy if you'd explain that remark, sir.
I'll explain it. You're fool enough to defend what you don't even understand. That Julie's been egging you on. First against Press and now against his wife.
Well, that's pretty talk, isn't it, Buck?
Yes, Miss Julie. That's very impolite talk, very.
Let's put it this way, Mr. Cantrell. All evening I thought you coarse and not a gentleman.
Why, you insolent...
At your service, sir.
Ted, you can't do this.
I'm afraid, Mrs. Dillard, you don't understand our Southern customs.
Gentlemen, will you please take your places? Remember, gentlemen, you turn and fire at the count of 10. Are you ready?
Ready. Ready.
Very well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Buck's dead.
Julie, you she-devil.
Come on, Amy, we're getting out of here.
We're all going.
How do you propose to get through the guards? And there's yellow fever in the city. Surely my hospitality is better than the plague.
We'll get through. Good night, ma'am. I shall never speak to her again, even though she returned one day from the dead.
When she heard that he was stricken, she had to come to him, don't you understand? She went through the swamp, past the guards, risked her life to get to him.
His wife was at his side. She belonged there.
Julie belonged there, too. Amy understands that now.
She stole him away from Amy as he lay dying.
Theophilus, you must not judge.
Believe me, Mrs. Dillard, it's unthinkable that you go with him there. Armed guards are coming to take him to the Leper Island. It's the law. All who catch the fever must go.
When they come for him, I'm going with him.
No, you can't go, Amy. It is your right to go. You're his wife, but are you fit to go? Loving him isn't enough. If you gave him all your strength, would it be enough?
I'll make him live. I'll die with him.
Amy, do you know the Creole word for fever powder, for food, for water? Can you talk to a sullen, overworked black boy and make him fear you and help you? Press's life and yours will hang on words you can't say, and you'll both surely die.
I must go with him.
Listen, Amy, they're coming. Coming for him. Oh, Amy, it isn't a question of proving your love by laying down your life for Press. Nothing so easy. Have you the knowledge and the strength to fight for his life and your own? Amy, it's no longer you or I.
What do you mean? I'll make him live. I will. You see, I know how to fight better than you. I'll fight to the death itself.
Where is he?
Upstairs. Amy, you're the bravest woman I ever saw. I believe you even have the courage to save him by giving me the right to go in your place. Oh, you're not afraid to die. I know that. I boldly ask a greater sacrifice in Press's name, his life.
You love him even more than I believe within your power.
Oh, let me prove myself worthy of the love I bear him.
Julie, tell me. Something which only you can tell me. Does Press still love you? He himself might know, but you would. Tell me.
Amy, what does it matter who Press loves? It's his life that matters.
Tell me.
We both know Press loves his wife. Whom else could Press love? Not me, surely. I've done so much against him. Had there been any love in his heart for me, I'd have taken him away from you. I tried and failed because he loves only you.
I'm grateful for you telling me, in your own way, what I had to know. Take care of them, Julie. I believe you've earned whatever right was mine. God protect you and Press. Go with him.
Amy, thank you. Press! Press, wait!
All right, let's get started. We've got to get him to the island.
Press. Press, I'm here. I'll always be here, Press. Press, darling. I'm here.
Come, Miss Bell. They've gone, and there's no turning back. Come, you cannot stay here in the street. Miss Bell, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of a woman called Jezebel who did evil in the sight of God.
We are honored, ladies and gentlemen, on this first presentation of Academy Award to introduce a distinguished artist, known and loved by you on the air as Dr. Christian, President of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, Mr. Gene Hersholt.
Good evening. Miss Davis and Miss Revere, your performances were superb. Also, thank you, Miss Revere, for so brilliantly playing the role of Aunt Bell in place of Miss Fay Bainter, who is ill. And to you, Miss Bainter, our best wishes for a speedy recovery. The Academy appreciates the significance of this series of broadcasts. We are grateful to E.R. Squibb and Sons for their vision and support in sponsoring these programs. The Academy is dedicated to lifting the standards of motion pictures even higher. It values this platform of expression and views with deep satisfaction the determination to make this radio program, through a broad variety of great weekly broadcasts, an institution in the life of America.
Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring the beautiful and talented Miss Ginger Rogers in her Oscar-winning performance of Kitty Foyle. Next week, it is Academy Award starring Ginger Rogers in Kitty Foyle. Miss Bette Davis will soon be seen in A Stolen Life, produced by Warner Brothers, also producers of Devotion. Miss Anne Revere will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Dragonwick. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time, when the House of Squibb invites you to join us for Academy Award. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The
House of Squibb presents the finest in motion picture entertainment, Academy Award. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. Each week, Squibb on the Air brings you only the finest performances. Squibb in your home brings you only the finest medicinal products, pure, effective, reliable. Squibb, a name you can trust. Tonight's picture is Kitty Foyle. Tonight's star is the distinguished RKO player, Miss Ginger Rogers. And now, Miss Ginger Rogers.
Thank you. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My hope is that some of our excitement and pleasure in reenacting these Academy Award roles will be communicated itself to you through our performances. Also, it would be ungrateful of me if we were to do Kitty Foyle tonight without thanking the men who brought Kitty to the screen. So thank you, David Hempstead and Sam Wood. Kitty Foyle was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Lee Stevens, and our producer-director is D. Engelbach.
Academy Award, starring Ginger Rogers in her 1940 Academy Award-winning role of Kitty Foyle.
Kitty! Kitty! Kitty, girl!
Yes, Pop?
Shut that dang thing off.
I can't, Pop. I can't. I'm going too fast. I'm on a sleigh ride.
A sleigh ride. Well, it seems my whole life was spent on a sleigh ride. First it was Win Strafford, my mainline Prince Charming. But now it seems to be Mark Eisen, a good, dependable, trustworthy Mike. Mark, it was spring again in New York. And as Mark drove me home that evening, I had a hunch that this might be the spring of all my years.
Here we are, Kitty. Pocahontas Hotel, home of lonely women. Kitty, wait.
Yes, Mark.
Kitty, will you take this ring?
Oh, Mark.
Well, you see, I've got lots of money tied up in this golden hoop, and there's no other way I can get any use out of it.
Well, can't you find my finger mark?
You did say yes, didn't you? I mean, it's all clear. There's no confusion. You understand what I asked you.
You asked me to marry you, didn't you?
Oh, that's it. Exactly.
I got it. That's why I said yes.
Kitty, what I'm getting around to, that fellow in Philadelphia, that's all over, huh?
All over.
Oh, then we're getting married tomorrow. Meet me at the hospital tonight, huh? Midnight. We'll go straight to Greenwich.
Yes, Mark.
I guess this will be farewell to the Pocahontas. Kiss all those dear old bachelor girls goodbye for me.
I'll kiss them all, and then I'll pack like mad.
Okay. And meet me at St. Timothy's Hospital at 12, smack on the dot.
12, smack on the dot, St. Timothy's.
Good evening, Miss Foyle.
Good evening. My key, please. Thank you. Oh, will you make up my bill tonight?
Oh, you're leaving?
I'll say I am, Joe. I'm getting married. Oh, please send for my bags around 11:30.
Right.
Hello, Kitty.
Win. What are you doing in my room?
You sent for me.
I sent for you?
You sent back the ring. Kitty, remember what I told you? If you ever needed me or wanted me or would have me, send the ring back to me.
Oh, I forgot. That wasn't what I meant. I sent it back because that was all. That was the end.
Don't say that, Kitty. Oh, Kitty, there's no life for me without you. I want you. I need you. I love you this minute as I've never loved you before.
But when it's too late. 5 years, too late.
No, Kitty, it'll never be too late. What we had can't die. I'm asking that we leave together for South America and be together always.
Oh, Win, don't ask me anything. Don't let me think.
Oh, darling, at last it all comes true.
And will we live happily ever after?
Forever and ever?
When will we go?
We sail at midnight. I'll be at the pier with everything arranged. Now, will you meet me there?
Mm-hmm.
Pier 48, midnight?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kitty, I love you. Don't be late. Bye-bye.
Win, Win! Wait, Win! Well, Kitty Foyle, here we go again. Maybe this time it's for keeps. You're making a mistake, you know. You're still on that sleigh ride. Oh, marriage isn't everything. What is it anyway? It's just a little piece of paper. A lot of fine things come out of that little piece of paper, Kitty. A home, children. That's where Mark comes in again. And you'd be a lot happier with Mark and that little piece of paper than you ever could be with Win. You know what I think? I think you're wrong. I remember you using those words once before. Remember way back when you lived on Griscom Street in Philadelphia? And Pop, what a grand guy he was.
Ah, Kitty. I guess an old heathen like me never had any business trying to raise a daughter anyhow. I wanted to keep you from stubbing your toe. I thought you had all this junk rooted out of your mind.
What junk?
Cinderella and her blasted prince. Kitty, don't you see? It's no good.
Don't argue, Pop. I love him.
Judas Priest.
You said it.
You mean you want to marry Win Strafford?
Mm-hmm.
Has he ever asked you to meet his family?
Pop, he doesn't even know I love him yet. It's a big secret. But I've never worried much about his family because I've got a funny idea I'm just as good as they are.
Kitty, by Judas Priest, you're going to break your heart.
It was so easy to fall in love with him. You were doing it from the start. Falling in love with your boss. But there's no getting around it. Those were probably the happiest days in your life. Crazy but nice. Like the first time he took you to New York. I've never been in a speakeasy before.
Best people in New York come here.
Here we are, Mr. Strafford. My last bottle of straight.
Oh, thanks, Giono.
What's a Strega?
It's Italian brandy.
Oh, I know.
They say if two people drink it together, they'll never drink it apart.
Win, why did you bring me here?
Well, 4 or 5 years ago, I got into this place at Giono's. I liked it. I liked it because all of a sudden I felt free here. Philadelphia, the main line, all of those things that order my life, they disappear the minute I enter that door. Well, I wanted to make a good impression on you, so I brought you where I thought I most likely could do it.
Well, Win, I didn't mean to criticize you.
Kitty.
I was just... Yeah.
Kitty, I've got an idea. Will you go to the assembly with me this year?
Me? Are you kidding?
No, cross my heart.
That's funny. You know, when I was a little girl, I used to read in the papers about the assembly in Philadelphia and cut out the pictures of the society ladies, their beautiful dresses, and use them for paper dolls.
That's probably the best use they've ever been put to.
I know they've got rules and a committee that goes over the list of those invited, and they come across somebody like Foyle, boom, and the next thing you know, you're being scraped off the sidewalk.
You leave that to me. My mother's on that committee.
Oh. Oh, Win. Have you ever had a dream come to life right in front of your very eyes?
No, but I'm still hoping. Is it a date, Kitty?
I'm crazy, I know, but it's a date.
Come on. Let's get our wraps and get out of this smoky den.
Where are we going? I've got to go home pretty soon.
We're going to Lake Pocono just for an hour. See the sunset.
But it's already set.
Oh, we see the moonrise. I'll get you home in time for supper. Come on, Kitty. It's not much of a drive, and you belong in moonlight.
Lake Pocono and Wynn's Lodge in the mountains, snug and comfortable, exciting, and a million miles from everything but moonlight. Remembering that night is like putting your tongue in a sore tooth, that same sharp little twinge. Funny how love makes a woman quiet and a man talkative.
But Lancelot mused a little space. He said, "She has a lovely face. God in his mercy lend her grace, the Lady of Shalott." Isn't that beautiful, darling?
Tell me about beauty, teacher.
Gladly. As you know, it's a man's duty to instruct woman in all subjects. Now you pick the subject.
No, we've only got a few minutes, but tell me where we are.
We are in the Pocono Mountains, situated in the state of Pennsylvania.
No, but where are we really? In heaven?
No. In love.
Tell me about love.
Well, first, there was a man. Mm-hmm. And there was a woman.
Oh, what did the man and the woman do?
Well, at first, they just hung around. And one night, a strange thing happened.
What?
They were sitting in front of a fire like this, and the firelight played upon the woman's face. And the man, for the first time, saw how beautiful she was. Looking into her eyes, he suddenly beheld all the wonders of life. So, immediately, he made love to her.
Well, didn't the woman object?
No. She loved him, too.
Why?
Well...
Because he was everything that she had ever dreamed of. Oh, my darling. I love you, Wynn. It couldn't go on like that. It just couldn't. Who did you ever think you were, Kitty Foyle? That you could live rent-free and forever in paradise? Didn't you see it coming? Didn't you know the magazine was bound to fail? Couldn't you tell that he would say the things he said because, well, being him, he couldn't have said anything else? Did you have to hurt inside as if he'd stabbed you with a knife? Yes, Kitty Foyle, you did.
Well, the magazine's done. It's folded. It's finished. 10,000 my mother gave me spent. Now what will you do?
Me? Oh, that's right. I'm out of a job.
Yeah.
Well, I might get one in New York.
I can't let you do that.
Why? Why not?
Because it's just silly. Besides, it'd be too far apart.
Well, it is in China.
Kitty. Well, this is kind of delicate, but...
Yeah, well, go on.
Your father isn't very well. You're all alone, and it's too much for you to handle.
Yeah?
I mean, I feel that I'm kind of responsible. It isn't your fault the magazine failed, and so... Well, until you get another job, I don't want you to have to worry about money.
What do you mean?
I'll just keep you on the payroll. It's only fair, you know, because...
Just a minute. You don't need to worry about me, Wynn. I'm free, white, and 21, or almost. And I'd love you from here on out, or till I stop loving you. But nobody owes a thing to Kitty Foyle. Except Kitty Foyle.
Kitty. Wait. Kitty!
Before continuing with Part 2 of Ginger Rogers' Academy Award-winning performance of Kitty Foyle, let's look in on the RKO lot where they are shooting the final scenes of Ginger's new picture, Sam Wood's production of Heartbeat.
All right, boys. Let's try it.
Here we are. Much like Alice in Wonderland, isn't it? Walking into a strange new world. Had you any idea it took so many skills and crafts to make a fine picture? Here's a young lady we might persuade to talk to us for a second. Oh, miss.
Hello.
Hello. May I ask what your job is on this lot?
Sure. I'm a makeup girl. Right now, I'm working on Heartbeat. That's Miss Rogers' new picture, you know.
Yes, I know. That must keep you pretty busy, doesn't it?
I'll say it does. But it's worth it. Just wait till you see Ginger Rogers in this one.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to that. But tell me, in your job of makeup, I imagine the smile is pretty important, isn't it?
Yes, sir. The smile is everything.
Well, same in my business. You see, Squibb Dental Cream encourages a sparkling smile, and it refreshes your mouth at the same time. Everyone enjoys the minty taste of Squibb Dental Cream. It's so cool and fresh.
Yes, I know.
And did you know that the polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science?
Well, I'm glad to know.
And did you know that pure Squibb Dental Cream has to pass more than 100 separate tests before it touches your brush? It's just one more evidence of the scientific care that goes into the making of this quality dentifrice. Use Squibb Dental Cream regularly. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now for part 2 of tonight's picture, Kitty Foyle, starring the Academy Award winner, Miss Ginger Rogers.
You thought you were off the sleigh ride, Kitty Foyle, when you took your shattered little pieces of pride and went to New York to ring the Liberty Bell. But you were wrong. Getting a job selling perfume, meeting a swell guy like Mark, hiding your pain in the crowds, no dice, Kitty Foyle. You were still on that sleigh, and you had a ticket in your heart for the entire trip.
Molly, where are you? For heaven's sake, what's going on here?
I don't know. I got home and they started coming. Somebody's nuts. I know the delivery boy like a brother right now. You should see what's in the bathtub. Water lilies. And look at these. A hothouse we got. $1 million worth of flowers, and they're all for you.
For me? Well, who are they? Well, they're from Wynn. It's Wynn. Come in. Wynn. Wynn.
Kitty,
Oh, Wynn, how did you ever find me?
I just followed my heartbeats. Here, presents. Shall I go outside while you dress, or can I just close my eyes?
What do you mean dress?
We have a date tonight for the assembly. Only ours is going to be right here in New York.
Oh, Wynn, you remember.
Hey, I hope you like this dress.
Oh, Goleme. Oh, Wynn.
Kitty? Kitty, I forgot to tell you
What?
how much I love you.
Oh. Oh, how much do you love me?
If I said as much as you love me, would that be enough?
Oh, darling. If that were true, there wouldn't be any love left for anybody else in the whole world.
Having fun?
I'm dancing in a dream.
Our very own private assembly ball at the Ritz. Here, I've got something for you.
Yeah. What is it?
A ring, darling.
Wow, Art. But it's beautiful.
It was my great-grandmother's. It's a symbol of eternal life. A snake eating its tail, you see?
Oh, I see.
A symbol of eternal life. From my great-grandmother to me and you and to those that come after us forever. It's our family.
Wynn, why are you giving it to me?
Kitty, will you marry me?
Oh, Wynn. I can't. You love me now only because we're not in Philadelphia.
I'll fix that. Boys, would you play the sidewalks of New York, please?
What's the idea?
Oh, that's our song now. We're New Yorkers, both of us.
Oh, darling, no main line, no Philadelphia. Just you and me and you. Dear God, please don't ring the alarm clock for just a little while. Let it go on just as it is now. Just as it is now. Oh, he heard me. It's Sunday morning.
Those are wedding bells, darling. Wedding bells for us.
And so you were married, Mr. and Mrs. Winwood Strafford VI. Remember, you read it over and over when Wynne wrote it on the register of that little hotel in Gretna Green? There's no use denying it. Those 2 days were just about perfect. And then you went back to Philadelphia to tell Wynne's family.
Hello, everybody.
Wynne, dear, come in.
You remember Kitty, Mother?
Indeed, I do. It's so nice to see you again, Miss Foyle.
Oh, thank you.
You remember my grandmother, Jessica, Uncle Edgar, Uncle Kenneth?
Oh, glad to see you again, Miss Foyle.
Well, the fact is, the name isn't Foyle anymore. It's Strafford. Kitty and I have been married. Oh, why don't you say something? Or is she so beautiful she's taking your breath away?
You'll have to forgive me, my dear. I just wasn't prepared for such news. You understand, don't you?
Oh, of course. After all, it is a surprise.
Shall we sit down? Will you have tea?
No, thank you.
When were you married, dear?
Monday.
I see. We thought, naturally, that Wynne would wait a year. But you understand, of course, that above everything else, we want you and him to be happy. That's first and foremost in our thoughts, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course, my dear.
Well, I don't want to seem rude, but would somebody mind telling me what you're driving at?
It's only this, my dear.
Mother. You see, honey, I promised I wouldn't marry you for a year. Mother was going to take you under her wing and prepare you.
Prepare me for what?
You know, some school, some good finishing school.
School? Are you kidding me?
No, my dear. Let's keep calm.
Now, look. Let's get a few things straight around here. I didn't ask to marry the Straffords. The Strafford asked to marry me. I married a man, not an institution or a bank. Oh, I've got a fine picture of your family conferences here. All the Straffords trying to figure out how to take the curse off Kitty Foyle, buy the girl a phony education, and polish off the rough edges and make a mainline doll out of her. Oh, you ought to know better than that. It takes 6 generations to make a bunch of people like you, and by Judas Priest, I haven't got that much time. Fine words, Kitty Foyle. Well, back to New York and your old job. It's not living, though, when every time you hear a knock on the door, you hope it's somebody you know isn't going to be there. When every time you walk down a street, you think you see him coming through the crowd. And finally, you run into Mark again, and he takes you out for a drink. Poor Mark, he would pick Giono's.
What's the matter, Kitty? Don't you like Giono's?
Good evening.
Oh, give us something kind of special, huh?
Maybe Strega?
Yes, 2 of them. Kitty, there's something I want to tell you.
Mark, you knew I was married.
Yes.
Well, I'm not anymore. I got my decree today.
Here you are. We haven't had any calls for Strega in a long time.
Mark, I can't stay here. Mark, it's no use. All the time we're together, I keep thinking of him. And you're too nice to be pushed around, and it's only fair for me to tell you.
I see.
Let's say goodbye here, Mark.
I'm a pretty good doctor, Kitty. But seeing you, I wish I'd specialized in heart trouble.
You were ghost-ridden and haunted, Kitty Foyle. You ran until you couldn't run anymore. And then one day, an item in a Philadelphia paper.
Mr. and Mrs. Devereux Gladwin announced the engagement of their daughter, Miss Veronica Gladwin, to Mr. Winwood Strafford VI.
You thought you could only die once, but you learned. You learned. And time kept on doing business at the same old stand, 5 years of it. Then they sent you down to Philadelphia to open a branch of the store. You were afraid to go, afraid of all the things it might bring back. But nothing happened until the afternoon of your last day, about 4:30.
I think I'd better have some perfume, too.
Oh, yes, madame. Are you going to the opera or dancing?
I'm going to the assembly tonight.
I see. What flowers are you wearing?
Oh, I hadn't thought yet. I'm glad you mentioned that because I usually have to buy them myself.
Oh, in that event, I suggest Sanxit perfume with camellias or...
Telephone call, Mrs. Strafford.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Strafford. What couldn't be...
Hello? Hello? Oh, hello, Wynne. Oh, you don't have to go to New York again, do you?
But, Win, in the 5 years we've been married, we've never gone to the assembly together. Very well. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave right away.
May I send the perfume to the house with the other things?
No, I'll make a selection some other time.
The assembly. Tonight. Mrs. Wynne Strafford.
Is that all, Miss Boyle? The package is ready to go to Mrs. Strafford.
Yes, that's... No. No, wait. Here's something else. Wrap this up. This ring. For Mr. Strafford.
You sent back the ring. Kitty, remember what I told you. If you ever needed me or wanted me or would have me, send the ring back to me.
That wasn't what I meant. I sent it back because that was all. That was the end.
Don't say that, Kitty.
But it's true, Wynne. Look, you'll have to go.
I'm sailing at midnight. I'm asking that we leave together and be together always. Pier 48, midnight.
Yes.
Don't be late. Oh, darling, don't be late.
And will I live happily ever afterward?
Forever and ever. Forever and ever.
Cab, Miss Foyle?
Oh, yes, please.
You going to be gone long, Miss Foyle?
Yes, permanently.
We don't get many pretty girls here at the hotel. Be mighty sorry to lose you.
Oh, Sam.
Yes?
I think that a young man will call for me a little after midnight.
Yes, miss.
Be quite excited, I think, and very insistent.
Yes?
I want you to tell him that I admire him very much and that I always will.
Just a minute. I better write this down on my pad. You admire him very much
and tell him that I'll never forget him.
You will never forget him
And tell him that I'll always love him in a very special way.
You'll always love him in a...
And then tell him that I'm being married tonight.
You're getting married tonight? Hey, what is this?
Where to, miss?
St. Timothy's Hospital, please. No. I've had enough of sleigh riding. Goodbye, Wynne. Goodbye, dear. But here's where I get off.
Today, medical science moves with incredible swiftness. Even before the miracles of penicillin were completely charted, work was going forward in a scientific laboratory on another similar substance called streptomycin. What is streptomycin? It is a powerful drug science has taken from the earth itself by painstaking and complicated extraction processes. What does streptomycin contribute to the conquest of disease? It is effective against certain deadly germs that even penicillin doesn't conquer. With streptomycin, as with penicillin, Squibb scientists are working in the forefront of progress, cooperating with other scientists all over the world in the effort to discover and prove all that streptomycin can do, and to make it available as soon as possible to every doctor. For the Squibb idea, for nearly a century, has been to strive ceaselessly in the cause of health. And through its endless quest for perfection, Squibb has earned its reputation everywhere as a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring one of filmdom's most distinguished actors, Mr. Paul Muni, in his Academy Award-winning performance in The Life of Louis Pasteur. Next week, it is Academy Award starring Mr. Paul Muni in The Life of Louis Pasteur. Ginger Rogers appeared in Kitty Foyle tonight through the courtesy of RKO Radio Pictures, producers of The Spiral Staircase. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time when the House of Squibb invites you to join us for Academy Award. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents the finest in motion picture entertainment, Academy Award.
The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. Each week, Squibb on the Air brings you only the finest performances. Squibb in your home brings you only the finest medicinal products, pure, effective, reliable. Squibb, a name you can trust. Tonight's picture is the story of Louis Pasteur. Tonight's star is the distinguished motion picture actor, Mr. Paul Muni. The story of Louis Pasteur was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. And our producer-director is D. Engelbach. Academy Award, starring Paul Muni in his 1936 Academy Award-winning role of Louis Pasteur.
Come, Pasteur. Tell us precisely what you mean.
Your Majesty, the hospitals of Paris are pest houses. There's scarcely a doctor in the city who's not carrying death on his hands and instruments.
So? And what does the learned court physician, Dr. Charbonnet, think of that?
I think, Your Majesty, that Monsieur Pasteur must blame his microbes. You see, he possesses a private menagerie of invisible beasts.
Exactly. Dr. Charbonnet could see them for himself if he took the trouble to use his microscope. He would watch them multiply into murderous millions. They breed in filth. They must start from the gutters in Paris tonight and by tomorrow claim some mother from this very court.
Preposterous.
You, Charbonnet, treated a court servant today. She died tonight, a victim of your bigotry. Moreover, the unclean midwife who attended her will attend your next, more illustrious patient and may bring death to the Countess Gabrielle de Villefort.
Stop! I forbid any more. You have gone too far, Monsieur Pasteur. The Countess Gabrielle de Villefort is Her Majesty's sister.
Your Majesty, I speak only in warning.
Pasteur, is it not true that you're practicing medicine of a kind when it is known that you're only a chemist?
And is it not true that you are the author of a pamphlet that has caused the death of a famous physician?
I'm not practicing medicine, Dr. Rossignol. I'm trying to put a stop to the negligence of those who do.
Pasteur, in your processes for improving our wines and beer, you have rendered France a great service. We appreciate it. In the future, you will confine yourself to that field, to your pasteurizations. It is my wish. No, it is my command. Now, Monsieur Pasteur, have you anything to say?
It is my birthday, sire. I can only hope that God will spare me the years until these learned doctors know and understand the vicious and invisible world of the microbes as I have learned to know and fear them.
Your Majesty, the Countess de Villefort.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet.
Your Majesty, she is dead.
My sister. My sister.
It is the hand of God, Your Majesty.
But, monsieur, if Pasteur had been here...
Pasteur, Your Majesty, is not a doctor.
Even so, monsieur, I did not agree with the Emperor. I believed in Pasteur. And had he not been banished, he might have saved my sister.
Our Annette plays very well. I forget that the years speed swiftly. She has grown to womanhood. Yes. The years of my banishment go so fast, and there is so much to be done.
Louis,
Does her playing disturb you?
No, on the contrary, my dear. I'm only writing a letter to Dr. Lister of Edinburgh.
Oh.
The war with the Prussians is over. While men have been fighting each other, I have been fighting microbes, for they are the real enemies of mankind. I've discovered a new serum, a serum against anthrax, the dread disease in cattle. Tests are not yet conclusive, but
In addition to forfeiting Alsace-Lorraine, we have to pay an immediate indemnity of 5 billion francs. The question is how to raise such a sum.
Monsieur President, industry is at a standstill. Farms are neglected. A devastating plague destroys our cattle. Efforts to raise money have failed everywhere except in one small province, Arbois.
But if Arbois can pay, why not the others?
For some reason, their cattle haven't been affected by this plague, this disease the doctors call anthrax.
Then what is the reason? Every animal saved will buy back some Frenchman's liberty and self-respect.
Perhaps Dr. Charbonnet or Dr. Rossignol can tell us.
We believe it is the fields of this province. They must be immune to the disease.
We would suggest that cattle from the other provinces be driven to Arbois, there to feed upon the good pastures and be kept in healthful condition.
Let it be done at once.
But I heard that some person in that province had developed a serum of sorts that keeps the cattle healthy.
Impossible, sir. A maddened chemist called Pasteur once blamed all disease on microbes. We French are a very imaginative race.
Monsieur, this animal is immune.
How many days since we injected it with the serum?
6 days.
6 days. And 4 days, according to the records here, that you injected with the anthrax germs. Our serum works.
Monsieur, have you read the paper from Paris?
No, I have no time for newspapers, Rue.
It says the government has heard that the cattle of Arbois are immune to anthrax, and they recommend that all cattle be shipped here.
Nonsense. A journalist's pipe dream. Who would be so idiotic as to do that?
Monsieur, they have come. Half the cattle and sheep of France are being driven here.
Fools! Idiots! Every inch of this ground is contaminated. It is only my vaccine which has kept our cattle healthy. I say no! No, you must turn! Turn back, turn about! Drive these cattle away from these fields. It is death. Death, I tell you!
Please stand aside, monsieur. These cattle have been ordered here by the government.
Please, Monsieur Pasteur. They will not listen to you. There is nothing more we can do.
Do? There is something we can do. I shall appeal to the Academy of Medicine.
And I say Pasteur is right.
He's wrong! Wrong!
Of course he's wrong.
Gentleman, Pasteur was discovered to be a charlatan 10 years ago. I see no reason for accepting him now.
I disagree, Dr. Charbonnet. If someone has a cure for anthrax, I want to know about it.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Rossignol, I have something to propose. Let us take 50 normal, healthy sheep, 25 of which will be vaccinated by Monsieur Pasteur. The others will remain as they are. I shall then infect all 50 sheep with anthrax by injecting them with the dark, poisonous blood of diseased sheep. And I defy any man or any vaccine to save one of them.
Bravo! Bravo!
He wouldn't dare. I know the man.
Doctor, can you answer for Monsieur Pasteur?
Why, I hardly know what to say, gentlemen. Pasteur has gone. He is not here.
It's just as well. He wouldn't dare accept.
Gentlemen, I am Pasteur. I accept the challenge.
Louis, why don't you try and get some sleep?
I should have stayed with the sheep. I shouldn't have left them.
But you said it was against the rules to go near them.
Rules.
Do you realize what this means, this experiment? Tomorrow, if you're successful, every farmer in Europe will want your vaccine. You won't have a moment's peace.
My dear, the benefits of science are not for scientists. They're for humanity.
Before continuing with the second part of Paul Muni's Academy Award-winning performance of the story of Louis Pasteur, I'd like to tell you about an exciting evening I had last week. I was attending a preview of Warner Brothers' new picture, Devotion, starring Ida Lupino, Paul Henreid, and Olivia de Havilland. With the crowd milling around and the photographers jockeying for position, the commotion was terrific.
Hold it, please, Miss Lupino. Can I get one more? Thank you.
You're a lucky guy having these pretty girls smile at you all the time.
That's my business, making them smile.
Well, you know it's my business, too. After all, there's nothing like Squibb Dental Cream for bringing out an attractive smile. Smiles don't have to be coaxed when your mouth feels pleasantly wide awake, cool, clean, and fresh. And that's just how your mouth does feel when you use Squibb Dental Cream. The zestful, minty flavor of Squibb Dental Cream is so refreshing, it brings to your whole mouth an exhilarating tingle. And getting back to smiles, pure Squibb Dental Cream really helps you to keep all that natural brilliance you prize so highly. It helps to bring out all the sparkling beauty any smile can have. For the active ingredient of Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science.
No wonder you're so enthusiastic. But look, I've got to take 3 more pictures.
Okay, good luck. And you're sure to have it if your subjects use safe, pure, pleasant Squibb Dental Cream. You can see the difference. Yes, you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now for part 2 of tonight's picture, the story of Louis Pasteur, starring the Academy Award winner, Mr. Paul Muni.
Hardly had a sleepless night ended when dawn found me rushing to the field where the sheep were penned, and as I rushed, I saw a country Punch and Judy show playing its puppets to the crowd. When I could get through to the sheep, the sight which first greeted me made my heart sink.
Louis, what is the matter?
My sheep, dead, every one.
Oh.
I failed.
But are you sure? Perhaps these are the sheep of Monsieur Rossignol.
No, I counted these. I counted his. They're dead, too. I don't understand. Come, let's get away from the crowd before they discover me. I'll not stand being laughed at.
Louis, wait.
No, I'm not wait.
Louis, turn around. Look, the dead walk.
Hmm?
One of your sheep has risen. Now another. My dear, they were only tired. Not dead, but asleep.
Asleep? Thank God.
Monsieur Pasteur, I congratulate you. You have done an amazing thing. Your sheep live. Mine are dead. I don't need more proof than that I've been a fool. Your hand, monsieur.
Thank you.
Oh, have you met Dr. Lister of Edinburgh? Imagine, the great Lister coming all the way to see you.
We meet at last, sir, and I fancy myself a promise today. The name of Pasteur takes its place among the great names of science.
No, not with yours, dear Dr. Lister. No name ranks with yours in the history of great discovery.
Let history judge that, sir.
History is being made right here in this field. This crowd has come here. Let them be aware of it. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?
And you, Dr. Charbonnet,
This afternoon,
I
you have
imagine at
witnessed
last
the
you've found
outcome of a
yourself a convert to Pasteurism.
No, Lister, I don't. I do not regard these carnival performances as conclusive.
Effects will be upon the future of creative medicine. It marks a definite turning point in the world of science.
Why are they laughing, my dear Pasteur?
Why not? Look at the crowd. Its back is to us. They cheer the happy conclusion of the Punch and Judy show.
Charbonnet is quite right. I haven't even heard what Rossignol is saying.
Pasteur, my friend, they don't understand.
Yes, they understand. But science, of course, cannot compete with a Punch and Judy show.
My dog! My mother, she's been bitten!
Mad dog! The irony of it at a time like this. They'll bring the blacksmith to burn her wound. If she'll not die from the rabies, she may from the shock of the burning iron, and yet all the doctors of Europe can do no more.
And we stand here and worry about our fame. That's the irony, sir. Why should that woman die?
Gentlemen, must we continue to allow the prattle of a mad theorist to undo the work of centuries and make a laughing stock of the entire medical profession? You have all read this article.
Mr. President, I have seen Pasteur produce rabies in healthy animals by injecting them with a fluid taken from the mouth of a mad dog.
Have you seen its germs?
Not yet, no.
Of course you haven't. There is no such thing. Pasteur imposes upon the public with his hallucinations.
What about his vaccine for anthrax? That is no theory, that is a fact. It not only elected him to this academy, it saved our farmers enough money to pay for the entire war.
Gentlemen, I am a Russian. My country sent me to investigate Pasteur's efforts. His fame is known to our peasants who for centuries have been preyed upon by rabid wolves. If Pasteur is unwilling to come to us, I say let us go to Pasteur.
Yes, we will go and expose once and for all this quack, this impostor. Monsieur Pasteur, in your last paper to us at the Academy, you said you were on the threshold of a vast new world. Might we inquire if you've crossed that threshold?
Oh, good question, Charbonnet. After all, Pasteur, the Academy has come to you.
Gentlemen, science takes a step, then another, then it stops and reflects before taking a third. A mother takes a nursing child, puts him down. The child takes its first step, then stops unsteadily. Would the mother be right to say to him, "You are hesitating. You will never walk"? You do not believe me? In this little test tube now in my hand, there are enough death-dealing rabies germs to wipe out a city.
Really? Allow me.
Careful, Charbonnet.
No, it smells dreadful.
I implore you.
Why?
If you have the slightest scratch on your hand.
Oh, I see. Well, I do have something of a scratch. A cut from a nail as I entered your laboratory here. So now we shall see, eh? I'll pour a bit of your virus powder into my wound. There now. All I want is to have you predict the hour of my death.
All the dogs that were infected by the contents of that test tube died, except Charbonnet. It's been a month since he's been infected. I just don't understand.
But maybe that tube you had was left to stand too long.
Eh? Stand too long? Yes. Wait. Perhaps. Roux! Roux!
Yes, monsieur?
How old was that dried tissue when Charbonnet rubbed it into his wound?
14 days.
14. Suppose we started with an old virus that's no longer deadly. Suppose we inject it into a healthy animal, and day by day, as nature builds up his resistance, we increase the doses with stronger, fresher samples until he's able to withstand the actual disease. Would he not then be immune?
Oh, Louis.
Who? How many dogs have we left?
10 healthy ones. They've never been exposed.
Give them hydrophobia.
But, monsieur...
Give them hydrophobia.
Louis, a doctor to see you.
For me? Doctor?
Monsieur, we have come from Alsace. This little boy was bitten. I've done all I could, but that isn't very much. But you can help him.
Well, how long has it been?
11 days. The dog was rabid. I made the test.
Take the boy and put him to bed.
You will save him.
Don't misunderstand me. My treatment has saved dogs, 10 of them. But I haven't the faintest notion what effect it would have upon a human being. If I failed.
It would mean prison, Louis. Perhaps the guillotine.
Monsieur Pasteur, you are not a doctor. You cannot expect support from the medical profession. I implore you to attempt nothing irregular.
Yes, I know.
The boy will die anyway. It is worth trying. Anything. Anything.
Human life is at stake. Yet, they would crucify me if I failed.
Oh, monsieur, I beg of you, save my boy. My boy.
Should I do it? Should I? A child's life is at stake, and I ask if I should? I must!
Louis, what are you doing? Louis, you'll go to jail. To the guillotine.
Shh. Don't talk. He's asleep.
Yes, child? You're awake?
I'm hungry.
You're hungry. You're well. He's well. Pasteur! Pasteur!
What is it?
The boy. Look, he lives. He is over the crisis.
The serum works. Come, we must tell him at once. Louis! Louis, wake up, Louis! Louis, you've won. The serum is successful. The boy lives. He cries out for food. Louis! Louis, wake up! Louis! Dr. Charbonnet, you must come at once. My husband has been stricken.
Me? You asked me to wait upon him? But we're...
No, Dr. Charbonnet. My husband has faith in you. He respects your ability.
Madame, I have opposed him. I have been his enemy.
No, Dr. Charbonnet. The only enemy my husband has is disease.
Madame, I thank you for that. I'll call my carriage. We'll leave at once.
Louis? Louis, are you awake?
My side. I can feel nothing.
You've been unconscious.
The Meister boy. I've got to get up and see him.
No, Louis, no. Yesterday they dressed him and took him home. He is entirely well.
Good.
The doctor is here. Please, come in, doctor.
Well, Pasteur, how are you feeling?
Charbonnet? What does it mean?
It means that I'm your physician. That you must remain quiet for a few days.
Charbonnet? I appreciate this.
Oh, it's not for you to appreciate me. It's for me to join the legion of those who appreciate you and your genius. Ah, monsieur, you've triumphed again. I have come to treat a patient who has been my teacher.
Dr. Charbonnet.
Madame, how is he?
Oh, he seems well enough, but listless. He doesn't seem to care, to have an interest, to fight.
Oh. I'll have a talk with him. We have something that might interest him, eh? Will you follow my lead?
Oh, yes, doctor, of course.
Good morning, monsieur. You're looking better.
Good morning, Dr. Charbonnet. I'm afraid I don't feel better. I feel tired and old.
Oh, I'd rather hope that you'd be feeling your old self again, particularly today.
Why, today?
Well, I would relish seeing the old Pasteur in action.
Action? What do you mean?
Well, Dr. Reux just told me when I arrived that some foreign scientist is giving a lecture at the Sorbonne this afternoon. He claims he will disprove your entire germ theory.
What? Marie, is that right?
Yes, Louis.
Who is that man? What's his name?
We don't know.
But, of course, you're too tired.
Tired? Nothing. Order the carriage, bring me my clothes. We'll go there at once.
You're just in time. They've arranged for you to sit on the platform.
Courage, my dear. I'll be listening.
Whom are they applauding?
It's Dr. Lister of Scotland.
Lister? Lister to speak against me?
This way, sir. They're waiting for you.
President of France is here, and Lister, you?
Monsieur Pasteur, we greet you in the name of humanity.
Monsieur, mankind is waiting.
Charbonnet.
They'll all come. Look up, my friend. Look up into the gallery. The medical students, the youth to pay you homage.
I have no words as to express. You young men in the gallery, you doctors and scientists of the future, do not let yourselves be tainted by a barren skepticism, nor discouraged by the sadness of certain hours that creep over nations. Do not become angry at your opponents, for no scientific theory has ever been accepted without opposition. Live in the serene peace of libraries and laboratories. Say to yourselves first, what have I done for my instructions? What am I accomplishing? Until the time comes when you may have the immense happiness of thinking that you have contributed in some way to the welfare and progress of mankind.
Out here in Hollywood, getting stars' autographs is a major occupation. Way back when Abraham Lincoln was president, Dr. Squibb first signed his name on a container of ether. That name, his autograph, was his pledge that the ether he himself had produced was safe, pure, and effective. His own burning quest for perfection had resulted in something unheard of up to that time, a drug of unquestioned purity and uniformity. But for Dr. Squibb, ether was only the beginning. He began to produce other essential drugs with the same hitherto unheard of insistence on perfection. And doctors came to insist on using products that bore the signature Edward R. Squibb. And the house of Squibb began to grow. Others came to work with Dr. Squibb to share his wholehearted devotion to the cause of human health and to carry on down through the years the work he began. That's why today the name Squibb is still a pledge, a kind of composite signature or autograph of the thousands who work so faithfully to maintain the original Squibb standard of perfection, to keep Squibb a name you can trust. Next week, Academy Award starring Brian Donlevy and the Great McGinty. Mr. Paul Muni has just completed the Charles R. Rogers production, Angel on My Shoulder, a United Artists release. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time when the House of Squibb invites you to join us for Academy Award. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist with the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, brings you the distinguished Paramount star Brian Donlevy in The Great McGinty, the original screenplay for which Preston Sturgis won his 1940 Academy Award.
This is the story of a guy called McGinty who's tending bar in a joint south of the border. This is the story of McGinty, his friends, and their brief day of glory. Well, here we are. And if your eyes can see through the cigarette smoke, I'll point out our interesting characters. Oh, yeah, those tough, deadpan-looking mugs at the table playing poker.
Open! Get it up!
That's the boss. Used to be a big-shot political boss up north.
I'm in, boss.
That's Louis. He carries a rod under his arm and nothing under his cap.
I'm in too, boss.
That's the politician. And over here, the pale-faced young man staring into his drink, his name is Thompson. He's new down here and very sad.
Where's the door to the patio?
Right behind that potted palm. And behind the bar...
Watch this bar for me, Pedro.
I got a hunch about that guy, Thompson. The great McGinty himself about to go into action. Shall we join McGinty in the patio? Hey, you, give me that gun.
No, don't. Let me alone.
Give me it.
I don't want to live anymore.
Shut up. Come on out of here.
Don't you? You're breaking my arm.
Well, are you coming peaceful?
All right. Why did you have to stop me? Why didn't you let me do it?
Here, have a drink.
Thanks.
Hey, what's the matter with you, kid? What do you want to pull a gun on yourself for?
I hadn't any right to go on living.
Nuts. What did you do?
I was the cashier of a bank up in Montclair, New Jersey.
So what?
I had a nice house, nice wife, nice kids. And I stole $25,000 from the bank. Oh, I don't deserve to live.
You was the cashier of a bank and you stole only $25,000? Hey, get a load of this guy, and he wants to shoot himself.
Well, what did you ever do, McGinty?
What did I do? I'll tell you. I was the governor of a state.
You governor of a state? How could you ever have been a governor?
Well, how do you get to be anything? You gotta start at the bottom, and that's where I started. I got into town under a freight car. It's snowing, and I'm cold and beat, and I ain't been eating for 2 days, and I'm in a soup kitchen inhaling some broth when the politician ups to me.
Good soup, huh? Certainly kind of the mayor to think of the less fortunate on a night like this.
Never mind the applesauce bowl.
Yeah. How'd you like to make a couple of bucks?
What do you think of kidding? What have I got to do?
Very simple, my boy. You just go down and vote for Mayor Tillinghast and come right back here and collect $2.
How about voting twice?
That's $4.
What's the jail sentence for repeating?
Who said anything about repeating? Where do you think this is? Hicks Corners? Some people is too lazy to vote, that's all. They don't like this kind of weather. Some of them is sick in bed and can't vote. Maybe a couple of them croaked recently. That ain't no reason why Mayor Tillinghast should be cheated out of their support. All we're doing is getting out the vote.
Hey, pipe down, you guys. The boss will be here any second. Now, what was you saying about that bum?
I said that bum just voted 37 times, and I need the dough to pay him off.
I don't believe a man can vote 37 times.
I just said he voted 37 times!
He couldn't vote 37 times!
Who voted 37 times? Oh,
Good evening, boss. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. That lug there, cramming in the free lunch.
Pay him off. See, Mayor, the kind of service we're giving you. Hey, you lug.
Huh?
Come in here. We want to look at you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Don't you know you ain't supposed to vote more than once?
Who are you?
A tough guy, huh? I guess you don't know where you are.
No. And I don't care, neither.
This guy kills me. Ha! He thinks he's me.
I didn't know it, but he was the big political boss of the town. I guess he took a liking to me because he gave me some dough, and I got a shave and a manicure, and I bought me a new suit.
Okay, boss. Here's the lug.
I got a new suit.
Yeah, some suit.
Huh?
Looks more like this suit got you.
Listen, you.
Suppose you listen for a change. The reason you're alive and walking around in that horse blanket ain't because I like you, see. It's because I can use some nerve in my business. In the meantime, if you want to do some collecting for me, you got a job. You got 20%. I pay the hospital bills.
Give me the list and shut up.
Now, look. Your job is to collect for the protection I've been giving him.
I'll collect, and when I do, I get 20%, and don't you forget it.
In here. In here, Mark. You can take it easy now. I've been following you. Me and Louis up there driving.
Okay. Move over.
You collect anything except that black eye.
Here's your dough. $250 and $5 and $400. That's $1,150. Count it.
So you collected after all. I guess you think you're kind of hot stuff, huh? Because you beat up a few guys. All right, keep the change.
Keep what change? I got 20% coming.
I said keep the whole wad. I never expect to collect it anyhow.
Well, then what's the idea of sending me out?
I'm glad you didn't disappoint me.
What?
For a minute, I thought you was going to say thank you.
Me?
You're a cod, you are. Yesterday, you were a bull on the bread line. Today, you got 1,000 berries and a new suit. If you can't keep on like you've started today, there's no telling where you'll be tomorrow. This is a land of great opportunity.
Hey, what makes this bus so quiet? You don't hear nothing in here.
It's armored. Don't interrupt. And if you think I'm not the boss, you try cross me up sometime.
You got me all a tremble. I bet you're scared to death of yourself.
All right, you asked for it.
Yeah, I'll break your neck, tired as I am.
Yeah, here's where you get yours.
Yeah. He always was a little muscle-bound. I could beat him to the punch, you know. Boy, but we had some Brannigans.
I thought you said you were the governor of a state. Sounds like you were just a cheap crook.
Well, you gotta crawl before you walk, don't you? I collected the chicken feed for a while, see, and then the guy makes me an alderman, and I move in on the second floor.
Hello. Hello. I thought we was cut off. As I was saying, Tillinghast is dead as a doornail. We need a new face. Clean, typical American. Upright, dependable. Somebody they don't know too much about. What do you think of McGinty? Huh? Never heard of him, huh? Well, that's just what I'm talking about.
$100,000.
That's what they tell me.
But that's a confounded outrage, Mr. Alderman. Even in the days of Boss Herman, we didn't have to pay that much for franchises. Not even in the days of Bathhouse Jake. Those boys were pikers compared to this mob.
Oh, you don't mean that, Mr. Maxwell. You got to remember everything's gone up. Living expenses is higher. There's an income tax, and well, you're dealing with a better class of men than Bathhouse Jake.
Now look here, I will not pay graft. Millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute.
You could call it advertising. Yes?
Come over here. I want to talk to you. I got something important.
Be right over. Well, I'm sorry, Maxwell, but that's the way it is. Catherine,
Yes, Mr. McGinty?
I've got to go over and see the boss. I'll be back about 4.
All right, Mr. McGinty.
Now, just a minute, McGinty.
got here, huh?
Yeah.
Sit down. Have a cigar.
Are you kidding? I know them cigars.
Listen, you want to be reform mayor?
Reform mayor?
That's what I said.
Well, what do you mean, reform mayor?
What do you think it means? Don't make me say everything twice, will you?
Well,
I said, do you want to be reform mayor of this city? Mayor!
what you got to do with the Reform Party?
I am the Reform Party. Who do you think?
You're the Reform Party.
Why do you make me say everything twice?
Well, since when?
Since a long time ago. In this town, I'm all the parties. You think I'm going to starve every time they change administrations?
Well, then where does the Reform Party come in?
They come in the back door every Wednesday. I ask you if you want to be reform mayor. You give me a plain answer.
Well, sure, I guess so.
Good. You're in. You'll have to kiss a lot of babies, meet a lot of guys, and wear your old clothes. I don't want no dudes after that last one. And though you'll have to get married right away.
What do you mean get married right away?
What do you think it means? Do I have to say everything twice? Women vote. Maybe they don't know it. They don't like bachelors.
Oh, they don't, huh? Well, if they don't like them, they can lump them.
What's the matter with you? Are you nuts?
No, I'm just playing hard to get.
Daniel.
Huh?
Don't you know what marriage is? Don't you know that marriage has always been the most beautiful setup between the sexes? Don't you know the coat without the pants? Like a pig without a poke. Marriage is the most...
Then why don't you try it?
Because I ain't running for mayor.
Yeah, well, I ain't neither. Poke that in your pig.
Before continuing with part 2 of Academy Award, may we suggest for your enjoyment every day an ever-popular member of the great family of Squibb products, pure, refreshing Squibb Dental Cream. There's something about its delightful minty flavor that seems to wake up your mouth, to leave it pleasantly cool, clean, refreshed. Look into your mirror, and you will see your own smile with all its natural sparkle revealed. For the active ingredient in pure Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science. It's just one more reason why you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference when you brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Use it regularly for a more attractive smile, a cleaner, happier mouth. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In just a moment, Brian Donlevy will be back with the second part of The Great McGinty. But first, we want to thank Paramount Pictures for making this story available. You'll be interested to know that you can soon see Brian Donlevy in Paramount's new Technicolor production, The Virginian. And now, part 2 of the Academy Award-winning picture, The Great McGinty.
You want another shot of this?
Yeah. Well, did you get married?
Yeah. I made the mistake of talking it over with my secretary first, and then I was a goner.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, Mr. McGinty.
What are you talking about? I told him to go fly a kite. Can you see me telling some dame where I've been till 2 o'clock in the morning, and how did you get that lip rouge on your hat?
Well, I certainly feel the same way you do about it, Mr. McGinty, but you need the woman's vote. And if you had a wife... What I mean to say, Mr. McGinty, is that I've been married before, and, well, I'd be willing to marry you, Mr. McGinty.
Huh?
Hello, Mr. McGinty's office. Who's calling? Oh, it's for you, Mr. McGinty.
Yeah. Oh, what? Tell him I'm dead or something. I got to go into the office and think this over. Careful.
Suppose we're legally married, aren't we? Really married?
That's what the guy said.
Mr. McGinty, I don't want you to think I've been concealing anything from you.
Huh?
There's no reason why I should. It's just that in the excitement...
What?
Sit down, Mr. McGinty.
What's on your mind?
It's just that Well, I think you ought to know if we're all going to have to live in the same house.
Who's all?
I've been meaning to tell you that, well, I have two of the loveliest little children, and they have the cutest little dog. It's just that I knew you wouldn't mind being mayor and everything. I don't suppose you'll be home very much anyway.
We want McGinty! We want
Allie got me all right. Being married was a cinch to get elected. And Catherine wasn't a bad wife at all. For any guys, though, even though we didn't work at it for a while. But being mayor was a cinch. But when I got to thinking of being married, that was a lot tougher.
Come in. Oh, Bessie, put it on the bed, Bessie. Did you wash out those other stockings?
Not yet.
Oh, Mr. McGinty, what are you doing in my room?
Well, you know, Catherine, I was thinking, why don't we have dinner together sometime?
Well, I'd be very glad to, Mr. McGinty. Anytime.
You know, if you told anybody that we've been living here like this for 6 months and neither one of us ever give the other one a thought, they wouldn't believe it.
That's right. Even if it was true, they wouldn't believe it.
Well, it's silly.
Yes, it is.
I ain't never even kissed you.
No, Mr. McGinty.
That's silly, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. McGinty.
Well, what's the use of being silly? I'm your husband, ain't I? Catherine?
Oh,
But they had to get up pretty early to be smarter than Peter Rabbit because he was as full of brains as a dog is full of fleas. Our old friend didn't even stop to think. He took a hop, skip, and a jump and started across the clover field as fat as his little fat legs would carry him. Just as he got to the edge of the field by the old split-rail fence, a shadow fell across his path. And who do you suppose it was? I'll give you 3 guesses, and 3 more, and 3 more. But you will never guess who it really was because it was none other than our old friend...
Darling.
Huh?
The children are asleep now.
Oh, good. Just a minute till I finish this thing. It was none other than our friend Muggle-dee Wump the tortoise. Huh. Well, what do you know? That's who I thought it was all the time.
Darling, the children love you so and admire you. It hurts sometimes. They think you're George Washington and Abraham Lincoln rolled together, only finer.
Hey, have you been drinking catnip?
No, darling. No, I haven't. I know you and I believe in you. You'll be strong enough someday, Dan. And then you'll wash clean of graft and crooks and thieving politicians and really deserve your title. The Honorable.
McGinty for governor! And you don't be making no mistake, friends. And I'll tell you something else. Tell it! This year alone, he put 40,000 men to work. 40,000 lunch pails, my friends. 40,000 happy families. Money in circulation. Prosperity. Boomer! Es McGilly! Pacific down!
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Dan. You're strong enough for anything now.
Huh?
You're governor of the state. Now you can keep your promise.
Look, I'm governor. You're the governor's lady now. Everybody don't get to be governor. Isn't that enough for you? Why don't we leave well enough alone?
Dan.
Oh, Mr. Governor,
Huh?
the reception committee is waiting to see you, sir.
Oh, well, show him in. Honey, you go with that guy. Find another room for a while. I'll be with you when I get rid of these bums.
Well, we did it, eh, McGinty?
What are you doing in here? I'm expecting the reception committee.
He's expecting the committee. Listen, punk, you got it. I'm the committee. What a wonderful opportunity, Daniel. The state needs everything. They've had honest governors so long, the whole place is in rack and ruin.
Is that so?
It's fantastic. The roads, for instance, they're in terrible condition. In case of war, we'd be at the mercy.
How could an enemy ever get to here?
How do I know? Am I a general? Now, we'll start off with a new state capitol building. Maybe white marble. Or do you like pink?
What do we need it for?
Need it for? This one's got a crack in it.
I like it. And I got to live in it.
What are you trying to pull, Log?
Look, there ain't going to be no dams and no bridges and no buildings the people don't need from now on.
The people? Heh. Say, are you sick or something?
I feel fine.
And what are you trying to put over, you cheap double-crossing rat? After I spend $400,000 to put you in here.
Look, here's the key to my safety deposit box. I'll pay you the rest out of my salary.
What's all this talk? You're spouting like a woman. Aha, your wife, the cheesecake you married.
Leave her out of this. There, I told you.
You skunk. You double-crossing skunk. I'll give it to you for this.
Oh, no, you don't. I'll bust your skull.
Hit me with a chair, will you?
Yes, I will.
I'll let you have it.
Governor! Mr. Governor, where are you? Oh, there he is, under the table on top of the big guy. Was on top.
We read all about it. State House scandal. State House scandal. We read all about it.
Governor McGinty.
Yeah?
I'm afraid I've got bad news for you, Governor. You're under arrest.
Put him in cell number 6, right next to the other one.
Oh, boy, that turned out to be something. I said he tried to kill me. He said I tried to kill him. He said I was a crook. I said he was. Well, anyway, there we were, sitting on the hot seat in the cooler, side by side.
Oh, Dan, I'll stand by you. I'll fight for you night and day. We'll lick them if it takes 20 years.
Sure. Thanks for trying, honey.
Well, good night, Dan.
Good night, honey. And don't you worry about me.
Well, you're still here.
Who asked you anything?
I hope you're satisfied, you rat. The first time I catch you alone, I'll bet your brains all over the yard.
You and your little brother.
Hey, how about a little quiet down there? Why don't you stand up? Shut up, you're on trap.
Stick a cork in it.
Yeah.
Jesus, the guard's coming.
Hey, quiet in there. Who do you think you are, you guys?
Holy smoke, it's the politician. How did he get in that suit?
Shut up. What's the big idea? Any more noise and I'll put you both in solitary. I got all the keys right here, and it'll be very simple. He's got the keys. You said it. Now be quiet. Wait till it gets dark if you want to yell. Come on, Log. You want we should get caught now after the politicians sprung us and got us this car in an hour's time?
I'll be right with you, horseface. Just let me finish this phone call. Catherine, I can't talk much. I got 2 mugs waiting for me. I couldn't stay in the jug. It wouldn't look right for you to have to tell the kids.
think you're wonderful, honey, and I wanted to tell you I left you a key to the deposit box. There's something there I held out on you. So long, honey.
Come on, we got a boat to catch.
I gotta hang up, darling. I'm sorry it didn't work out, but you can't make a silk purse out of a pig's ear. Kiss the kids for me, will you?
Come on, I said.
Why didn't he kill you?
I never could figure that out.
Yeah? Maybe it's because you're a big liar and what you told me never happened at all.
Well, have it your own way, kid. And that'll be $2 for the drinks. Thanks.
I saw you. You lied.
Saw me what, pig face?
Don't make me say everything twice. I saw you put those $2 in your pocket and ring up no sale. I'm going to teach you once and for all to be honest.
Yeah? Get your ham hand off my bar.
You asked for it. Come on.
So did you, and here's where you get it.
Hey, it's so quiet in here. Nothing but that music. What's going on at the bar?
Nothing much, Louis. McGinty and the boss are at it again.
Boys will be boys. I got 4 aces. What do you got, politician?
Not bad. I got 5 kings. Sorry, Louis.
If you will look at any Squibb product, you will see that every package bears a control number. That number is the symbol of a painstaking way of working that safeguards every step in the production of every Squibb product. Every date, every test that is made, from the day raw materials arrive at Squibb to the day the finished product is in your hands, is recorded by the Squibb control number. It identifies every laboratory worker and every scientist involved in the making of a Squibb product. It helps to eliminate the risk of human error in all Squibb products, from life-saving drugs to pure Squibb dental cream. For no Squibb product is released until every detail of its history has been entered in its control record. It's just one more evidence of the quest for perfection that never ceases in the house of Squibb. One more reason why Squibb is a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award with a treat for the entire family. A special treat for the children. Walt Disney's delightful fantasy, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Paramount's The Great McGinty was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Paramount's current release is Kitty, starring Paulette Goddard and Ray Milland. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time when you are invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist of the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, brings you one of the most delightful fantasies ever presented on the screen. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, for which Walt Disney won the 1937 Special Academy Award.
Once upon a time, there lived a lovely little princess named Snow White. Her vain and wicked stepmother, the queen, feared that someday Snow White's beauty would surpass her own. So she dressed the little princess in rags and forced her to work as a scullery maid. Each day, the queen consulted her magic mirror.
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?
And as long as the mirror answered,
"You are the fairest one of all,"
Snow White was safe from the queen's cruel jealousy. But one day, the queen looked into her mirror, and there were flames crackling instead of her reflection. And the queen clutched her heart in fear and asked the same old question.
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?
"Famed is thy beauty, majesty, but hold, a lovely maid I see. Rags cannot hide her gentle grace. Alas, she is more fair than thee.
Alas for her, reveal her name."
Lips as red as a rose, hair as black as ebony, skin as white as snow.
Snow White!
Poor Snow White knew nothing of the queen's jealousy. She was alone with her friends, the white pigeons, who were watching Snow White as she peered down into the old wishing well.
Want to know a secret? Promise not to tell? We're standing by a wishing well. Make a wish into the well. That's all you have to do. And if you hear it echoing, your wish will soon come true. I'm wishing for the one I love to find me today. I'm hoping, and I'm dreaming of the nice thing he'll say. Ha 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 ha. I'm wishing for the one I love to find me today.
Did I frighten you?
You mustn't. I'm afraid.
Wait, please. Don't run away.
Now that I have found you, hear what I have to say. One song, I have but one song only for you. One heart tenderly beating, ever entreating, constant and true. One love that has possessed me. One love thrilling me through. One song my heart keeps singing, of one love only for you.
Good night, Snow White.
Sweet Prince, good night. Dearest Prince, good night.
prince, dearest prince. Bah, I'll take care of that. Go, send for my huntsman.
Your Majesty, I heed your call.
Huntsman, I command you, take Snow White at once to the forest and kill her and bring back her heart in this box.
What's that? Who's there? Who comes through the forest? Oh,
Don't try to run. I have you trapped.
Huntsman, what are you doing here? Why do you glare at me so?
Oh, I can't do it. I beg your highness forgive me.
But what were you going to do?
Kill you with this knife and cut your little heart out. The queen is mad, jealous of you. Now quickly, child, you must run.
But I know not where to run in this dark, terrible forest.
Run into the deep forest and never, never come back again.
Have a care. I'm old, gnarled, and sinful. I'm an ancient oak tree.
Oh, no. Please, Mr. Oak Tree, let me go.
I see you, Snow White, for I see better in the dark. You can't get away from a bat.
Oh, no, please, let me go. Let me go. Have a care, Snow White. You can't escape my entangling leaves. I'm a green fern to trip you. Oh, let me go. Please, green fern. Let go of my ankle.
Don't try to fool a wise old owl.
No, wise owl. Don't glare at me. No. Beautiful birds. And what happy little animals. But where am I? In the forest. Oh, thank you, little bird. I'm so ashamed. But I was so frightened, and I made such a fuss. You want me to feel safe, don't you? Well, I do. And I'm sure I'll get along somehow, thank you. But I do need a place to sleep tonight. And I can't sleep in the ground. Or in the trees like you can. Maybe you know where I can stay. You do? Will you take me there? Oh, thank you. You lead the way, and I'll follow you. Oh, what an adorable little house. Just like a doll's house. Hello? Anybody home? May I come in? Ooh, it's dark inside. I guess there's nobody home. Let's go in and see him. Why, there's 7 little chairs. And from the look of this table, 7 untidy little children. And just look, cobwebs everywhere. Oh, what a pile of dirty dishes. Yes, it is awful. I know. We'll clean the house and surprise them, because maybe they're orphans. And if they know I can help them keep house, maybe they'll let me stay. Oh, look, here's a broom. I'll just get to work right now. Just whistle while you work. And cheerfully together we can tidy up the place. Just hum a merry tune. It won't take long when there's a song to help you set the pace. And as you sweep the room, imagine that the room is someone that you love. Then soon you'll find you're dancing to the tune. Just whistle while you work. When hearts are high, the time will fly, so whistle while you work. What adorable little beds they have. And look, they have their names carved on them. Doc, Happy, Sneezy, and Dopey. What funny names for children. Grumpy, Bashful, and Sleepy. Oh, my sleepy. Guess I'm a little sleepy myself. Guess I better lie down and close my eyes for a while. For just a little while.
And who were the 7 little orphans who owned the 7 little chairs in the little cottage in the forest, and the 7 little beds upstairs, and the 7 little plates and saucers? Why, they were the 7 little dwarfs who lived in the cottage and who worked all day in a mine. And while Snow White was tidying up the little cottage, the 7 little dwarfs were coming home from work.
For if you're feeling low, you positively can't go wrong with a hi. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. To make your troubles go, just keep on singing all day long. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. For if you're feeling low, you positively can't go wrong with a hi. Hi-ho, ho-ho!
Jiminy crickets! Doors open! Chimney smoking! Something's in there! Maybe a ghost.
Or a goblin, Happy.
No, it's a demon. Or no, it's a demon. A demon, likely, Bashful.
Nope. I bet it's a dragon, Doc.
Mark my words, there's trouble a-brewing. Felt it coming all day. My corn's hurt.
Grumpy.
Well, Mahler, fool him. Don't fool. Follow me. We'll sneak up on him, men. Follow me.
Jiminy crickets! Fellers, it's a monster. It covers 3 beds.
Well, let's kill it before it wakes up.
Well, which end do we kill? Look out! Look out! It's waking up. What is it?
Gellers, it's a furl. Or fools, it's fellas, it's a girl.
Look out! She's moving. Well, what do we do?
Hide!
Oh, goodness. I must have been asleep for a long time. Why, the children must have come home. Oh, you're not children. You're little men. How do you do?
How do you do what?
Oh, you can talk. I'm so glad. Now, don't tell me who you are. Let me guess. Now, you're Doc.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And you're Bashful.
Oh, gosh.
And you're Sleepy.
How did you guess?
That's so.
Of course, you're Sneezy. And you must be,
Happy, that's me. And this is Dopey. He don't talk none.
Oh, she's trying to fool us with her charms, fellers. Take care.
Oh, that must be Grumpy.
Ask her who she is and what she's a-doing here.
Yeah, what are you and who are you doing? Or what are you? Who are you, my dear?
I'm Snow White.
Snow White, the princess?
Well, tell her to get out.
Oh, please don't send me away. If you do, the queen will kill me.
That queen, she's full of black magic. We'll get into trouble.
Oh, she'll never find me here. And if you let me stay, I'll keep house for you. I'll wash and sweep and cook.
Cook? Apple dumplings?
And crapple dumpkins.
Yes, and plum pudding and gooseberry pie.
Gooseberry pie? Hooray, she stays.
All right, then we'll get supper right now.
Hooray for supper! Hooray for supper!
Magic mirror on the wall. Who now is the fairest one of all?
Over the 7 jowled hills beyond the 7th fall, in the cottage of the 7 dwarfs, dwells Snow White, fairest one of all.
Snow White lies dead in the forest. The huntsman has brought me this proof in the box. Behold her heart.
Snow White still lives, the fairest in the land. 'Tis the heart of a pig you hold in your hand.
The heart of a pig. I've been tricked. The blundering fool. I'll go myself to the dwarf's cottage in a disguise so complete no one will ever suspect. How? Where is my book of magic? Ah, so. Now the formula to change my beauty into ugliness, my queenly raiment into a peddler's cloak, mummy dust to make me old.
So it's almost done. But now a toast to darkness. Oh, powers of evil, hear me. Send a blast of wind to fan my hate. A thunderbolt to mix it with. Now begin thy magic spell. I drink the fiery drink of hell.
Before continuing with the second part of Walt Disney's award-winning fantasy, Snow White, let's think for a moment how science is making many of our childhood dreams come true. Today, men really fly. Motion pictures glow with storybook color. And parents are grateful for a lesser miracle to them, almost as amazing as the others. Today, many children actually enjoy brushing their teeth. They like the cool, minty flavor of Squibb dental cream. Try it and you'll know why. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. For pure Squibb dental cream wakes up your mouth, uncovers all the natural brilliance of your smile. That's because the active ingredient in Squibb dental cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science. So keep your whole family smiling with Squibb dental cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In just a moment, we will present the second part of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But first, we wish to thank Walt Disney for making this production possible. Walt Disney is also producer of Make Mine Music, the new Technicolor production now having its premiere at the Globe Theater in New York City. And now, part two of Walt Disney's Academy Award-winning picture, Snow White.
Let's see what the Book of Magic would provide. A special sort of death for one so fair as Snow White. Now, what shall it be? Here is one, a poison apple. A sleeping death. Yes, it says, one taste of the poisoned apple, and the victim's eyes will close forever in the sleeping death. Good.
Let's do something.
Well, Happy, what shall I do?
Oh, tell us a story.
Yes, tell us a story.
A true story.
A love story.
Well, once there was a princess.
Was the princess you?
And she fell in love.
Was it hard to do?
It was very easy. Anyone could see that the prince was charming. The only one for me.
Was he strong was he strong and handsome?
Was he big and tall?
There's nobody like him anywhere at all.
Did he say he loved you?
And did he steal a kiss?
He was so romantic, I could not resist. Someday my prince will come. Someday we'll meet again, and the birds will sing, and wedding bells will ring. Someday when my dreams come
Midnight, the witching hour. Snow White sleeps, and the seven little dwarfs are in their beds. But in the forest near the cottage in the moonlight, the queen, disguised as a toothless old hag, waits for dawn to break.
Dip the apple in the brew. Let the sleeping death seep through. But wait, there may be an antidote Yes, nothing must be overlooked. Ah, here it is, here it is. In the Book of Magic, the victim of the sleeping death can be revived only by love's first kiss. Bah! No fear of that. The dwarfs will think she's dead. She'll be buried alive. Ah! Buried alive!
Oh.
All alone, my pet?
Why, yes, I am. But
The little men are not here?
No, they're not.
Making pies?
Yes, gooseberry pies.
It's apple pies that make the men's mouths water. Pies made from apples like these.
Oh, they do look delicious.
Yes, but wait till you taste one, dearie. Drat these birds. What ails them?
I don't know. They're acting so strangely today.
They're making me nervous, and my heart is weak.
Oh, here, let me help you.
The birds are making me nervous.
Here, take my arm, Granny. I'll chase the birds. Go away. Shush. Go away. Please go away.
Hey, fellas, look at the birds. Something's wrong. They're all head up.
Hey, Craven, they've come from Snow White.
The old queen's got her. That's what's the matter. Oh, she'll kill her. Well, what do we do?
Oh, come on, get those pickaxes and come a-running. We've got to save Snow White.
But, Granny, I didn't make my wish yet.
Take a bite, dearie. Take a bite.
I wish for my Prince Charming, and that he will carry me away to his castle, where we will live happily ever after.
Fine, fine. Now take a big bite. Don't let the wish grow cold.
Oh, I feel so strange.
She bit the apple. Her breath will still, her blood congeal.
Oh, I feel...
It's done. Done. Now I'll be fairest in the land. Oh, the 7 dwarfs, they know what I've done. I must escape. I'm trapped. The meddling little fools. They have me trapped. I can't escape. A cliff before me, a mountain behind.
There she is down there, fellers. Roll the big rock on her. All together, fellers. Heave!
No, you'll kill me.
Heave! 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 There it goes!
I'll fix you for this. I'll fix you. I'll crush your bones.
Oh, we'll crush your bones, you old...
No, I'm lost. Lost.
The evil witch queen was gone, but when the 7 dwarfs found their beloved Princess Snow White, she was lying on the floor of the cottage. Her eyes were closed, and they gave her up for dead.
I'll never be happy anymore.
I won't either, Happy. And I'll never sneeze again.
Poor horse Knight, Snow White. She was so kind to us.
She's so beautiful. We mustn't bury her. We'll make a coffin of glass and gold.
Yes, and we'll keep guard forever at her side. Oh, poor lovely Snow White.
But the news spread abroad in the land, and soon the prince, who had searched far and wide for his true love, heard of the beautiful maiden who slept in the glass coffin, and he came mounted on his white horse to the sunlit glade where Snow White lay upon her beautiful couch.
Who is the prince on the white horse?
He looks wonderful, big and strong.
Maybe he's coming to see Snow White.
Why, it must be Snow White's charming prince. Don't stand there, fellers. Lead him up to her princess.
Snow White, it is you. my only one. At last I have found you.
Jiminy crickets, he's gonna kiss her.
Oh, at last you've come, my prince.
She's awake. She's awake.
My princess.
Snow White lives! Hooray! Hooray!
Someday when spring is here, we'll find our love anew, and the birds will sing, and wedding bells will ring. Someday when my dreams come
Come, dear Snow White. I shall carry you off to my castle.
Yes, my prince. And will you love me forever?
I love you forever and ever and ever.
Down through the ages, children and grown-ups too have learned from parables and stories many of the great truths which inspire and guide mankind. The House of Squibb has its own parable, an oft-repeated story that, for almost a century, has guided the conduct of its business. In the city of Baghdad lived Hakim the Wise One, and many people went to him for counsel, which he gave freely to all, asking nothing in return. There came to him a young man who had spent much but got little, and said, "Tell me, Wise One, what shall I do to receive the most for that which I spend?" Hakim answered, "A thing that is bought or sold has no value unless it contains that which cannot be bought or sold. Look for the priceless ingredient." "But what is this priceless ingredient?" asked the young man. Spoke then the Wise One, "My son, the priceless ingredient of every product in the marketplace is the honor and integrity of him who makes it. Consider his name before you buy." Through its adherence to this ideal of honor and integrity, Squibb has earned recognition all over the world as a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Awards starring Randolph Scott and Claire Trevor in Stagecoach. Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Remember, next week, part of the country will go on daylight saving time. If your area stays on standard time, please consult your local newspaper for the correct time to hear Academy Award. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night. Until next week, when you are invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemists to the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, brings you the distinguished stars, Claire Trevor and Randolph Scott in Stagecoach, the production which in the category of Best Picture of the Year was nominated for the 1939 Academy Award.
Sandy, Sandy, Blackie, pull! You sons of guns, pull! Hey!
This is the story of a trip by stagecoach in the early days of the West. By stagecoach from Tonto, Arizona to Lordsburg, Arizona. A few miles today by car or train. An epic journey in those frontier days shortly after the Civil War. This is the story of those who drove and those who rode that stagecoach from Tonto to Lordsburg on this day. It is mostly, though, the story of a bad man of the trail and a girl who thought she was too bad to marry him.
Come on, you lazy critters. We'll never get to Dry Fork.
Back the way you've been croaking, I figure you're plumb scared of Geronimo and his Apaches.
Well, of course I'm scared of Geronimo. So are you. And if we didn't have all these soldiers riding with us, I'd go right back to Tondo. I've been thinking about you too, Curly.
Me? What for?
Well, it's right funny you trailing the Ringo kid. I thought he was in the pen.
He was.
Busted out?
Yep, I heard that he was busting to get to Lordsburg to get even with the Plummer boys. But I aim to find the kid and put him back in the pen where he belongs.
Hey, ain't that a feller standing along the trail ahead?
Huh? Yep, seems to be. Better slow down, Buck. Give me room to swing my gun.
Whoa, whoa, girls, whoa. Hey, wonder who he is. I don't remember no puncher being along this way. You're a United States Marshal, Curly. You ought to know him.
Hey, pull up careful. He ain't got no horse. He's carrying his saddle in one hand and holding a Winchester in the other.
Well, I'm sure glad he ain't Geronimo or the Ringo kid, that's all.
Give me room, Buck. It is the Ringo kid.
Yeah, I'm sure glad it... What?
Hello, kid. Ain't you far from home?
You mean prison, don't you, Curly? Well, I didn't expect you to be riding shotgun this trip. Going to Lordsburg?
I figured you'd be in Lordsburg by this time.
Lame horse. Got any room in the coach, Buck?
Well, I reckon so, Ringo.
Then you got another passenger.
Yeah, darn right we have. I'll take that Winchester, kid.
I ain't going to argue about it, Curly, but I just hate to part with a gun like this.
I guess you don't understand, Ringo. You're under arrest. Won't do you no good to monkey with that rifle, kid. We got a cavalry escort coming up behind.
Well, what do you know? I guess it's all right. Here's the gun, Curly.
Thanks. Now, just get in the coach and make yourself to home.
All right, come on, Sandy. Hey, giddy up there. Come on. You say something, Curly?
Nope.
Oh, excuse me. Well, why don't you say something? A man gets nervous sitting here like a mummy thinking about Indians.
You say something. You've been talking all day without making no sense.
Well, doggone it, here's something that makes sense. I've been peeking down back into the coach and I seen the Ringo kid making eyes at Dallas, and she's making eyes at him.
That's rich. The Ringo kid and Dallas the dance hall gal. Some match. He breaks out of jail, and she gets kicked out of town. Oh, my.
Dry Fork! All out, folks, to change horses.
Can I help you down, Miss Dallas? Pretty high step. There.
Thanks.
Oh, just a minute.
Yes?
I just wanted to thank you for smiling at me in the coach.
Smiling at you?
Mm.
Oh, well, that isn't anything.
Yes, it is. To a fellow who's been in jail, it is. And, well, I appreciate it, Miss Dallas. You see, the others, except Doc Boone, they were kind of uppish. Not that I blame them.
Oh, I guess they don't mean to be.
Oh, I guess not. Only I noticed sort of that... they acted kind of that way to you, too.
Oh. Well, yes, I guess they did.
I didn't mean nothing by what I said. If I said something that offends, well, I'm sorry.
I'm not offended.
I didn't get a chance to get acquainted with the folks on the stage. You know who they are?
Yes. That's Mrs. Mallory standing there. She's on her way to join her husband, Captain Mallory of the cavalry. You know Doc.
Mm-hmm.
And the man with the white hair and the little traveling bag is Mr. Gatewood, the banker from Tonto. The dark, tall man is Hatfield, the gambler. And the little wheezing man is Mr. Peacock. He's a whiskey salesman.
Thanks. I guess that covers everybody. Except you.
Me?
Yeah, sure. You're such a pretty gal to be traveling alone. You counting on meeting a husband somewhere along the line?
Husband? Why? No, I hadn't. No, I have no husband.
Good. I feel better, Dallas. Dallas, mind if I call you that?
No. No, I don't mind.
Hey, you! Ringo! Come on in here where I can keep an eye on you.
Why, sure, Curly. After you, ma'am.
Land's sakes, what are all you folks doing here?
Howdy, Maggie. Where's the soldiers was to meet us?
Ain't no soldiers except those that come with you. Billy and me didn't expect no stagecoach coming through with them Apaches raising Cane. We was just figuring on hitching up the buckboard and going into Tonto where it's safe.
You mean there are no troops here?
But my husband, Captain Mallory. I was told he was here.
He was, dearie. Got orders night before last to join the soldiers at Apache Wells.
Well, I guess we gotta turn back.
See here, you're the station agent. This coach started for Lordsburg, and it's your duty to get us there.
Mercy, mister. I'm just an agent. Ask the driver.
If the soldiers gotta go back, we all gotta go back.
Yes. I think, that is, I feel we should all go back.
I think we can get through all right, Curly.
We'll settle this by vote. Folks, if we push on, we can be in Apache Wells by sundown. Soldiers there will give us an escort as far as the ferry, and then it's only a hoot and a holler into Lordsburg.
Now, wait a minute.
We got 4 men can handle guns. 5 with you, Ringo. Doc Boone can shoot, if sober.
It's foul slander, Curly. Why, when I was in training in '61 to put down the rebellion in the South...
Later on, Doc, later on. Now, Mrs. Mallory, I don't aim to put no lady into danger without she votes for it.
I've traveled all the way here from Virginia. I'm determined to get to my husband. I won't be separated any longer.
And what's your vote, mister?
Where's your manners, Curly? Ain't you going to ask this lady first?
Huh? Oh, well, what do you say?
What difference does it make? What does it matter?
I demand that we go on. I stand on my legal rights.
We'll count that as a vote. What do you say, Hatfield?
To Lordsburg. If Mrs. Mallory can go, I can. In fact, it's my duty as a gentleman to protect her.
You, Doc?
I, sir, am not only a philosopher, I'm also a fatalist. Somewhere, sometime, there may be the right bullet or the wrong bottle waiting for Josiah Boone. Why worry where or when?
Yes or no?
Having this wisdom, sir, I have always courted danger. During the late war, when I had the honor, sir, to serve the Union under our great President Abraham Lincoln...
Do you want to go back?
No!
Mr. Peacock, you.
But I would like to go, brother. I want to reach the bosom of my dear family. But I may never reach the bosom if we go on. Brother, I think it best we should go back to the bosom. I mean the soldiers.
Me, Ringo, and Buck vote to go on, and that settles it. So you better all wash and have a bite to eat, folks. Then we'll hit the trail again.
Good. Set right in, folks. It's hot and ready.
Another delay.
Boy, I could eat a coyote.
Later on, get out there and hitch up.
Yeah, Dallas, you're going down where no folks are sitting. Take this chair right with Miss Mallory.
Oh, but Well, thank you.
I think, Mrs. Mallory, you would find it cooler at the other end of the table, near the window.
I'm sure I would. Thank you, Mr. Hatfield.
I think I'd find it cooler there, too.
Well, it looks like I got the plague, don't it?
Oh, no. No, it's not you. It's...
Well, I guess you can't break out of prison and into society the same week. I'm pretty dumb for sitting down with a lady like you. Thanks again for being kind to me, not moving away like they did.
Oh, no, please. You don't understand.
Will you have the bread, ma'am?
Mrs. Mallory, are you ill?
No, it's just that I'll be all right. You're very kind. Why?
In the world I live in, one doesn't often see a lady, Mrs. Mallory.
But they say you are a gambler.
Yes, my dear. I guess I am.
Have you ever been in Virginia, Mr. Hatfield?
I had the honor of being in your father's regiment.
Oh? But I don't seem to recall the name of Hatfield.
It's what I'm called now.
Everybody up. Come on, folks. Next stop, Apache Wells. Apache Wells. All out, folks. We gotta change horses.
You yelled that the last time.
Well, shucks, I know it. I gotta yell something, don't I? You want them to think we're stopping for Indians?
Get the folks about, Chris, while we change horses. We're pushing right through to Lordsburg.
Aye, you come without the soldiers?
Sure, we wasn't scared. Never seen an Apache, did we, Curly?
Where's the cavalry, Chris?
Yeah, where is the soldiers?
There is no soldiers. The soldiers are gone.
My husband. Where's Captain Mallory? Where is he?
You, his wife, I think.
Yes, where is he? Did he go with his men?
Si, senor. A little, what you call it, skirmish with the Apaches last night. The soldiers take Captain Mallory to Lordsburg. I think he get hurt.
Hurt?
Bad.
Yes.
Mrs. Mallory, let me. Oh, Mrs. Mallory, she's fainting.
I'll carry her. She'll be all right. Get some water, somebody.
Take her in, Curly. Put her to bed.
Huh? To bed? Well, we got to get hitched and on the trail for Lordsburg.
Put that woman to bed. Here, Peacock, take this bottle of whiskey. Guard it with your life until I'm finished.
Here, I got the water, Curly.
Take the water in the kitchen with Dallas. Boil it. Boil plenty of it.
Boil it? But, Doc, it's about 200 in the shade right now.
I said boil water. Plenty of water.
Look here, you sot. What are you trying to do? I've got to get to Lordsburg.
You'll get to Lordsburg when that woman is fit to travel again.
Again? Well, what's the matter with her?
She's going to have a baby. Now, come on, help get me sober.
Before continuing with the second part of Academy Award, I'd like to tell you about one member of the great family of Squibb products. I'd like to tell you why it is you get so much satisfaction out of every tube of Squibb dental cream. Why, when you use Squibb dental cream, you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. You see, Squibb dental cream is produced with extraordinary care. Its purity and effectiveness are guaranteed by more than 100 separate tests. And the delightful minty flavor of Squibb dental cream is so mouth-refreshing. The active ingredient in pure Squibb dental cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science. For in dental cream, as in life-saving drugs, Squibb has only one goal: perfection. So remember, next time, to ask for Squibb dental cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In just a moment, we will present the second part of Stagecoach. But first, we want to thank United Artists and Walter Wanger for making this story available. You'll be interested to know that Walter Wanger's next production is Night in Paradise, which can soon be seen in your local theater. And now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Claire Trevor as Dallas and Randolph Scott as the Ringo Kid in Stagecoach.
What was that?
Just an old coyote, Hatfield.
That was no coyote. Listen.
No, that wasn't no coyote.
Why, it's a baby.
And that's enough of card playing for me tonight. Looks like Doc brought it off all right. Good boy, Doc.
Well?
It's a girl.
A gal? Well, 3 cheers for old Doc Boone. Hip, hip! Huh?
Quiet. Mrs. Mallory must not be disturbed.
How is Mrs. Mallory?
She's going to be all right.
Well, doggone. And I thought that little critter was a coyote howling.
Who's there?
You oughtn't go too far, Miss Dollars. Apaches like to sneak up and pick off strays.
Oh,
I watched you with that baby. You look, well, nice. Oh, you visiting in Lordsburg?
no, I have friends there. Look, why don't you escape, Ringo? Why don't you escape?
I aim to, Miss Dallas, in Lordsburg.
Why Lordsburg? Why don't you get over the border?
My father and brother were shot down by the plumbers. I guess you don't know how it feels to lose your own folks that way.
My people were killed by the Indians. I was just a kid. There was a massacre in the Superstition Mountains.
That's tough on a girl. It's a hard country.
You have to live, no matter what happens.
Yeah, that's it. Look, Dallas, you got no folks, neither have I. Maybe I'm crazy to ask you, but, well, I still got a ranch across the border. It's a nice place. Trees, grass, a house half built. You see, I'm asking, well, what I mean is, a man could live there, and a woman. Oh, I guess I'm crazy being so close to you like this.
But you don't know me. You don't know who I am, what I am.
I know all I want to know. You're the kind of a girl a man wants to marry.
What you doing out here, kid? Oh, it's you, Dallas. You come along, kid. Stick close to the reservation. Time we bed it down, too. We gotta hit the trail come morning early. Geronimo or no Geronimo.
Well, good morning, Dallas.
Oh, Doc.
Fine morning. I hear you stayed up all night with my patient. Thanks.
Well, I slept some in the rocker.
Hey, hoy, everybody up! Get your breakfast, folks. The stagecoach is leaving on its last lap. Next stop, Lordsburg. Everybody up!
It's about time.
Oh, morning.
Good morning.
I laid awake most of the night, wondering what you'd have said if Curly hadn't busted in. You didn't answer what I asked you last night.
Ringo, why don't you escape? There's a horse out there in the corral. Curly won't go after you. He can't leave the passengers in this fix.
But I gotta go to Lordsburg. Won't you go to my ranch and wait for me?
Wait for a dead man. You haven't got a chance, and you know it. It was 3 against 1 when the plumbers swore you killed the foreman. It'll be 3 against 1 in Lordsburg.
There's some things a man just can't run away from.
How can you talk about your life and my life when you're throwing them away?
What do you want me to do?
Would it make us any happier if Luke Plummer was dead? One of his brothers would be after you with a gun. We'd never be safe. I don't want that kind of life, Ringo.
I don't see what else I can do.
Go now. Get away. Forget Lordsburg. Forget the Plumbers. Make for the border and I'll come.
You mean that?
I do.
Won't you come along with me?
Well, I can't leave Mrs. Mallory and her baby. I'll come to you from Lordsburg, I swear it.
I ought to have my rifle.
I got it for you last night. Now go on, Ringo. Saddle up and ride. Ride for the border.
Ringo! Get him up!
Ringo! Ride! Don't stop now!
Get off that horse! Pronto!
Oh, why did you stop? You had a chance. Curly couldn't have caught you.
I couldn't leave you now, Dallas.
Give me your hands, kid. I'm putting the irons on you this time.
You don't have to, Curly. I'm not running away.
I'll say you ain't.
Look at them hills.
Smoke signals.
Listen.
War drums. Geronimo's Apaches.
Right. Waiting.
Come on.
Doggone it, Curly. Seems to me we're doing something mighty foolhardy, trying to run through these hills and them full of Indians.
We don't know they are yet. Keep running.
Hey, come on. Oh, run, doggone you, run. Hey, Curly, don't you think you ought to take the cuffs off Ringo? He's mighty handy with a gun.
You drive them horses. I'll worry about the kid.
Right, all right. Come on, boy. Hey, run. Curly, look, there they are. Indians.
Shut up and drive them horses. We gotta run for it now.
Hold fast and play. I'm out of ammunition.
So am I, Doc.
I've got 3 rounds.
Save him. Dallas, haven't you got a smile for me?
Oh, sure, Ringo, sure.
Thanks.
Ringo, Buck's hit. Get out there on the lead horse.
Right. So long, Dallas.
Wait, don't you hear it?
Yeah, what, ma'am?
A bugle. Cavalry.
Let me see. She's right. Soldiers from Lordsburg.
Ringo! Oh, Ringo!
All out, folks. Lordsburg, last stop.
Hold it, Buck. You all right?
Sure, Curly. Just a scratch. Whoa, girls, whoa. This is the end of the line.
Watch it, boys. Mrs. Mallory's a sick woman. Get a stretcher. Take it easy. We've got a dead man in there, too.
Where's Mrs. Mallory?
She's all right.
Well, tell her her husband, Captain Mallory, is out of danger.
Tell the captain he ain't. He's a papa. Well, so long, Dallas.
So long, boys.
Well, Curly, we're in Lordsburg.
Yeah, kid, this is it.
Could you spare me an hour?
I don't know, kid.
My well still goes, Curly. I'll be back in an hour.
All right, kid, I'll trust you.
Could I take my gun?
Sure, why not? It ain't loaded.
I borrowed 3 shells from Gatewood.
3?
One for each of the plumber boys, eh?
Yes, Buck, 1 for each of them.
You're out on parole for an hour, Ringo. That's all I want to know about it. 1 hour.
Wait, Dallas. Ain't you walking the wrong way? This way is the bad side of town, the dance halls and the... Dallas, wait.
Let go. Let go of me. I told you not to follow me.
But you can't go down there.
That's where I'm going.
I ask you to marry me.
I'll never forget you asked me, Ringo. That's something.
See them scars? Handcuffs. Scars wear off, Dallas. I ain't gonna give you a chance to forget me.
No. Please, Ringo. Let me go now.
Senor Ringo, listen. Have care, senor. They are waiting around the turn in the road.
Thanks, amigo. Thanks. I'll be ready.
No, Ringo, no.
Wait for me here, Dallas. Wait for me right here. I'll be back.
Ringo, come back! Come back, Ringo!
Doggone it, Curly. I got corns on my driving seat. Now we gotta sit on this buckboard. What for?
Shut up, Buck. We're waiting for Ringo.
That's gonna be some weight with them 3 plumber brothers a-laying for him. 3 against 1.
Shut up! She's waiting, ain't she?
Dallas? Well, heck, Curly, she's gotta wait. She's in love. Look, them shadows. 3 of them.
I see him. The plumbers.
Them's big shadows, Curly.
Shut up. I'm looking for the other shadow.
There it is. That's him, Curly. That tall shadow. Straight as an arrow.
Dallas.
What?
He said to wait.
Wait. Yeah, I'll be waiting. Forever now. What chance would he have? What? Ringo. Oh, Ringo.
Hello, Dallas. I told you I'd be back for a little while.
Ringo, your arm, it's soaked with blood.
Get up here, Dallas, on this wagon. You got to drive.
You mean she can stay with me a while, Curly?
Yeah, for a little while. Let her drive. You nurse that arm.
Thanks.
Got a good hold on them reins, Dallas?
Yes, Curly. I've got him.
All right, then.
Yeah! 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 Get off! Get off! Now, what's the idea of making them horses run away?
Don't be so dumb, Buck. Them nags won't stop till that buckboard is over the border.
But you let Ringo get away.
Yeah, Buck. I guess I did at that. Now, wasn't that disgraceful careless?
Why, Curly, you ain't such a bad hombre after all.
Imagine you are now looking down into a room where figures, gowned and masked in spotless white, are working under the brilliant light of huge sterilizing lamps. At first glance, you might well believe yourself to be in the operating room of a modern hospital. But what you're actually seeing is one of the rooms at the Squibb laboratories where products such as influenza virus vaccine or penicillin are packed. The most sterile conditions possible are always maintained there. Even the air is sterilized. No operating room anywhere is more scientifically safeguarded against contamination. It's just one example of the endless precautions taken by the House of Squibb to ensure the uniformity, purity, and efficacy of all the many Squibb products. Through such responsible service in the cause of human health, Squibb has earned its worldwide reputation as a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Ronald Colman in If I Were King. Stagecoach was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Randolph Scott, whom you enjoyed as Ringo in today's performance, can now be seen in RKO's Bad Man's Territory. Claire Trevor, who played Dallas, will soon be seen in the RKO picture Crack Up. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time, when you are invited to listen again to Academy Award presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, brings you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, brings you Paramount's stirring picture, If I Were King, with the distinguished star Ronald Colman, who on 3 separate occasions has been nominated for the Academy Award.
In the reign of Louis XI, Paris was besieged by the armies of the Duke of Burgundy. Throughout the long winter, its inhabitants, shut off from the outside world, faced either starvation or slaughter. Honest man turned thief, thief turned killer, and in these dark, tumultuous times, like a rare jewel, fallen into the gutter, flamed the genius of a poet. Francois Villon. Paris under siege. A city of tensions and explosive restraints. A city of ironical paradoxes like this. A beggar come to church to look at a woman of quality. Francois Villon and Catherine de Vaucelles, lady-in-waiting to the Queen.
I was afraid you'd gone.
Why, you are a beggar from the Court of Miracles. I don't know you.
Ah, but I've dreamt of you always. Each night we've roamed the starry way together. Each morning I've walked with despair in my heart, knowing no mortal could be so fair. Oh, milady, wherever I look, I see only you. Of course, if I had better manners, I'd keep this to myself. But as you see, I have no manners.
I do indeed.
May I read you a poem?
No, certainly not.
Oh, thank you, milady. If I were king, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair?
Milady!
Beneath your feet what treasures I would fling. The stars should be your pearls upon a string.
Milady!
The world a ruby for your finger ring.
Please.
And you should have the sun and moon to wear, if I were king.
Please, I must go.
There he is, the beggar, knowing my lady. Don't let him escape!
Always the king's guard to interrupt. Au revoir, milady.
There he goes! After him! Take Francois Villon, the king's name!
Where is the prisoner?
He's in here in the torture room, Your Majesty.
Oh, nasty smell down here. As if the cook had burnt the roast. Well, now, my man, why bring all this suffering on yourself? You were seen to pick up this arrow. To whom were you taking it? Better use your tongue while you still have it. Oh, he still has his tongue, hasn't he?
Yes, Majesty.
Good. Now, my man, you'd better speak while you can speak. Where were you taking this arrow? What's that? I'll bend closer if you wish. Now, where were you taking it? So. Well. Very interesting. Where is this Fearcone Tavern?
Fearcone Tavern, sire? Why, it's in the Court of Miracles. A spot frequented by wantons, cutthroats, beggars, thieves. The scum of Paris.
Very interesting. We must go there. Indeed, we must. In our very best disguises. The Fearcone Tavern, eh? Oh, God. Give him water. But not too much.
Oh, bring a spiced beer. It isn't good for strangers to be alone. Come, ugly one, buy spiced beer. And welcome to Fearcone Tavern.
Me? Oh, thanks, wench.
Well, Huguette, what's this? Ha, waste not thy heart upon this juiceless mold, ere all thy fragrant youth depart, and leave thee useless old.
Isn't that beautiful?
Who is this cockroach?
Why, that's Francois Villon, the poet.
A tinker of verses, gentlemen, no offense. Poetry is its own worst enemy. Come, join me in a bottle of wine, fit for a king.
You drink more than is good for you, my friend.
What can a man do but drink when France is going to the devil?
I suppose you could do better if you were king.
I do not wish to appear boastful, Brother Longnose, but yes. I try and know my subjects, to earn their loyalty instead of their loathing. So, by knowing the worst in them, I bring out the best in them.
You should have been an orator, my friend.
I am an orator. Thank you. Thank you, my subjects. And now, where is the wine?
The Grand Constable! Stand, you villains! We've come for a rogue named Villon. Francois Villon. Which one is he?
I am Francois Villon.
Don't let them take you. Down with the king's watch!
Sword, quickly, a sword!
Order in the king's name!
The king's archers just when we're winning.
Drop your arms! All of you! So, you've murdered the Grand Constable. A pretty night's work, Master Villon.
So the Grand Constable is dead. And in his hand, an interesting scrap of paper, eh?
It was he.
Yes, Oliver.
The arrow was meant for him.
Take this Villon out and hang him.
One moment, young man.
Who are you to interfere with the king's justice?
I am the king's justice.
Your Majesty.
The king. Long live the king! Greetings, my loyal subjects. And especially to you, master philosopher and agile swordsman.
Kneel, Francois, the king.
I'm afraid it's a little late for etiquette.
Quite so. Captain, arrest the leaders and take them to the palace dungeon. I suppose you're wondering what I'm going to do with you.
I can almost guess.
I could have you boiled in oil or sliced or drawn and quartered, and there are other tortures that for the moment escape me.
Your Majesty,
But I'm not going to hang you yet.
Your Majesty will never know my gratitude.
I probably won't. You robbed my storehouse, insulted me publicly, made revolutionary speeches, and topped off the evening by assassinating my Grand Constable in cold blood.
Your Majesty admitted he was a traitor.
Even so, he was my Grand Constable, so don't split hairs.
But he started the fight.
And you finished it, leaving me to punish you and reward you for the same deed, eh? Something which would have puzzled King Solomon himself.
Of course, you might hang me at one end and pin a medal on the other.
Greater king would hang you out of hand, and a lesser king would forgive you. I probably fall somewhere between the two. And this is my decision. Since you have deprived me of the services of my Grand Constable...
Yes, but Your Majesty,
Don't interrupt me. And since you think it's so easy to rule these carrion who call themselves my subjects, I hereby appoint you Grand Constable of France and Brittany.
Grand Constable?
Yeah. Defender of my crown, commander-in-chief of my armies, and a dispenser of justice, high, middle, and low.
But is this a jest?
Not at all. Oh, it's true. You come from the gutter, my friend. But you have a certain native sense of loyalty, courage. And at least it will prove an interesting experiment, eh? Oh, now kneel down. Well, get down. Go on.
Yes, sire.
I dub thee Count de Montcorbier, hereditary knight of the Golden Buckle. Yes, and I think you need a bath. Oliver. Yes, Your Majesty. Show the Count de Montcorbier to his rooms. This way, my lord.
Your Majesty.
My lord, Grand Constable.
Before continuing with the second part of Academy Award, I'd like to point out how often, not only in motion pictures, but in every other field, a bright, attractive smile helps a man or woman on his way to the top. It's one of the reasons why so many people use Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Squibb Dental Cream encourages a sparkling smile. Its cool, minty flavor is so pleasantly invigorating, it seems to wake up your whole mouth, to leave it tingling and alive. That's why you can taste the refreshing difference. And the active ingredient in pure Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science. That's why you can feel and see the refreshing difference. So, for better looks, for a safe, effective, pleasant way to brush your teeth, ask for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In a moment, Ronald Coleman will be back with part 2 of If I Were King. But first, we want to thank Paramount Pictures for making this story available. You'll be interested to know that Paramount's current production is Kitty, starring Paulette Goddard and Ray Milland. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of tonight's Academy Award, starring Ronald Coleman as Francois Villon in If I Were King.
Well, my lord Constable, you smell different, and you look so different I wouldn't know you.
Thank you, sire.
Come. The court is waiting.
I was saying, Your Majesty, I'm not familiar with the name of de Montcorbier, although heraldry is my hobby.
Well, I can't say the same for the name of Dudon, General. Ever since you won the Battle of Montlhéry, I have watched your success with increasing enthusiasm.
But I did not win the Battle of Montlhéry.
Oh. Oh, yes, of course, yes, you lost it, yes. Oh, but there was the Siege of Liège.
We lost that one too, my dear Count.
Oh, did we? Oh, I'm so sorry. We must talk about your battle some other time, General.
Yes, come along. Now, this is the Duchess de Longueuil. Oh, I say, where is the Count de Montcorbier?
He spied one of the ladies in waiting, sire. Seemed to know her.
Oh? Yes, so he does.
You must think this rude of me, but my name is, de Montcorbier. Silly, isn't it? I looked at you and nearly forgot my name.
No doubt your lordship has many important things on his mind.
Oh, no. No, I've nothing on my mind at all. You just affect me that way. I had no idea that you would... that I would... Do you live here?
I am one of Her Majesty's ladies in waiting.
Oh, what a fortunate queen. Do you know, the moment I set eyes on you, I said to myself, there is all the beauty of the universe, past, present, and future, personified and embodied in this exquisite creature. And yet, I know not the name of all this loveliness.
My name is Catherine de Vaucel.
It's a beautiful name.
Yes, what is it?
Your Majesty, a herald from the Duke of Burgundy entered the city under a flag of truce. He demands audience.
Admit the herald from Burgundy. You may speak, Sir Herald.
In the name of the Duke of Burgundy and of his allies assembled in overwhelming force outside the walls of Paris, I hereby summon you, Louis of France, to surrender and to throw yourself upon my master's mercy.
And if I refuse?
For the city, famine till the end, then fire and the sword. And for yourself, no hope of pardon.
And if I accept?
An honorable retreat.
You mean a dishonorable retreat, huh?
Who are you?
Grand Constable of France, Chief of the Armies, Dispenser of all justice. No, don't bother to look around. I am replacing the traitor who was in your master's employ.
You...
You don't make any more movements like that, or I'll have you hanged and sent back to your master in a bag. You are not the envoy of a conquering hero, but the servant of a group of shabby little vassals, rebellious serfs of a noble lord. Now, go back and tell them this. Kings are great in the eyes of their people, but the people are great in the eyes of God. We are well armed and provisioned. We are warm and comfortable behind our strong walls. We laugh at your threats. But if we who eat were starved, if we who drink were dry, if we who are warm were frozen, our answer would still be the same. We laugh at you. We, the people, and the king.
And this is your answer?
No, not all. We give you 1 week to disband and get out. Then we will attack and destroy you to the last man. Now, we don't wish to be annoyed further.
But, Your Majesty...
You heard my Lord Grand Constable.
Get out.
Yes. There's nothing else you can do. Get out.
My lord, will the Burgundians retreat or will they stay and be slaughtered?
I'm afraid they'll stay and be slaughtered.
Will you attack at dawn or during the night?
Which would you prefer?
My lord, you're making fun of me.
No, milady. I'm smiling because my heart is singing.
Will you wear my kerchief into battle?
Aren't you afraid it may take my mind off the fighting?
The Queen said that you had called a council of war. All the generals of France.
I did. I told them my plan of attack. I shall know their verdict any moment.
They can do nothing but follow you.
Oh, I hope you're right.
Will you bring me word?
Of course. Where shall I find you?
Well, you might find me behind the 4th door on the left on the 3rd floor of the new East Wing, if you can remember it.
It is engraved on my brain in letters of fire. Sire, what was the verdict of the council? I must make haste to perfect my plans.
The council refuses to accept your plans. And as you say, you must make haste, for you have very little time.
Sire, I don't understand.
Oh, didn't I tell you? Well, now let me see. You rendered us a slight service, which we are repaying with a week of exalted splendor.
A week?
A week, exactly. Of course, the week is almost gone. You have, let me see, yes, exactly one more day. Then I shall expect you to build me an extra fine gibbet. And from it, hang Master Villon.
Yes. Yes, you know, for a few hours, Your Majesty had me almost disappointed in him.
Well, I'm glad your faith in me was sustained, my dear Villon. Good night.
Good night. But Your Majesty...
Yes, my lord
What
Constable.
if I should escape?
Oh, you won't escape. I've taken care of that.
Just a moment, my lord. Were you thinking of leaving the palace?
Oh, just taking the air before retiring. Taking the air on the battlements.
Follow him. Quick, quick.
Oh, there you are. I was afraid you'd forgotten.
How could I?
Give me your hand. In here. My lord, I heard the news of the council. The scurvy cowards. Why didn't you throw them out of their commands?
Too many of them. More than I could replace to attack in a week.
Then attack in 2 weeks.
His Majesty only gave me one. I still have tonight.
My lord, sometimes I do not understand you. My heart tells me that you will not let Paris be defeated.
And what else does your heart tell you?
Oh, my lord, I think you know.
Does it mean so much to you that Paris be saved?
I had visions of the city free again. Food coming through the gates and travelers from far-off places. Hunts in the forest of Fontainebleau. And I wanted you to take me on a picnic in the spring.
I might not have been able to anyway.
Why not?
Oh, the spring is some time off, and time does strange things to people, doesn't it? I wonder in what misty isle the voice of Sappho thrills the air. In what green valley of the Nile does Cleopatra still despair for Antony the debonair? The wind had blown them all away. The good, the bad, the foul, the fair. Where are the snows of yesterday?
Who wrote that?
A person of no importance, who is to be hanged.
What a pity.
Ah, but you shouldn't feel too sorry for him. Such wretches are born and live in the shadow of the gibbet. They're starved and tortured. The slightest wrong they commit is punishable by hanging. So when at last they do hang, well, they've always expected it.
Aren't we lucky we're not in their shoes?
Yes, it is nice, isn't it?
Poor starving people. But why wouldn't they fight for Paris? If they had someone to lead them, to assure them that when they had fought and conquered, they would find their lot different, their king grateful.
Catherine.
My lord.
They would fight. They would conquer. But I would have to lead them.
Oh, my lord, you. But it would have to be one they trusted, one of their own.
Yes, one of their own. One of the rabble of the gutters of Paris. Me. Catherine, have you ever asked yourself where the Mount de Montcorbier came from?
No.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps he came from the court of miracles?
Oh, my lord. For a minute you had me thinking you were serious.
Ah, don't you remember that day at the church?
Oh.
If I were king, love, if I were king. Beneath your feet, what treasures I would fling. The stars should be your pearls upon a string.
Oh, no.
Yes, the world a ruby for your finger ring. And you should have the sun and moon to wear.
Please, my lord. Please.
If I were king. Yes, I am Francois Villon.
Oh, no.
The gutter poet. Companion of the finest company of cutthroats, rogues, thieves, and murderers that France can boast of.
Why did you do this to me?
Oh, I never intended to. It started as the jest of a king. Then I loved you.
Love.
with all the meaning that the word can have in paradise.
Love.
I could not give thee any godlier thing if I were king.
Go. Please go. Please.
Yes. Yes, I'll go. I'll go to the Court of Miracles. Perhaps my thieves and cutthroats can do what the generals and the armies of the king have not been able to do. Save France.
Did you follow him?
Yes, sire, but somehow...
What? Out with it.
He escaped.
Escaped? After I ordered the finest gibbet built in all France? After him! After him! What is it now?
The Burgundians, sire. They breached the west wall.
Tell my generals, rouse the army, but capture that rogue Francois Villon, dead or alive.
You maggots, listen to me. We've been fools long enough. While they're fighting, we'll sack and loot the city. This is our chance.
Who's going to lead us?
Guess who? I am.
You, that I don't want any part of it.
Who get us right? Why, for a good meal,
For a good meal, you'd murder your own mother. His oratory is improving with opportunity. You get?
Villon. Francois Villon.
Yes, Francois Villon. Come to tell you a few things. My friends, we all know there is no honor among thieves, so I'm not going to talk to you about honor. And I'm not appealing to any patch of decency I know you never had. But there are hundreds of thousands of you here, and the city is falling to thieves like ourselves. Come all the way from Burgundy to take what belongs to us. Beggars to beg the bread from our beggars' mouths. Cut purses to cut our purses. Are we going to let these poachers move in on our preserve? These country louts show us how it's done.
No!
Are they going to starve us to death?
No!
Then I tell you this. There is no city that can be conquered unless it wants to be. And whether they like it or not, we are part of the city. The part that knows how to fight, or don't we?
We do!
Good. Then let us fight!
Bells of Paris. It would seem our side has been victorious.
Yes, sire. I have the honor to inform you that our arms have been victorious on every side. The Duke of Burgundy and his allies are defeated and are in retreat. Your Majesty's orders have been carried out, including the apprehension and arrest of your traitorous Grand Constable, whose fate is now in your Majesty's hands.
Good. We shall hang him this very day.
Your Majesty.
Eh?
Your Majesty, a great injustice has been done. Last night we were facing defeat when the city was saved by Francois Villon. Francois Villon and the rabble of Paris.
Say you so. Ha. Now that is most interesting. Oh, there you are, Master Cutthroat.
Don't tell me I'm to have the honor of your personal escort to the gibbet, Your Majesty.
I've been given to understand that you and some other footpads had something to do with defeating the Burgundians last night.
Well, suppose I had.
Well, just this. That you have a devilish talent for seating me on the point of the sword of justice. And it's becoming uncomfortable in the extreme.
I'm sorry I have no cushion to offer, Your Majesty.
Spare me your witticisms. It's difficult enough trying to be King of France.
No, I found that out, Your Majesty.
You have? Well, that's the first nice thing you've said to me. Well, now, Francois Villon, in recognition of your heroic but murderous services to the crown, I sentence you to life imprisonment. I forbid you to show yourself again inside of Paris. You can have the rest of France, but I must have peace.
Your Majesty.
And one more thing. You owe your head to the intercession of Lady Catherine. Before you leave the palace, she wants a word with you.
No. No, it's better this way. Will you thank the Lady Catherine and tell her that someday I hope to make the saving of my neck worthy of her efforts?
Oh, get out. Get out.
Driver, stop the horses. That is the man I want, walking there in the road. My lord?
Oh, what do you wish, milady? Paris is the other way.
May I read you a poem?
No, certainly not.
Oh, thank you, my lord. If I were king, beneath your feet what treasures I would fling. The stars should be your pearls upon a string.
No, come, milady. That does not sound well coming from a woman's lip.
No? Then how should it sound?
It should sound softly as a poem, from the heart like a song. Ah, let these wild dreams and wilder words take wing. Deep in the woods I hear a shepherd sing a simple ballad to a sylvan air of love that ever finds your face more fair. I could not give thee any godlier thing if I were king.
To every child born today, one thing is assured. No matter what goals he may choose for himself, he will have a longer life in which to reach them. The average child born today can look forward to 16 more years of life than a child born in 1900. For the great forces of medical science working together are mastering one by one the diseases that cripple and kill. As its part in the whole great program of medical research, the House of Squibb is always seeking better ways to serve the doctor who serves you, pursuing an endless quest for perfection. That's why, at Squibb, today's discoveries hold the promise of even greater contributions tomorrow. That is why you and your doctor share a deep confidence in the House of Squibb. He has learned through the drugs he uses. You have learned through Squibb products you use every day that Squibb is a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Rosalind Russell and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen. Today's performance of If I Were King was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time, when you are invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, brings you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, brings you the Columbia picture My Sister Eileen, starring Rosalind Russell and Janet Blair, who will play the same roles they created for the screen, and in which Miss Russell was nominated for the 1942 Academy Award.
So it was the two babes from the woods walked hand in hand into Greenwich Village in search of fame, fortune, and a room. We had come to New York from Columbus, Ohio, We meant my typewriter, my ambition to become an author, our $100, and her ambition to become the Sarah Bernhardt of Broadway. She, hereinafter, known as her, the blonde bombshell, and other terms of wolf call endearment, was my beautiful sister, Eileen. Whenever I think of those days in Greenwich Village, I hear loud noises like this. What was that?
What was what?
That noise, Mr. Apopoulos. The whole room shook.
That shows you how you will get used to it. I didn't even notice it.
Get used to it? You mean it happens all the time?
You won't even be conscious of it. A little blasting, the new subway they're digging below.
You mean they're blasting right underneath us?
What are you worrying about? Those engineers know how much dynamite to use.
But does it go on all the time?
No. They knock off at midnight and they don't start again until 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning? Oh, we can't stay here, Ruth.
Listen. In New York, you either live A, over a subway, or B, where they're building a subway, or you don't live in New York.
Stop double talking and give us our rent money back.
What are you getting hysterical about? I said I would give you your money back, and I will. If at the end of the month you are still dissatisfied. Good night, ladies. Sleep tight.
Oh, Ruth. What are we going to do?
We're going to do 30 days in this dump, Eileen.
Gosh. Shall I put out the lights now?
Yes, put them out.
All right. Ruth, I just put out the lights, but it's still light.
Oh, so it is. Oh, there's a lamppost right in front of the window.
Well, then pull the shade down.
There isn't any shade.
No shade? Oh, but Ruth, in this basement room, we're practically sleeping in the street.
Just wait till I get that Apopoulos. Boy, what Mahatma Gandhi would give for this bed.
Would it help any to close the window, Ruth?
If we do, we'll suffocate.
Golly, I'm afraid, Ruth. You know, a dog could chase a cat down here.
And probably will. Oh, well, let's go to sleep. Maybe we can forget.
All right. Good night, Ruth.
Good night, Eileen. Sleep tight.
I say I'm not going back, and that's all.
Why not?
Well, they'll suck us for another cover charge.
No, they won't.
Listen, you can take both of those dames and...
You go away from there, you drunken loafers.
Hi! A dame! Look, a dame down there in the window.
You go away from there or we'll call the police.
Another dame. Hey, look, Pete, there's 2 dames. One for you, too.
You go away.
That one's mine.
Okay. Mine ain't so bad.
You get away from here.
Hello, cutie.
Go away, go away, go away!
I'm fit as a fiddle and ready for love.
Oh, Ruth, close the window.
Me close the window?
No, you don't do it, Ruthie. I'd rather see her close it.
Oh, Ruth, please.
Leave me in. I'll close it.
Come on, honey. Come to Papa.
You take your hands out of here, I'll bust them off.
Here, what's going on here? Come on, break it up. Break it up.
Oh, well, just a social visit, officer.
We was just going. Good night. Go on. Get out of here. Go on.
Oh, I'm awfully glad you came, officer.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
Oh, officer, do you think you could do something about that lamppost? It shines right in here.
Sure. I'll put a shade on it. Say, ain't you new in this neighborhood?
We just moved in today.
Well, if you're smart, you'll move out tomorrow. I'm particular what goes on my beat. I'm warning you.
Did you hear what he said, Eileen?
Yes, I did, Ruth. I'm afraid.
Oh, move over, darling. I'm getting in bed with you. Now, don't worry, dear. Everything's going to be all right. It's just different in this town, that's all. It's just New York. And that was the beginning of our new life in New York, in a one-room basement apartment in Greenwich Village. But life couldn't go on all night. There had to come dawn and the search for work. I went uptown to see the editor of a magazine, and while I was sitting with my manuscript in the reception room, a door slammed open, and who should come out with a wild look in his eye but Mr. Baker.
Can you read?
Of course I can read.
Do you read?
And write, yes.
Never mind writing. Everybody writes in New York, even people who can't read.
Well, I happen to be from Columbus.
That's very interesting. Now think carefully. Have you ever read our magazine, The Man Hatter?
Well, not for some time.
Good. Come with me.
What the... What's this?
Mr. Craven, meet Miss... What's your name?
Sherwood, Ruth Sherwood.
Miss Sherwood. She can read. From Columbus, Ohio. Miss Sherwood, in your time, you have read The Man Hatter. Is that true?
Yes.
Do you like it?
No.
Good.
Wait a minute. Who is this girl?
Miss Sherwood of Columbus. What's the difference?
A lot of difference, my clever friend. What's she doing here? Where did you find her?
Outside, sitting down.
I asked what she was doing there.
Miss Sherwood, the gentleman is trying to make a point of some kind. Tell us all. What were you doing out there?
I was trying to submit a manuscript.
That's all I want to know. Good day, Miss Columbus. Mr. Baker can pay you off outside. Get out.
I certainly will. I've had a hard day, and I'm darn sick of you and your magazine. Hard day. Ye gods, that's what I thought, until I got back to that air-conditioned packing case we called home.
Yes?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you're the new girls, huh? Well, my name's Loomis. My wife and I live upstairs.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Loomis?
Oh, leave out the mister. Call me Rec.
Rec?
Yeah, that's what they called me at Georgia Tech. Hey, is your sister home?
Oh, I expect her any minute.
Good. My wife and I want to talk something over with you. Oh, spaghetti and meatballs, huh? I smelled them coming past yesterday.
Oh, yes. They taste a lot better the second day.
Hey, watch me tackle that dressmaker's dummy.
Oh, you're a football player, Mr. Rec.
Yeah. When I'm in season, yeah.
Well, hello. Oh, company, Eileen?
Oh, no, Ruth. This is the Rec.
Physically or mentally?
You're Eileen's sister, huh? I live upstairs with my wife, see? Now, look, Helen's mother's coming to visit her, which straight-arms me right out into the alley.
Well, haven't you enough room?
Oh, we could make room, only you see, she doesn't know we're married, and Helen's afraid to tell on account of I'm not working now. But I start working as soon as the professional football season opens, and in the meantime, we thought you wouldn't mind putting me up in your kitchen.
Why, sure.
You mean sleep in our kitchen?
Sure, why not? I'm a handy guy to have around in case something happens anyway. Well, thanks, girls. You don't know how much you're helping us. I'll get my stuff together right away.
Something tells me, Eileen, you weren't quite ready to leave Columbus. Now what?
Oh, that must be Frank.
Who?
Frank Lippincott. He works at the soda counter in the drugstore. I met him today, Ruth, and he gave me my lunch for nothing. Please be very nice, Ruth.
Well, what am I, Tugboat Annie? Come in.
Well, here I... Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was a... I guess you're Eileen's sister. I can see a resemblance, all right.
Why, I'm very flattered.
Of course, you're a different type.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Sit down, Mr. Lippincott. Eileen's been telling me about your drugstore.
Has she? Oh, gee, it's a nice drugstore.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Oh, hello, Eileen.
Hello, Frank.
I brought you something. It's California red wine. I thought it'd go good with the spaghetti. It's a special we're running this week.
So's our spaghetti.
Huh?
Oh, I bet you're famished, Frank. Dinner's almost ready.
Oh, here we go again. Come in.
I'm looking for a party called Sherwood. Eleanor Sherwood?
You mean Eileen?
Oh, yeah. Well, hello there, honey.
Why, Chick. Oh, Ruth, honey, this is Chick. He's a reporter. He interviewed me today.
You had a busy day, Eileen.
Hot, isn't it?
Yeah, but you'll cool off. Are you staying for dinner, Mr.
I'll stick around. What's that stuff?
Why, that's a gift from Mr. Lippincott. Wine, I believe.
Well, let's have some.
I'll pour.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Perhaps we should ice the wine.
Oh, no. It should be served at room temperature.
Yeah. Well, then you better cook it for a couple of hours.
Why don't you come back when the new subway's finished? We expect a draft in here all day long.
Well, here's to Eileen.
Yeah. To you, gorgeous.
Don't mind me.
We don't. Good Lord, what was that?
Relax. It's only the subway.
Come on, I got you. Get in there.
Oh, lay off me, you big
Oh,
ape.
here we go. I forgot about the wreck.
Oh, let go of me, you big slug.
What were you doing running out in that alley in your nightshirt?
Will you tell this clown I'm okay?
Yes, he's all right. I hope.
Oh, yes, he's just the wreck.
The what? I found him out in the alley with all those bedclothes. I think he's some kind of a fiend.
You're crazy. I'm gonna live here.
Live here?
In the kitchen.
It's all right, officer. We know him.
Oh, it's you two. I thought I warned you to move out of my beat.
How dare you?
Wait a minute. Officer, I don't know what you think, but if it's what I think you think...
Yeah, see here, officer.
And who do you think you are?
I'll tell you who I am.
Stop it. Never mind who anybody is. What difference does it make? Anybody walks in here. Everybody walks in here. You know, for a place with a bad location and no neon sign, we're doing a whale of a business.
Oh, who's that?
Oh, Mr. Baker from the magazine.
Good evening, Miss Sherwood. I've read your manuscript. You left it behind today. I'd like to discuss it.
What?
I said I read your manuscript. I'd like to discuss it with you.
Yes. That's what I thought you said.
Oh, she's fainted. My sister has fainted. Oh, Ruth.
In a moment, we will continue with the second part of Academy Award. You all know how much careful production means to your enjoyment of a motion picture. Well, it's true of a dental cream, too. That's why the production of Squibb Dental Cream, like that of the entire great family of Squibb products, is governed by exacting scientific standards. That's why more than 100 separate tests are made to guarantee the purity and uniformity of this quality dentifrice. And you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. The delightful minty flavor of Squibb Dental Cream is so cool, so invigorating, it leaves a real tingle in your mouth. And Squibb Dental Cream helps to uncover all the natural sparkle of your smile, because the active ingredient is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science. Try it yourself. Ask for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In a moment, you will hear part 2 of My Sister Eileen. But first, for making this story available, we want to thank Columbia Pictures, who are also producers of Gilda, starring Rita Hayworth. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Rosalind Russell and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen.
So you see, I'm not going to quit. Anybody can walk out. That's easy. I'm going to stay and fight Craven to a finish.
I think that's just fine, Mr. Baker. I also think it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Good night.
Hey, wait a second. I was only letting off steam.
Look, I fainted once tonight from people letting off steam. And I thank you for the spaghetti and meatballs. It was a great treat for me tonight, especially since we've been living on them for a week.
Why didn't you say something?
Because I couldn't get a word in edgewise. I couldn't even remind you that I'm an author. And I wrote some stories, remember? About Columbus.
Sure. And I read them.
It took till 4 o'clock in the morning to find out they weren't even worth mentioning.
I don't know what you're talking about. They're very good.
They are?
Well, sure.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Didn't I?
No.
Why, you write like an angel. You know, these stories are quite good.
Oh, just quite good.
Isn't that good enough?
You mean, if you could publish them, you wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't. You see, the people are good, but the stories are flat. That's because not enough happens to you.
Oh, it doesn't, eh?
That's what I said. You can't lead a quiet, sheltered life and
Quiet,
expect...
sheltered? Down in that tunnel? With subway blasts? And Apopolis, our Rasputin landlord, cheating us blind? With Eileen dragging home newspaper geniuses and drugstore managers and anything else she happens to meet up with in the course of a day? With football players drifting through, not for no reason at all, did you stay sheltered?
Why, that's it. That's it. That's exactly the stuff. Write it.
Write what?
Write about your life in a Greenwich Village apartment. Eileen, the blasts, the whole menagerie. Why, it's wonderful.
Oh, I see what you mean. Why, sure. And so, that was what happened. That was what happened to me, and my sister, Eileen. There, it's finished.
What, the tunnel?
No, the book.
Say, Ruth, you seem so terribly down today, and golly, if you start feeling that way, well, who's going to hold me up?
Oh, I'm not worried about you, Eileen. Not while there's a man alive.
But after all, Ruth, men are only an escape.
Comes another escape.
Sherwood residence. Miss Ruth Sherwood.
For me?
Ruth, it's Chick's paper.
Hello? Yes? This is she. Her. She. What? Yes. Yes, sure. Yeah. Sand Street, Brooklyn? Yes. Yeah, I've got it. Sure, I understand. Thanks. Gee.
What is it? What's going on?
They're going to give me a chance to show what I can do. An assignment to cover over in Brooklyn.
Well, what happened over in Brooklyn?
A Portuguese ship, merchant marine, with a load of young cadets. They want a human interest story on it. Gee. Oh, Eileen, where is Brooklyn?
Oh, oh, well, you can't miss it.
Oh, thanks. That's a help.
Hello, gorgeous.
Oh, hello, Chick. Well, how did you get in here?
Your back door lock is busted.
Oh, well, gosh, you scared me half to death.
Oh, take it easy, sugar. I happened to see Ruth ducking into the subway, and I thought maybe Gorgeous is alone.
Oh, I see. Well, she's on her way to Brooklyn, and I do want to thank you for getting that assignment for her, Chick.
Oh, forget it. Now let's get your future straightened out. Will you stand still, please?
Well, I've been waiting for that interview to be published, Chick.
This week, sugar.
Well, gee, thanks. Don't you think you better go now?
Go? After I went and fixed it to get you alone without that eagle-eyed sister of yours around?
Oh, you framed my sister.
Now, don't get tragic.
Oh, you get out of here.
Now, that's silly. After all I've tried to do for that sister of yours.
Oh, go away. Take your hands off of me.
Stop playing coy, sugar.
Stop it, please. Oh, come in. Oh, Mr. Baker. Well, I'm certainly glad to see you. And now, Mr. Clark, will you kindly get out?
I think I'd do as the lady says, Clark.
Sure. Little hot for wrestling anyway.
Oh, Mr. Baker.
No. You're all right.
Oh, I really don't know what I'd have done.
Oh, there. Sit right down. Right over there.
Oh, Mr. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Yes. Eileen.
So, where is it? Where is it, I say?
Where is what, Mr. Apopolis?
My picture, my painting, my lifeblood, my career, my work, my art. Ye gods, it must be somewhere. I remember painting it, framing it, but where did I hang it?
Who was that?
That was Mr. Apopolis, our landlord. What's the matter, Ruth?
We're outnumbered, darling. The fleet's in.
Say two pequeños.
Oh, he's nice.
Help me get rid of them.
Well, who are they, Ruth?
Cadets from that Portuguese ship I interviewed.
Well, what did you bring them in here for? We got trouble as it is.
Bring them. They were on my trail ever since I left the Brooklyn dock. There were more than when we started out, but half of them got lost in the subway.
Oh! Oh! They're coming at me, Ruth! Help! Help!
Send up a rocket, honey. It's too late now.
Oh, Ruth! Save me!
It's too late, dear. They brought their own band. You better get in with it, kid.
The conga!
I'm surrounded! Here we go again. Hold on to your hats.
Ruth! Ruth, don't stand there! Save me! Save me!
What's going on here?
Hooray for Lana!
I knew it the minute my back is turned.
Officer, save me! Save
I'll
me!
save you for breaching the peace. Unlawful assembly. Sergeant the riot, get the wagon. You're all under arrest.
There you are, Bud. 5 minutes.
Eileen.
Oh, Frank Lippincott. Gee, it was so sweet of you to come all the way down here to see me.
Gee, this is the first time I've ever been in a jail.
You don't say. Imagine. Why, we're thrown in the clink twice every week.
Well, if you want an explanation for this, Frank, you can go right now.
Oh, no. I was bringing you this anyway. Chocolate-covered cherries. A special we're running this week.
Oh, thank you. You are the sweetest boy.
Oh, I'm glad you think so. Because I made an important decision today. And it's just as well that your sister's here, too.
Why, Frank, this is hardly the place for a proposal.
Yeah, oh, no, it wasn't that.
It wasn't?
No, you see, I suddenly realized that I was wasting my life. Now, you girls have the right idea. Follow your natural bent, whatever it is. So I'm ready for the bohemian life.
Why, how dare you? We're not bohemians.
No, we're not. We're a couple of girls from Columbus, Ohio, who are here trying to make a living. And that's all we're here for.
Mr. Baker to see you. Ruth, Eileen.
Bob! Hold everything. I didn't know you knew Mr. Baker.
Why, of course, Ruth. We had a delightful time this afternoon, didn't we, Bob?
I'll go out and talk to the man about bail. See you in a little while, girls. Just a little while.
Move on, you guys. Clear the hall. Other people want to visit in jail here.
What now, officer?
Mr. Sherwood from Columbus, Ohio to see you.
Dad!
Oh, Dad!
Don't Dad me. Did you have to come all the way to New York to land in jail? What's the matter with our jail back home?
It isn't the jail, Dad. It's well, they've got better reasons in New York for putting you in.
Hurry up, girls. Finish your packing. We're going back to Columbus.
Yes, Dad.
Okay, Dad, we're packing. Well, nobody can say we haven't lived in this dump while we were at it.
And it's so nice and quiet today.
Good heavens, what was that? Come on, we'll run for the street.
It's just a subway, Dad. They're digging it closer all the time.
Oh, subway, huh?
Ruth.
Bob.
Where have you been? I've been calling all day.
Well, they took the phone out.
What are you doing packing? You can't go.
See here, who are you?
Never mind who I am. This girl stays in New York. Look, I published a story, the lead story in this issue of The Man Hatter, your maid.
Oh, Bob!
Hold it. Oh, don't faint. It's true.
Where is she?
Mr. Craven came along with a contract.
Now, see here, I've made up my mind.
Who is he?
My father, Mr. Baker, Mr. Craven.
Where is it? I've searched everywhere. I am desperate.
Mr. Apopoulos, my father.
Say, Ruth, my wife wanted to know if, company?
The wreck from Georgia Tech.
Now, look here, Mr. Sherwood.
We're going home.
You can't go home. Ruth and I have a great deal of work to do. It may take years. Maybe a lifetime.
Bob.
Sign this contract. I want an entire series of the Eileen stories.
Oh, a series. Sure. Where do I sign?
Right here.
Well, what about me?
Huh? Oh, you.
That's it. I'll sign this contract if you get my sister Eileen a job in the theater.
What?
Yes or no?
Right. Yes or no?
Oh, Mr. Craven. Why, you must know just everybody.
Why, certainly. Go ahead, sign that contract. I'll take care of your sister Yes, indeed.
Now, listen here. I'm the father of these girls, and I say we're going to go.
Oh, look! A man is coming up through the floor.
Hey! Hey, where am I? Hey, please! We let the last one go in the wrong place. This ain't the subway no more. It's some dame's apartment.
Today, hungry men, women, and children all over the world have received new hope from America. From all of us who will get along with less food so that others may have more. From our doctors and scientists who have developed new, more effective medical aids for the sick and starving. Perhaps you've heard of the new developments in protein derivatives called amino acids. Through exhaustive research, clinical study, and constantly accelerating production, the House of Squibb is making important contributions in this field. To people who have known the ravages of starvation, amino acids will help restore health-building proteins quickly, speeding the return of full strength to wasted bodies. Because amino acids promise to become an even greater boon to mankind, the House of Squibb is devoting the vast energies of its scientists and laboratories to further development and production of protein derivatives, continuing the endless quest for perfection that lies behind all Squibb products. One more reason why, to families and physicians alike, Squibb is a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Victor McLaglen and an all-star cast in The Informer. Today's performance of My Sister Eileen was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Rosalind Russell, whose performance as Ruth you enjoyed today, may soon be seen as Sister Kenny in the RKO production of the same name. Janet Blair, who played the role of Eileen today, appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures. You will be interested to know that Janet Blair will soon be seen co-starring with Glenn Ford in Columbia's new picture, Gallant Journey. The further adventures of Ruth and her sister Eileen is now being prepared by Arthur Curlin for production next fall as a radio series starring Lucille Ball. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist of the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, brings you the distinguished star Victor McLaglen, Margot Graham, Wallace Ford, and J.M. Carrigan, playing the roles they created for the screen in The Informer, the picture which in 1 year received 4 separate Academy Awards. Mr. McLaglen will star in the role of Gippo Nolan, for which, as the best actor of 1935, he won the Academy Award.
This is the story of Ireland. It is the story of a traitor. In our history, the revolution of the 13 colonies against the crown was jeopardized by the infamy of one man, and our name for this traitor was Benedict Arnold. From the dark, bloody history of Ireland's revolt for freedom, There were many Benedict Arnolds, many a man who took the king's shilling. One of these we tell of today. The scene of his crime is Dublin, and the time a tense week of rebellion in Ireland's not-so-distant past, when the underground Republican Army fought for its life against the occupation police known as the Black and Tans. This is the story of the Informer. In a fog, clinging and wet from the sea, making golden ports of call of shop windows in the gloom, a hulking brute of a man walks warily down an ancient Dublin street, past strollers, past soldiers, past idlers, past a singer and his tear-bringing song, past the leaded panes of Dublin shops, past... No, to pause suddenly, riveted before a poster on a brick wall.
£20. £20 reward. Wanted for murder. Frankie McPhillips. They want him. Why, the dirty £20 for Frankie. His friend.
He tears down the poster, but the words tear at his brain.
£20 for murder, me friend Frankie McPhillips. God save him. £20 from the crown. Why, the dirty...
Down Dublin's ancient street in the fog strolls the towering darkness of a man. And after him, dogging his heels relentlessly, blown by the wind, follows the torn, tattered scrap of paper that was a poster on a brick wall, wraps itself around his ankles. He stops near the window of a travel agency and speaks to a girl who has walked out of the gloom.
Gippo. Ah, Gippo, I can tell by the look of you. It's no use. I'm hungry and I can't pay my room rent. And you staring into that window reading about things other people can enjoy. £10 to America. Information within. £10 to America. £20 and the world is ours.
Now, what are you saying that for?
Saying what for? £20?
What are you driving at?
Gippo, what's the matter with you? £20 might as well be $1 million.
Go on with you. Get the £20 from the gutter.
Saint Gippo. Too good for me, eh? Well, let me tell you something. You're no better than any other man. You're all alike.
Oh, Katie, I didn't mean that.
Oh, go along with you and your fine principles. I can't afford it.
Katie.
And back into the gloom fades a bedraggled, hungry woman. And slowly, carefully from behind Gippo, into the little island of light, comes the face on the poster.
Gippo, man. I'm lucky to be finding you here. Man, what is it? What are you staring at? Nothing, Frankie. But you came up to me so sudden like...
I guess I'm getting jumpy. Finding out there's a price on my head, £20. 6 months is a long time, me boy, to be on the run. So I says to myself, I'll sneak into town and see my mother, and I'll duck right out again, and here I am. Did you deliver my messages? And what did my mother say?
Oh, she blessed the saints you were alive. She followed me out crying and put half a quid in my hand to give you. Well, I was that hungry myself that I spent it.
Ah, you big lubber. That was her way of giving it to you. She likes you, Gippo. Lord knows why. What's come over you? What are you gawking at? Is there something queer about me?
No, Frankie, you see, I've been court-martialed.
Man, what for?
You remember the turn that killed Quincairn? We drew lots for it, and I got the short match. I couldn't kill him, Frankie. He swore he'd desert if I let him go.
And you believed him. What did Commandant Gallagher say?
Oh, he near plugged me when I went back to report. Now, the British think I'm with the Irish, and the Irish think I'm with the British. And the long and short of it is I'm walking around starving without a dog to lick me trousers.
Never you mind me, bucko. We'll be together again. Wait and see, like the old days. It's your help I'm needing now. I've looked you up first thing to find out if the Tans are still watching my mother's house. Is there a guard?
Not since Christmas.
Good. I'm off. If I get a chance, I'll see Gallagher and I'll put a word in for you. Up the rebels, me boy. Up the rebels!
10 pounds to America.
He wants to see you, sir. Let him come in. Yes, sir. Go in, you. Yes?
Well, it was like this.
Well, speak up.
Well,
what do you want to say?
Well, I've come to claim the reward. The 20 pounds for Frankie McPhillips.
Mary, the bread's that fresh, I can't cut it. Look at the crumbs it makes.
Mother.
Oh,
Mary.
my boy, my boy.
Oh, Frankie.
Praise be to God you've come back to
Save your praises for this fog that's upon us, Mother. It's the best friend I have this night, and me dodging down dark streets to get here. I was so homesick to see you. I'd have walked down the middle of O'Connell Street just to get a glimpse of the two of you.
Musha, my son, sure you must be starving.
Frankie, you shouldn't have come. It's not safe.
What a long face for a sister. I'm in with the fog, and I'm out with the fog, and nobody will be the wiser.
You're sure nobody's seen?
Just my old pal, Jippo Nolan. You see, I had to find out if the Tans had a guard in the house.
Now, you have a nice cup of tea. You can do all your talking afterwards.
No.
Open up, we've got you, Miss Phillips.
Go on, Frankie, don't stop running.
No, no.
Clear it! Out of the way!
Frankie! Frankie! Frankie!
Yes? Yes. Right. Well, Sandra? They called Sir about Nick Phillips. He was just killed trying to escape, sir.
Thank you. There. The 20-pound reward. You better count it. Show him out the back way.
Thanks.
Come on, out you go.
I've got to have a plan now. I've got to have a plan.
Ah, Jippo, I'm your brain. You can't think without me. You're lost. You're lost, me fine friend.
No, the devil take it. Oh, I need a drink.
Yes?
A double whiskey.
Jippo!
What do you want to be sneaking up behind a man like that for?
Oh, I'm sorry I blew up on you like that out in the street, I mean. Ah, Jippo, you know how I love you.
I got it. I did it for you.
You did what?
Never mind.
There's your change.
Jippo, where did you get that money? Look at it. And not an hour ago you hadn't a penny to warm your pocket. Did somebody die and leave you a pot of gold?
What are you saying that for?
Or did you rob a church or what?
Ah, that's it.
You mean that you robbed a church?
Yes. No, it wasn't a church. It was a sailor of an American ship. I went to him at the back of Cassidy's pub on Jerome Street. But if you say a word, you'll get me into trouble.
Who, me? What do you take me for? An informer?
What do you talk about informing for?
Jippo!
Oh, who's an informer?
Jippo!
Oh, don't be saying things like that.
What's the matter here?
It's all right, Barney. Let him alone. He didn't mean any harm. Oh, come on, Jippo. Let's get out of here. Look out for the blind man, Jippo. Here, we'll get a cab.
Wait. Bad luck to let him pass. Here, you.
Oh, thank you. And may God bless you. Jippo.
Oh, he knew me.
Jippo, you gave him a pound note.
What's the difference? Look, you go home to your room and get some food in. And I'll be there as soon as I can.
Oh, but Jippo, where are you going?
I just remembered something. They'll be wondering whether I'm not there already.
Who? Where?
Frankie Phillips' mother and sister. I got to go to the wake. Are they all up there?
All up in the rooms, Jippo.
Thanks, lad.
pity about the poor boy, Frankie. But 'tis easy seeing 'twas the work of an informer.
'Tis sure. 'Tis the work of an informer.
Frankie, my son, my son.
I'm sorry for your trouble, Mrs. McPhillips.
What are you shouting for? Don't you know there's a wake going on?
Let him alone, Bartley. Sure, he was a friend of my dead brother.
All the same, you should show more respect for the dead.
I'm sorry. It's tears in me eyes I have and a blow at the nose that I'll be having with me handkerchief.
You dropped some coins, Jippo.
Let him alone.
Sure, I was only trying to give them back to you, Mr. Nolan.
I swear by all that's holy, I warned him not to keep away from the house.
Heavens, Jippo. There's no one suspects you.
You've been very good to me, Mrs. McPhillips. I'm sorry for your trouble. There. Maybe a few coins will help you.
Why, Chippo, thank you. But we thought you...
I came into a little something, Mary, a little something. You know, I wasn't counting on.
I'll be going down with you, Jippo. Man alive, what are you hurrying for?
Who's hurrying?
Now, don't be getting your rag out, me boyo. It's a free country, and a man can ask questions without all this gossiping, especially from an old pal. Are you working now?
No!
And don't be shouting at me like an aboriginal. Sure, you can't blame me and Bartley for taking an interest in you for old time's sake, seeing as how you were one of us at one time. You don't seem to be in the need of money tonight, Jippo.
You little stinker. I'll teach you to dug me.
But Bartley!
What's wrong, boys? What are you up to?
He suspects me.
Suspects you of what?
I didn't say anything, Bartley.
You're a liar, you did, both of you. I know you, Bartley Mulholland and Tommy Connor. You're Gallagher's right-hand man, and I'll tell you...
Shut up, Jippo! Are you mad? Don't you know there are people listening?
Well, then, don't be accusing me, then.
Come on, then. Let's be getting out of here.
No.
Commandant Gallagher wants to see you.
Well, I'm not going.
You're not scared of the Commandant, are you?
Scared? I'm not scared of the finest man that was ever well.
Good. Come on, then, Jippo. This way.
Oh, that's fine whiskey. Nothing like the King's whiskey, Dan. Danny, there isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. Anything. It's nice to be friendly, Gallagher. I go through fire and water for you.
Who informed on Frankie McPhillips?
Wait. I'll tell you, Danny. It was that rat Mulligan. Mulligan, the tailor. Yes, it was the grudge. Yes, he had a grudge against Frankie. It was a... Oh, it's a long, long story. There's another little drink in the bottom of the bottle.
Take it.
He's already killed 2 or 4 bottles, Dan.
Come on now, Jippo. What grudge are you talking about?
The grudge? Oh, the grudge. The sister, Mulligan's sister and Frankie, you know. So Mulligan got sore. He informed on him.
I see.
Yeah, I saw him going to the time quarters tonight.
What time?
Time? Oh, it was 6:30. Well, are you taking me back, Danny, me boy?
If your statement checks, you'll get back. There'll be a court of inquiry tonight at 1:30 at the ammunition dump. Oh, Bartley, take him up.
All right, Bartley, me boy. You'll find me at Katie Madden's.
Right. Show him out, boys.
In a moment, we will continue with the second part of Academy Award. Have you ever come across a bed of fresh green mint on a summer's day? If you have, you've probably picked a few leaves, crushed them between your teeth, and enjoyed the sudden cool tang of delightful refreshment. Well, you'll recall that experience every time you brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Yes, you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. For the fresh, minty flavor of this quality dentifrice also wakes up your mouth, leaves it exhilarated, pleasantly alive. And you're going to notice a refreshing new sparkle in your smile, because the active ingredient in pure Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science. So for pure refreshment, morning, noon, and night, any time you brush your teeth, brush them with Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Use Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with Part 2 of The Informer, we wish to thank RKO for making this story available. RKO are also producers of Bad Man's Territory, starring Randolph Scott, with Lawrence Tierney as Jesse James. And now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Victor McLaughlin, Margot Graham, Wallace Ford, and J.M. Carrigan in The Informer.
Dan.
Mary, darling, I had to see you. Oh, Mary, I love you.
I love you, Dan. Oh, when is this trouble going to end? This killing and more killing.
It's hard on you women, I know. You're braver than we are. But it's Ireland, Mary.
Dan, why did you come?
Mary, we have to find the informer that gave Frankie away. Tell me, did Frankie think he was followed when he came home tonight?
Nobody saw him, only his friend Jip O'Nolan. He said he had to see him first to find out whether or not there was a guard in our house.
Where did he see him?
Let me see. In the street before the travel agency.
I see. Did he mention a man named Mulligan?
No, I'm sure not.
Commandant, there's a patrol of Tans in the neighborhood.
Thanks. Goodbye, Mary. Oh, there's a court of inquiry at 1 o'clock. I'll be back for you. Slip out the back way and meet me.
I will, Dad. Take care of yourself.
Minstrel boy to the
Of all the men that wear the green, he is me darling, oh. In every fight he will be seen.
He is me darling, oh.
Ah, me sweet Jippo, you have a lovely voice. A sweet voice. Shh. Listen. Even the birds are still.
Where are you taking me to, you little Scot? I may have to get into Katie's yet.
Ah, now, there you go, talking about Katie, and we having a fine little jamboree. Now, don't worry about your little Judy. She'll be always on the streets, never fear. Here, what do you do? Hey, let go, you big stiff. You're drunk and bedazzled, that's what you are. You're as drunk as a fiddler's dog. Take your hands off me. Oh, you think you're a king, do you? Well, you're a big lump of beef, that's all you are. You're drunk, and your last penny is spent, and I've no further use for you, Mr. Jip O'Nolan. Ipso facto.
Broke am I, you little Scot. I got a roll of bills, one right here, see?
Oh, beat the holy. Where did you get it, Jippo? There's enough there to choke a horse. And me joking about it a few minutes ago. Ah, Jippo, me boy, you're a king. And a descendant of kings. And I'd fight for you and die for you if the time came. Here's me hand on it, Jippo. The hand of a man that's loyal and true.
Come on, you little Scot. I'm going to find Katie.
What do you want?
Where's Katie?
What do you suppose he wants, you old Harridan? He wants a drink.
You'll get no drink here, you social climber. Why don't you go back to the gutter where you belong?
Now, don't be talking to Jippo like that. And don't be looking down your nose either, you old squint.
Oh!
I suppose you think we have no money. Sure, Jippo. Oh, good boy.
Holy Moses. Glasses for
Jippo, help me. I want to go back home, away from all this.
And where's your home?
Near London.
And how much will it cost to get there?
Oh, just...
Oh, here, take it all.
Jippo! Jippo!
Oh, shut up with you. And let's have a drink. Drink for everybody.
2 and 5 are 7, and 4 is 11.
11 pounds.
Come on. It's almost time. We've got to get him to the inquiry. Now, gentlemen, I want you to drink to the health of King Jippo. As brave as a lion and as strong as a bull. I'd go through fire and water for him, and he'd do ditto for me. You've all seen the wonder of your generation tonight. Money scattered like snuff at a wake. Shut up!
And who, may I ask, has the impertinence to tell me and Jippo to shut up?
Come on, Jippo. Commandant Gallagher is waiting. Time for the inquiry. Attention!
As you were. Peter Mulligan, you recognize the authority of this court?
I do. Heaven knows I
You have a sister?
do. Yes. But she is married and lives in America.
He's lying! Lying!
Just a minute, Jippo. You'll have your turn.
It's not for me to condemn you, Jippo. Maybe you're not responsible.
Why, bless you, what do you mean? What are you driving at?
Sit down! The rest of your testimony has been proven correct, Mulligan. Now, do you bear any man a grudge?
I bear no one a grudge. On me oath.
No grievance against Frankie McPhillip?
The Lord have mercy on his soul. What for?
Where were you at 6:30 tonight?
Why, I was walking to my home, and I passed Kerrigan going the other way.
Kerrigan. Did you meet Mulligan at 6:30 tonight? Oh, you did, too? That's all. You'll be taken home, Mulligan, in the car that brought you. I'm sorry this had to happen. Show him out, Kerrigan. Wait a minute. Sit down. Mary, will you stand, please? Thank you. Will you repeat what Frankie told you when he came home tonight?
He said he met Jippo in the street. Said he had to make sure there was no guard at our home.
Is that true, Jippo?
Well,
If not, why did you shout at the wake that you'd warned him to stay away from the house? Why did you lie about Mulligan? Were you drunk? Or what?
Well, I take it a little drop. Maybe two.
And what did you do after leaving Frankie?
Well, suppose I don't tell you. And what are you going to do?
Suit yourself.
Well, I'm all mixed up.
Where did you get all the money you spent?
I can't make nothing out, Danny. I tell you, I'm drunk.
He spent £2 in the fish and chips. He broke a pound in Ryan's. Gave a blind man a pound. £2 went for drinks, £5 to some woman, £4 to another woman called Aunt Betty, and you sent £5 to Katie Madden, and that makes just £20.
Me head is sore, Dan. I'm drunk, I tell you.
Where did you get the £20? Now tell us.
I can't remember nothing.
Who was the informer?
I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was doing,
Lord,
Danny.
have mercy on his soul.
Take him away.
Dan! He got away!
With this fog? Come on, lads. He mustn't get away.
Dad, what if you don't find him? I'd die if I lost you, too.
I'm not thinking about myself. It's all the others. The movement. It's Ireland. That poor soul knows so blasted much.
Oh, if there's only something we could do. It's this horrible waiting.
Commandant, she wants to see you. Insists on seeing you.
Who?
She won't talk to a soul of us.
I'm Katie Madden. I'm Jippo Nolan's gal.
Shut the door.
I've come to beg of you on my knees. He didn't know what he was doing. You can't hurt him if you know how it was. I shaming him for his poverty and blaming him for mine and putting the idea into his head. Leave him go, Commandant.
I can't, Katie. You know what he did. There's a dead boy lying down the street. You're asking something that's not within me power.
He'll never harm you again.
Do you think the Tans will let him alone now? They'll drag everything he knows out of him. His own fear will drive him to them and make him a weapon to destroy us all.
All I ask is mercy. I'll take him away, please.
Where is Jippo now?
He's in my room on the other side of the church.
Come on, Bartley. Tell the others.
Wouldn't you be giving him a chance? One chance!
I'm sorry, Katie. I can't.
Jippo! Jippo!
Man is inhuman. How can he walk with all those bullets in him?
He won't get away. He's going into the church. We've got it surrounded now.
Good Lord, have mercy. Jippo.
'Twas I that informed on your son, Mrs. McPhillip. Forgive me.
Jippo. I forgive you. You didn't know what you were doing. You didn't know what you were doing.
Frankie! Frankie! Your mother forgives me.
Like the most ruthless gangster, disease strikes at millions of helpless victims. But medical science is constantly finding new ways to track down and wipe out this most feared of all public enemies. Working always to supply your own doctor with more effective weapons in the fight against disease, the House of Squibb has played an important role in the development of such new products as penicillin. For instance, Squibb devised many of the mass production methods that are helping to make this great drug available to all who need it. And what an immense task it is. It takes 15,000 gallons of penicillin culture, enough to fill a railway tank car, to produce a mere handful of penicillin. Yet millions of units of penicillin leave the House of Squibb every single day. And despite this production miracle, every ounce of penicillin Squibb must measure up to those standards of uniformity, purity, and efficacy which, in every one of the great family of Squibb products, have made Squibb a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Ray Milland in Arise, My Love. The Informer was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time, when you are invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, brings you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, brings you Paramount's hit picture, Arise, My Love, which won the 1940 Academy Award for the year's Best Original Story. As our star today, we are happy to present Mr. Ray Milland, who, as Best Actor of the Year, won the 1945 Academy Award.
Spain, summer of 1939. The Spanish Civil War is over. And the actors take their places in the wings, ready to go on stage for the Second World War. Some, however, have finished their careers. They wait in a military prison to pay the price of the defeated.
Well, Lieutenant, it's my turn to be shot, huh?
Well, I'm ready. Here's my last will and testament.
Bring it with you. Your wife has won you a reprieve, Lieutenant Martin.
My what?
Your wife. Your pardon.
Wife? You nuts?
Senor, you will come this way, huh?
Oh, Tom! Tom, it's you! Darling, don't you understand? You're free. You're pardoned. Your wife is here. Haven't you got a kiss for her?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Tom, leaving me in a New York apartment with back rent and one child. And another one on the way.
No!
Oh, Tom, I hate you. I hate you. Maybe I shouldn't come for you at all.
Senora, he is a young man. When I was his age and engaged, I too ran away for service in Spanish Morocco. Salvador, bring the prisoner's belongings at once. I'm sure Senor and Senora Martin are in a hurry to leave.
Oh, Tom! Tom, you're free.
Uh-huh. So it seems, darling.
The papers await your signature.
Very well, Lieutenant. I'll take care of them at once. Come.
All right. Let's have it. Who are you?
Be careful if you don't want the two of us shot. They might be listening.
Oh, what gives, gorgeous?
I'm Augusta Nash, Associated News. I thought up this gag to make a story. An exclusive beat.
But why pick me?
It had to be an American for the home papers. You see?
Oh, sure, sure.
I hope you don't mind.
Of course not. I can get shot any day.
My darling, my darling. Oh, they have been so kind. The Spanish are the most civilized people on earth. They have soul. Soul.
I beg your pardon, but it is time for you to go. Can I call you a car?
No, Your Excellency. I hired one. We're catching the plane for Paris at 2:55.
Paris. I'd much rather be in Paris this afternoon than in your pine box, Governor.
Goodbye, Excellency. And again, I thank you from the bottom of an overflowing heart.
For not. It is nothing,
Oh,
nothing.
come, darling. The car is waiting.
Yes. Goodbye.
They say he shot down 19 of our planes.
Eh? Oh, yes. A very good pilot.
He forgot something. A letter. Addressed to you. His last will and testament, I think.
No harm in reading it. What a man will write when he is about to die. Finally, I direct that there shall be no melancholy among these, my flying friends, as I die an orphan and a bachelor. Yes, a bachelor? Maldita! She is not his wife! We have been tricked!
What kind of a church bell makes a sound like that?
That's no church. That's the alarm bell at the prison.
Tom, we're trapped. They're coming across the field.
There's a plane. Come on. Is this or nothing?
Look out, the mechanic spotted you.
Que sucede? Que quiere usted?
Shut up!
Tom, help me. I can't get
Up
in.
you go, baby. Hold on. This is going to be the fastest takeoff in the books. Here we go. Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away.
Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. You said that. I distinctly remember you saying it as we took off.
Yeah, Song of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 13.
I know, but why?
My good luck. Some pilots say terrible things. I say nice things. Scared?
Yeah, but I've got a Lulu of a story.
You ought to get better soon. You've got exactly 47 gallons of gas. In this crate, there's 2 miles to the gallon. That's 94 miles. It's 120 to the French border.
Why didn't you steal a plane with a full tank?
Look, I got a good notion to get out of this fat little cloud we're in and let those 2 fighters on our tail get in a few bursts, did you?
Have we got things on our tail?
Yeah, Spaniards with no souls at all.
Oh, this'll make a much better story if we land in France.
I'm sure it will. If we land back in Spain, it'll look reasonably like an obituary, baby.
Tom, they're shooting at me. Get back in your cloud.
All right, but you better be grateful to me when we do.
Phew! That was close. But what a story I've got now.
Oh, I don't know.
What do you mean? It's got everything.
Reporter tricks fascists. Rescues doomed pilot, chased by fighters. Makes French border with tailwind and prayer and one drop of gasoline left.
What about a love interest?
What do you mean, love interest?
Just what I say. Better move over here, Klaus.
I will not.
Okay.
Get back in the cloud. They'll shoot us down.
Promise to put a love interest in this epic?
No. Yes, yes, anything you say.
Now, as I was saying, what this tale needs is a little love interest. Darling? Well, you're right about that last drop of gasoline.
Where are we?
Coming down in French territory.
Oh, what a ride.
Well, you got your story, didn't you?
And you're alive, aren't you?
Okay, Miss Brisbane, hold on. Lafayette, we are here.
To coin a phrase.
Yeah, I got lots of them. What happens now?
I'm getting to a telegraph office to file my story.
Wait.
What for? You can't take advantage of me now.
Look, now don't be a dope, Gusto.
Go roll your hoop, hero. You're only a front-page story in my life. And if I never see you again, it'll be okay with me.
Hello?
Monsieur, a lady is on her way up to see you. A Miss Augusta Nash of the Associated News, monsieur.
No!
Oh, but yes.
Oh, but of course. Now, Paris is really Paris. Just a moment. Well, if it isn't French page Gusto herself. Come on in, baby. Paris sure was lonesome without you.
I'm here on assignment. I had to come.
Well, that's too bad.
I've got to know everything about you. 50,000 more words, as a matter of fact. You're a big success in the hometown papers.
That's what a love interest will do.
If I told the truth about what a cad you are, you'd be the biggest heel in the United States.
But in Paris, oh la la!
I've got a cameraman. A great big cameraman standing just outside that door. One pass out of you, and he'll take your picture for a welcome mat.
Relax, Miss Nash. You're as safe with me as you would be at home in a Ford Roadster on a Saturday night.
Thank you. Now, let's get the thrilling details of your moronic childhood. Born?
Yes, though some people seem to resent it.
Where?
Cleveland, Ohio. But tonight I'm in Paris, and they have a guillotine here for people who work at this hour. It's 8 o'clock.
10 of.
All right. But on the Champs-Élysées, the lights are bursting into bloom. In the restaurants, wines are growing cold, and women are putting perfume behind their ears. Miss Nash, have you ever been to Maxime's?
No, I always carry a box lunch.
Well, it has a red plush, candlelight, mirrors, caviar, champagne, and there's something in the air.
L'amour?
Yeah, all right, so I'm devoting my first 3 nights to it.
That's an awful lot of amour.
I was in jail an awful long time. I have reserved a table for 9 o'clock.
I won't go.
Who's inviting you? I'm meeting a lady there.
With perfume behind her ears?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's a Romanian. Oh. You know anything about Romanians?
No, I collect Persians.
Well, Romanians have no sense of time. This one always keeps me waiting. Now, while I'm waiting, I can be interviewed.
You can be stuffed for all I care.
Of course. You can go back to Associated News and tell them that you couldn't get the additional 50,000 words because...
I see what you mean.
Then shall we say Maxime's at 9?
Why, certainly, Mr. Martin, certainly. You will know me because I'll be wearing a shawl over my head. When you hear the slap of my bare feet on the floor, just tell the waiter I'm the girl with your laundry.
Good. And when my Romanian heavy date shows up, I'll expect you to run along. Good evening, Miss Nash. See you at 9. No!
You will hear the second part of Academy Award in just 52 seconds. Incidentally, you probably don't take much longer than that to brush your teeth. And yet, even in so short a time, Squibb Dental Cream can help you to do a more effective job. Use it regularly, and you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Yes, Squibb Dental Cream quickly wakes up your whole mouth with flavor cool and tangy as crushed fresh mint itself. And Squibb Dental Cream livens up your smile, too, uncovers natural sparkle that adds to your sense of well-being. For Squibb Dental Cream contains one of the safest, softest, yet most effective polishing agents known to dental science. So tonight, try Squibb Dental Cream, the dentifrice that lives up to the standard of perfection which distinguishes every member of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In a moment, you will hear part 2 of Arise, My Love. But first, for making this story available, we want to thank Paramount Pictures, whose current release is To Each His Own, starring Olivia de Havilland. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Awards, starring Ray Milland in Arise, My Love.
Now, you said you never met Limburg. Where were you when he made his flight?
I was in the Boy Scouts, Troop C, Wolf Patrol. I just rubbed up 2 scoutmasters the wrong way,
that
and
won't do. No. You were in New York, one of cheering millions. That was when you vowed to fly or die.
How did I do?
You turned out to be a louse.
Thanks. Have a drink?
Yes, I will. Cordon Rouge, 33, with a dash of creme de menthe.
Why, certainly. Louis, you heard the lady. Oui? Flower girl?
Oui, monsieur.
Gusto, I have a problem. You see, the last time I saw this Romanian lady fair, we had a bit of a row. She seemed to get the impression that I was something of a heel.
No.
Yes.
Don't tell me it's all over town.
Yep. So, Gusto, I must erase the footprint left by a heel.
Why, you're beginning to sound human.
Well, you see, I'm quite crazy about this girl. She's swell, really. Only she has standards. Now, these flowers might help. What should I choose?
Oh, you wouldn't want anything routine. How about these? Jasmine.
Those little things?
Smell them.
Wonderful. Chasseur, put these on my table, please.
Oui, monsieur.
Now, let's get on with our interview. You were in commercial aviation. Were you ever a test pilot?
Nope, that was Gable.
You'd better sip your wine.
Oh, yeah, the wine with the creme de menthe, of course.
Oh, listen to that. My favorite song.
Yeah, it's pretty.
My big sister's beau used to sing it. Oh, he had a terrible voice, but a lot of feeling.
Gusto,
Yes, Tom.
couldn't we dance?
What about your Romanian girlfriend?
Well, I told you she was always late.
Well, all right. But hold me so I can keep an eye on the front door.
Okay, Gusto, you watch the door and I'll watch you.
Tom,
Yeah?
Paris is wonderful, even in a rented Fiat.
You're terrific. You'd be terrific even in Pittsburgh.
Tom,
Yeah?
whatever happened to that fat Romanian?
She wasn't so fat.
How can you tell? She never showed up. Maybe she doesn't even exist.
Maybe.
Maybe I walked into a trap.
Gusto, do you like being trapped?
I loved it tonight.
What do you mean tonight? I'm playing for keeps.
No, Tom, I'm sorry. I've had a grand time, really, and I've had a grand time from the moment I first saw you walk into that prison office. But I'm getting out of this trap, Tom, right here in this corner. Driver, stop here. Now, look, Tom, let me get this off my chest. I'm falling in love, Tom. I know all the signs about me. Chills, fever, weak stomach. The works. And I can't afford it. You see, Tom, I've just gotten a break in the newspaper business, and I want to go places for a while. I want to watch history being made and write about it. I got ink in my blood, Tom.
Oh, nonsense. No dame with what you got showing has any business to have ink in her blood. And as far as careers are concerned, I'll give you one that'll keep you dizzy. Watching over a goon called Martin.
I know, Tom. When I'm near you, I keep looking at the world through a wedding ring. And that isn't good for a headline, Hunter. Now, look, tonight I go up to my room, and I beat my brains and write the last chapter on the life of Tom Martin, aeronaut.
Oh, nuts.
Then when I write the end of that story, I pack my bags and rush out and catch a train.
Train? What are you talking about?
Train to Berlin, Tom. Berlin, where the madmen are drawing a bloodbath for the world. Associated News is sending me there as a correspondent. It's a big break.
Break, huh? You talk of getting a break when those swine are getting ready to ruin the world? You talk of seeing the world through a wedding ring. Don't hand me that. You see the world through an ice cube, baby.
Tom.
Go ahead. Go ahead and try and write that story. Tell those millions at home how you won the heart of the dashing flyer. Tell them he offered you love, devotion, the real McCoy, complete with wedding ring and a little flat and sunny side. And how you bravely turned him down because you had to write about Hitler and his hoodlums, because, after all, marriage is for simple folk. But a newspaper woman has a public. Good night, Miss Nash, and happy headline.
Tom! Oh, Tom, it isn't so. It isn't so. It isn't.
Conductor, would you please help me open this window? It's stifling in here.
Sure, let me help.
Oh,
It's close in here, isn't it? Huh? These European trains always smell of eau de cologne and hard-boiled eggs.
Tom, what are you doing here? Why are you running after me?
I'm not running after you. Just happen to be on the same train, same compartment. It's just a coincidence, it's all.
Just a coincidence.
That's right.
Billet, s'il vous plaît.
Here.
Berlin?
Yeah.
Warsaw.
Thank you.
You're going to Warsaw?
Volunteer Tomislas Martinowski reporting for duty with the Polish Air Force.
When did you enlist?
Before breakfast. My credentials? The Polish consulate is working night and day, signing up flyers. Looks like any moment now.
Tom, did last night have anything to do with your joining up?
Last night?
Hmm?
No. Nights seldom have anything to do with my decisions. You see, I have principles. When Adolf takes a poke at those Poles, he takes a poke at people like me. It's simple.
Yeah. Simple.
What are you looking at, Gusto?
Scenery. Wood. Trees.
Yeah. The forest of Compiègne.
Uh-huh.
Look at it. A kind grandmother dozing in her rocking chair. Old trees doing curtsies in the wind because they still think Louis XIV will be passing by.
Who said that? Doesn't sound like you.
No. A French boy was with me in Spain. He used to talk about this scenery back in Spain.
He must have been a nice boy.
He was. He had principles, too. Back when very few people could afford them. You know, it'd be kind of a nice gesture if we could stop this train and take his memory through that forest. Sit beside a brook. Stroll where the wild strawberries grow.
Nobody can stop this train.
Only pulling that emergency cord.
You don't savvy much French. Sign says that anyone who pulls that cord as a joke goes to Devil's Island.
French is so excitable. Listen, career woman, you're as safe as in a church. You're worried about your career. Well, nothing can stop you now. It's Berlin at 70 miles an hour. No danger at all.
No danger whatever.
So, there being no danger, you might as well admit you feel toward me the same way I feel toward you.
All right. I admit it. There is no danger now.
None at all. Even when I take you in my arms.
No danger so ever.
Oh, honey. Look, I never did like kissing girls on trains. Let's get off this thing and spend a few hours in the forest of Compiègne.
But you can't stop this train now.
Oh, yes, I can. Watch me. All I have to do is pull this emergency cord.
Tom. Oh, Tom, darling. I know this is the forest of Compiègne. I think it's really paradise.
Well, seems the way to get to paradise is pull the emergency cord on a train.
Oh, Tom, why should we have paradise when the rest of the world is ready to burst into an inferno?
Let's enjoy paradise while we can.
Don't you think we'd better get back to the inn?
Just one more minute, darling. Just one. It's so cool. You know, there's dew in your hair.
And there's an ant strolling up your cheek.
I wish it were your lips.
Uh-huh.
Such a little kiss.
Such a little ant. Oh, Tom, this is too good to last.
No tears, please. Even if it is our last day.
No tears.
But it's early, and it'll be a long day.
Maybe the sun will stop.
Listen.
What is it?
Bombers. It's begun.
Let's get back to the inn. There's a radio there.
With 6 German armies pushing rapidly toward the heart of Poland, and with Nazi bombs falling on every important Polish town, the French and English governments await an answer to their ultimatum. General mobilization has been ordered in both countries.
Tom!
There's a train for Paris at 8:05.
You are Americans, I believe. Before you came in, there was a broadcast from your embassy on Prairie asking that all Americans return to America as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Oh, Tom, what do we do now?
Well, you'd feel pretty foolish to take a powder now that the race is on.
Yes, we stay. We're not turning back now. We're not running home just because we got sentimental for a day or two. No, we make great gestures, don't we? We're gallant. We're reckless. We're the new lost generation. You flying till it happens, till they smash it a bit. And I writing and writing. Oh, Tom, I wouldn't care if I never wrote another word.
Gusto.
Oh, Tom. You laugh at the little newsreels in Cleveland. To me, Cleveland sounds like heaven. Heaven?
I'm sorry. Ile-de-France is sold out. Aquitania is sold out. Washington's sold out.
But you said we...
Oh, yes, madam. Oh, here you are. 2 on the Athenia.
Oh, good. Tom, we're on the Athenia.
Boat leaves Liverpool at 4 o'clock. Plane in 1 hour.
Thank you very much. We're on our way, Tom.
Here you are, sir. Champagne and mint. And 4 glasses is ordered, sir.
Thank you, Steward. You expecting a storm tonight?
Oh, no, sir. Just a precautionary measure so the lights can't be seen. The Admiralty has ordered a complete blackout. No calls for alarm. We're at war, sir.
So we've heard.
Well, here's to Augusta Nash. Career woman, foreign correspondent, queen of headlines.
Goodbye, career woman.
Into the ocean with the glasses.
Into the mighty deep.
Toast number 2 to Tom Martin, crusader, avenger of the oppressed. Goodbye, Tom Martin, crusader.
Into the deep, deep, deep. None of the Athenia's life preservers thrown after. Not even a thought.
Not even a thought. Dead men tell no tales.
Tom, you wouldn't have it any other way. No.
No, darling. We're playing for keeps.
Oh, Tom, Tom! Tom!
We've been torpedoed. Clear those boats. Make for the coast of Ireland.
Here comes more boats. No, ma'am. Down the beach they sail more towards the village. More boats.
Gusto. Oh, Gusto,
No.
darling, my darling. Oh, you looked so little in that lifeboat when it pulled away.
What happened to you?
They fished me out of the water. One of 3 seaplanes. I've been flying with them.
Flying?
Yeah. A New Zealand kid, RAF. 24 times you set that 5-ton plane down in the sea and picked somebody up. The last time he was so done in, he just fell forward on the stick.
So you took
Oh,
over?
I had to, Gusto.
Mr. Martin?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, sir. The commander says it's all right, sir.
Thank you. I'll be with you in a minute.
Yes, sir.
They wanted me to help find that sub. They need me, Gusto. Oh, please, please don't look at me like that. Don't make me feel as if I'm walking out on you. Only yesterday we thought we could throw 2 people overboard.
God knew better. He threw us right back after them.
Yes. Oh, Gusto, I've never loved you so much.
You're joining them, the RAF?
Yes. But look, Gusto.
This is the end.
The end? You don't think this is the end? That some kraut down in that sub is going to click his heels and say that freedom is a sign of weakness and incompetence, and that he and his master race only have to push a button and we all go down like stones to the bottom? No. This isn't the end. This is the beginning, darling. A beginning of something you and I have to end before we can go back to Cleveland. Before any free person can go back anywhere and stay free.
I know, Tom, I know. There must be a phone in the village, and I have a story to tell the world. That will be a beginning.
We're ready, sir.
Thank you. Yes, darling. You say it to America. Say, arise, my love. Be strong so you can stand up straight and say to anyone under God's heaven, all right, whose way of life will it be, yours or ours?
Goodbye, darling.
Not goodbye. Just, I'll be seeing you.
Yes, Tom. I'll be seeing you.
This way, sir.
Okay, RAF, after you.
Today, thanks to medical science, thousands with heart conditions may now live reasonably normal, happy lives. That is why at the House of Squibb, no work is more satisfying than the production of digitoxin, used in the treatment of certain heart conditions. To give you some idea of the complex processes necessary in the making of this vitally needed drug, you should know that Squibb technicians must process 3 tons of dried digitalis leaves to obtain 1 pound of pure digitoxin crystals. Through the development of quantity production techniques, Squibb has helped to make this important drug available to physicians in uniform strength and purity for everyone who needs it. With digitoxin, as with all other members of the great family of Squibb products, the House of Squibb is following an endless quest for perfection that is the Squibb ideal. One more reason why, in home or hospital, Squibb is a name you can trust. Ray Milland appeared today through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and is currently being seen in Paramount's new production, The Well-Groomed Bride. Arise, My Love was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. You are invited to listen to Academy Award again next week at the same time when the House of Squibb will bring you another great Academy Award performance, the delightful comedy drama Ruggles of Red Gap with 2 outstanding stars, Charles Laughton and Charlie Ruggles. Until then, this is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night for the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, today bring you 2 distinguished stars, Charles Laughton and Charlie Ruggles, playing the famous roles they created for the screen in that outstanding comedy drama Ruggles of Red Gap. Mr. Laughton has twice been nominated as Best Actor of the Year and in 1932 won the Academy Award. Ruggles of Red Gap was nominated as Best Production of the Year for the 1935 Academy Award.
This is the story of a good American and how he grew. This is the story of Ruggles, a gentleman's gentleman, a man's man, an English valet whose master lost him in an unfortunate game of poker, to a horny-handed American citizen of Red Gap, a friendly town of the far west.
Do I understand your lordship to say that I was a stake in a game of poker?
That's right. It seems I lost you, Ruggles, to a Mr. and Mrs. Egbert Floud. Rather rustic chap, Egbert. Made a pile in mining, Ruggles. But you don't have to go off if you don't want to.
Go off, sir.
I've got an idea. I rather think they want to take you back to Red Gap.
Red Gap, sir?
Yes, Ruggles. Some outpost in America, I believe.
America, my lord. A country of slavery.
Oh, I think that's all finished. I believe some chap of the name of Lincoln did something about it.
I understand, my lord.
There's the bell, Ruggles. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't that chap Egbert to collect you.
To collect me, my lord? Very well, my lord. By the way, my lord, any parting remarks?
I don't think so, Ruggles. Oh, yes, of course. Stiff upper plate, Ruggles.
Thank you, my lord.
All out, Red Gap.
Well, Ruggles, this is home. This is Red Gap. Pretty far from London, huh?
Yes, sir. Are those cowboys, Mr. Floud?
Yep. Friends and neighbors. Well, come on, let's go. And remember now, none of that fancy butler stuff with me around here, Bill. As far as I'm concerned, you're Colonel Ruggles. You get that? Colonel Ruggles.
Yes, sir, but I mean to say, sir...
Right. Come on, Effie, let's go.
Oh, Miss Chills! Oh, my dears! How sweet of you to come and meet us.
Oh, how smart you look in your cutaway. I'd never have known it was you.
Yeah, well, I ain't so sure myself, daughter.
This is Ruggles, Egbert's man. We persuaded our friend Lord Grinstead to let him come to us. Ruggles, this is Mr. Belknap Jackson, our son-in-law.
Sir.
How do you do?
You holy cow, there's your ma, Effie. Ma Pettingill. You old maverick.
Sourdough, you old horn-toad.
Well, Ma, what kept you? I'll bet you were sitting in that old $silver saloon.
Ah, 'tain't so. Don't you know that this is the first train that's been on time since the railroad was built?
Foreign travel doesn't seem to have altered my dear father-in-law very much. I dare say you find him rather a trial after his lordship, eh, Ruggles?
Not at all, Mr. Belknap Jackson. Quite the reverse.
Hey, Sourdough, where'd you get that classy suit?
And that hat! Oh, baby!
Excuse me, sir.
Ma, meet the Colonel.
Hi, Colonel.
How do you do?
Where's your uniform?
Mater.
Do I hear the voice of that darn dude, Belknap Jackson?
Mater, you can't shake hands with him. He's a man's man.
You bet your boots he is.
Hello, Mother.
Why, Effie. Well, darn me if you don't look like a real lady. Hey, boy?
Mother, Ruggles is Egbert's servant.
Well, too good for him if you ask me.
Bring that luggage, Ruggles.
Very good, sir.
You're going to like it here, Ruggles. If Egbert likes you, you're a regular guy. And if you're okay with Egbert, you're okay with Red Gap.
Thank you, madam.
And don't be calling me Madam, Colonel. My name's Ma Pettingill.
Yes, Ma.
Well, come on, there's the wagon. Let's get going. Come on, Bill.
Bill, me, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Oh,
yes,
just
sir.
a minute, Egbert. I have written out this notice, which is to be printed in the society page of our newspaper. The Flouds are accompanied by their English manservant, secured through the Earl of Grinstead. He will no doubt do much to impart an air of continental smartness to the Floud reception today.
Whoa, that's some mess of words, huh?
Now, you give that to Jake Henshaw, the editor of the paper himself.
All right, Effie. Come on, Bill. Let's go.
Go, sir. Yes, sir. But is this the newspaper office, sir?
Oh, no. This is Nell Kenner's place. The Bohemian crowd's having a barbecue.
Hello, Sourdough. When'd you come off the train?
Well, I just got in, Jake. Jake, shake hands with my friend Colonel Ruggles.
How do you do?
Colonel, shake hands with Jake Henshaw, smartest newspaper man in the West.
Howdy do. Colonel? What army, sir?
Well, the truth of the matter is that I...
British Army, retired.
You don't say so. Well, say, that's a swell piece for the paper.
All right, well, go ahead, Bill. Go on. Now circulate. Make yourself to home.
Yes, sir. There seems to be a very tempting odor, sir. Could I inquire into its origin?
Well, that's barbecue sauce, Bill. Go on over and chin with the gal who's cooking it. That's Mrs. Judson.
Why, Egbert Floud, you old son of a gun.
Hello, Nell. I've been looking for you. Where you been?
This meat sauce is really excellent, my good woman.
If you're calling me good woman because you don't know my name is Judson.
I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, I'm sure.
So you like my meat sauce, do you?
It's very good. It's very good indeed, in its own way.
What do you mean, in its own way?
Well, I was just thinking that maybe a few drops of this and a little bit of that might transform it into a really superlative sauce.
Oh, so that's what you're thinking. Well, let me tell you that I've been making meat sauce for longer than I can remember, and nobody's ever found fault with
My
it.
dear Mrs. Judson, I was not finding fault.
Well, then, what did you mean by a few drops of this and a little of that?
Well, I only meant that maybe a little spice and perhaps some wine vinegar.
Who ever heard of putting wine vinegar in a meat sauce? Oh, why, Colonel. I believe you're kidding me.
I shouldn't dream of kidding, of doing such a thing, Mrs. Judson. I was only trying to put you right.
Put me right. Now listen, Colonel. You stick to the things you know, like leading a regiment.
What?
And I'll stick to what I know.
My dear Mrs. Judson, let us not become embroiled in an international squabble. Shall we dance?
Why, Colonel, I'd love to.
Hey, cheese it, Bill. Here comes bad news himself. It's Belknap Jackson.
Colonel, whatever is the matter? I must say you're the finest dancer I've ever had for a partner.
Would you excuse me for just a moment, please, Mr.
Well,
Judson?
Ruggles, what have you to say?
Only that Mr. Egbert brought me here, sir, and told me to mix. I am endeavoring to obey his instructions.
Don't be impertinent. I was driving past and I saw you dancing. Saw you with my very own eyes. Now, you'll leave this place immediately.
Not without Mr. Egbert's orders, sir.
What?
I am sorry, sir. I say, was that you that kicked me, sir?
Yes, it most certainly was. I hope that'll teach you a lesson.
Why, he kicked me? Yes, sir. So I did, sir. Why, I did, didn't I?
And I demand that ruffian be discharged at once.
Whatever possessed you to kick Mr. Belknap Jackson, I shall never understand.
Nor I, madam. Ordinarily, I am a model of self-control. It must have been Mr. Belknap Jackson's unfortunate behavior.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to go, Ruggles.
Madam, do you mean that I am to be abandoned to my fate in this uncivilized outpost?
Oh.
Uncivilized outpost?
You see, Effie, the man is utterly impossible. Go and pack your bags immediately.
But, sir, how am I to return to England?
You should have thought of that before, I'm afraid.
Yes, sir.
Now, just a minute, Bill. Just a minute. Look here, you two. Before you go throwing Bill out on his ear, you'd better get a load of today's paper. Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles, late of the British Army, bon vivant and man of the world, is at present the honored guest of Mr. Egbert Floud.
Wait. That's not the message I gave you to be printed.
I know, Effie, but let me finish. An intimate friend of the Earl of Brinstead, Colonel Ruggles will be a great acquisition to our social life. We understand that a series of entertainments are already being planned by socially prominent figures of Red Gap, such as Mrs. Judy Ballard and Mrs. Ralph Wilton.
Oh, this is disaster. This is complete social disaster.
Oh, how dare you pass yourself off as a colonel?
I made no such pretense, madam. You know Mr. Floud will call me that.
Oh, Mrs. Judy Ballard. A party for Ruggles. Oh, what are we going to do? Oh, how do you do? You must be Colonel Ruggles. This is Mrs. Byron Carey.
How do you do?
Miss Terry Grant, and I'm
How do you
Mrs.
do?
Ballard,
How do you do?
Mrs. Judy Ballard. We felt we simply had to make your acquaintance.
What are we going to do?
We've got to go through with it.
Effie, my dear, we've just called to welcome the Colonel to Red Gap. Oh, how sweet of you.
Sure, you'll excuse the Colonel for a minute. He was just going to change out of those black things into something cooler.
Well, we'll excuse him if he's not too long.
Yeah.
But I thought...
Never mind what you thought, Colonel. Charles will tell you all about it.
Come along. Colonel?
Yes, sir?
Yes, Charlie.
Yes, Charlie.
In just a moment, we bring you the second part of Academy Award. Until you've tried pure Squibb dental cream, you'll never know how much you may be missing in a dentifrice. For Squibb dental cream is 3 ways refreshing. First, it has a delightful flavor, cool and inviting as dewy, fresh mint. That's why you can taste the refreshing difference when you use Squibb dental cream. Second, its lively action brings to your whole mouth the sense of being gloriously clean and alive. That's why you can feel the refreshing difference when you use Squibb dental cream. And third, when you look in the mirror, you can see the refreshing difference because the polishing agent in pure Squibb dental cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. Ask for the dental cream that belongs in the great family of Squibb quality products. Ask for Squibb dental cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with the second part of Ruggles of Red Gap, we want to thank Paramount Pictures for making this story available. Paramount's current production is OSS, starring Alan Ladd and Geraldine Fitzgerald. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Charles Laughton and Charlie Ruggles in Ruggles of Red Gap.
Well, Ruggles, now the farce is over. Just what are you doing in the library, Ruggles?
I am discovering the most amazing things about your country, sir. A land of freedom and equality. Do you know Abraham Lincoln said in
Where did you get that book?
I found it on the shelf, sir.
So I see. Well, if you had taken the trouble to look, you would have found my name on the flyleaf. And if you had inquired, you would have learned that I allow no one to use my books.
I'm very sorry, sir.
Yes, and those house slippers. They're particularly offensive to me. They belong only in the bedroom.
His lordship frequently wore house slippers in the drawing room, sir. In fact, I recall one occasion when he went dancing in house slippers.
Oh, no. No gentleman would go beyond the bathroom with those shoes.
Do you mean to imply that his lordship was...
Drop that weapon.
Weapon, sir? I was only resting my hand on this bookend, sir. Just your imagination, sir.
Oh, no, it isn't. I caught the same murderous look in your eyes the night you struck me.
I hope that incident has been forgotten, sir.
Well, it hasn't. And that's why I'm giving you notice.
Notice, sir?
Exactly. And keep your hand away from that bookend.
I can't believe it, sir. I thought everything was going so well.
Well, for you. But for the rest of us, the situation is impossible. Now, here's your ticket to San Francisco. I fancy you can manage to work your way to London from there. That's all, Ruggles. You'll just have time to pack and catch the number 36. South!
My train is a half-hour late, and I thought I would drop in and have a bite to eat.
Welcome to the Silver Dollar Saloon, Colonel. Eat hearty. Well, what are you doing here, Bill?
Oh, Mr. Floud, sir. I hope you don't think that I followed you here, sir. I thought you were on your way to the ranch.
We are. Only we thought it wouldn't hurt none if we split a bottle of liquor first.
Well, what's eating you, Bill? Sit down.
It's very nice of you to cover an awkward situation like this, sir. But I must ask to be excused.
What's he talking about?
First time I ever seen Bill drunk.
I am not drunk. I just want you to know, sir, that I have only the kindliest feelings towards you both.
Tight as a tick.
And now, if you'll excuse me, I must catch my train.
Train?
Well, sit down here, Bill, and sober up.
Please, sir, I am not in the least intoxicated. I am simply trying to tell you that you were undoubtedly justified in discharging me.
We better humor him, huh?
Yeah.
Who fired you, Bill?
Oh, Mr. Belknap Jackson, sir. But naturally, he was speaking for the family. It's very kind of you to furnish transportation to San Francisco, sir.
To what? Let me see that ticket. Ma, he means it.
You mean that dude, Belknap Jackson, tried to fire you?
Why, yes.
Well, I'll skin him alive.
Now, remember, Ma, don't do nothing rash. He's your son-in-law.
Oh, quit throwing that up to me.
Then I am not...
Why, Bill, we wouldn't fire you. Not even if you look like Belknap Jackson.
I couldn't be happier, sir.
Oh, yes, you could. Drink that.
Oh, excuse me. I couldn't help overhearing. But will someone please tell me how Mr. Belknap Jackson could fire an important man like Colonel Ruggles? Fire him for what?
We spilled the beans that time.
You may as well know, Mrs. Judson, that my introduction to Red Gap as Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles was a horrible mistake. I am no one.
Oh, you must be somebody.
No, I'm not. I am just a nobody.
Yeah, but don't tell anybody, Mrs. Judson.
You mean you're just a plain, ordinary human being, same as us? Oh, I couldn't be happy.
Well, come on, drink up, Bill, and then we're going to up and move you back in the house.
Ah, but I don't want to go back, sir.
What do you mean you don't want to go back?
Well, I appreciate all you have done for me, sir. But Mr. Belknap Jackson will never consider me more than dirt under his feet, you see. And this is America, sir, a land of freedom and equality. And I must take advantage of my opportunities, sir, like Lincoln did.
We already got a president, Bill.
Oh, I am not ambitious for public office, madam. But I would like to become a part of this great country. You see, I want to be free and equal. Well, isn't that what America offers?
You bet your boots it is. Now, look what it says in the Constitution.
What?
Well, I guess Lincoln put it as good as anybody that day at Gettysburg. Remember what he said?
What'd he say?
Why, he said, Sam, what did Lincoln say that day at Gettysburg?
Who? Oh, him. Yeah, why, he said, hey, Curly.
Yeah?
What did Lincoln say at Gettysburg?
Search me, ask Ike. He reads the papers.
What did Lincoln say at Gettysburg? Hurry up before I come over and bust you one.
Psst. Hey, Ed, what did Lincoln say at Gettysburg?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, what kind of a saloon is this where nobody knows the answer to a simple little question like that? Well, what are you mumbling about, Bill?
Huh? Dedicated to the proposition.
Well, wait a minute. That's it.
We are now engaged in a great...
Go ahead, Bill.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. We are now engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives, that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far beyond our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living rather, to be consecrated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced, it is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the
earth. Well, darn my eyes, Bill. After that, I reckon you'll not ever go back to being a gent's gent. Why, darn it, you're a better American than we are.
Of course he is, you silly old coot. He's better 'cause he's new. The newest American is the best American. Why, ask any Indian.
Doggone you, Ruggles, I'm fairy, and so are all the boys.
Ah, snakes and Gila monsters. Look who's come to crab the party.
Belknap Jackson, now looky here. What are you pussyfooting around here for?
I thought I paid your fare to San Francisco, Ruggles.
Yes, you did, but I decided not to go.
You heard him. He's free, 21, and an American citizen.
Righto.
Well, then, I have a little surprise for you,
please,
Ruggles.
go away from me, will you?
I just heard that your master is coming here to fetch you.
What?
It's true. Lord Brinstead arrives this morning. He's making the trip all the way to Red Gap just to take you back into service, Ruggles. Now.
Yes, that's so. Well, I reckon old Bill will have something to say about that.
What's the matter, Colonel? You look like you'd seen a ghost.
I have, and don't call me Colonel.
Why?
He's coming to get me. You see, I'm still his servant, and I should never have tried anything else.
Naturally.
Tell him you can't go.
But you don't understand. The loyalty of my family to his lordship's family goes back many generations, Mrs. Judson.
And so you're going to drop all this. Your chance to be free, to be your own man among men, just to keep some Englishman buttoned up.
Now, Mrs. Judson, please. You see, just at this moment, I feel as if I should like to jump into the river.
Well, all right. Go back to your old lordship and see if I care. And if you're thinking of jumping in the river, jump in it up by the bend. It's deeper there.
You don't understand, Mrs. Judson. You don't.
Get out of my way and stay out of it. I thought you were a man, but you're just a jellyfish. Colonel!
Wow. Looks like that gal has her feelings hurt real bad. Slammed the door and almost shook her custard pudding right to water.
Well, Ruggles, you'd better be getting your black suit on again. And while you're at it, put on your valet's mask.
Yeah, now looky here. Wait a minute.
Say, what is all this talk about valet and everything? What's going on around here?
See, Ruggles, retribution. I'll tell you all the truth about this man. You have known him as Colonel Ruggles. Well, he's an imposter. Yes, until he began a life of fraud here in Red Gap, he was nothing but a valet, a manservant to this Lord Brinstead.
Thank you very much for announcing what I intended to disclose myself. It is quite true that I was in his lordship's service for many years, and I am proud of my humble beginning. And I am proud, too, to begin again here in America. And this time, I shall begin a free man, you see. Now, with your permission, Sam, I will ask this gentleman to leave your saloon.
Permission granted.
You asked me to...
No, I order you in the name of Sam. You see, this saloon caters only to the American spirit. And you do not represent the American spirit. You are a snob, sir. And a cad, sir. And a bounder, sir. Words fail me.
Then grab that pudding, Bill, and give it to him.
Pudding.
Yes, of course, madam. The pudding, Mrs. Judson's tempting pudding.
You dare to touch me, and I'll...
You see, there, I did it, and I'm glad.
What on earth has happened?
Madam, I very much regret that I had to use your magnificent pudding in a manner unbecoming a fine dessert.
Bill, you did it. You came through. You finally bounced that stuck-up snob.
Madam, I have the honor to ask you to share my new life, madam.
After seeing this, I'm ready for anything.
Even marriage?
Even that. Mrs. Colonel Ruggles of Red Gap.
Meet Ruggles of Red Gap, everybody. Well, come on, Colonel. Say something.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. You can fool some of the people all of the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Is that right?
If you were to visit the Squibb laboratories, you could see vitamin D in the making. You'd have to put on dark glasses first, though, because you'd be shown a special lamp. A lamp so powerful that its ultraviolet light converts a substance with no vitamin D activity into a product with 18 million units of vitamin D per gram. That's more vitamin D effect than you can get from the direct rays of the sun on a hot summer day. The lamp that makes vitamins at the Squibb laboratories helps to supply America's babies with the extra vitamin D they need. It is estimated that 80% of all American babies are now given extra vitamin D. That's why the incidence of rickets is steadily diminishing. And at the Squibb Institute for Medical Research, scientists are constantly seeking new ways in which vitamin D and the other essential vitamins may serve mankind. It's one more example of Squibb's endless quest for perfection. One more reason why Squibb is a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring John Garfield in Pride of the Marines. Ruggles of Red Gap was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Charles Lawton can currently be seen in Universal's Because of Him. Charlie Ruggles will soon be seen in Columbia's new picture, Gallant Journey. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, brings you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, today brings you John Garfield in Pride of the Marines with Rosemary DeCamp. Pride of the Marines is the dramatic picture which was nominated for the 1945 Academy Award as the Best Written Screenplay of the Year. Our star, Mr. Garfield, was nominated as the Best Supporting Actor of the Year for the 1938 Academy Award.
This is the story of an heroic Marine. In its way, it's the story of other heroic American fighting men, too, whose qualities in battle, whose qualities in the even grimmer struggle for rehabilitation made these American soldiers the pride of the free world. This is the story of a boy who's the pride of the Marines, Al Schmidt, United States Marine Corps. The story of Al Schmidt begins on an island where the scourge of the Japanese advance was first checked, Guadalcanal.
They're coming again, Schmidt. Keep down. They'll be coming any minute now. They won't come from where they're shooting. I think they're going to cross the river.
Okay, Diamond, how about cutting this gun in?
Wait. Now, fire! Watch those hand grenades. Let them have it. Oh! They got Johnny! Oh, you yellow-bellied, dirty, stinking, slimy pigs! The best guy in the world. Watch it. Coming in again. Diamond! Push me out of your way. Where you hit? Shoulder. Get me out of your way. I'll stick with it. Stick. Don't let him through. Lee, don't kick off. We'll get help soon. I don't want to be alone, Lee. You dirty skibbies. Try and sneak one up on me, huh? You ain't coming so fast anymore. Don't like what you're getting, do you? Come on, suckers. There's nobody in your way. Just a couple of Marines. Oh! I can't see. Right in the face. My eyes. I can't see. I can't see, Lee. I can't see. Al, don't do it. We'll get help soon. Put down that 45. Don't shoot yourself. Shoot myself. Just tell me where they are, Lee. Tell me where they're coming from, Lee. Tell me where they are.
Back home, a Marine sweetheart gets a letter from a sailor aboard a hospital ship. A girl back in Philadelphia hears about Al Schmidt.
Dear Ruth, Al asked me to write this letter on account of he can't do any writing now. I am a sailor and am taking care of his legs. An infection. But that's clearing up. I will tell you honestly and truly, though, that he is a hero. And I do mean hero. Al says he will be coming home one of these days and hopes to see you real soon. Lots of love, Al Schmidt. You see, folks, he says Al's all right. But then why couldn't Al write himself?
And as for the Red Cross workers here in San Diego Base Hospital, well, they're okay, even the blonde one who brings me a letter. But as for me, I'll take a girl named Ruth every time.
Ah, come on, pal. This is the first letter you've written yourself. Give a little. Big. Think how she wants to come to you.
Well, what'll I say?
Oh, you want to tell her about your gang?
Oh, sure, yeah. We got a great gang of gyrenes here, Ruthie. A lot of them from the canal. Lee Diamond, who was with me, Kababian. Where's that ashtray, Blondie?
On the desk, right by your hand. Your right hand, Al.
Oh, thanks.
Well, how about the rest of the letter?
Oh, that's enough.
Isn't there anything else you want to tell her, Al?
Like what?
About your eyes.
No.
Well, she'll have to know sometime.
Look, after I have my operation, after I can see again.
Well, then I'll tell her. Then it'll be a big laugh for the both of us, understand?
You know there's an operation scheduled for you tomorrow morning.
Well, sure, they told me. Bet you thought I'd be scared or something. Well, this is what I've been waiting for. This is going to fix me up.
Al, the doctor doesn't promise you'll be able to see after this operation. Maybe you'll...
He doesn't have to promise. I know them doctors. Like the one on the ship who was always saying I might lose a leg from blood poisoning. Did I? Here, add something to that letter, will you, Ruthie? Here, to Ruthie. Ruthie, I've been holding out the best news to the end. You keep asking me why I don't write to you myself. Well, the reason is my hands. I caught some shrapnel in them like a dumb bunny. But any day now, you'll be getting a letter every day written by yours truly himself.
Al, this isn't any good. You're just storing up trouble for yourself, for both of you.
Don't be a killjoy, Blondie. Here I am on top of the world. And take this from me, will you? It won't be long before I come walking up the steps of your house, Ruthie. And don't you worry about my hands, baby. When I get them on you, well, you'll know they're all right. Gosh, sweetheart, I can hardly wait to see you.
I'll say it, Al. Just make believe I'm a typewriter. Don't be embarrassed.
I can hardly wait to kiss you for the first time, honey. I never told you what I feel like when you're in my arms. Looking up at me with your eyes with that kind of funny, wonderful light in your eyes. Like you did on that railroad platform when I went away.
Say it, Al.
Lots of love, your brown-eyed devil. She used to call me that once. It's a kind of joke between us, see?
Yeah.
Blondie, look at this picture. Ain't that a nice face, though, ain't it? Here, come here, take a look.
Now, Smitty, I just looked at it a little bit ago.
Well, don't rib me. I only showed it to you once.
Yeah, it's a very nice face, Al. A guy could lean on a girl like that.
A Marine don't lean on anybody. If there's any leaning to be done, the female sex the weaker, ain't it?
Well, most people lean a little on somebody. Nobody stands alone.
Well, you just let me have that operation, Blondie. I'll stand alone. You just watch me.
Thanks, nurse. Well, I guess we're ready for you now, Smitty.
Not too soon for me, Doc. I'm busting at the seams. It's been the longest 3 weeks of my life.
Now, look, Smitty, don't expect to see the minute the bandage is off, huh? I've darkened the room so as not
Okay. You told me that, Doc. Just get it off, will you?
No, I'm not making any promises either. The healing process is...
Okay, but let's try it. Please.
Bandage is off now.
No. Not a darn thing. But I didn't expect to see with the blinds down. You said it was dark in here. How about the flashlight? You promised.
I will. But now take it easy.
Turn it on, Doc. Even if it's only a 2-bit flashlight. I'm going to see stars and angels and Ruth. Come on, Doc. Let me see the light. Bring it closer.
See anything?
Yeah. Like a locomotive headlight way off in the fog. Bring it closer. Closer, Doc.
I'm sorry, Al. The light was full on your face. Close.
Doc. I can't be blind. Not for my whole life.
Look, Al,
Doc, please. All you medicine fellas, well, you're smart, you're educated, you got ways of fixing guys up. I did my best, I fought. I'm not asking for so much.
Al, this examination isn't final. I told you yesterday it wouldn't be.
Oh, when can we try again? Tomorrow, next week?
Well, you're still suffering from the effects of eye concussion. There are still pieces of shrapnel that have to work themselves out. And you'll probably have to have another operation after a while.
When?
Well, we'll have to wait 6 months, a year. Even then, there's no assurance you'll see.
6 months? Well, what are my chances? Give it to me straight.
I have a book here I want you to take with you. And we have people right here who'll teach you to...
No! It's one of them books for the blind. I don't want any of that stuff. I want to stand on my own. I don't want any of that stuff.
Al, right now I'm thinking of someone. A doctor friend of mine. We went to school together.
He was blind from the time he was 10 years old. That didn't stop him. He's married, got 2 kids. He's a fine psychiatrist and a happy man. Are you listening to me, Al? I'm not saying it'll be easy for you. Not these first months aren't the toughest. But people get the wrong idea about blindness. A blind man is not helpless. He just has to do things in a little different way from the rest of us. Are you listening to me, Al?
Why don't God strike me dead?
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. Back in the days of the Civil War, the House of Squibb was founded to do what had never been done before, to produce with scientific care drugs of tested purity and efficacy. Since then, through 4 other wars and all the years of peace, the list of Squibb products has grown to include not only life-saving drugs, but everyday items for your medicine cabinet, produced to similar standards of perfection. Squibb Dental Cream, for example, has to pass more than 100 separate tests to ensure its high quality. And you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. You'll like its cool, minty flavor, its brisk, mouth-refreshing action, the way it reveals all the natural sparkle of your smile. For the special polishing agent in pure Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. No wonder so many prefer the dentifrice that's 3 ways refreshing. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Try it yourself. Ask for Squibb Dental Cream. Before continuing with the second part of Pride of the Marines, we want to thank Warner Brothers for making this story available. We also wish to congratulate Warner Brothers Studio, which on August 6th will celebrate the 20th anniversary of Sound Pictures. Now for Part 2 of Academy Award, starring John Garfield as Al Schmidt in Pride of the Marines with Rosemary DeCamp as Virginia.
Nurse, come here. I want to get this over with quick.
Listen, Al.
You got your pencil?
Yes.
Dear Ruth.
What harm will it do to think it over for another week?
What good will it do? I made up my mind last night.
Your mind's made up. Well, how about giving Ruth a chance to decide for herself?
To decide what? How to ruin her life? Look, she's worked hard all her life. Me, the big shot. I was going to give her all the things she never had. She wasn't going to have to work anymore. What can I give her now?
But, Al,
I won't have her being a seeing-eye dog for me.
Oh, how do you know she'll feel that way about it? At least tell her the truth, Al. Find out what she wants. She's not going to stop loving you, writing to you.
Then send her letters back. Suppose I do give her a few bad days. She's pretty. She'll meet another guy. She'll fall in love. You going to write the letter for me? Or do I have to ask Lee Diamond?
I'll write it. Go ahead.
Dear Ruth, I guess this letter's going to be a kind of surprise, but I might as well give it to you straight. I'm not coming back to Philly. Not now, not ever. And as for getting married, I've decided, well, it just ain't up my alley. I hope you'll be happy, and I hope you get yourself another boyfriend real soon. Yours, Al Schmidt.
Al, here you are. There's a long-distance call for you, Al. Here, I'll take you.
Oh, from where?
It's from Ruth, from Philadelphia.
I ain't here.
She must have received your letter. Why don't you...
Don't you understand? I can't talk to her. Tell her to leave me alone.
All right, Al. Hello. May I accept the call, please? This is Virginia Pfeiffer of the Red Cross.
Just a minute, please. Hello? A friend of Private Schmidt's asks if she can accept the call. Miss Virginia Pfeiffer of the Red Cross.
Oh, yes. She's been writing.
Go ahead, San Diego.
Is this Ruth?
Yes, Miss Pfeiffer. I got Al's last letter.
He's not breaking off with you because he doesn't love you, Ruth. Believe me, he does.
Well, then why?
Get set for a very bad shock, Ruth.
What is it?
Al has completely lost the sight of one eye and may never regain sight in the other. That's why he broke with you. He's afraid of becoming a burden. Do you understand now? Hello? Ruth?
Yes.
There's one thing I'd better find out, Ruth, and you can think it over if you want to. It'll make a difference in helping Al. Do you still love him? Do you want him? I mean, as a husband.
Oh, yes, I do.
Remember, he may be totally blind for the rest of his life.
Well, what does that matter?
You don't want to think it over?
Think what over? I didn't fall in love with his eyes, not the color of his hair. I fell in love with him, with a man, with Al. That hasn't changed because something has happened to his eyes.
Captain Burrows says to go in, Smitty.
Oh, good morning, Schmidt. Morning, Miss Pfeiffer.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, Al. Oh, sounds like Lee.
That's it. Sit down, everybody. Schmidt, I've got great news for you. You're getting the Navy Cross. Congratulations.
Al, that's wonderful.
Say, that is something.
And Corporal Diamond's getting one, too, although the ceremonies won't be held at the same place.
That's great, Lee.
Give me a wallop. The Navy has decided that you'll get your award at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Corporal Diamond's going to go on furlough, too, and he'll be on the train with you. And you'll leave tomorrow and be home in time for Christmas.
I gotta go back there?
Sorry, Schmidt. You're under orders. You're going back.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Goodbye. And good luck.
Thank you, sir. Where are we, Lee?
Still crossing Ohio, I guess, Al.
Lee, I've been thinking it over. I don't want to see Ruth. We're finished. There's no point in having a wake over the corpse. I don't want to see her at all, see? You send a telegram for me. Tell Ruth not to come to the station.
Look, Smitty, that's not fair. She probably planned a Christmas celebration. You're going to see her.
Lee, you send that wire.
Okay. I'll send it. First, I got something on my chest. Al, back there in the canal, I thought something about you. I never told you. It was after you got that grenade in your face. Toward morning it was, when we thought them Japs were coming in on us. You remember what you did, Al? You pulled your .45, and I thought you meant to kill yourself. You kept yelling, "Tell me when they come in, Lee. I can't see, but you tell me where they are, and I'll shoot them." Al, I was scared to death then, laying on the ground, waiting for a Jap bayonet. But I couldn't help thinking something. I thought that kid Smitty has more guts than any man alive. But I was wrong, Al. I think you're only hopped up by excitement like you're taking a shot at something. I don't think you got guts, Al. I think you're kind of yellow. You haven't got the guts to see Ruth.
Shut up! Shut up! You're a stinking liar. You're talking because you know I can't crack you in your lying face.
Okay. Just ask yourself a question. Would you do it over again if you knew you were going to be blind, Al? Would you join up? Would you ask for combat instead of shore duty? Would you do it over again? Al, listen to me. Sure, you're in a tough spot, but it's not peaches and cream for everybody else.
What problems have you got? You're in one piece, ain't you? Your wife don't have to turn over on her insides when she sees you. When you go for a job, there ain't nobody gonna say, "We got no use for ex-heroes like you."
That's what you think. Sure, there'll be some guys who won't hire you even when they know you can handle a job, but... Al, there's some who won't hire me because my name is Diamond instead of Jones. Because I celebrate Passover instead of Easter. Al, don't you see what I'm talking about? You and me, we need the same kind of a world. We need a country to live in where nobody gets booted around for any reason.
I'm all mixed up. Mixed up and scared. Dragging at the heels and yellow.
Oh, no, Al, no. I wasn't telling the truth before. You're not yellow. You're a swell guy, a wonderful guy. You're a pure sort of guy if ever I saw one. But, Al, don't leave all your guts behind on Guadalcanal.
Okay, Lee. But now we send that wire.
Al, didn't what I say mean anything to you?
Yeah. But I'll still send that wire.
You're Ruth. I know you from Al's snapshot. I'm Lee Diamond. Didn't you get his telegram?
Yes, I did. But I decided to come down to the station anyway. Oh, Lee, help me. I've got to get him back where he lived, amongst his friends. He's got to know.
He's pretty set on not going.
Where are you taking him now?
The Navy hospital.
He's got to come home first, even for just an hour.
Well, if you won't go with you, he won't.
I have Al's car here. Couldn't you tell him it's a Navy car, maybe? I'll take him to the house, and then tonight I'll drive him to the hospital.
Oh, I don't know, Ruth.
I want one chance, Lee. Won't you give it to me, please? It's his whole life I'm fighting for.
Yeah, and yours, I know. Okay, I'll see how good a liar I am, Ruth. Hang on.
Boy, sounds like Philly, all right. Good old Philly. Say, Lieutenant, where are we? I can't see so good yet. Can't you hear me, Lieutenant?
I've orders against talking while driving.
Okay. You don't mind if I talk to you, though, do you? I'm kind of hopped up about coming home. I got to talk to somebody.
Okay.
I guess that must be your perfume I'm smelling now. It's nice. If you don't mind my saying so, it's the first time a lieutenant smelled nice to me. Kind of reminds me of a perfume I once gave to... Say, I'm Bugs. Everything reminds me of something today. Well, you take this car. I knew there was something bothering me about it. You hear that little motor knock when you give it the gas? I had a jalopy once that did exactly the same thing. I got a little eye trouble. That's why I come here, to get it fixed up. Say, are we here at the hospital?
Yes.
Would you take this out for me, Lieutenant? It's not heavy.
Yes. This way.
Thanks. I'll take the bag now. You just lead the way.
Some steps now.
Wooden steps. Say, this hospital must be an old dump.
That's all.
Was something holding us up, Lieutenant?
Al.
Ruth! I thought there was something familiar.
Al, I had to do this.
What's the use? It's no good.
Al, it's Christmas Eve. Come on, Al, you've got to come in. You're home. Al, where are you going?
Stop following me around. I'm blind, Ruth. I'm helpless. I'd be a drag on you all your life.
Why don't you let me decide that?
Because I'm nobody's lapdog, that's why. I got too much pride.
Pride? You don't have any pride. You want to feel sorry for yourself. You want to feel lonely. You haven't got the pride to accept being blind like a man.
I'm going right now. You get in that car and drive
I won't do it. You're going to stay right here and you're going to listen to me. I won't drive you.
That's fine. That ties it all up. I could beat your ears off for saying that. But there's one card you missed. I may be blind, but I know where the phone is in this house. I'm calling a cab.
You wait a minute here. Oh, Al, don't you understand? If you go out of this room now, you'll leave me to stumble all through my life. What is there to pity about a brave man? Suppose there never was a war, darling. What if we were married and one day I got hit by an automobile and was left a cripple? Would you walk out on me? You know you wouldn't. Oh, darling, my heart has been falling over things all year because you've been gone. I need you, Al. Sure, you'll need me, too, but what's wrong with that?
Why shouldn't two people need each other? I don't know what I'll do if you leave me. I need you too much.
Lucy, don't. I don't want to make you cry.
I need you, Al.
I don't want to make you cry. It's just that, well, I was only an ordinary guy before, and I wasn't worth you then, and now I'm less than an ordinary guy. I can't see.
Less than ordinary. You? Oh, sweetheart, don't you realize that every single man who's fought is no longer ordinary? Don't you realize that millions and millions of people were looking to Guadalcanal every day while you were fighting there? They were. Millions of them. Every civilized person in the world, I guess. And it wasn't any ordinary guy who kept the Japs back that night. It was one of the most extraordinary guys in the world. You, Al Schmidt, Marine. Al, where are you going?
I guess I'd better unpack that kit, Ruthie.
Oh, Al. Oh, Al.
Well, looks like I'm home for keeps, baby.
Today, in Army and Navy hospitals throughout our land, thousands of men are being helped toward the happy endings they so rightly deserve. Doctors, nurses, and the full resources of medical science are working tirelessly to give the sick and wounded their chance to live full, useful lives. Many of the medical miracles that are being performed upon these men are possible only with the aid of the remarkably effective new drugs, such as penicillin and the various sulfa compounds made available in the past few years. In the development of these new drugs, in their constant refinement, their wider distribution, their ever-increasing application, the House of Squibb has played an important role. And this work goes on. For as long as there is suffering, the House of Squibb is dedicated to the search for new drugs and the perfection of those already known. That's why, wherever it appears, in a veteran's hospital, in your doctor's office, in your own home, Squibb is a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Pat O'Brien and Adolphe Menjou in Front Page. Pride of the Marines was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. John Garfield, whose performance you enjoyed today as Al Schmidt, is soon to be seen in Warner Brothers' new production, Humoresque. Rosemary DeCamp, who played Virginia, may currently be seen in Warner Brothers' production, Two Guys from Milwaukee. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, brings you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. The House of Squibb, makers of the great family of Squibb medicinal products, today brings you two distinguished stars, Pat O'Brien and Adolphe Menjou, in the famous story of newspaper life, Front Page, which was nominated as Best Production of the Year for the 1931 Academy Award. Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Menjou will play the same roles they created for the screen. and in which Mr. Monjou was also nominated as Best Actor of the Year for the 1931 Academy Award.
This is a story of the Fourth Estate, which will prove that man didn't know when he was well off and only had 3 estates. This is the story of a good newspaper man who wanted to get married and go to New York, of his tyrannical and resourceful managing editor who wanted him to stay being a newspaper man, and of other assorted matters pertaining to the case, including a guy who was to get hanged in the morning.
Duffy. Yeah, boss? Did you find Johnson? No, Mr. Burns, not yet. We've tried all the saloons and other places that you and Mr. Johnson usually go to, but...
The word is not go to, it is frequent. We frequent places. Frequently.
But I...
Get Hildy Johnson or else get your laundry out of your desk and get out of the city room.
I'll put another man on it.
In your hat, Duffy. I'm after that bunch of lily-livered, pock-marked peanut politicians who think they're running this town, and Hildy Johnson's the only man on the staff that I can trust tonight.
We've got to have somebody at the hanging, and
We've got to have Johnson.
Hello, Duffy. What? What do you mean he's getting married?
Who's getting married?
Johnson.
Well, he can't do that to me.
Where is he? Okay.
Where is he? In some church?
No, a saloon.
Good, good. He's getting up his courage. He's still got a chance. I'll get over there right away.
Okay, boss.
Well, Hildy, so you're leaving me for marriage. Why?
None of your business.
Well, how did it happen, Hildy? Tell Papa Burns.
There was a moon.
Oh, I guess that lets me out. Well, I'll give you a farewell party.
Thanks, Waller.
But it hurts, Hildy. You're not telling a fellow, after all I've done for you.
You mean after all you've done to me? Oh, you know, Waller, a guy's got to settle down sometime. Get a home and wife.
That's right, Hildy. I was never big enough to let a nice girl reform me, so I could stay in a 2-room love nest at nights and walk the floor with a crying kid when the fellows were out having a lot of fun. Marriage does make a respectable citizen out of a man. It must be grand. You never have to worry about a place to go. You always know you're going home. None of this jumping around at all hours, having to be on the inside of all the crazy excitement in this town. The 5:15 out to some suburb. A home-cooked dinner at exactly 7:30 every night, and in bed by 10. Unless after the tapioca your friends drop in for a neighborly chat. I don't blame you, Hildy. It sounds great.
Yeah. Excuse me, Waller. I just thought of something.
2 more, Mr. Burns?
Yes, Mike, fill him up. Well, that fixes Hildy Johnson's wagon all right. No woman's going to steal the best man I've got.
Mr. Burns.
Yes, Mike?
Mr. Johnson said to tell you should put that line on a Victrola record and play it for some country boy. He's getting married.
Why, that dirty, double-crossing rat. Give me my hat!
Press room, criminal courts building. No, Mabel isn't here. Endicott speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Burns. Why, no, we haven't seen him.
Hiya, slaves!
Hiya, big shot. Just a minute, Mr. Burns. Somebody just came in. Hildy, hey, Hildy Johnson.
What?
Listen, Hildy, will you do me a personal favor and talk to Waller? He's called up about 9 million times.
What's the matter, Hildy? You scared of him?
I'll talk to that maniac with pleasure.
Hello, Mr. Burns. Why, your language is shocking, Mr. Burns. Listen, you crazy baboon. Get a pencil and paper and take this down. Get it straight because it's important. It's the Hildy Johnson curse. The next time I see you, no matter where I am or what I'm doing, I'm going to walk right up to you and hammer on that monkey skull of yours till it rings like a Chinese gong.
Oh, boy. That's telling him.
Hildy, you dirty double-crossing rat, you don't do exactly...
Listen to him. Listen, Waller. No, I ain't going to cover the hanging. I wouldn't cover Washington crossing the Delaware if he did it all over again. Never mind the hair oil. Won't do you any good this time. Because I'm going to New York. Oh, I didn't tell you that, did I? And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay west of Gary, Indiana. because a Johnson never forgets. And that, boys, is known as what is telling off the managing editor.
Hey, why'd you quit, Hildy?
I'm getting married. See these railroad tickets, 3 to New York tonight.
Tonight?
What do you mean 3?
Me and my girl and her darling ma.
He's in love, Tootsie Wootsie.
Does Burns know you're getting married?
Does he know? He shook hands like a pal, offered to throw me a farewell dinner.
Oh, that's his favorite joke, farewell dinners.
Sure, he poisons people at him.
Oh, hello, honey. Get me Tucker 2164, will you? He got me into Polish mics, filled me full of rot gut, trying to bust up my marriage. Oh, hello, Peg. I know, but Oh, you bet I resigned. Yep, on the 11:18 tonight. Huh? The press room. I just dropped in to say goodbye, and I'll be... No, not a chance, honey. Got a taxi waiting. 10 minutes. All right. See you guys in a few minutes. I got to make the rounds and say my farewell.
Well, there goes a good guy straight to... Well, anyway, I hear he's got a contract with an advertising agency.
What doing, writing poems about ladies' girdles?
Who dumped this out of the window on me just now?
We promise not to tell. Sheriff, it's only a spittoon.
It was Hildy Johnson, wasn't it? All right, I got a good notion to take this press room away from you.
That would be a break.
Place is so full of cockroaches now you can't walk.
Personally, I don't give a hoot. But how does it look when there's somebody in the death house? How do you suppose he feels listening to all this revelry?
What you care, Sheriff, how he feels?
We're doing everything we can
to get your whole ticket reelected next week.
Well, when Earl Williams drops through that trap tomorrow, it's 1,000,000 votes.
Can we help it if the people rise to support this administration's stand against corruption?
Personified by Mr. Earl Williams? A guy who loses a job he's held for 14 years. Joins a parade of the unemployed. Because he's goofy from lack of food, waves a red undershirt.
Williams is a dangerous radical. And he killed a policeman.
Now, wait a minute. Once and for all, Sheriff. Will you hang this guy at 5 a.m. instead of 7? It won't hurt you, and we can make the city edition.
Oh, now, Roy, you can't hang a fella in his sleep just to please a newspaper.
No. But you can keep postponing the hanging so it'll come just before the election.
With this new alienist coming in, how do we know there'll be a hanging?
Yeah. What if the professor finds he's insane or something?
He won't find he's insane because he ain't. He's as sane as I am.
Saner.
Now, here's a resume of the situation. The newspapers have got to put their shoulders to the wheel. Impress on the radicals that a death warrant for Earl Williams is a death warrant for every bomb-throwing foreigner in this town.
Hello, give me the desk. Hey, get this. The sheriff just put 200 more relatives on the payroll to protect the city against the redcoats. Raise my bet a dime.
Okay, baby, give me the desk. Hello. The sheriff just received 4 more letters threatening his life, which he is going to answer by a series of raids. And to prove it's on the square, he's going to write himself 4 more letters threatening his life. Yeah, I know he wrote them on account of the misspelling.
Desk, please. This is McHugh, Joe. More on the Williams hanging. You ready? The condemned man ate a hearty dinner. Mock turtle soup, chicken pot pie, hash brown potatoes, combination salad, and pie a la mode.
Yeah, baby, you better get the rest of this. The condemned man ate a hearty dinner as follows. Noodle soup, roast beef, sweet potatoes, cranberry sauce, big hunk of pastrami. Yeah, and make mine the same.
Come on. Who opened it?
I did.
Shut up and give out the cards.
How many?
5. Well, all set to go, boys. Except to say goodbye to you bums.
I got a dumb brother who went into the advertising business, Hildy. He's got 7 kids, belongs to a country club. He gets worse every year, just a fathead.
Yeah? Listen, if you want to know something, you'll all end up in the copy desk, gray-headed humpback slobs dodging guarantees when you're 90.
Yeah, and you'll be out in the street the minute your contract's up.
Not me. My girl's uncle owns the business.
Has he got a lot of jack?
It's choking him. Look, he gave us $500 in cash for a wedding present. There it is, less than what it cost to get the tickets to New York.
I still say you'll rot in that overstuffed palace of blurbs that you're going to. Why,
Here, what goes on? Williams broke out of the death house.
Here, let me get that phone. Hurry up, sister. This is important.
Hello, Jimmy Rollins.
Come on, give me the desk, Oh, I might have known buying them tickets was bad luck. Hello, Morning Post. Give me Walter Burns. Burns, as an S-T-I-N-K. Walter, Billy Johnson, Earl Williams just slammed out of the death house at the county jail. Yeah, don't worry, Walt, I'm on the job. Yeah. Call you back. Give me Walter Burns. Walter, listen. I got the whole thing. Got it from Jacoby. Sure, it's exclusive. It's a pip. Only get this. It cost me $260 to bribe the guy. The dough my girl gave me to get us to New York. Okay, all right. But don't forget to send that dough. Look, this is the jailbreak of your dreams. This profound thinker, the alienist they hired to examine Williams, yeah, the one from Vienna. Yeah, well, he decided to make Williams reenact the crime. Shut up and listen. He had to have a gun to reenact it with. And who do you suppose supplied the gun? The sheriff. The sheriff gave his gun to the professor gave it to Earl, and Earl shot the professor right in the stomach. The professor's in the hospital, Williams is evaporated, and the sheriff's gone nuts. Ain't it perfect? Hold the phone, Walter, I'm not finished yet. Send that dough over right now. I just did this as a personal favor. I'm leaving town. No, I don't get married. Tell the guy to hurry with it. I'll wait here. Oh, hello, Peggy.
And what was that?
Well, nothing. I was just telling Burns I was through, that's all. Hello, darling.
Oh, now, Hildy, you haven't done something foolish with our money.
No.
Then I think I better take care of it from now on.
Now, sweetheart, it's going to be perfectly all right.
Oh, then you haven't got it.
No, not this minute, but he's sending it right over. Walter, I mean. He'll be here any minute.
Walter. Oh, Hildy, that man makes you do everything he wants. You're just a string around his finger.
Oh, baby, listen. I was just here by accident, and something happened. I had to use some of our money to get information. Now, I'll get it back.
Look, Hildy, Mother's downstairs in a taxi cab. I'm just ashamed to face her. If she knew about that money, well, it's all we've got in the world, Hildy. We haven't even got a place to sleep except the train.
Well, I'll tell you what. You and Mother go over to the station and get the baggage checked. Here's the tickets.
You mean you're not coming?
Oh, of course I'm coming. I'll meet you both at the information booth.
Oh, it's all that Walter Burns. You simply can't resist him.
Come on, Hildy. Tip on Williams' hideout. We go with the riot squad.
Well, okay. Wait.
Oh, you're not going with them?
Oh, Peggy, wait for me at the information booth.
Oh, we'll watch downstairs first to see you don't go anywhere with the riot squad.
Okay, baby. I'll just finish up here for a few minutes and meet you under the clock.
All right, Hildy. But if you don't come, I'll never trust you again. So there.
Oh, I have to get married on a day like this.
Is this the press room? I'm looking for the sheriff.
I'm the sheriff.
You're certainly a hard fellow to find.
Well, what do you want? I'm the mayor.
Well, I'm Pincus, a messenger from the State House. This is from the governor.
What's from the governor?
The reprieve for Earl Williams.
For who? Wait a minute. Who else knows about this?
Well, they were all standing around when he wrote it. It was after they got back from fishing.
Get the governor on the phone.
They ain't got a phone. They're duck shooting now.
Oh, a lot of blasted nimrods. Pure politics.
We got to think fast before those lying reporters get hold of this. What'll we tell them?
Tell them the party is through in this state on account of you. Here, you. What's your name?
Pincus.
You never arrived with this, whatever it is. Get that?
Yes, I did.
How much do you make a week?
$40.
How would you like a job for $350 a month?
Me?
All you have to do is to lay low and keep your mouth shut. Here, go to this address. It's a nice, homey little place. Tell her Fred sent you.
Listen, Burns. I'm waiting here. Where's the guy with my dough? If you try to double-cross me, I'll... Holy mackerel, I'm seeing ghosts. Earl Williams just crawled through the window. Hang up. I'll call you right back. Williams, I saw you when that searchlight went past the window. Drop that gun.
It ain't loaded. I fired all the bullets already. I surrender. I couldn't hang onto that roof any longer. You know, I'm not afraid to die. I was telling the fella that when he handed me the gun.
Shut up a second. I'll lock that door.
Waking me up in the middle of the night. Talking to me about things they don't understand. Calling me a radical. I'm an anarchist.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with bombs. It's the philosophy that guarantees every man freedom.
Yeah.
All those poor people being crushed by the system. All those boys that was killed in the war and in the slums. All of those slaves to a crust of bread. I can hear him crying.
Shut up, will you?
Go on. Take me back. Hang me. I done my best.
Hildy! Hildy! I know you're in there. Mama says she's tired of waiting.
No, shut up! No, not you, Peggy. Get me the managing editor. Get me Walter Burns, but quick.
Hildy, Mama wants you to come right down this minute.
Don't, Peggy, for... Hello, Walter. Something big has happened. I captured Earl Williams in the press room. Get over here right away!
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. When you ask for a tube of Squibb dental cream, you're really asking for a tube of pure refreshment. There's refreshment in the flavor of Squibb dental cream. It's so cool and tangy, like the taste of tender green mint. There's refreshment in the brisk action of Squibb dental cream. It wakes up your mouth, leaves teeth and gums feeling delightfully clean. But that isn't all. You can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference when you use Squibb dental cream. It helps to bring out the natural sparkle of your smile, because the special polishing agent in this quality dentifrice is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. In every way, Squibb dental cream lives up to the famous standard of perfection that distinguishes all the great family of Squibb products. Try Squibb dental cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before we bring you part two of Front Page, we want to thank the writers of this picture, Ben Hecht and Charles MacArthur, for making the story available. And now the House of Squibb presents part two of Academy Award, starring Pat O'Brien and Adolphe Monjou in Front Page.
All right, Hildy. Where's Earl Williams?
Did you bring my money?
You'll get your money. Where is he?
In that desk.
Let me out. I can't stand it.
Shut up. You're sitting pretty.
For the love of Mike, Mother!
What's the matter here?
Who's she?
It's my girl's mother.
What are you doing?
Shut up!
I won't shut up. You're doing something wrong. What's in there?
Oh, Louis. Louis, come in here.
Yeah, boss.
Take this lady over to Black Mike's and lock her up. See that she doesn't talk to anyone on the way.
What's that?
Okay.
Oh, Waller, you can't do that.
Tell him it's a case of delirium tremens.
Listen, Waller, this will get me in a terrific jam. Don't worry, Mother. This is only temporary.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Let go of me. I got to get my girl.
Your girl? Why, in time of war, you could be shot for what you're trying to do.
I'm nuts! There's your story in that desk.
Story? We got the city hall where we want him. We're going to crucify those jerks. We'll keep Williams under cover until morning, so the Morning Post can break the story exclusive. Then we'll let the governor in on the capture. He can share the glory. Why, you sap? They'll be naming streets after you over this.
Yeah, but we can't leave Williams here.
No, we'll get the boys to move him in that desk over to our office. Get that typewriter.
Huh?
Start pounding out a lead. Come on, snap into it.
How much do you want on it, Waller?
Hello, this is Burns. Put Duffy on. Snap into it. What? Hildy, give me all the words you got. Hello, Duffy. I want 10 Huskies over here at the press room right away. Now listen, Duffy. I want you to tear out the whole front page. That's what I said. The whole front page out. Hildy Johnson's writing the lead.
Hildy!
What the devil do you want?
Hildy!
What?
You can't come in here, miss. Get out.
Listen, darling.
Where's Mother?
I don't care if there's a million dead, Duffy. Make room for this story.
Peggy, I got to ask you to do something, a big favor.
You're not coming.
Take all those Miss America pictures off page 6. Hold it, Duffy.
You're doing this to him. He was going and you stopped him.
Get out of here.
Peggy, I can explain.
You'll keep your mouth shut. Hello, Duffy. What? I don't care. Jump to Louis Kahn controversy. Spike it.
Peggy, you're marrying a newspaper man, not a jug-headed fancy boy.
Oh, you never did love me, or you couldn't talk to me that way.
I can't stand it in here. I'm smothering to death.
Get back in there, you mock turtle. Not you, Duffy. Put Butch on.
Oh, this is the end.
I don't give a... Don't leave me, Peggy.
Keep it coming, Hildy boy. Get the story out. Hello, Butch. Never mind the audition for the mail train. Hold it up. Stop the presses. Listen, you're not working for the advertising department. Keep on this wire.
Boss, we hit a patrol wagon. It was on the wrong side of the street.
Where's Mother?
I should know. She beat it someplace, I guess, or they took her to the morgue.
You moron. Didn't you even lock her up someplace?
I couldn't, boss. I told you we hit a patsy wagon, and I'm that way with the cops just now.
Oh, she's dead. That finishes me. I killed her. I let you send her away. Now how can I face Peggy?
If it was my own mother, I'd carry on for the paper.
You gotta get me out of this desk. I'm choking.
Shut up, you. It's better than hanging.
Here you are, Sheriff.
All right. Wise guys. Thought you were going to get away with something, didn't you? We know you got Williams.
Yeah, where are you hiding him, you double-crossing heel?
Let go of me. My mother is dead.
Who do you think you are, busting in here like this?
You can't bluff me, Burns. I don't care who you are or what paper you're editor of.
Let go of me, Sheriff, or...
Let go of me, you punks.
Hey, he's got a gun.
Give me that.
I got a right to carry a gun if I want it.
Not this gun. This happens to be the gun that Earl Williams shot his way out with. You're under arrest, Johnson. You too, Burns.
Who's under arrest, you pinhead? You realize what you're doing?
Yep. Send for the mayor, boys.
I won't make up with him, Mother.
Who did it, madam?
That man there, officer.
Mother, are you all right, Mother?
What's the idea? What are you cops doing in here?
This dame says she was kidnapped.
That man was in charge of everything. He told them to kidnap me.
Are you referring to me, madam?
Kidnapping, eh?
And I'll tell you something more. I'll tell you why they did it.
Please, Mother!
Come on, Hildy, we got to get bail.
I was in here, and they had some kind of a murderer. They were hiding him.
They were what? Mother, shut up!
Madam, you're a cockeyed liar.
Don't shoot. I'm smothered. I give up. Let me out.
Aha, harboring a fugitive from justice.
That's him. That's the one they were hiding.
Oh, you gray-haired old Judas.
So you got him, eh, Sheriff? Good work. Good work.
Yep, Mayor, there they are. Look kind of natural, don't they, with those handcuffs on?
Sheriff, you're going to wish you'd never been born.
A sight for sore eyes. Well, it looks like you boys bit off more than you can chew.
Yep, looks like about 10 years apiece for them.
Oh, go suck your fat head.
These guys are going to be in office about 2 days more. Then we're pulling their noses out of the feed bag.
I sent for the district attorney. You know what you smart boys will be doing, making brooms at the state pen.
I want a lawyer. I got a right to have a lawyer. Hildy, call my lawyer.
No lawyers are going to be able to help you, Burns.
This is the Morning Post you're talking to.
Yeah, the power of the press.
Sheriff in here?
Yeah, the ugly one. That's your man.
Here's your reprieve, Sheriff.
Get out of here!
You can't bribe me.
What's this?
Get out of here, you!
I won't. Here's your reprieve.
What?
I won't take their graft or their bribes. I'm a family man.
Who was bribing you?
They were. They wouldn't take the governor's reprieve for Williams.
This is a frame-up.
Oh, murder, huh? You were going to murder Williams. Oh. Mr. Pincus, you are a sterling character, a really great man. Now just step right over to this phone and dictate your true story of how the mayor and the sheriff defied an order of the governor of this state, and we're going to go ahead and hang a man that had been reprieved just so they could make a little character before an election. Step right over here, Mr. Pincus.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. Maybe we've been too hasty. Let's talk this thing over. Take their handcuffs off, you blundering idiots.
Yes, sir.
Right over this way, Mr. Pincus.
If you're going to print my story in the paper, maybe you'd like this picture of my wife.
Why, Mr. Pincus, how thoughtful of you. A very, very handsome woman.
Thank you.
Hildy, get on that phone. Hello, Duffy. Listen. Tear out that whole front page. Yeah, tear it out again.
Oh, Hildy, are we really going to New York this time?
You know we are, darling.
Why, I wouldn't let him stay. Go on, Hildy, before I make you city editor.
Hurry up, Peggy. Better get that train. He means it.
Any objections to my kissing the bride?
No. Go ahead. Kiss the guy, Mrs. Johnson.
I wish there was time to get you a little wedding present, but wait a minute. This watch of mine.
Oh, no, Walter. You make me feel like the bride.
Shut up. It was a present from the big boss himself. If you look inside, you'll find a little inscription. To the best newspaperman I know. When you get to New York, Hildy, you can scratch out my name and put yours in its place, if you want it.
Oh, you know I wouldn't do that.
Oh, go on, Hildy, if Mr. Burns wants you to. You don't want to hurt his feelings.
Well,
This is the first and last thing I ever got from a newspaper.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Burns. You know, I always had a queer opinion of you, Mr. Burns. I still think you're a little peculiar, and so does Mother. But you're all right. Underneath, I mean. I think you're a peach.
So are you. You look just like a little flower.
Goodbye, you big baboon.
Goodbye.
Hello. Hello, Duffy. What's the first stop of the 1240 to New York? That's right. I want you to send a wire to the chief of police. Tell him to meet that train and arrest Hildy Johnson and bring him back here. Wire him a full description. The dirty bum stole my watch.
Only a little more than a generation ago, druggists had to compound many doctors' prescriptions from natural products purchased in such crude forms as roots, bark, leaves, and seeds. There was no other way. But today, your pharmacist starts his work with drugs which have already been scientifically purified and refined for him. First to produce many such drugs, the House of Squibb has played a vital part in the swift development of the profession of pharmacy. And so today, the uniformity, purity, and efficacy of many prescribed medicines can be traced to the uniformity, purity, and efficacy of the Squibb products used in their making. Your pharmacist, like your doctor, knows from daily experience how much Squibb's standards of quality mean to the cause of human health. He knows that every product bearing the Squibb name is the result of a quest for perfection that never ceases. That's why Squibb is a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Frederick March in A Star is Born. Today's performance of Front Page was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Pat O'Brien, whose performance you enjoyed today as Hildy Johnson, is soon to be seen in RKO's production Crack-Up. Adolphe Manjou, who played the part of Walter Burns, may currently be seen in Sam Wood's RKO production Heartbeat. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, brings you the distinguished star, Mr. Frederick March, who has 3 times been nominated as Best Actor of the Year and in 1931 won
the Academy Award. You will hear Mr. March in one of the most famous of all Academy Award-winning pictures, that great drama of Hollywood, A Star is Born, which, as Best Original Story, won the 1937 Academy Award.
High heels, low heels, clicking across the lobby of my little Hollywood hotel. High heels, low heels that have come from all over America to win a place in the movies.
Anything for me, Pop? Anything for Esther Blodgett?
Yes, Blodgett. Well, let me see. Nope, nothing. How was the luck today?
There wasn't any.
Maybe you don't go at it right. Now you take Danny McGuire here. He knows the ropes, don't you, Danny?
Sure, had him around my neck for years.
Miss Blodgett, Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire works in pictures when he works.
How are you?
Why, I'm not working at all. I'm just beginning to think I'll never get a job. I guess I'm beginning to get a little scared.
Uh-oh. Well, there's only one thing to do for that feeling when you're tired and sunk and down to your last nickel. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Feel better, Esther?
Yes, Danny. And when I sign my contract, the first thing I'm going to do is to see that you direct every picture I'm in. And another thing I'll insist on is that Norman Maine plays my leading man.
Atta girl. Hey, how did he get in here?
Oh, he's been my ideal for 8.
Yeah? Look, Esther, since you won't go back home and you're bent to stick here in Hollywood, you gotta eat.
Right.
And to eat, you gotta work.
Right.
So, well, believe it or not, I got a job for you.
Danny? Oh, that's wonderful. When do I go to the studio?
Well, you don't exactly go to a studio. It's to be a waitress. You see, it's a kind of a movie job in a way.
You said it was to be a waitress.
Yeah, but it's waitressing for Casey Burke, the big director over at our studio. He's throwing a party tomorrow night to celebrate on account of finishing the picture, and he told me to get him an extra waitress. Oh, a lot of people will see you, honey, and it's $5.
Hello, Oliver. Do you want to fire me now or wait till you see the picture? I'm not a director anymore. I'm a male nurse.
Oh, Burke, what's the matter with the picture?
A guy named Norman Maine. His work is beginning to interfere with his drinking.
You do all right with Norman.
Yeah, I'm told I make some marvelous bromo seltzer.
Excuse me. Oliver, darling, Mr. Libby from your publicity department is here. Something about Mr. Maine.
Oh, yes. Probably some little thing. Hey, yes, Libby.
Your star, Norman Maine, was apprehended driving an ambulance down Wilshire Boulevard with the siren going full blast.
Oh, no.
He explained he was a tree surgeon on his way to a maternity
Yeah,
case.
well, will it be in the papers?
No, it won't be in the papers.
Oh.
But it's a nice, expensive hobby of yours, keeping Mr. Maine's informal entertainments out of the public press.
Oh, my goodness. Is he in the...
No, he's not in the pokey. He's out on bail in that Duesenberg roadster of his, probably aiming in the general direction of this party.
Norman, I've made a lot of money with you. I can stand a loss or two, but I hate to see you go the way of so many others.
Well, Oliver, why don't you get Lloyd's to insure you against me?
You can't get insurance against a man forgetting who he is. You're a great star, Norman. But there's nobody so big he can afford to have people refuse to work with him.
Who doesn't want to work with me? I know plenty of people who do.
Yeah, so do I, Norman. But your real friends can't stand seeing you fall apart.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, the first signs are always the same, Norman. Not being able to remember your lines. The cameraman struggling to cover up your hangovers. All because you've got to have a good time every day, every night. I've warned you for a long time, Norman.
A drink, Mr. Maine?
Say, who cast this party? Who's the beautiful waitress? Hey, where are you going, beautiful?
Oh, I give up.
Oh. This is very good. You make it with your two little hands?
No, I didn't.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to stack plates in the dining room.
Ah, no, don't go away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must help serve the buffet, Mr. Maine.
Well, of course we must. How careless of me to forget. You've got very pretty hair.
Please, Mr. Maine, you'd better not stay here.
And a sensitive mouth and a charm. Come on. This is no place for you. We got to get out of here.
I can't. I've got to stay.
My dear, you're much too pretty to be a waitress, and I'm much too bored to be a guest. I'll bet I know what you're going to say now.
What?
Good night.
Good night, and thanks.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? Look at you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, I'd like to go into this matter rather thoroughly.
Oh, that's awfully nice
So,
of you.
why don't we go on up to my place and talk it over?
Oh, no, thank you very much, but I really must say good night. You're not angry.
I'm hungry.
Why don't you go get something to eat?
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Miss Blodgett.
Good night, Mr. May.
Oh, wait a minute. Least I can do is see you to the door. Will I see you again?
I hope so.
Has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
Well,
Well, now you know.
thank you.
This is hard to say, but I want to say it anyway. On the screen, I'm in private life, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. Do you understand?
I understand.
And it's not that whiskey I've been drinking that's talking either.
I'm glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look? Thank you.
Hello? What is it? Who? Norman? Oh, what have you done now? Oh, yes, I see. Oh, yes. So it's that again, huh? Oh, sure. She's beautiful. Sure, I know. You want me to give her a screen test? Yes. Certainly she has wonderful possibilities. You know she's got something. You know all the others had something, too.
I tell you, Oliver, she has that sincerity and honestness that sincerity and honestness that makes a great actress.
I'm so sure of this girl, I want to do the test with her myself. I'm determined to save you from making a terrible mistake, from letting another studio snap her up. Now, you've worked hard, Oliver, and you're entitled to a break. You'll give her a test? Swell. Swell, Oliver. I'll call her up myself.
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. Now that warm summer days are here again, you'll find Squibb Dental Cream more refreshing than ever. You'll like its frosted flavor, cool with a tang of dewy, fresh mint. You'll like the brisk, invigorating action of Squibb Dental Cream. It leaves your teeth and gums feeling so clean, your whole mouth so pleasantly wide awake. You can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. For Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products, helps to uncover all the natural sparkle of your smile. That's because the polishing agent in this quality dentifrice is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. So begin now to brush your teeth with the dental cream that's 3 ways refreshing. Brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with A Star is Born, we wish to thank David O. Selznick Productions for making this story available. David O. Selznick Productions are also producers of Jewel in the Sun. Beginning next week, July 3rd, Academy Award will be heard over these same stations at a new time, Wednesday evening at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Frederick March in A Star is Born.
Okay, Joe, slate it.
Screen test number 12, 432. Esther Blodgett, director Seaberg, cameraman Haley.
Hey, wait a minute. Move that gobo in.
Put a silk on the broad. No, not the inky one. That's the one.
Is this light too hot, Haley?
Okay, but cut down on your backlight.
Put a double on that 90.
I think she's going to do swell, don't you, Mr. Burke?
If I could tell that, Denny, the studios wouldn't have to make tests, and I'd get $1 million a year.
Yes, Mr. Burke.
Listen, gentlemen, this is just a test. Have you forgotten by any chance there's a football game this afternoon?
Ready now, Mr. Burke.
All ready, Mr. Burke.
Okay, Mr. Burke, we can go now, Mr. Burke.
Ready.
Ready?
All set.
We're ready, Mr. Burke.
All right, let's take it. Ready, Norman?
Ready?
Ready, Miss, what's your name?
Oh, he'll soon know your name, Esther. The whole world's going to know it.
And I'm so scared. Maybe I better not try it today.
Don't be silly, honey. They all had to go through this. Bergman, Bette Davis, Myrna Loy, and now Esther Blodgett.
All right, I'm ready.
Quiet.
Quiet! This is safe.
Roll 'em. Speed. All right, Miss Blodgett.
I may as well tell you that my whole organization thinks I've gone nuts to sign you. But, well, maybe they're right. I've been nuts before.
I hope you're not wrong.
Well, we won't know for a while. Worst of it is Norman Maine saw the screen test, and now he wants you for his leading lady in his new picture.
Oh?
Yeah, matter of fact, he insists on it. I could have said no in words of one syllable, but I've got a hunch about you.
Oh?
Yes, I think the public's going to go for you. That's all that matters, even if you can't act. Oh, by the way, what is your name, anyway?
My name? Oh, my name is Esther Blodgett.
No, good heavens, no. Not that.
Why, is there something wrong with it?
Well, it's all right for Esther Blodgett, housewife. But it's no good for a star. Now, let me see. You've got to have a name that looks well in the papers and on a marquee. I used to know a girl called Vicky. Yes, I like the name Vicky. Well, now for a last name. Jones, Smith, Mapuski, Edo.
Excuse me, Mr. Niles. There's a Mr. Lester on the phone.
Who?
Mr. Lester.
That's it. That's it, Lester. Vicky Lester. Great.
This is Billy Moon from Hollywood. Exclusive. Oliver Niles has done it again, discovered a new Cinderella, a starlet from the Rockies. Her name is Vicky Lester, and she'll soon have all Hollywood agog when her new picture with Norman Maine is shown in your hometown.
Vicky, are you kidding? Is this really your first prize fight?
Yes, Norman. It's so exciting.
Get him, Gusher. Shoot your right.
Watch Kasha get him.
Can't you hear me, Gusher? Shoot your right. Look, he got it.
Yes, didn't he?
So you like it, huh?
Uh-huh.
You like me?
Oh, sure I do. You were always my idol. Even way back when I was a little...
Don't tell me. By the way, will you marry me?
No, thank you.
Come on, Gusher. Finish it.
Why won't you marry me?
Because you're not dependable.
Shoot that right.
And you throw your money away.
Hey, referee, break him off.
And you drink too much.
Well, suppose I quit drinking.
Yes?
Give him that right, Gusher. Let him have it.
And suppose I became absolutely dependable on all occasions.
Hey, he got him.
Gee, that was a beautiful right. What a fight.
Norman.
What?
Would you do all that for me?
Huh?
If I said I'd marry you?
Oh, no. I was just kidding.
I can't believe it.
But it's true, Mrs. Maine. It's true. That's your new house. This is your new grass. Those are trees. And here's your new husband.
Oh, Norman. Yeah. Carry me across the threshold.
Sure. You mind if I kiss you again?
Oh, Norman, I'm so happy. I'm so lucky. It'll always be like this, won't it, Norman?
Sure, darling. If you like me as a bridegroom, just wait till you know me as a husband.
I can't wait. And I thought we were going to live at the beach house.
Oh, well, we'll still keep the house at the beach. But this is special. I mean, this is our castle that used to be in the air. Where we'll never use ugly words like contracts and pictures and careers. When we come in those gates, we'll check the studio outside. Uh-oh. I'll take it, darling. Yes? No, Miss Lester isn't at home yet. No, I'm not the butler. But I can take a message just as well as he can. Honest. Oh, yes, the Academy dinner. Oh, I'll let you know. Oh, hold on a minute. Mr. Norman Maine has just come in. Would you like to talk with him about the dinner? Oh, I see. You wouldn't. Yes. Yes, I'll tell Miss Lester when she comes in.
Norman. Oh, please, Norman.
Oh, forget it, darling. I just didn't realize. You see, sweet, a new star is born. Let's go look at the swimming pool. Hello, Oliver.
Well, hello, Norman.
I'm over here to ask a question of you as a friend, Oliver.
Well, sure. Sure, go ahead. Shoot.
Oliver, do you think I'm slipping?
Well, Norman, can you take it?
Go ahead.
Well, the tense is wrong, Norman. You're not slipping. You've slipped.
See, my fan mail is still big.
Oh, Norman, we're not through yet, either of us. I've got a swell script lined up for you.
Yeah, but about Esther, I mean, if you think I'm going to get in her way...
Well, as a matter of fact, it just so happens there isn't anything for her in this picture. I'd more or less planned to star her in a picture of her own. Maybe with that young Pemberton. He's coming along, very nicely.
Good for young Pemberton. All right, Oliver. We'll make a try at it. Let's hope it's not too late.
Yeah. Let's hope it's not too late.
There you are, darling. What's new today?
Oh, nothing. I haven't been out of the house.
Let's go somewhere tonight.
No, you're tired. You've been to the studio all day. We'll stay in.
Oh, I'm not tired, really.
Oh, yes, you are. You've got a hard day ahead of you. Anyway, I see so little of you, I'd rather have you to myself.
But it's a servant's night out, Norman. We have no food.
I'm learning to cook in my spare time.
Then I'll think of marrying you.
I get it. You want to make an honest cook out of me, huh? Look, I'm about to unveil a kingly repast. Well, how's it look?
Wonderful.
I agree. Now, don't be formal, darling. Just pitch in, even if the sandwiches do look a little large.
I guess my mouth isn't quite big enough.
That's too bad. Next time I better measure it and make them decide.
They're a little hard to lift, too.
we could have some cold beer.
Norman.
Oh, that is, you could have some. I'd watch. I haven't broken my promise, darling. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in, well, since we've been married.
Oh, my darling. I love you so.
And it must run in the family. Because this teetotaling old wreck loves you with a great love. How about a little tiny kiss?
That's what I wait for all day. Don't answer it, Norman. Maybe they'll go away.
No, they never go away at a time like this. I'll be right back, honey.
Vicky Lester live here? Package.
I signed for it?
Who are you?
I'm her husband.
Okay, sure. Sign right here, Mr. Lester.
Mr. Lester? Oh, great.
Why, hello, Mr. Maine. Haven't seen you at the track in a long time. What'll it be? Same as usual?
No, I've reformed, Sam. I'll have some ginger ale, please.
Well, if it isn't Mr. America of yesteryear.
Hello, Libby. How's the press agent business?
Aren't you away without your keeper? I heard you were tied to the reservation.
I've been keeping pretty close to home, Libby.
It gets pretty dull, doesn't it? A lot of time to kill since you retired from the hurly-burly of the screen.
Yeah, it gets dull. And Esther's away a lot, you know.
I wouldn't complain about that if I were you. It's nice somebody in the family's making a living.
Hey, go a little slow, will you, Libby? I don't want to forget we're friends.
Friends? Friends, my eye. Listen, I got you out of your jams because it was my job, not because I was your friend. I don't like you. I never did like you. Nothing made me happier than to see all those cute little pranks of yours catch up with you and land you on your celebrated face.
That's pretty work, Libby. Always wait until they're down, then kick them.
Say, listen, you fixed yourself nice and comfortable. You can live off your wife now. She'll buy the drinks and put up with you, even if nobody else...
Why up?
Okay, Mr. Maine. There. That's what I've been waiting for. Lie there on the floor, Glamour Puss, and take the count.
Why, it's Norman Maine.
He's drunk again.
He's been drunk for years.
Yeah, but don't tell him.
I guess she saw it.
Why, he can't even get up off the floor.
Oh, yes, he can.
Can I get you some ice for your eye, Mr. Maine?
Yeah, plenty of ice, Sam. And a bottle of scotch.
Is he sober yet?
He's a sick man.
He's been drunk for weeks.
No. No, you're wrong, Oliver. Drunk for months, not weeks.
He's sleeping now.
Oh, no, he isn't, darling. He's listening to you.
Vicky, do you still love him?
Yes, Oliver, I do. I'm going to stay with him, and I'm going to try to help him.
Vicky, I've got to tell you something.
I don't want to hear it. I don't care what you have to say about my career. I'll give up pictures. I'm going away for good with Norman.
But you can't do that. You're at the very peak of your success. You've worked hard to achieve it while he... Oh, Norman is through, and he won't admit it. He's dragging you down with him.
Oliver, what if he heard you say that?
He's asleep. Probably passed out. Oh, you've tried to defend Norman. You've said he helped you to make a career. I say nobody can help people to careers. You've made your own career. It's your life.
I belong with my husband.
It's your life you're giving up, Vicky.
Maybe I can give Norman back his. Goodbye, Oliver. Thank you for everything.
Well, good morning. Or is it evening, darling?
It's evening, Norman.
See, I must have slept like a log.
Yes, you have been sleeping. You
You're jittery, darling. Gosh, I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going in. This is a swell household.
did? Isn't it?
Honey, I feel like being an athlete this evening. I thought I'd take a dip in the ocean.
Swim? This time of night?
Oh, sure. I'm a reformed character. What I need is to build up my muscles. Take your socks off. Come on in with me.
Norman, I freeze. I'm a sunbathe.
Sure you are. Well, I'm off to the briny deep.
I'll have something warm for you to eat, darling.
You're a priceless jewel. Good wife. Say, hold that pose.
Why, silly?
Hold it. Do you mind if I take just one more look? Why shouldn't the Pacific Ocean be cold, Mr. Maine? The Pacific should be nice and cold. Considering that it's about to be your grave, Mr. Maine. Yes. It's waiting out there for you, Mr. Maine. And it plays for keeps. What am I doing this for? Turn back, Mr. Maine. Turn back before it's too late.
No, I'll give up pictures. I'm going away for good with Norman.
You're at the very peak of your success. Norman is through, and he won't admit it. He's dragging you down with him.
Oh, no, he isn't. No, he isn't. Norman Maine going down alone. No! Oh, you you are, Mr. May. Darling. Darling. Darling.
Picture industry has come to the Chinese theater for this opening tonight. Come to pay tribute to a great star in what has been called her greatest performance. The girl who won the heart of Hollywood, Miss Vicki Lester. Let me through, please. Please do. Thank you. Miss Lester, please, a few words for the movie audience before we go on with this great occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Vicki Lester.
Thank you. But tonight I'd rather speak to you as Mrs. Norman Maine.
This very moment, every moment of the day and night, someone sinks into deep, merciful sleep, avoiding the pain of surgery. For this escape, he may thank the man who first discovered ether, and all who have labored since then to improve its quality and effectiveness. Since 1858, one of the many squib contributions to the cause of human health has been the development of safe, pure anesthetics. Today, 85% of all ether used in American hospitals is produced by the House of Squibb. And from the Squibb laboratories have come newer drugs that meet special requirements of modern surgery, each the product of ceaseless research which keeps the name Squibb in the forefront of medical progress. For it has been the goal of Squibb research for almost a century to supply you and your doctor with drugs of unfailing uniformity, purity, and efficacy. That is why, in home and hospital alike, Squibb is a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Awards starring Humphrey Bogart in The Maltese Falcon with Mary Astor and Sidney Greenstreet. However, beginning next week, Academy Award will be heard over these same stations at a new time every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. See your newspaper for local time. Frederick March is soon to be seen in the Samuel Goldwyn production, Best Years of Our Lives. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Awards, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished star, Mr. Humphrey Bogart, who, as Best Actor of the Year, was nominated for the 1943 Academy Award. You will also hear Miss Mary Astor, who won the 1941 Academy Award as Best Supporting Actress of the Year, and Sidney Greenstreet, who was nominated for the 1941 Academy Award as Best Supporting Actor. Tonight, Mr. Bogart, Miss Astor, and Mr. Greenstreet will play the famous roles they created for the screen in The Maltese Falcon, the thrilling mystery which was nominated as Best Production of the Year for the 1941 Academy Award.
My name is Spade, Sam Spade. License number 357896, issued for the Police Department of San Francisco. Occupation, private detective, sometimes known as Private Eye. My files in the case of the Maltese Falcon are closed, but I've got the Maltese Falcon. I got it, and some dough. My partner got murdered, and a very slick chick went up for life. I'll tell you about it. This slick dame comes to see me one day, gives me a song and dance about her sister and a guy called Floyd Thursby. She wants us to get her sister back before her mother and father get in from Hawaii. I put my partner, Miles Archer, on the case. That night, he gets murdered. And so does this guy Thursby. I go round to the apartment where the dame is living, the one called Bridget O'Shaughnessy. She had something I seemed to go for.
Oh, Mr. Spade, come in.
I have come in.
Oh, yes, so you have. Mr. Spade, tell me, am I to blame for last night?
You warned us that Thursby was dangerous. Of course, you lied to us about your sister and all that, but that doesn't count. We didn't believe you.
Oh, help me, Mr. Spade. I need help so badly. I've no right to ask you, but I do ask you. Help me.
You won't need much of anybody's help. You're good. You're awful good. It's chiefly your eyes, I think, and that throb you get into your voice when you say things like, "Help me, Mr. Spade."
I deserve that. But, oh, the lie was in the way I said it, and not at all in what I said.
If I'm going to help you, I've got to have some sort of a line on your Floyd Thursby.
I met him in the Orient. We came here from Hong Kong last week.
Did he kill Archer?
Yes, certainly.
Picked a nice sort of playmate.
Only that sort could have helped me if he had been loyal.
How bad a hole are you actually in?
As bad as could be.
Physical danger?
I'm not heroic. I don't think there's anything worse than death.
Then it's that.
It's that as surely as we're sitting here. Unless you help me.
Who killed Thursby? Your enemies or his?
I don't know. His, I suppose. I'm afraid. I don't know.
Who are these enemies?
Well, there's a small, dark man with white teeth and a smooth, dangerous, fat man.
Oh, this is hopeless. Well, how much money have you got?
I have about $500 left.
Give it to me. There's only 400 here.
I had to keep some to live on.
Okay. I'll be back as soon as I can. You needn't come to the door with me. I can let myself out. I went by the office then and found a dark little guy with very white teeth waiting for me. His name was Joel Cairo. He was a Greek. Mr. Spade, I'm trying to recover an ornament that has been, shall we say, mislaid. I thought and hoped you could assist me. Uh-huh. The ornament is a statuette, the black figure of a bird. I'm prepared to pay the sum of $5,000 for its recovery, and no questions asked. 5,000's a lot of money. It's a very interesting figure.
You will put your hands together back of your neck, Mr. Spade.
Huh? Oh, sure.
I shall shoot you if you try to stop me, Mr. Spade. But I must search your office.
Well, you won't find anything but a pair of worn-out rubbers, a half pint of rum, and a pack of chewing gum.
We shall see. Please stand up. So.
Sure. This way?
No, the other way.
Sure. I'll take the gun, Mr. Cairo. Now get up.
I am very slow in things like that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm still prepared to pay $5,000 for the return of the figure. Do you have it, Mr. Spade?
No.
If it is not here, why did you just risk serious injury to prevent my searching for it?
Well, I should sit around and let people come in and stick me up.
You wish some assurance of my sincerity? A retainer?
I might.
Say $100?
Oh, you better make it 200. Thanks. Your first guess was that I had the bird. What's your second guess?
That you know where it is, or where you can get it.
Now, you're not hiring me to murder or do burglary, but to get back the figure in some lawful way. Say, from a dame with red hair or a smooth, dangerous fat man.
Oh, so you know. You must beware of them. They would stop at nothing. May I have my pistol now?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd forgotten it.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Spade, you will kindly clasp your hands behind your neck.
What the?
Don't move, Mr. Spade. This time I might shoot. I insist on searching your office.
Sure. Go ahead. I finally got rid of the Greek and started back for Bridget O'Shaughnessy's apartment. Matter of fact, I had a hunch that the Greek was going there himself and started to tail his cab when a sad-faced guy poked something into my back and said,
Come on. The fat man wants to see you. Here he is, Mr. Gutman. The guy who was talking to the dame and the Greek.
Ah, Mr. Spade.
Mr. Gutman?
We begin well, sir. I distrust a man who talks too much.
I like to talk.
Of course, talking's something you can't do judiciously unless you keep in practice.
Yeah.
Now, sir, we'll talk if you like. And I'll tell you right out that I'm a man who likes talking to a man who likes to talk.
Swell. Will we talk about the blackbird?
You're the man for me, sir. No beating about the bush, right to the point. Let us talk about the blackbird by all means. Mr. Spade, have you any conception of how much money can be got for that blackbird?
No.
Well, sir, if I told you half, you'd call me a liar.
No, not even if I thought so. Would you just tell me what it is, and I'll figure out the profits?
You mean you don't know what that bird is?
Well, I know what it's supposed to look like. I know the value in human life you people put on it.
So Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is? And Cairo didn't either?
He offered me $10,000 for it.
10,000. And dollars, mind you, not even pounds. They must know what it is. Or do they? What is your impression?
I can't tell. They're both lying.
If they don't know, I'm the only one in the whole wide, sweet world who does.
Swell. When you've told me, that'll make two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Oh, don't be foolish. You know what it is. I know where it is. That's why I'm here.
Well, sir, where is it?
Don't be silly.
You see, I must tell you what I know, but you will not tell me what you know. That is hardly equitable, sir. No. I don't think we can do business along those lines.
Yeah, well, think again and think fast. I can get along without you and keep that Gunsel away from me while you're making up your mind. I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you're the most violent temper.
Well, what are you wasting time for? You've got till 5:30. Then you're either in or out for keeps. 3 characters and a black bird. Well, all I knew was my partner was dead, and the cops were getting very uncooperative about the whole thing, including who killed Floyd Thursby. I thought I'd better get back to see that O'Shaughnessy dame before it was too late. And sure enough, it almost was.
They came here and took him away.
Took who away? Who?
The police. They wanted to talk to you, too. They took Mr. Cairo with them.
What was he doing here?
He came to talk about the bird.
What is this bird, this falcon that everybody's all steamed up about?
Suppose I wouldn't tell you anything at all about it. What would you do? Something wild and unpredictable?
Maybe.
Well, it's a black figure, as you know, smooth and shiny, of a bird, a hawk or falcon about 12 inches high.
Now, what makes it so important?
I don't know. They wouldn't tell me. But they promised me 500 pounds if I helped them get it from the man who had it.
Go ahead.
They promised me 500 pounds to help them, and I did. Then we found that Joel Cairo was going to take the falcon and desert Floyd and me. So we did that to Joel first.
You are a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Well, don't brag about it. Is there any truth at all in that yarn?
Some. Not very much.
Well, we've got plenty of time. I'll put some coffee on and we'll try again.
Oh, I'm so tired. So tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is a lie and what is the truth. Oh, darling, don't stare at me like that. Come closer, darling.
It is something to do while waiting. Why not?
Kiss me, Sam Spade. Kiss me.
Why not? Oh, it happens every time. I'll get it.
Be careful, darling.
Okay. Come on, you. He wants to see you.
Well, if it isn't the fat man's killer. Hello, paleface. How many did you bump off today?
Shut up. Cupman's waiting for
No
you.
kidding. What kept you?
Darling, what does he want?
He wants me. The fat man's been thinking things over.
Well, Mr. Spade, I must apologize for sending for you in this fashion.
Now, never mind. Let's talk about the bird.
All right, let's. What do you think of the order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem?
Crusaders or something, weren't they?
Very good. In 1539, these crusading knights persuaded Emperor Charles V to give them the island of Malta. He made but one condition. They were to pay him each year for the tribute of a falcon in acknowledgement that the Malta was still under Spain. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
Have you any conception of the extreme, immeasurable wealth of the order of that time?
Well, I imagine they were pretty well fixed.
They were rolling in wealth, sir. They hit upon the happy thought of sending the emperor for the first year's tribute, not an insignificant live bird, but a glorious golden falcon, encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels in their coffers. Allow me to replenish your drinks, sir. Well, what do you think of these knights?
I don't know.
Well, sir, the glorious falcon never reached Spain. Buccaneers raided the galleon. In 1713, the bird showed up in Sicily. In 1840, in Paris. And it had by that time acquired a coat of black enamel, looking like nothing but a fairly interesting black statue. In 1923, a Greek dealer found it in an obscure Paris shop. He knew what it was. I heard about it in London and rushed over to buy it. But the Greek was murdered and the falcon gone. That was 23 years ago. For 23 years, I've searched for the bird. I traced it to the home of a Russian General Kemedov, but he wouldn't sell, even though he knew nothing of its value. I was forced to send my agents after it. They got it, sir, but I haven't got it. But I'm going to get it, sir. How soon are you willing to produce the falcon?
A couple of days.
That is satisfactory. Well, sir, here's a fair bargain and profits large enough for both of us.
Well, what's your idea of a fair bargain?
Shall I say 100,000?
Why not?
What did you say to $250,000?
Oh, then you think the dingus is worth $1 million, no?
Why not?
Yeah. Why not? Hey, I feel kind of funny, Gutman. That drink.
My dear man, how could you suggest anything so crude? Wilma.
Yeah. The drink got him, huh?
Put your guns away, Wilma. You must learn to be subtle in these things, like me.
Out like a light, huh? Well, I owe him something, the louse. He thinks he's tough. Let's see if he can take this.
That's enough, Wilma. You kicked him enough. It'd never do to kill him here. Besides, Wilma, you know how I hate the sight of blood.
In a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. You yourself uncover jewels more precious than the rarest gems every time you smile. Your teeth are priceless. Preserve their natural brilliance with creamy, smooth Squibb dental cream. For the polishing agent in this quality dentifrice is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. That's why you can actually see the refreshing difference when you brush your teeth with Squibb dental cream. And you can taste and feel the refreshing difference, too. That's because the delightful flavor of Squibb dental cream is cool and inviting as a shady bed of mint. Because the refreshing action of Squibb dental cream leaves your teeth and gums feeling gloriously clean. So, for a brighter smile and a happier mouth, try Squibb dental cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb dental cream. In a moment, you will hear part 2 of The Maltese Falcon. But first, we want to thank Warner Brothers for making this story available.
And one thing more. On August 6th, Warner Brothers will celebrate the 20th anniversary of sound pictures. Yes, it has been that long since the silent shadows of the screen found a voice. We congratulate Warner Brothers on this historic anniversary. And now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Humphrey Bogart in The Maltese Falcon, with Mary Astor and Sidney Greenstreet.
I guess the name of Sam Spade was a cinch for the back page obituaries, but I came out of it somehow and managed to get up and stagger out of that apartment. I went around to the hotel where Joel Cairo had a room and made a deal with the house dick to let me search it. All I could find was a newspaper in the wastebasket folded back to the steamship news. There was a list of arrivals, and one was marked. It said, 8:07 a.m., the La Paloma from Hong Kong. That was good enough for me. I got a cab and rode down to the docks. The La Paloma was on fire and burning beautifully. I went back to my office to hold my aching head and think things over when the door opened. A tall guy in a long black overcoat stood there with a package in his hands, making gurgling noises before he fell like a tree. He should have. He was dead. I took a good look at him. He was the mate off the La Paloma. I unwrapped his package, and there it was. A black bird. The Maltese Falcon. I grabbed the phone and listened. It was Bridget O'Shaughnessy, and she said she was in trouble. I found her shivering in a dark corner of an office building. I took her and the Falcon home to my apartment. I put her on the couch. I put the Falcon in the icebox where no one would think to look for anything, including ice. I came back in and switched on the lights and found a surprise party waiting to greet me.
Well, sir, we're all here. Now let's sit down and be comfortable and talk.
Sure. Get away from me, Gunsel. You're not going to frisk me.
Stand still.
Shut up. Put your paw on me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shut up before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. You're certainly a most headstrong individual, Mr. Spade. Well, let's be seated.
You too, Cairo. You can put down your gun, too.
Of course, Mr. Spade. I was only using caution, as it were.
You ready, Gutman? Are you ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
Well, sir, as to that, here are $10,000, sir.
Oh, we were talking about more money than this.
Yes, sir, we were. But this is genuine coin of the realm, sir. With $1 of this, you can buy $10 of talk. Besides, there are more of us that be taken care of now.
Well, that may be. But I've got the Falcon.
I should not think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon, yet we certainly have you.
Yes, I'm trying not to let that worry me. We'll come to the money later. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy. The police have to have a victim. Somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
2. Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2. What difference does it make? The point is, we've got to give the police...
Come, Mr. Spade. You can't expect us to believe at this late date. You are the least afraid of the police, or that you're not able to handle...
I'm up to my neck, Gutman. I've got to come through with somebody, a victim, when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it. Let's give him the gun, so he actually did shoot Thursby, and the other one didn't he? Anyway, he's made to order for the part. Let's turn him over to the cops.
Get up on your feet. I've taken all the riding from you I'm going to take. Get up. Shoot it out.
No, Wilma, don't shoot.
There, Gunsel, that'll take care of you. Put him on the sofa. Sorry, Bridget, but you seem to have recovered.
I'm all right.
Good. Well, gentlemen, there's our fall guy. And now, gentlemen, you agree or I'll turn the Falcon and the whole lot of you in.
Mr. Spade, I don't like this. What if we took matters into our own hands and killed you?
You won't, or you'll never find the Falcon.
True, but there are other ways we could make you talk.
No, I'd take it and make you kill me, and then you'd end up the same way.
No, I believe you would, too.
Well?
I've always felt toward Wilma like a father. But you can have him.
Swell. Let's get the details fixed. Why did he shoot Thursby?
Thursby was Miss O'Shaughnessy's ally. We thought in disposing of him, we would teach Miss O'Shaughnessy to patch up her differences with us regarding the Falcon.
And the mate from the La Paloma.
That was Miss O'Shaughnessy's fault. Cairo got in touch with me when he saw the notice of the ship's arrival. He remembered that the mate and Miss O'Shaughnessy had been friendly in Hong Kong. He called on this man, but he, with Miss O'Shaughnessy and the bird, slipped through our fingers. We followed them to her apartment, and Wilmer shot the mate as he was coming down the fire escape. He shot him many times, but the man was tough, and he did not drop the Falcon. We persuaded Miss O'Shaughnessy to call your office. But unfortunately, she did not call in time to prevent you from meeting the mate and getting the Falcon.
I see.
And now, sir, would it be presumptuous if we asked to see the Falcon?
Okay. It's in my icebox.
Icebox, I see. Oh, you are a character, sir. Yes, very, very clever of you, very.
I've got it.
Bring it in here at once.
Here, wrapped in this.
Now, after 23 years. It is it. We'll make sure. Hand me your knife, sir.
Here.
I'll peel off some of this disfiguring enamel. It's fake.
All right, O'Shaughnessy, you've had your little joke. Now tell us about it.
No, Sam, no. That's the one I got from the Russian, I swear.
You bungled it, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it. The Russian caught on how valuable it was. No wonder we had so little trouble stealing it. You imbecile. You bloated idiot.
Yes. This is the Russian's hand. There's no doubt of it. Well, sir, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we go to Istanbul and to interview our Russian friend?
Go to Istanbul?
For 23 years, I have wanted that little item and have been trying to get it. If I must spend another year on the quest, well, that will be an added expenditure in time only.
I go with you. Wilmer's gone.
Wilmer's gone. So he has. That makes it imperative that we go too. Oh, by the way, sir, I'll trouble you for my envelope containing the $10,000.
I kept my end of the bargain, but I'll settle for $1,000 for expenses.
Thank you. I'll allow you the $1,000.
That'll take care of my time.
Now, sir, we'll say goodbye to you unless you care to undertake the Istanbul expedition with us. You don't? That's too bad. Well, sir, the shortest farewells are best. Adieu. And to you, Miss O'Shaughnessy, I leave the rare avis there on the table as a little memento. The Maltese Falcon.
All right, O'Shaughnessy, talk.
Where shall I begin?
You came to me and asked me to have Thursby followed. I put my partner on it. He followed Thursby. He was killed. You must have told Thursby he was being followed.
I told him, yes, but please believe me, Sam. I wouldn't have told him if I'd thought Floyd Thursby would kill your partner.
Miles hadn't many brains, but he had too many years' experience as a detective to be caught like that by a man he was shadowing up a blind alley with his gun tucked away in his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he'd have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that. And then you could have stood as close to him in the dark as you liked and put a bullet through him.
Don't talk like that to me, Sam. You know I didn't know.
Stop it. Why did you shoot him?
I didn't mean to at first. I can't look at you and tell you this.
You
Sam.
thought Thursby would tackle him. If he got Thursby, then you were rid of him. If Thursby won, you had something on him. Enough to be rid of him for good. Wasn't that it?
Something like that.
But when Thursby backed down, you took the gun and did the job yourself.
Oh, Sam, sweetheart, from the very first instant I saw you, I knew.
You angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years, and you can come back to me then. I hope they don't hang you, Precious, by that sweet neck.
You know deep down in your heart that in spite of anything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. I'm not going to play the sap for you. I won't walk in Thursby's, and I don't know how many others' footsteps. You killed my partner, and you're going over for it.
Why must you do this to me, Sam? Surely your partner wasn't as much to you
Listen to me. This won't do any good. You'll never understand me, but I'll try once and then give it up. Listen. When a man's partner is killed, he's supposed to do something about it. And it happens we're in the detective business. Well, when one of your organization gets killed, it's bad business to let the killer get away with it. Bad all around. Bad for every detective everywhere.
You can't send me to the... Sam, you can't. You love me. You love me.
Maybe I do. What of it? Maybe next month I won't. I've been through it before. I'll have some rotten nights after I've sent you over, but that'll pass. I want you, sure, but I won't take you at the price because all of me wants to, regardless of consequences. Because you counted on that with me the same as you counted on that with all the others.
Sam, darling, kiss me, kiss me.
Sure. Sure, baby.
What are you doing? Who are you calling?
The cops, baby. The cops to come and take you away.
Just as thrilling as tracking down some fabulous treasure is the search for the unknown which goes on unceasingly in the Squibb Research Laboratories. For that is the search that leads to the discovery of new life-saving drugs and new life-saving uses for existing drugs. And streptomycin is one of the newest products of this searching. In the new field of medicine opened up by penicillin, streptomycin, still in the testing stages, shows great promise against additional enemies of mankind. That is why Squibb scientists are working night and day to unlock the secrets of streptomycin, to improve the strain, to find and test all the ways in which it may be used in the conquest of disease. It is this same questing spirit, this refusal to stop anywhere short of perfection, that inspires all endeavors of the House of Squibb. It is one reason why, wherever you come across it in the service of human health, Squibb is a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln. Today's performance of The Maltese Falcon was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Humphrey Bogart is soon to be seen in Warner Brothers' Big Sleep. Mary Astor appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Easy to Wed. Sidney Greenstreet is soon to be seen in Warner Brothers' The Verdict. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished actor Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln, with Ward Bond. Young Mr. Lincoln, as Best Original Story of the Year, was nominated for the 1939 Academy Award. Mr. Fonda, as Best Actor of the Year, was nominated for the 1940 Academy Award.
This is a story about a long, lean lawyer named Abraham Lincoln. A young man full of droll stories and deep, quick laughter. A story of Abe Lincoln in Springfield, Illinois. A fine summer afternoon at the fair is over. The barbecue fires glow red now in the darkness, and families are rounding up their children and seeking their wagons for the lazy ride back to town. Suddenly, a woman screams. A rush of running men, blood spilled on a dark meadow, and the hushed whisper of murder. The pioneer mother standing stark against the breeze, staring at her two sons. Two boys, suddenly strangers, standing over the body of a third lying stabbed. Death had come under the dark skies over Illinois.
He's dead. Who done it?
Them fellas, Sheriff. Them Clay brothers. They was fighting with this here scrub white, and they cut him. There's the knife they done it with.
Which one of you Clay boys done this?
Me.
No, me.
Come on, let's take him out of here.
I want the truth now. Which one of you cut him?
I did.
That ain't so. I done it.
I tell you, it was me. He was going for Adam with a gun, and
One of you's lying. Now, which one is it? All right. Anybody see it?
I reckon I did.
Who are you?
Their mother.
Well, which one was it?
I'm not saying.
And it don't make no difference anyhow. Under the law, they're both equally guilty. Come on now, you're both under arrest. Palmer cares, so I appoint you temporary deputy. Help me get these two fellas down to the jail. Come on, you two, let's go.
Who are these fellas? Never saw them around here before.
Strangers around here. Folks ain't got no right to come to town and start cutting people up.
Two of them jumping poor scrub and stabbing them in the back, too.
I said they ought to have a touch of rope.
Rope, yes, sir. That's the medicine for them. Hey, come on, fellas. Get a rope and hurry. Come on, hurry.
No, they can't do that to my boys. They can't do that to my boys.
Come on, ma'am. We have to hurry. Those fellas mean what they say about lynching your sons.
Leave me alone. What do you want? Who are you?
My name's Lincoln, ma'am. Abe Lincoln. I'm your lawyer, ma'am. Come on, we better hurry and get down to that jail.
Open the jail door, Sheriff. Let me out of here.
I can't, Palmer. They've got to break in.
Don't be a fool. They'll get us, too.
Can't help it. They'll have to bust in first.
We're going to get those murderers, Sheriff. They ain't got a chance.
I can't open the door, boys. The law's got to protect these Clay fellas and give them a trial.
Blow up the jail. Get powder. Powder. Open up, Sheriff, or we'll get you. Hold on, man. Hold on and listen to me. Get out of our way, Lincoln. We're busting in.
By jing, I said listen to me, and by jing you will.
No, we ain't going to listen.
That's better. Now, gentlemen, I'm not here to make any speeches. All I got to say is I can lick any man here, hands down.
We know you, Abe Lincoln.
Come on, man. Let's get him.
Hold on, Buck. I thought I'd find that big mouth of yours around here telling people what to do.
I'm Buck, all right. The big buck of this lick.
And come on and whet your horns. What's holding you? Maybe some of you other gentlemen like to take Buck's place.
Me. I can lick you myself.
Is that a fact, neighbor, or just your notion?
Get away from there, Lincoln, or we'll give it to you, too.
Well, if it's not Bill Gentry. First time I ever heard of you trying to break into jail, Bill. I thought you were too busy trying to break out.
Shut up! Go on, let's get him.
Howdy, Clarence. Last time I saw you, you were heading for the rock pile for beating up your wife. Now, gentlemen, all joking aside, let's look at this matter from my side. You all know I'm just a fresh lawyer trying to get ahead. But some of you boys act like you want to do me out of my first clients.
Go ahead, Abe. Go on and talk.
I'm not saying you fellas aren't right. Maybe these Clay boys do deserve to hang. But with me handling their case, it looks like you won't have much to worry on that score. All I ask is to have it done with some legal pomp and show.
Yeah, but what about our side of it? We've been to a heap of trouble not to have at least one hanging.
Sure you have. And if these boys had more than one life, I'd say go ahead. A little hanging mightn't do 'em any harm. But the sort of hanging you boys would give 'em would be so permanent. The trouble is that when men start taking the law into their own hands, they're just as apt in the confusion and fun to hang somebody who's not a murderer as somebody who is. Then, first thing you know, they're hanging one another from pure devilment. Till it gets to the place a man can't pass a tree or look at a rope without feeling uneasy.
Yeah, right there, yeah.
We seem to lose our heads at such times as this and do things together we'd be mighty ashamed to do by ourselves. For instance, you take Jeremiah Carter yonder. There's not a more decent, God-fearing man in Springfield than Jeremiah Carter. And I wouldn't be surprised if, when he goes home, he takes down a certain book and looks into it. Maybe he'll just happen to hit on these words: "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." That's all I got to say, friends. Good night.
Mr. Lincoln,
Yes, Miss Clay?
I ain't one to talk much, but after what you just done for us tonight, saving my boys from them...
Now, save your thanks. Here, I'll give you a hand with those mules of yours. Whoa, mules, whoa. Of course, you know I'm just sort of a jackleg lawyer without much experience at this sort of business, but as long as you want me, I'll do the best I can. Still, maybe you'd feel a lot safer if my partner was here. Or you could get a hold of Steve Douglas. I hear that silver tongue of his can be mighty useful with a jury.
We don't know nothing about lawyers and things like that.
Well, I'll do the best I can. You know, my mother, Nancy Hanks, would have been just about your age if she'd lived. I've an idea she'd been a whole lot like you, too. A whole lot like you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Abigail Clay, which one of your boys killed Scrub White?
I can't tell you. I can't.
But I'm your lawyer. You can trust me. I don't want to scare you, but we've got a fight on our hands. I got to know what I'm doing.
I can't tell you, Mr. Lincoln. It'd be like choosing between 'em.
What do you suppose made them both say they done it?
Matt said it because he's the oldest. And Adam said it because Matt's got a wife and a baby, I reckon.
There's a lot of people who'd like to see those boys hang.
I know, but I just can't.
No, I reckon you can't. Take it easy riding home, Abigail, and watch out for ruts. Get at, mules.
Order in the court. Amicus, take the stand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you, God?
I do.
What's your name?
J. Palmer Cass.
You knew Scrub White?
Sure, Mr. Felder. I knew him.
The day he was killed, you'd been with him?
All day.
Do you recall where and under what circumstances you first saw the defendants?
Well, we run into him at the pie contest. Scrub kind of took a fancy to one of their gals, and her fella got sore. They followed us over near the tug-of-war and wanted to fight.
What did Scrub White do then?
He just laughed and asked them what they wanted to fight with. Knives, pistols, or fists.
How did he ask that, jokingly?
Yeah, he was laughing all the time.
Tell the jury what happened then.
Well, Scrub and me had a little argument, and he went off by himself. Next thing I heard a shot and some shouting, and I run back and found Scrub lying on the ground with those two fellows standing over him.
And the knife was on the ground between them?
Yes, sir.
And where was Scrub's pistol?
In his holster.
So it went off then while he was trying to get it out of his holster?
Yes, sir. Guess it did.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
What's the J stand for in your name?
John.
Then why the J. Palmer Cass? Why not John P. Cass?
Well,
Anything the matter with John P.?
No, but...
Has J. Palmer Cass anything to conceal?
No.
Then what do you part your name in the middle for?
I got a right to call myself anything I please.
All right, but if you don't mind, I'll just call you Jack Cass.
Order in the court.
Your Honor, I object to this ridiculous line of questioning. Mr. Lincoln's clownishness may win him a laugh from his friends, but I assure you his entire game of buffoonery is lost on this jury.
Stick to the point, Mr. Lincoln.
I'll do my best, Your Honor. Now, J. Palmer Cass, you say you and Scrub White had a little argument. What was this argument about?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, you'd rather not say. Well, J. Palmer, suppose I told you I'd rather you did say.
All right, if you want to know. We were arguing about politics.
That's something new to argue about. What kind of politics?
Well, I've learned different now. But I said that I figured that you had more sense about politics than Steve Douglas. And Scrub, he got mad as a wet hen and said you didn't.
Order. Looks like I scratched up a snake then. I reckon we can allow all you said to go in. Step down.
Your Honor, I'd like to call Abigail Clay back to the stand.
Abigail Clay.
You love your boys, don't you, Mrs. Clay? You would like to save their lives if you could. You were present the night Scrub White was killed, weren't you?
I saw him fighting.
Now, don't be afraid of me. I'm not a bloodthirsty man. I'm prepared to offer you the life of one of your sons, provided you tell us which of your boys stabbed and killed Scrub White.
Order.
I can't.
Mrs. Clay, you believe in God, don't you? Do you believe that if you take a solemn oath in the sight of God and on his holy Bible, you are bound to speak the truth?
Yes, but I can't tell you. I can't.
Your Honor, I protest against the prosecution's attempt to force this woman to decide which of her two sons will live and which will die. I have seen Abigail Clay exactly 3 times in my life, gentlemen, yet I know everything there is to know about her. I know her because I've seen hundreds of women just like her, working in the fields, suffering over some sick and helpless child. Women who say little and do much, who ask nothing and give all. And I tell you that such a woman would never answer the question that's been put to her here. Never. I'd rather, Mrs. Clay, see both your sons taken from you than to see you break your heart by saving one at the expense of the other. So don't tell them.
Order.
May it please the court to spare the jury any more of these harrowing outbursts, the state will withdraw the question. No doubt Mr. Lincoln will be glad to hear that Mrs. Clay was not the only eyewitness to the murder of Scrub White.
Order.
Recall Mr. J. Palmer Cass to the stand.
J. Palmer Cass.
Mr. Cass, where were you at the time Scrub White was killed?
I was about, 100 yards away, I reckon.
You saw the killing with your own eyes?
Yes, sir, I saw it.
Why didn't you tell us this before?
Nobody asked me.
Have you told anybody else about this?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to help get anybody hung.
And why do you tell us now?
Because it looks to me like both of them's going to get hung.
How could you see so clearly from a distance of 100 yards at 11 o'clock at night?
It was moon bright.
I see. Moon bright. And you clearly saw which boy pulled the knife?
Yes, sir.
The defendants will stand up. Now tell us, Mr. Cass, which defendant stabbed and killed Scrub White?
That one. The big one, Adam Clay.
Your Honor, the state rests.
Quiet! Quiet! This court is adjourned until 10 tomorrow morning. Take the prisoners away.
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. This is the time of year when a vacation tan helps to focus more attention on your smile. And that's one reason why Squibb Dental Cream is an important part of so many well-made vacation plans. For this quality dentifrice, a member of the great family of Squibb products, helps to uncover all the natural brilliance of your smile. That's because the polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. And you'll like Squibb Dental Cream for its refreshing flavor, cool as a shady bed of mint. Its refreshing action that leaves your teeth and gums feeling gloriously clean. For Squibb Dental Cream is 3 ways refreshing. You can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Something to remember when you're buying a dentifrice. Ask for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb Dental Cream. Before continuing with part 2 of Young Mr. Lincoln, we want to thank 20th Century Fox for making this story available. Henry Fonda and Ward Bond will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, My Darling Clementine. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln with Ward Bond.
You're playing there, Mr. Lincoln.
Why, hello, Judge. Mighty pleasant to see you this evening.
Doggone it, Lincoln. This is against all my principles, but I want to talk to you as an older man.
Go ahead, Judge. I'm listening.
What I mean to say, dad blame it, is don't you think you ought to get some older lawyer with more experience to help you out tomorrow?
Are you suggesting I retire, Judge, or just take a back seat?
I'm just suggesting that if you want me to, I'll speak to Steve Douglas.
I'm sorry, Judge, but I'm one of those fellows who don't believe in swapping horses in the middle of the stream.
Then at least change your plea, accept sentence for your guilty client, and I'll guarantee that the state will be lenient with the other.
That's a mighty tempting offer. Mighty tempting. But I'm afraid it won't work.
But, man, you'll send both defendants to the gallows as sure as the moon sets.
Maybe, but just the same, that's the way it's got to be. Good night, Judge.
Order. Order in the court.
Your Honor, the defense would like at this time to cross-examine the last witness for the state, J. Palmer Cass.
J. Palmer Cass, take the stand.
Mr. Cass, yesterday you identified Adam Clay as the killer of Scrub White.
That's right. He did it.
You're sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, I just wanted to know. Now, you say you were about 100 yards from the scene of the fight?
Just about.
Are you familiar with the land over there?
Yes, sir.
What's the nature of it?
Well, there's a little clearing and...
Any trees?
A few.
Where are they?
Between the clearing and the fairground.
And you saw through these trees?
No. I was already through the trees when I saw him fighting.
Oh, I see. I suppose the clearing was lit up by light from the barbecue fires?
No, sir.
Then how'd you see so well?
I told you it was moon bright.
Moonbright. If it hadn't been Moonbright, you couldn't have seen 100 yards, could you?
No, sir.
But you did see it.
I told you I did.
And the only reason you're telling us this now is that you feel sorry for one of the defendants.
I don't want to see them both get hung.
Well, I guess you wouldn't lie about a thing like that. Step down. Oh, Mr. Cass, I forgot. There's just one more question I'd like to ask you. You needn't bother to come all the way back to the stand. Cass, what'd you have against Scrub White?
Well, nothing.
And what'd you kill him for?
I don't know what you're talking
Oh, yes, you do. Look at this book. It's Gowdy's Almanac. Go on, look at it. Look at page 12, the night of the murder. See what it says about the moon? That the moon was only in its first quarter that night and set at 10:21, 40 minutes before the killing. So it couldn't have been Moonbright, could it? No, sir. Order! Order! You lied, didn't you, Cass? You weren't trying to save these boys' necks, were you? You were trying to save your own, weren't you? Well, come on, weren't you?
No.
Then why'd you lie?
I didn't lie.
You did lie. That's just as plain as the nose on your face. But why? Come on, tell us. What made you tell a lie about that moonlight?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I'll tell you what I'm talking about. You lied because you and Scrub White had a fight. But it wasn't about politics. You never mentioned politics. That was your first lie, wasn't it?
It was politics, it was.
No,
you
you were
what.
fighting about something else. Maybe it was money. You owed him money, or he owed you.
No.
Maybe he was getting a little graft here and there, and you wanted to be in on it.
No, sir.
Well, what was it? Come on. It was one of those things, something that made you want to get rid of Scrub.
You're crazy. He was my friend.
Maybe, but just the same, you lied. Now, why? Why did you say you saw what happened when you didn't see it? All right, I'll tell you what happened. You heard a row. You saw a fight starting and you ran over there, and you saw that Scrub was still living. And right there on the ground, you saw the knife that Matt Clay dropped. And you bent down and picked up the knife.
No.
And your body hid what you were doing. And then you stabbed him. You stabbed him in the back and killed him. And these two boys, Matt and Adam, each knew he didn't do it, and therefore each thought the other did. And their mother, Abigail, she saw the knife in Matt's hand, but she couldn't say so without putting a rope around his neck. But you killed him, and you lied, and your lie tripped you up. Your crude, cold-blooded lie that was going to cover up a crime you'd committed yourself. The lie you can't deny now, can you? Answer me. You did kill him, didn't you? Didn't you?
I tell you, I didn't mean to. I'd been drinking, and we had a little fight, but I didn't mean to. Scrub was my friend, I tell you. And
That's
I
enough. You're a witness, Mr. Felder.
Order! Take your hands off of me! Let me go! I didn't mean to kill him! I tell you!
Well, I reckon there's nothing holding you people now.
No, sir. There sure ain't.
But you boys better not go around thinking you killed anybody again. You'll get yourselves in trouble. Goodbye, Matt. Take care of yourself.
Yes, sir. I'm a-gonna.
Mr. Lincoln,
Goodbye, Abigail.
we ain't got much, but after what you done,
Why, thank you, ma'am. I hope all my clients will pay me as fast as you just did. Now, be careful of them mules going home. Watch out for ruts. Get up, mules.
Go on, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, there you are, Abe. I had a heck of a time finding you.
Oh, evening, Judge.
Abe, I wanted to tell you I thought you pulled a brilliant piece of strategy today, and I'm sorry about trying to talk you into taking on an older lawyer, but I didn't know you had that ace up your sleeve.
Nothing to worry about, Judge. I might have done the same thing if I were in your boots.
How did you happen to hit on Cass as the guilty one?
Well, Judge, I got to thinking about Cass when he insisted on parting his name in the middle. Struck me he might have reasons for wanting to be secretive about himself. And when I found a copy of the almanac, that cinched it.
Where are you heading, Lincoln?
Oh, just thought I'd walk up the hill a piece, Judge.
The boys will be looking for you. What'll I tell them?
Oh, just tell 'em I got the smell of the country in my nose. And I think I'll go on a spell from here.
During the years when young Lincoln was practicing law, another young American was practicing medicine with the same hatred for all that was slipshod and untrustworthy. The young man was Dr. Edward R. Squibb, and he fought single-handed to supply the medical world with something difficult to find and urgently needed: drugs of unfailing uniformity, purity, efficacy. From his tiny laboratory, the beginning of the great house of Squibb, came not only the first uniformly safe, pure ether, but something even rarer: a new way of working in the production of medicines, a quest for perfection that was to continue unceasingly. It was a hope fulfilled for other doctors and surgeons of Dr. Squibb's own time. "We look upon your cause as our cause," they wrote, "your enterprises as the inauguration of a new era, and yourself as the exponent of the great principles of truth and humanity in array against dishonest stupidity." So began that continuing service in the cause of human health, which for generation after generation has made Squibb a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Virginia Bruce in The Prisoner of Zenda. Today's performance of young Mr. Lincoln was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Henry Fonda appeared through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Till the End of Time. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you two well-known Hollywood stars, the distinguished actor and film producer Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and lovely Virginia Bruce. You will hear Mr. Fairbanks and Miss Bruce in the romantic drama The Prisoner of Zenda on tonight's Academy Award.
If you were to visit this delightful kingdom, you would take the Orient Express, Paris, Vienna, Strelsau, Bucharest, and Constantinople. If you were going to the coronation, you'd get out at the capital, Strelsau. If you were Rudolph Rassendyll of the famous English family of Rassendylls and were bent on having a holiday in this picture book kingdom, you'd get off in the province of Zenda. You'd read the sign which said, Province of Zenda, Royal Hunting and Fishing Preserve, trespassing forbidden by order of His Majesty the King. Being Rudolph Rassendyll, you'd pick the choicest waters, fish to your heart's content, and then lie on a grassy bank and fall asleep. You'd hardly know or care that two of the king's henchmen were bending over you in astonishment and alarm.
Remarkable resemblance. Shave him and he'd be the king.
It is incredible.
He's awake.
Oh.
May I ask your name?
You started this, gentlemen. Suppose you give me the lead in the matter of names.
This is Colonel Zapt, and I am called Fritz von Tarlenheim. We are both in the service of His Majesty the King.
Well, I am Rudolph Rassendyll, traveling from England, and not so long ago in the service of Her Majesty Queen Victoria.
Rassendyll?
Then we are all brethren of the sword.
Rassendyll, by heaven, your face betrays you, sir. You know the story, of course?
Oh, I heard something of it.
Fritz! Fritz! Where are you?
Here, Your Majesty.
Confound it, I thought I'd lost you. Colonel Fritz, who is this gentleman?
He's by way of being a relative of yours, sir.
Relative? I don't understand. Well, it is something for which you cannot entirely blame me, Your Majesty.
Well, then who is to blame?
If I may hazard a guess, Your Majesty, I would say that the blame might lie equally between your great-great-great-grandfather Rudolph and my great-great-great-grandmother Amelia.
What? Right, by heaven. The man's a Rassendyll from England.
And since Amelia's time, sire, the Elfberg face crops out on one of us every now and then.
Oh, I see. Well met, cousin. You must forgive me if I was unduly surprised. It's too early in the day for a man to see double, eh, Fritz? Confound it, sir. It's not every day a man meets his double face to face. Well, what are you doing here, cousin? Tell me, what are your plans?
No plans, sire, but to fish.
Oh, but you must come to my coronation tomorrow. I'd give 1,000 crowns for the sight of my brother Michael's face when he sees the pair of us. And another 1,000 crowns, I'd wager, that he couldn't tell us apart. But, of course, you don't know my brother Michael.
I'm afraid, sire, I haven't had that honor.
Sire, I question the wisdom of Mr. Rassendyll's going to Strelsau tomorrow.
He mustn't go.
Come, gentlemen, I have not said he is to go.
Sire, I shall leave the country immediately since your advisors think it is advisable.
No, by thunder, you shan't. You must stay at my hunting lodge.
Our train for the coronation, sire, is to be ready at 7 in the morning.
Very well. Since Zapt won't let you see our coronation, Cousin Rudolph, we shall do our best to make up for it on the night before. Come, sir. I think you will find our table adequate and our wine cellar somewhat inexhaustible.
Wake up! Wake up! Quickly!
What's the joke?
This is no joke, Englishman.
Well, it was quite an evening, wasn't it? Hello, His Majesty still asleep?
Yes, asleep.
Well, what happened?
Joseph, the servant, found him on the floor this morning. You didn't drink any of that last bottle?
Well, not that I know of. Oh, my head.
I think you'd know it if you had.
Why, was it drugged?
It was.
Well, have you had a doctor?
None within 10 miles. But 1,000 doctors wouldn't take him to Strelsau today. Oh, I know the look of it. He'll not move for 6 or 7 hours yet.
But I remember laughing at a joke His Majesty told, and then I sat down here, and I suppose I went fast asleep. You know, I'm not much of a wine drinker.
His Majesty is. You missed the drug bottle.
But who could have...
Michael, his half-brother. He wants the throne.
But the coronation today.
There isn't going to be a coronation.
Well, can't they postpone it? Can't you send word he's ill?
Oh, they know his illness too well. He's been ill before. Michael is waiting in Strelsau now, with half the army already on his side and half the people, too. It's the moment he's been waiting for, planning for, counting on the king's weakness.
Yes. Yes, Colonel, what's the matter?
Englishman, I am much older than you. As a man grows old, he comes to believe in fate. And fate sent you here. And fate sends you now to Strelsau.
What?
Sounds mad, doesn't it? But without your beard, I'd wager you could deceive your own brother.
Oh, you must be out of your mind.
It's a risk against a certainty.
My dear Colonel Zapt, I'm a simple Englishman. I couldn't even begin to act like a king, even if I tried. I'm afraid not, gentlemen.
Then Black Michael sits tonight on the throne, and the king lies in prison or his grave.
Well, After all, it would only be for today, wouldn't it?
Tonight you shall be safely across the border.
King for a day. And what would it mean if I fail?
Your life and mine, and Fritz is here.
Confound it, I've become awfully fond of this beard.
Rassendel, your hand.
Good. We'll have Joseph shave you, and then you must dress immediately in the king's dress uniform. Take that picture of him as your guide.
Right.
And as for His Majesty, God keep him. Joseph will guard him with his life.
I, Rudolph, with justice and mercy to deal sovereignty, to guard with vigilance and honor the welfare of my people, from all enemies to defend them, and from the throne of my ancestors to bear faithful rule, all this do I swear. I thought everything went off very well, didn't you, Princess Flavia? That is, for a coronation. That is, I mean to say, a coronation should go off well if the king puts in an appearance, properly dressed, knowing his lines.
And sober.
Oh, that's a nasty one. Don't you think you might overlook my past behavior and unbend a little? Don't the people want to see how well we get on together, since we are to be married?
Why should we deceive them?
You know, I think the luckiest man in the world is the king of this country.
Really? You have always seemed to prefer Paris.
Ah, but now I'm the anointed and crowned king. New leaf and all that. I have rather neglected you, haven't I?
2 picture postcards in 3 years.
Yeah, that was pretty silly, wasn't it? Staying away from you so long, and all the time you were changing into the loveliest princess in Europe. No, the loveliest girl in Europe.
Your dynastic obligation to the Princess Royal doesn't compel you to say nice things to her in private.
You call this private, riding along the boulevard in a carriage?
I must indeed have changed since you saw me. I've been thinking the same about you. You really looked and acted like a king today.
Oh, thank you.
Something I confess few of us expected of you.
Oh, well, you see, when I looked at you, it seemed time for this king to settle down and try to live up to his future queen.
I think all this ceremony has gone to your head a little, cousin.
I go fishing, I'm crowned king, I meet the loveliest, the most beautiful...
Your Majesty, this is the palace. We are expected to leave the carriage and enter the palace. You to go to the balcony and greet your subjects.
I think the crowd expects us to get married quite soon. And I think they have there what I consider to be a marvelous idea. Your hand, Princess.
I think, Your Majesty, you should receive your ministers.
Oh, bother my ministers. I want to talk to you. You were saying?
Very well, then. I was asking you what the world outside was really like. Is it as wicked and exciting as it seems in novels? And what did you do on those long trips? I mean, when you weren't drinking.
Well, I used to go fishing.
Fishing? You used to tell me you despised fishing.
Oh, well, I grew out of that. Whipping a fine stream after a big fellow who jumps and laughs at you.
Oh, fly fishing. I've never got beyond the hook and worm stage.
Oh.
And speaking of worms, do you remember the day you dropped a caterpillar down my back? Oh, what a dreadful young fiend you were.
Was I? Who's there?
Sire?
Well?
His Highness, Duke Michael, is waiting to pay his respects, sire.
Forgive me, my dear, for deserting you, then. I shall make the audience as short as possible. My princess, will you be waiting?
Your Majesty, I shall be waiting.
I shall be counting the seconds until I can return.
Rassendyll.
Colonel Zapt, what's the matter?
Don't go in there yet.
But, Colonel, I'm the king, and my ministers are waiting, including my half-brother, Michael.
Wait. This is nothing to joke about. We plan to leave at once and bring back His Majesty by daylight.
Yes?
That devil Rupert of Hensau, Michael's lieutenant, found the king at the lodge. His men murdered Joseph and the guard and kidnapped the king.
Oh. Well, then it's all over. They know everything.
Aye, they know everything, but they can't speak. How can they denounce us without denouncing themselves?
Well, that still won't keep them from murdering the king.
With you on the throne, they won't dare. If they do, they're finished. They can kill him and leave you on the throne.
Oh, it's too much to ask. Nobody could carry on this masquerade. I've tried to help you all I can, but I'm also not a fool.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. But I have a feeling about my king, about the crown. I feel about it the way another man would feel, well, about his children or the woman he loved. He would hate to leave her to her fate without making a fight.
What fate? Whose fate?
Can you ask that of a soldier whose king is kidnapped, perhaps murdered?
You know whom I mean.
Oh, the Princess Flavia. With the king dead, Michael as regent will declare her the queen. After that, of course, he'll marry her.
She'd never do that. She couldn't.
Flavia is a princess of the royal house. She would have no choice, and she would expect none.
Well, you can't let that happen to her.
Can you?
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. In real life, just as in a movie plot, pleasant surprises are always welcome. Like the surprise of discovering that even brushing your teeth can be a refreshing experience when you brush them with Squibb dental cream. You can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. For Squibb dental cream wakes up your whole mouth with flavor as refreshing as frosted mint. Its refreshing action leaves your teeth and gums feeling clean as a breath of mountain air. And watch your mirror for a refreshing difference in your smile. For the polishing agent in pure Squibb dental cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. So begin every day the refreshing way. Brush your teeth regularly with Squibb dental cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb dental cream. Before we bring you part two of The Prisoner of Zenda, we want to thank David O. Selznick Productions for making this story available. David O. Selznick Productions are also producers of the Technicolor picture, Duel in the Sun. And now the House of Squibb presents part two of Academy Award, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Virginia Bruce in The Prisoner of Zenda.
Your Majesty.
Fritz, what is it?
Michael's man's here. Count Rupert of Hensau.
That villain, tell him His Majesty is indisposed.
No, we'll hear what he has to say. Send him in.
But disarm him.
Very well. Send him in. His Majesty will see him.
Your Majesty, I bring your brother's humble greetings. And I also bring you an offer.
From Michael?
Yes. He offers you money.
Oh, how much?
I prefer to speak to you in private.
No.
Can it be, Colonel Zapp, that you do not trust the king?
I do not trust you.
I bow to your patriarchal wisdom, Colonel. But my offer concerns only the king.
Very well. Walk with me towards the window. We can converse privately enough, I think. Well, what does Michael propose?
He offers you 100,000 pounds to pack and take safe conduct over the border.
You're something of a wit, Hensau.
I told Michael you'd refuse. The fact is, between ourselves, Michael doesn't understand a gentleman.
But we do, Hensau, don't we?
Rassendyll, you're a man after my own heart. Now, here's my plan for us.
Disregarding Michael, of course.
Oh, Michael's such a bore. Listen, all you need do is to attack the castle boldly. The castle where Michael has the king prisoner.
Go on.
Black Michael will fall. The king? You don't want to find him. You won't, that's provided for. Only you and I are left who knows the truth. Understand? I, Rupert of Hensau, and you, the king of the realm.
Aren't you being a little unfair to Michael?
Perhaps a little, but I can't put up with his jealousy.
Jealousy?
Jealousy of me and his charming mistress, Antoinette.
Ah, and you're doing all this for love. How romantic.
Well, love and your Majesty's gratitude throughout your long and happy reign. And then, of course, you might make over to me Michael's castle and his estates.
Very clever scheme. Does you credit.
Shall we shake hands on it?
You. Do you hear the man zapped? He's marvelous.
All right, Englishman. And die!
Here, look out! His knife! Stop him! Guard! Guard!
Sorry I missed. A pity. We'll meet again, Englishman.
After him! Shoot, you fool! Shoot to kill!
Colonel, you heard what Hensau said of the castle and the king.
Yes, we know where the king is now.
And we know how we're to get into the castle.
How?
Our secret police made contact with Michael's mistress. She is in the castle now. Her servant, Johann, is one of our men. He tells us she is afraid that if Michael succeeds, he will marry Princess Flavia and leave her. And she wants the plot to fail.
Good.
She reports that this Johann will lower the drawbridge 2 hours past midnight.
But the noise, the king will be killed at the first alarm.
Yes. But she says that before the bridge goes down, one of us must swim the moat, climb into her room. That man alone must hold off the guards from murdering the king until Johann can lower the bridge and let our armed men into the castle. Tonight there are 2 guards with the king and Count Rupert of Hensau.
I think I should be the one to swim the moat.
Right, lad. We can't afford to lose both our kings.
One king you'll lose tonight. If anything happened to the king and not to me, your game is up anyway. I've been an imposter for his sake. I could not be one for my own. I swim the moat, Fritz, not you.
But if we lose you both, what will become of those of us who are left?
They will serve Queen Flavia. And I would to God I could be one of them.
I understand that we cannot amuse your majesty here in Strelsau, that you are leaving tonight for Zenda to hunt boars.
Boar hunting? Who told you that?
I heard from Colonel Zapt.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, but do you think I want to go?
I'm sure not. It's the boars. They're simply pining for you to hunt them. Did they send a delegation for you?
Perhaps the boars will hunt me. Perhaps, Flavia, they'll catch me. Oh, you're not even touched by that danger, are you?
This is the way you used to be. But not like the king I've come to love.
Oh, my darling. Did you dream I was leaving you to go hunting?
Are you not going?
Well, I'm not going hunting. That is, not just for boar.
Then what do you... Rudolph, it's Michael.
Oh, it's nothing. It seems he has hatched a lurid little plot at Zenda.
But I won't let you go. Send someone else.
And what sort of a king would do that?
I don't understand.
And I cannot tell you yet. But believe me when I say there are reasons why I must go.
I'm sorry. You see, I've never been in love before, Rudolph. You'll come back soon.
Shan't a man come back to the loveliest lady in all the wide world? 1,000 Michaels couldn't keep me from you. But if I shouldn't...
Rudolph.
Will you never, never forget me?
Never.
And would you be a brave queen and do your part?
My life would be empty. My heart dead.
But you would do your part. Au revoir.
Rudolph.
Colonel Zapt, give the order and we'll storm Michael's castle.
Easy, lad. He hasn't lowered the drawbridge yet.
He's dead, I tell you. It's been an hour since he swam the moat and scaled the wall. We were betrayed. I know it.
We'll never get into that fortress. Have patience, Fritz.
Who is there, Raphael?
Hi. I'm Rudolph Rassendell.
Too late. Too late.
Oh, Antoinette, what do you mean?
Look. You've killed Michael. Michael is dead.
Who killed him?
Rupert of Hensel.
Oh.
I had him come to my room to get him out of your way. Michael surprised us. He killed Michael. He killed Johann. He knows the plot. The cause is lost.
Oh, where is the king? Quickly, where is the king?
He's in the dungeon. 2 guards. Take Michael's sword. Beware of Rupert.
Mind you, men. The first sound of alarm, stab the king and drop him into the river. I'll deal with the others. We may have company, though I doubt they'll be able to storm this fortress.
Aye, we shall take care of the king.
Good. I'll have a look from the battlements. Keep your wits about you.
How is the king?
Oh, he'll do.
Water. Water, please, water.
Yes, he'll do. Shut up, you. I'll give you water. I'll...
Look out! It's the foreigner! Cousin Rudolph. Cousin Rudolph! Courage, Majesty. I'll have the drawbridge down in a moment. Courage, sire! Only Rupert stands on our side now, in our way, and he's above on the battlements.
Oh, no, he isn't, imposter.
Rupert!
So you killed the guards. Very daring of you, Rassendell. But now it's my turn. You played right into my hands. Now I'll be rid of the both of you, the king and his bothersome double.
Oh, no, you don't.
Stand and fight. I'll give you your fencing lesson, Englishman.
I'll take my lesson in my own way.
You fight like a peasant.
I'll fight you any way you wish when the bridge is down. Zap! Come on! Charge the bridge!
Good work, imposter. Now pay for it.
I must know. Tell me I command you.
Rassendell lives. Wounded, yes. But he saved the king.
And this Rupert of Hensau?
Escaped. The man is a devil.
Where is...
Rassendell, come. He is waiting. There.
Rudolph, my darling. You're hurt.
I love you with all my heart and soul. But forgive me for the wrong I've done you.
It would have made no difference if I'd known. It was always you, never the king.
I meant to tell you. I tried to on the night of the ball.
I know. But what are we to do now, Rudolph?
I'm going away. Tonight.
Oh, no. No, you can't.
Oh, my darling. Come with me. Oh, no, I'm mad.
But I love your madness, dear. For one lovely moment, I too was mad. But is love the only thing? If it were, I could follow you to the end of the world. For you hold my heart in the hollow of your hand. But if love were the only thing, you would have left the king to die in his cell. Honor binds a woman too, Rudolph. I don't know why God has let me love you. But I do know that I must stay.
I think God chose his purpose to such as you.
Your heart will always be in my heart. The touch of your lips on mine.
Your heart will always be in my heart. The touch of your lips on mine. My queen. My love.
My love. And my true knight.
Farewell. My darling.
Fate doesn't always make the right men kings.
Goodbye. Goodbye, my darling.
Whenever you see the name Squibb on a product, a name you can trust, you will also see a number you can trust. It is called a control number, and it plays a vitally important part in safeguarding the uniformity, purity, and efficacy of the Squibb product you are about to use. For by that control number, Squibb records in detail not only every step in the processing of a product, but the source and exact characteristics of every component, even to sterile distilled water when it is used. In fact, so complete are the records that, using the control number as a key, you may even uncover a detailed report of the weather on the day when special product tests were made. It is for your protection that the House of Squibb takes such care in producing not only life-saving medicinals, but also the simple health essentials you buy for your home use. And you'll be delighted to find, when you ask your druggist, how many of these Squibb makes for you. To be sure you get Squibb quality when you're buying for your medicine cabinet, ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Joel McCrea in Foreign Correspondent. Today's performance of The Prisoner of Zenda was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. is soon to be seen starring in the RKO Technicolor production Sinbad the Sailor. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of Hollywood's best-known stars, Joseph Cotten. Tonight you will hear Mr. Cotten in the exciting drama Foreign Correspondent, which was nominated for 4 different Oscars. Yes, for Best Photography, Best Original Screenplay, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Production of the Year. Foreign Correspondent was nominated for the 1940 Academy Award.
Well, come right in, Miss Green. Put on your glasses, sit down, and take an epic. No, Miss Green, this is not to be an editorial for the Sunday edition. This is to be some notes on my lurid past. You see, before I came here to Springfield and bought this paper and became a substantial citizen, I was a reporter, Miss Green. Johnny Jones, Foreign Correspondent. That was long before there was even a phony war. I was sent to Europe to meet a man called Van Meer, known as the Strong Man of Holland. He had been one of the signers of a secret treaty between Holland and the Allied powers. I was to get Van Meer to talk and to tell me what was in that treaty. My wife's maiden name is Carol Fisher. Her father was head of the Universal Peace Party. I met Carol over there and fell for her like a ton. When she went down to Amsterdam with her father, I went too. There was a conference there, and I intended to kill two birds with one stone. For Van Meer was to be the principal speaker. I had met old Van Meer in Paris, so I didn't have much trouble nailing him when he got out of a cab in front of the conference building and started up the steps. He didn't seem very happy to see me. Why, Mr. Van Meer, how are you? We somehow seem to lose each other, sir. Don't you remember me? I'm the American reporter from New York. Seemed anxious to get away from me. Seemed not to remember me. Just then a photographer jumped out in front of him.
Hold it. Picture.
The guy pointed his camera at this Van Meer, and Van Meer's eyes got very big. Then I saw the gun in the photographer's hand. It went off then. I guess I stood there like a goon, just watching Van Meer fall. He was dead when he stopped rolling down the steps. This phony photographer dropped his camera and ran into the crowd. I ran after him. He got into a car and roared away. I looked for a car, and just then my sweet Carol comes riding up in the Bentley with one of those big blonde Englishmen at the wheel. I jumped into the car, pushed Carol over, and yelled at the handsome brute. Follow that car, quick, hurry.
Might as well humor him.
Righto. What's the trouble? Chap shot someone?
Van Meer assassinated.
Dead?
Looks like it.
Bad show.
Couldn't be worse from his point of view. There he goes, around the corner. Don't lose sight of him.
Oh, I thought that was him. No, there he is.
No, we've lost him. Come on, faster, faster. Try and get around this car. That's good.
There he goes. He's had the luck of the devil. We might get him here.
Blow your horn, blow your horn!
I say, old girl, mind shoving your knees out of the way. Makes driving difficult. Ah, that's better.
Not at all. Anything I can do. Glad to help.
Guess we're catching up on him.
Shooting at us, by Harry. Shattered the safety glass. Wonder whose make. Better hop into the back, old girl.
Good chauffeur we've got, Miss Fisher.
Betty.
You two know each other?
Oh, I forgot. This is Scott Folliott, newspaper man, same as you, Johnny. Correspondent of London Post. Mr. Jones, Mr. Folliott.
How'd you do? Here we are, old chap. Out in the country and very desolate, if you ask me.
Keep on his tail. He's around that curve behind the windmill.
We'll have him then, old boy. Here we go. I say, the chap in his car disappeared. Vanished.
He couldn't have.
He has.
Look at that. The sails on that windmill.
Well, quite common over here in Holland, old boy.
I could have sworn those sails were going against the wind just now.
Why don't you lie down on the wet grass, old boy, and cool off?
I'll cool off at the proper time, but first, would you do me a favor and go back and get the police?
Police? What for?
We shan't need the police. I've decided not to prosecute.
You're going to bring the police back here because our man is in there.
And where?
In that windmill.
What makes you think so?
While I'm explaining, a lot of things can happen. Will you please take my word for it and get the police? I'd go myself if I spoke the language.
What will you do?
I'll stick around here and do some snooping. I hate to seem executive, but this is serious.
Right you are, old boy. You shall have the police. Regiment of them.
There I was on a lonely flat plain with nothing but a windmill for company. Suddenly the mill stopped, and the sails reversed themselves against the wind. At the same time, I heard the drone of a plane. Then I knew. The reversed sails were a signal. The plane came into land. I crept up to the mill. There was a shed there, and in it the assassin's car. I went back and into the mill. Then I heard muffled voices. I crept around some more and found a wooden staircase. I went up. There was a door with a key in it. I heard someone coming after me. I pushed backwards into the room, closed the door. I was in the transmission room, the room with the wooden gears connected with the big sail outside. I stood there listening. Suddenly, I almost jumped out of my skin. A weak voice spoke.
Come in, Mr.
And I whirled around, and there, tied to a ring in the floor, was Van Meer, alive.
I'm afraid you see me at a great disadvantage. I have just been given a drug of some sort. It affects the brain. They gave it to me when they moved me from. It's beginning now. I'm sorry.
But I saw you shot just now outside the conference hall. I saw it.
The man you saw shot was not I. He was a substitute who looked like me.
But why?
They want the world to think that I have been assassinated, to conceal the fact that I'm in their hands.
Their hands? Well, who are they?
I cannot explain. I am not certain. All that I can tell you is that they are going to take me somewhere by plane.
Van Meer's head dropped, and I jumped for the crossbeam above me, pulled myself up, and lay there near the big gear. The door opened, 4 men came in, picked up Van Meer, and took him away. When they had gone, when the plane had died away, I got out of there fast. I came back with the cops, and they thought I was nuts. There was no assassin's car, no assassin, no plane, and no Van Meer. I laughed it off and went over to London with a big news beat in my pocket. I wanted to see Carol's father and find out if he could help me. On a night boat, I made love to Carol.
Penny for your thoughts, Johnny.
I was thinking of those guys who came into the mill and took old Van Meer away. They sounded like Nazis to me.
Oh, imagination.
Maybe, darling, maybe not. I got one good look at the leader's face, and, well, it wasn't from the county Cork.
It's hard being happy with the world falling apart.
The world isn't falling apart. Just governments.
It's the same thing.
Well, only governments don't sit in the moonlight wearing shawls and looking beautiful.
They're certain to march into Poland.
Tomorrow, but not tonight. Look, I'm in love with you, no matter who marches where.
When you think of what may happen, love doesn't seem so important.
I don't know. It survived a lot of wars. Now, will you forget the fate of Europe for a minute? I'm in love with you and want to marry you.
I wonder what Father will say.
About what, the fate of Europe?
No, about our marriage. You did ask me, didn't you?
Been pleading for hours.
I think he will be pleased. I'm sure he will.
Everybody will be pleased. England, America, and me too. We got a Fisher's house in London, and I was feeling just like a guy whose daughter is about to tell her father that you want to do that serious thing. The butler opened the door, and there was my future father-in-law having breakfast with a man whose face was the face that led the guttural voices up to take Van Meer away from the mill.
Carol, my dear, what a pleasant surprise. And you didn't even wire me.
Father, I hope you don't mind us barging in like this. Johnny brought me over on a boat. Mr. Krug, how nice to see you again. Oh, but of course you haven't met Mr. Jones. Mr. Krug.
Mr. Krug is with an embassy here.
I think I shall have to be getting along, Mr. Fisher. Shall we settle on the wording for the peace petition now or leave it till later?
Oh, we might as well clear it up now. You'll excuse us. Go right ahead, Mr. Krug, into my study.
Father, could we have just a moment? It's terribly important.
Why, certainly. I won't be long.
Wait, Mr. Fisher. Get the police quick. Van Meer isn't dead.
Van Meer isn't? Why, that's fantastic.
They kidnapped him, then shot his double. I saw Van Meer afterward in a mill in Holland. That man, that Krug, was with him.
Krug? But that's ridiculous, Johnny. We've known him.
I know, dear, but Mr. Jones says...
I tell you, I spoke to Van Meer. He told me they were taking him somewhere by plane. They must have brought him here to England.
I've always felt a little uneasy about Krug.
Mr. Fisher.
I'll keep him there. Coming, Mr. Krug.
Be careful, Father.
Mr. Jones has just suggested that I turn you over to the police, Mr. Krug.
Mr. Jones seems to be something of a troublemaker.
I thought you said he'd been taken care of by our agents in Amsterdam.
I thought so, too, but perhaps Miss Fisher being with him caused complications. It would have been ideal if she had been in our confidence.
So deuced inconvenient his coming here. Well, dash it all, he's in my home.
He must be stopped.
Yes, but I always find the sordid details somewhat distasteful.
As usual, I shall endeavor to relieve you of them. You remember Rowley?
Rowley? Oh, yes, the little man who used to work in your father's stables in Austria.
I shall get Rowley. Hire him as a private detective to guard Mr. Jones.
Guard him? Very delicate of you, Krug. Very.
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. Delightful Squibb Dental Cream is a member of the great family of Squibb products that every member of your family will enjoy using every day. Youngsters and grown-ups alike find it so refreshing. Let it linger on your tongue for just an instant and note that spicy tang of mint. Fragrant, frosty, you can taste the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. Let its pleasantly brisk action wake up your whole mouth. Leave it tingling, alive. You can feel the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. And soon you'll see a refreshing difference in your smile. For the polishing agent in this quality dentifrice is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. So begin tomorrow to brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Then you'll enjoy all three ways a fine dentifrice can serve you. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb Dental Cream. Before we bring you part two of Foreign Correspondent, we wish to thank United Artists for making this picture available. Foreign Correspondent is based on an original story written by Vincent Sheehan. And now, the House of Squibb presents part two of Academy Award, starring Joseph Cotton in Foreign Correspondent.
I should have known that about Fisher, but I didn't. And I took his word for it that I should wait and get a bigger story after we'd found Van Meer. Carol naturally sided with her father. She was afraid to let me go out alone, and Fisher put on his boogeyman suit and scared me, too. He sold me on the idea I needed a bodyguard, and that's how I got Roley. I didn't get wise to him even when he pushed me in front of a truck.
Hey, you! Somebody pushed you, sir. It was me, sir. If I tried to pull you back, you'd been caught. It was push or nothing.
Oh, smart work, Mr. Rowley. Thanks very much.
After all, sir, that's what I'm here for, isn't it?
I'm late for a date at the American Club. Here, let's take this cab. American Club driver.
I'm not certain, sir, but I've an idea that two men have just got into another cab to follow us.
Oh, I can't see any other cab.
I'm not certain, sir, but I'm sure I saw them. We might give them the slip if we go the long way around. Better stop here, sir, and we'll change cabs.
Okay, stop here, driver.
Now, sir, no use waiting for them to catch up. Our job is to give them the slip.
What? Let's get another cab, then.
Wait a minute, sir. We're in front of the cathedral.
Well, let's go in there.
Do you mind not going in, sir? I saw by the notice that it's a requiem mass.
Oh.
I hate to be so fussy, sir. I say, look at the sign, sir. The lift takes you up to the tower to see the magnificent view, and then there's sixpence.
Well, let's go up and look at the view, then. Come on. Say, this is pretty dangerous, this low railing, and some drop, too. Oh.
You'd better be careful, sir. I was a bit scared when you leaned over just now. I was once with a chap on a bridge in Switzerland. He had a very nasty fall, killed him stone dead. Always made me a bit nervous since.
Well, let's go down. I got a lunch date.
Don't go down yet, sir. Oh, just a moment, sir. I believe that's the Horse Guards from Buckingham Palace approaching, sir. A rare and unusual sight. You're in a bit of luck, sir.
Where? I can't see them.
Straight down, sir. You'll have to lean over a bit, sir.
Oh.
See them, sir?
Oh, yes, I see them now.
Quite a sight, sir, eh? Quite a sight, sir. Here you go to join them, sir.
I don't know what made me turn aside suddenly. One of those hunches. But just as I did, Roley, with his hands stretched out to push me, went hurtling by and over the rail and down to a horrible death before the crowd below. The thing that sent chills up my spine was But I knew then that Carol's father had tried to have me murdered. In my state of mind, it was like a double skite seeing old boy Folliot again.
Hello, old boy. Congratulations on your little set to with Rowley.
How'd you know about Rowley?
Rowley and Fisher, old boy, and the fellow with the high-necked sweater. Matter of fact, followed them here to London.
I see. Then you believe me now about Van Meer?
Oh, of course. I'd suggest we work along from here together, old boy. First thing I'd suggest after that would be that you kidnap Fisher's daughter.
What?
Well, all right, old boy, no offense. But if you give me a chance to bear down on Fisher, he dotes on her, you know. Maybe he'd talk and tell us where Van Meer is.
Hey, who are you anyway? I mean, what are you?
British subject, old boy, patriot and all that. My country's on the verge of war.
I see. Okay, pal, I'll kidnap Carol. That is, I'll go through the motions. Where'll I take her?
Take her to Cambridge. I'll get you digs at the College Arms.
Oh, wait, now, what happens after you get Fisher talking?
I'll phone you, old boy, and let you in on the kill.
It's a deal.
Johnny, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I'm just relaxing here in the College Arms.
You'd better be nice or I'll send you back to your own room without supper.
Okay. Look, Carol, we got to talk. There's something hanging over our heads, and before it falls, I want you to know that no matter what happens,
Johnny, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about?
Wait. Hello?
Oh, hello, old boy. This is me.
Oh, yes, what happened?
Fisher's gone. Our people found out where he went. Take this down. 242 Charlotte Street, Tottenham Court
242
Road.
Charlotte Street, Tottenham Court
I
Road.
think you'd better get there as fast as possible. I think that's where they have Van Meer, right?
Check.
What is it?
Carol, I've got to go back to London fast. I want you to stay here till I come for you.
Oh, no, you don't. I sense trouble, and I'm not letting you out of my sight.
I'm not going to try and talk you out of it, but now remember this. No matter what happens, I love you, darling, with all my heart.
Where is Van Meer?
There he is.
Those lights in his face, can't you cut them down?
Yes, cut them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You are like my friend, Mr. Fisher. I am so sorry. It is so dark. I cannot tell. But you are like my friend.
I am Fisher, Mr. Van Meer. I am your friend.
I am so glad. How did you get here? Am I going away now? Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Thank you. Are the police here? They mustn't get away. You mustn't let these people go.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I represent the Jupiter Life Assurance Company. Can I interest you in a small policy?
Did you have to bring him up here?
I didn't know what to do. He tried to get away. You mustn't blame him, Krog. He's nervous, and he had a pistol in my back. I came easy. But go right ahead, gentlemen. Don't mind me. I'll sit right down here.
What is that? Is it the police? Tell me where I am.
You're in London, Mr. Van Meer. These people think I'm working with them. You and I must play a little game.
A little game?
Yes. They want you to tell me something. Just one little clause in the treaty. Clause 27. Clause 27. Come, Mr. Van Meer.
But it's the secret clause. I know. Clause 27. But they mustn't know it. It would help them if they make war. War. You don't want them help, do you?
Don't tell him anything, Mr. Van Meer. He's not your friend.
Who was that? You are not my friend. Oh, I see. You cried peace. Peace, and there was no peace. You were a liar, Fisher, a cruel, cruel liar. I will never talk. Do what you want with me.
Well, it's useless. Better try your methods, Krug.
Bring him over here.
No more of that. I talk.
Then talk.
Oh, in the event of invasion by an enemy power, Her Majesty's government solemnly pledges that...
Steady, Van Meer, steady! After what?
Get him!
that's a number, but it's a restaurant.
And Doc.
Folliot wouldn't kid me. This must be the place.
I say, sir, are you Mr. Jones?
Why, yes, why?
Mr. Folliot said we were to expect you, sir. We shall get a signal from Mr. Folliot any moment now, sir.
Say, what is this? Who are you, and who is Folliot?
Sorry, sir, but Mr. Folliot will explain. That is, if Mr. Folliot is still alive. There it is, sir, the signal.
Stay here, Carol.
No, my father is in there, too. I heard what Scott Folliot said to you on the phone. I'm coming.
Come on, sir, we're closing in.
Carol, you're not coming. Darling, I love you, but I've got to do this.
Oh!
Right into my arms, sir.
I had to do it. Had to sock a holder. I'm going in.
We're trapped.
Yes, old boy, you are, to put it in so many words.
No, I've got to get out of here.
Too late. The place is surrounded.
Then this man must die before they get here.
What about us?
You will pay the price your country asks. The work is not finished. I must go on.
Very well.
Sorry, Folliot. This is war.
Think nothing of it, old boy. Go ahead and shoot. But I'd feel silly if I were you, Krug, taking the rap, holding the sack, as it were, for Fisher. He wants to sell out so as his daughter won't find out he's been a Nazi spy.
So the daughter, eh?
Do as you're told. That's an order, Krug.
Why should we die and let you get away because your daughter doesn't know about you? I have a daughter, too, in the homeland.
Shoot, you fool! Quickly!
Yeah, I shoot!
Stand where you are, all of you. Drop those guns. Folliot, you all right?
Hello, old boy. Mighty happy to see you.
Fisher. He's been shot.
Yes, old boy. I talked Krug into it.
He's dead.
Yes. Take those people away.
Mr. Van Meer.
He's just barely alive. But he didn't give us away on that treaty.
Was Fisher really...
Yes. He was in charge of those Nazis.
Carol?
Oh, innocent old boy. Doesn't know a thing.
What am I going to tell her?
Fisher was a Nazi, though only half German. She's all English, old boy. You could tell her her father came here to talk to Van Meer and was trapped.
Is that true?
Well, yes, old boy. Only it was we who trapped them.
And who are we?
British intelligence, old boy. Better get to a cable office. You have a whale of a story for your paper.
Yeah, and a whale of a story to tell Carol, too, old boy. So, darling, your father must have found out that they were keeping Van Meer a prisoner there and torturing and trying to get him to tell what was in the secret treaty. Your father went there, and Krug killed him before we could break down the door.
Goodbye, Johnny. I love you. I shall always love you. Now, goodbye.
What are you talking about? Goodbye.
I know you love me, too. That's why you're lying to me. My father was a Nazi agent, and he was shot by Krug, his subordinate.
You didn't know your father was...
No, I didn't. Not until he hired that man to try to kill you. Then I began to suspect. When I heard Folliot call you at Cambridge, I knew.
That's why you came with me.
Yes. I was going to try and talk you out of going in there. I was going to try and make you go back to America before you knew.
I am going back to America.
Oh. Oh, yes, of course.
I'm going back with my wife.
Johnny.
Carol, my darling, you couldn't possibly help what your father was or did. Now, come on. I've got the tickets, and we'll start all over again back in America.
No, Johnny, no. Killing is just beginning. England is at war tonight, and I'm going to stay and help make up to her some of the things my father did against her. After the war, if we're still alive, my darling, come back to England and ask me again to be your wife.
I see. I guess I see. All right, darling. I'll be getting along on my boat.
Until tomorrow, Johnny. Whenever that will be.
Yes, darling. Until whenever that'll be.
To help all mankind toward greater health and happiness, thousands dedicate themselves to the service of others through scientific research in the field of medicine. Playing a vital role in this vast scientific effort, the House of Squibb maintains at New Brunswick, New Jersey, a great research institute. Separate and distinct from the business activities of Squibb, the Squibb Institute for Medical Research carries on investigations in the same spirit and in the same manner as the laboratories of universities, foundations, and endowments all over the world. The Squibb Institute is evidence of unceasing faith in the progress which can be generated through untrammeled scientific research. Your doctor knows how much the Squibb Institute has aided in the development of many of the newest weapons in the victories over disease and pain. He knows, too, that the Squibb products he uses reflect the same high principles, the same devotion to the search for perfection that is behind the Squibb Institute for Medical Research. And you may use, with the same confidence, the many everyday health necessities Squibb makes for your medicine cabinet. To make sure you're getting Squibb quality, ask for it by name. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award, starring Olivia de Havilland and Jean-Pierre Aumont in Hold Back the Dawn. Today's performance of Foreign Correspondent was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. We wish to thank Mr. Joseph Cotton for his splendid performance tonight. Joel McCrae, who was previously announced, was unable to be with us because of last-minute changes in his motion picture production schedule. Mr. Cotton appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and may soon be seen in Mr. Selznick's Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you as our stars tonight, Olivia de Havilland and Jean-Pierre Aumont. You will hear Miss de Havilland and Mr. Aumont in Hold Back the Dawn, the screenplay which, as best motion picture production of 1941, was nominated for 7 different Academy Awards. Miss de Havilland will play the role she created on the screen for Hold Back the Dawn, and in which she was nominated as Best Actress of the Year for the 1941 Academy Award.
My maiden name was Emmy Brown. My husband's name is George Iscovescu. He was born in Romania, but he spent most of his life in Paris, on the Riviera, in St. Moritz, at the Lido, following the seasons and the rich people. He was a dancer. Then the war came. People who had money went to America. You need a visa to go to America, so George went to Mexico, to a dusty little town that straddled the border to California. There's a wire fence. You can see right through it into the United States. George didn't think he'd have to wait very long.
I see by your questionnaire that you wish to enter the United States permanently.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were born in Bucharest, so you come under the Romanian quota. Unfortunately, that quota is very small and very crowded.
That means I will have to wait?
Between 5 and 8 years, Mr. Iscovescu.
5 and 8 years? 5 to 8 years? Like a prison sentence. 8 times 365 days. With these flies and this heat. I walked in a nightmare through the dirty town to a hotel. I was used to the Ritz and the Savoy. The local hotel is called the Esperanza. I took a room at the rate of $1 a day. I didn't expect to stay. It was the 4th of July. I couldn't stand the room or the noise any longer. So I went out and walked the streets.
It was then that I saw him for the first time. I was driving a school bus full of children. We were on a picnic. One of the kids threw firecrackers under his feet. He was in no mood for that sort of thing that day. The boy must apologize. It's a matter of discipline. Come here, Tony.
Your form of humor I do not appreciate.
Oh, you know what American boys are like. All year long, they store up mischief for the 4th of July.
It would be preferable if they let off their high spirits in America, under the feet of Americans.
Now, don't let's get into international complications.
There's a fence back there. You Americans make a very definite point of it.
I gather you don't like us very much.
Very little.
Tony, don't you dare apologize now. Just then, I put the bus in gear and rammed the car in front. I was shaking with rage. He walked away and went into the Climax bar.
When my eyes became adjusted to the dark, I saw a dancer I knew in Europe. Her name was Tamara.
George!
Tamara, what are you doing here?
Just down from the day from Los Angeles with some people. Those drunks at that table. I'm not the same tomorrow, George.
I'm not the same George. Tell me, how did you get into America?
Meet Mrs. Shaughnessy. I married an American.
And what?
Simple. If you're married to an American, you get preference. Papers go to Washington, and in 4 weeks, everything is settled.
Hey, Tamara. Well, where are you, Tamara?
Your husband?
No. My husband was a jockey in Caliente, 5'3". Once over the border, I went to the judge. Woman wants a man, I told him, not a radiator cap. Divorce granted, $50.
What did she say? You just marry an American? As easy as that? Get hold of a wedding ring, and you can swing right over that fence. What do they call it? The pursuit of happiness. On my way back to the hotel, I saw her again, the little school teacher with the bus. She was trying to get the radiator fixed. I watched them, and when the mechanics weren't looking, I took the keys to the ignition and dropped them into a sewer. I stood around a few minutes until she noticed me, and her face got red.
I know you don't like us, but I promise we'll get back over that border as soon as we can.
Now, please. I was partly responsible for your accident. I feel very bad about it.
You should.
Any of these your children?
No, I'm a school teacher. They'll be in a perfect tizzy about us back home.
Of course, the parents. And maybe your husband.
I haven't any husband. But if we're not back by 9 o'clock, Mr. McAdams, the principal will think we're dead in a ditch.
While you are waiting for the car, why not telephone and tell him you are all right?
Well, they said there was no telephone around.
There's one at the hotel. I'll show you.
Oh, thank you.
I knew I was on the way now. They wouldn't be able to make her a new set of keys. They'd have to go for them across the border. That would take until the next day. I played it very careful, and I was very patient.
The number is Azusa, California, 30991. I hope they get the call right away. If you could only see Mr. McAdams, the principal. He always bites his fingernails. He must have gnawed them right down to the knuckles by now.
Have a cigarette?
Oh, no. Thank you, Mr.
Iscovescu.
My name is Brown. Emmy Brown.
Your name is not Margot.
It's Emmy.
She had the same hair. Only it was always mussed by the wind that winter in Chamonix.
What are you talking about?
You thought I was bitter, Miss Brown, when you spoke to me first on the street. It was because I saw another woman in your face. Margot. No, those aren't her eyes. Her eyes were bad. Eyes that seemed to be saying beautiful things, and every word they spoke, a lie. I knew it, and I loved her. The ground opened under my feet, and I loved her. I ran away. I had to come here to the end of the earth to know that I really hated her, that I had always hated her.
I'm sorry.
Just look at me, Miss Brown. Keep looking at me. It's like a sudden breeze on a stifling day.
You are the strangest man.
Perhaps the loneliest man. Naturally, they couldn't find the keys to the bus. So I arranged with the hotel to bed down the lot of them in the lobby.
Well, good night. We're settled. Good night.
Somehow, these shabby walls will not seem so empty and sad. You will be here, close, very near to me, under the same roof, breathing in the same night.
Yes. Good night.
Good night. I went up to my room. There was Tamara waiting for me.
Hello, George.
What do you want?
I've kept thinking about you all day. The way you always held me away from you when we danced. Those gigolo eyes of yours. You selfish tramp. Did you ever love anybody in your life?
I don't want you here. Understand?
George.
You are wasting my time.
I have a little money, George. It's yours if you want it. I'll get more money. I'll give you anything. Anything you want.
Anything, Tamara?
Anything.
I'll take this.
My wedding ring.
I had a hard time going to sleep that night. My heart was beating fast, and my senses were all thrown out of gear. I found a kind of half-sleep at last, and then about 5 o'clock in the morning, I woke. He was sitting there, staring at me.
Hello.
What are you doing here? Please, you have no right to be here.
Of course I have no right. No right to be here. No right to sit watching your face, learning it like a poem. No right to listen for the stir of your heart. No right to tell you that I love you very much.
You must go away right now, please.
You needn't be afraid, Miss Brown, not a bit. We are like two trains halted for a moment at the same station, but going in different directions. We can't change our course any more than we can hold back the dawn. Soon it will be light, and you will be gone forever.
It is getting light, isn't it?
You needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. Not of a dead man. I'm dead, you see. I've asked myself thousands of times why they shouldn't bury me, why I should go on walking and breathing and talking when I was dead. Perhaps I know now. Perhaps it was to see the sun rise once more, to hear enchantment in a woman's voice, to feel her nearness, the warmth of her lips.
No.
No rebellions nor violent desires. If you found one in your sober little mind, you would tell it to go stand in the corner, wouldn't you, Miss Brown?
I don't know.
Not for you, the sudden flash which lights up your whole life. One split second to snatch at happiness before it's dark again. It isn't this kiss I want. It's all your kisses. It's your life. Look at your hand, Miss Brown, your left hand.
Oh.
Yes, it's a wedding ring, Miss Brown. I put it on your hand as you slept. It was my mother's. You see how wild a dream can be. But you are wise and sane and cool. You needn't be afraid, Miss Brown.
Wait. Oh, wait. Please wait. About your being lonesome. Other people are lonesome. So lonesome they almost give up waiting. Mr. McAdams always said I was crazy, but I knew all the time, deep down in my heart, that someday, somebody, somehow, even though Azusa was at the end of the world.
We had to get the Mexican judge out of bed. The license was $5. It was a good investment. The office was drab and sordid, but to Emmy Brown, being there was like standing at an altar in a cathedral with great bells ringing. When we came out into the sunlight, she took my hand.
George,
Yes?
take the ring. Put it on my finger again. And say these words.
Words?
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse. With this ring, I thee wed.
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse. With this ring, I thee wed.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
I'll never take it off. Never.
What did I care what she did with the ring? I was married to an American. I was ready to cross the border.
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. But in these few following seconds, let me ask you if you have ever felt the tang of cold salt spray over the bow of a sailboat pointing into the wind, quenched your thirst after a hot walk through the woods at a shaded, bubbling spring, taken a plunge in a cool mountain pool. These are some of the memories that stand out from many of our summer vacations, refreshing memories that come back to us when we use Squibb dental cream. For its tangy, cool, fresh, minty flavor is as refreshing as a shady bed of mint. It wakes up your whole mouth, leaving it clean and invigorated. Every time you use Squibb dental cream, you will recapture that thrill of other truly refreshing experiences. Yes, you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference when you use Squibb dental cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Before continuing with part 2 of Hold Back the Dawn, we want to thank Paramount Pictures for making this story available. Paramount's current release is the Hal Wallace production, The Searching Wind, starring Robert Young, Sylvia Sidney, and Ann Richards. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Olivia de Havilland and Jean-Pierre Aumont in Hold Back the Dawn.
It was slow going getting the papers in order. Emmy Brown came back from her home, and we took the bus and went for a long drive back into the hinterland of Mexico. I had reasons for getting away from the border. There was a smart immigration inspector named Hammock snooping around. He was interested in people who suddenly got married to Americans, especially aliens who wanted to get over that border. Something happened on that mad drive, though. I guess I fell in love with Emmy Brown a little. She was in our room at the hotel, packing to go back to her job in Azusa for a while. I was downstairs, and I ran into Tamara.
I thought you'd never come. I've been dying here day after day, looking down the street, waiting for you.
Bad news?
Good news. You'll be getting out of here in 3 weeks. New York by the 1st of August.
I'm not going right on to New York.
No? Oh, sure. You've got to stop over in Azusa. That would take half an hour, you said. You were going to tell her she was too good and you were too low.
I'll do it my own way, do you mind?
You like the girl?
Yes. I like her enough not to give her a sudden kick in the face in front of a whole little town. I like her enough to do it all with a little style. All right, I like her enough not to behave like a swine for once in my life.
Well, hallelujah.
That'll do. You've got enough money to get back to New York. I'll find you there when I'm ready.
Thank you. Just stand in the middle of Times Square and whistle. Mrs. Escovescu?
Yes?
Do you mind?
No. Come right in.
Funny, I didn't picture you looking like that. You know what one hears about a teacher. I'm Tamara. I don't think he's told you about me, or did he?
No, he didn't.
I see you're packing. Well, before you go, there's something of mine I want you to give me back.
Of yours?
My wedding ring.
This? Oh, it belonged to his mother.
Oh, isn't he wonderful? The way he knows how to pluck at the heartstring. You see, I gave him the whole idea.
What?
Marrying you to get across the border. Take a look at the engraving in that ring. I used it to marry my little American. It says, to Toots for keeps. Slip it off.
No.
Maybe you should know a little more about the history of George Escovescu.
Get out. Please. Please.
Howdy, Mr. Escovescu, isn't it?
Yes?
My name is Hammock, Immigration Department. I'd like to talk a few things over with your wife.
She's upstairs. If there are any questions, I'll answer them.
I'll answer your questions, Mr. Hammock.
Emmy.
Right over here, Mrs. Escovescu. Take a chair, will you? Had you any idea this man might have married you to get in the country?
Yes. But I asked him to marry me.
All right, he got you to ask him. Look here, you can make things very simple for the department. Anybody can see this set up with half an eye. He gets in the country, divorces you, takes up with his girlfriend, and goes about his own business. With this evidence, you can get an annulment. And that'll slam the door right in his face.
Get a what?
An annulment.
An annulment? How do you like that, George? That's America. You pay your taxes, but you get a lot of protection. No, thank you, Mr. Hammock. It's very sweet of you, but you see, there's nothing wrong. He told me everything. There weren't any false pretenses. It's a fine marriage. We love each other very much. I'm sorry for your sake you haven't got a case.
Well, maybe I'm just dumb. So long.
Emmy, who told you? Tamara? I've always been full of words, you know. Big ones, smooth ones, fancy ones. Just one more word. Thanks.
No. You see, I come from a small town. We don't have those fine hotels. We eat in the drugstore. But we leave a tip just the same. I don't feel I was too generous for those 7 days of our honeymoon. Only perhaps when I met you, I shouldn't have been so vain. I should have worn my glasses. I should have looked at your face more closely. Goodbye.
Do you believe in premonitions? When a black wave breaks over you, and you suddenly know something terrible is going to happen. In my ears was the screeching of brakes, of tires taking a wild curve. Before my eyes were the foot on the gas pedal, pressing it down.
George, they've been phoning you.
Tamara, there was an accident, wasn't there?
Yes.
Bad?
Yes.
Where is she?
The receiving hospital, Los Angeles.
I'll take your car.
They won't let you cross the border. You have no papers.
The key, Tamara.
They'll catch you. You haven't got a chance. All you're waiting for nothing. If you do this, you'll never be admitted. George!
Look at this guy coming. He's nuts. Hey, stop, you. Stop. Don't you see that sign? I said stop!
That's Escovesco. He's my meat. Get my car and a patrol motorcycle escort. This is where I fix that gigolo's wagon.
It was 5 o'clock in the morning when I got to the hospital. It wasn't until I had climbed those steps that I was really afraid. Afraid it was too late. That there was nothing left I could do.
She's unconscious. We're very much afraid. The steering wheel was crushed against her. There's no fight left in her.
Can I go in?
Of course.
Amy. Amy.
She doesn't hear.
Amy. It's George. I've gone. I am here, Amy.
She seemed to hear you. Go on. Keep talking.
Breathe, Amy. Try hard. That's it. Again. Now again. It's all right, Amy. Remember the rain beating on the windshield that day we drove, and the wiper going, and the word it spoke? Together. 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 Breathe, Amy. We are together. 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 I don't know how many hours I sat there or days, but I must have said breathe 1,000,000 times. Breathe. 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 Darling, breathe. Somehow she pulled through. Once she even smiled. And when Hammock caught up with me finally, she was out of danger. I asked him to go ahead and get her an annulment to the marriage. He said he would. He told me he could send me to the pen for 10 years for crossing the border. I didn't care. And for some reason, he just took me back over the border. Back to the grave. I started 4 months of a living death. One day, I saw him coming through the big gate.
Oh, here you are, Escovesco. I've been looking for you.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Don't you feel like stepping up to the gate and looking at the new citizens crossing the border today?
Very funny, Mr. Hammock. Like inviting a hungry child to stand in front of a bakery window.
I talked to the baker. He gave me something for you, not that you deserve a pie. I always thought you were a pretty poor excuse for a human, but, well, I was raised a good Christian, and my folks always used to say that a guy can straighten out once he sees the light. That is, if he's got guts. You have. In America, we can use people with guts. Here are your papers, approved by Washington. Preference quota for husband of American wife.
Husband? Mr. Hammock, I'm...
Get going, get going. There's somebody waiting for you, swinging on that gate.
Gate. Somebody waiting across the border.
Amy! Amy! Amy!
He was running, eager, hatless, and like a boy in tears. Something inside of me began to yearn as I watched him coming. My hand came up as if it could fight back my tears, and suddenly it glistened in the sun, and I laughed through my tears. It was my golden wedding ring. I had never taken it off.
Tomorrow on Air Force Day, E.R. Squibb & Sons, with all the American people, will honor the men who won fame and overwhelming victory in the air for the cause of free men everywhere. General Carl Spaatz, Commanding General, Army Air Forces, writes to old and new Air Force personnel everywhere, I urge you to take practical steps to preserve and foster the spirit of your Air Force, that you enroll under the leadership of Jimmy Doolittle in the Air Force Association, your association for perpetuating the glorious traditions of the United States Army Air Forces. And General Jimmy Doolittle, president of the Air Force Association, states, we who are no longer in uniform are joining the Air Force Association to continue the Air Force spirit of fellowship, to remain abreast of air development, and to honor the memory of our comrades who gave their lives in war. We want all new and old Air Force men and women, whether officers or enlisted personnel, to wear our pin, receive our magazine every month, and take part in the activities of local wings and squadrons now being organized throughout the country. Send tonight for an application form to the Air Force Association, Washington, D.C. Membership includes subscription for 1 year to the Air Force magazine. In this way, help continue United States air supremacy. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Paul Lucas in Watch on the Rhine. Today's performance of Hold Back the Dawn was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Olivia de Havilland can currently be seen in the Paramount production To Each His Own. Jean-Pierre Oman appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Holiday in Mexico. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished actor, Mr. Paul Lucas, who won the 1943 Academy Award as Best Actor of the Year. Tonight, Mr. Lucas will star in the thrilling drama Watch on the Rhine, the picture which was nominated as Best Screenplay and Best Production of 1943, and in which Mr. Lucas won his Academy Award.
This is the story of a German who, with his American-born wife and their 3 children, came to America, passed through on a brief visit after Munich and before Pearl Harbor. This man was admitted as a refugee under the name of Kurt Miller. In the gentle hills outside Washington, D.C., this hunted and weary family stood almost in tears in the heart of this sanctuary, the proud old home of the Farrellys.
I have always known, Sarah, that you must have grown up in a lovely house like this.
Thank you, Kurt. Children, sit down and be comfortable. My mother will be here directly to welcome us.
To sit on the couch? Is it allowed, Mother?
Yes, Babette, it is allowed.
But the door of the home was not locked. We just came in.
You find it curious to believe that there are people who live and do not need to watch. Eh, Joshua?
Yes, Father, it is strange. but it must be good, I think.
Yes.
Isn't it a lovely house? I'd almost forgotten. Look, the old portrait over the fireplace, just like it has always been. And this picture. My father and mother were visiting Spain. This is Alfonso and dated May 7th, 1910. There was a party at the palace, and I had cakes and a glass of champagne. I was 10. Later that day, someone tried to shoot Alfonso. He was always getting shot at.
Certainement.
Speak English, please. Since when do you think it is right to shoot upon people?
Do not give me lessons. It is not right to shoot upon people. I know that.
I was born here in this house, children, upstairs. My brother David and I used to have our own garden across the pond. I like a garden. I've always hoped we'd have a home someday and settle down. Oh, I'm talking foolish, sentimental, at my age.
Sarah, stop this nonsense. This is a fine room, fine place to be. Everything is so pleasant and full of comfort. This will be a good piano on which to play again, and it is all so clean. I like that. You must enjoy your house, Sarah, and you shall not be afraid that you will hurt me because I have not given you a house like this. Yes?
Oh, yes, of course. It's strange, that's all. We've never been together in a place like this.
But that does not mean and should not mean that we do not remember how to enjoy what comes our way. We are on a holiday.
Sarah, daughter.
Mama!
Sarah, darling. You're here. You're really here. Welcome. Welcome to your house, Sarah. You are not young, Sarah.
No, Mama. I'm 38.
Yeah, 38, of course. You look more like your father now. That's good. The years have helped you. Welcome to this house, sir.
Thank you, madam.
You are a good-looking man for a German. I like a good-looking man. I always have.
And I like a good-looking woman. I always have.
Is das Großmama?
Yes, I am your grandmother. Also, I speak German, so do not talk about me. Oh, it is good to have you home again. I'm chattering away.
Mama hasn't changed.
I have fine plans. I'm making the wing over for you, walls taken out.
Oh, that's kind of you, Mama, but we won't make any plans for a while. A good long vacation for Kurt.
Vacation? Well, your brother David is seeing about schools for the children, and Cyrus Penfield is finding an engineering post for Kurt.
But I have not worked as an engineer since many years, madam.
You gave it up?
Well, one could say it that way.
What do you do?
Oh, it is so difficult to explain. You wish to know whether not being an engineer buys lunches for my family. It does not. I have no wish to make a mystery of what I have been doing, but it sounds so big, and it is so small. I am an anti-fascist. And to answer your question, that does not pay well.
But we're all anti-fascists.
Yes, Mama, but Kurt works at it.
What kind of work?
Any kind. Anywhere.
I will stop asking questions.
That would be sensible.
Sarah!
David!
I heard. Don't be angry. We've been worried about you, naturally. We knew so little except that you were having a hard time.
This is David, my brother, my husband.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
We'll drop this inquisition if you prefer.
It is not an inquisition. I will tell you.
Wait. David, you and Mama must know. I didn't have a hard time the way you mean. Not ever. For almost 12 years, we lived modestly and happily. As happily as people could live in a starved Germany that was going to pieces.
Sarah, please. You are angry. I do not like it that way. Let me try to find a way to tell it with quickness. Yes. I was born in a town called Fürth, and there is a holiday in my town. We call it Kirchweih. It was a gay holiday with games and music and a hot white sausage to eat with the wine. Now I grow up, I move away to school, to work, get married, but always I come back for Kirchweih. It is for me the greatest day in the year. But after the war, the First World War, that day begins to change. The sausage begins to be made of bad stuff. The country people come in without shoes. The children are too sick. It is bad for my people those years. But always I have hope. But in the festival of August 1931, more than a year before the Nazi storm, I am taught that hope by itself is not enough. On that day, I see 27 men murdered in a Nazi street fight. I cannot longer just only look on. My time has come to do more. So I say with Martin Luther, I must make my stand. I can do nothing else. God help me. Amen.
And Kurt is not very well. There aren't many parts of Europe anymore where he could rest. You've always said you wanted us. Kurt brought us home. If you don't want us, we will understand.
Of course we want you, darling. We want you very much. Forever or however long you want.
I am old and made of dry cork and bad-mannered. Forgive me.
Be still, Mama. We're all being foolish. And I want to be foolishly happy.
Oh, family reunion. Sorry to intrude.
This is the Count de Brankovis. He and his wife are staying with us for a while. This is my son-in-law, Kurt Muller.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Would it be impertinent for one European to make welcome another?
I do not think so. Thank you, sir.
Have we met before, Mr. Muller? Did you live in Paris? I was in the legation there, and I think perhaps...
No, we have not met before. If it is possible to believe, I am the exile who is not famous.
Oh, strange. You know, I have a feeling it's most interesting. I always have a good ear for the accents of your country, but yours is most difficult to place. Is it Asuth German?
Now, it is difficult to place my accent, Count de Brankovic, because I speak other languages.
Oh, come. Lunch will be ready before you children have had a nap. Count, my grandchildren are very charming. You will see them later.
Your grandchildren would have to be charming.
Of course.
I am expecting my wife, Martha, to join me. We'll wait down here until you call for lunch.
Teck, what are you doing?
Oh, Martha, my darling wife.
Is that their luggage you've been examining?
What has David told you about Herr Muller?
What has David told me? Nothing more than he's told you. What is there to tell?
I don't know, but I would like to.
What are you doing?
Wondering why luggage is unlocked and a shabby briefcase is so carefully locked.
You're very curious about Mr. Mueller.
I'm curious about a daughter of the Farrellys who marries a German who has bullet scars on his face, broken bones in his hands.
Is he any business of yours?
Oh, anything might be my business now. We have exactly $18 to our name.
Yes. Unfortunately. Anything might be your business now.
You sound bitter about me, Martha. You're in love with David. Please, find out from him about Herr Muller.
I will certainly do no such thing. Ask your friends at the embassy. They always know their nationals.
Yes, but I do not like to ask questions without knowing the value of the answers.
Ted, let these people alone. They've certainly had a rough enough time. I won't let you interfere.
Yes.
Where are you going?
I'll see to it that you're alone with David.
Teck, where are you going?
Seems there's time for a nap before lunch. I'm very tired. And also my room is next to theirs.
Teck.
Yes, I'm very tired. I shall sleep a while, and then I shall dress and go down to the German embassy.
No. No, I shall not let you.
Oh, don't be stupid. This is the afternoon we play poker there. Have you forgotten?
Once again, it's intermission time on Academy Award. Only nature knows how to change scenes without an intermission. Soon you'll gradually become aware of one of those changes. You'll notice a difference in the air. Mornings will be frosty, clear as a drop of spring water. Afternoons in the country will be fragrant with the pleasant, spicy smell of ripening fruit. It's fall, and it's refreshing. Pleasing to the senses like the minty tang and brisk, exhilarating action of Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental Cream is refreshment in a tube. Cool, creamy, smooth, its brisk action leaves your whole mouth pleasantly wide awake. And the natural sparkle of your own smile will tell you better than a scientific formula how safe, how soft, how effective is the special polishing agent in this fine dental cream. So, for a mouth refreshed, for a brighter smile, brush your teeth regularly with Squibb Dental Cream, a member of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with part 2 of Watch on the Rhine, for making this story available, we want to thank Warner Brothers, who are also producers of Night and Day. Moreover, we want to congratulate Warner Brothers, who yesterday observed an historic anniversary commemorating 20 years of sound pictures. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Paul Lucas in Watch on the Rhine.
He plays very well. I like my son-in-law better each hour I know him.
So do I, Mama. He's very accomplished.
Where? Oh, Kurt.
Sarah, sit down here with me. Have I lost my touch?
Never. You play as always, with distinction.
What is it? What is wrong?
The briefcase has been opened.
Oh.
There's no money missing, but the case has been examined. The gun was put back in a different place.
The Count?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
As I was saying, Nellie Sewell told me, Count, that you were playing a large gambling game today at the German embassy with young Phil von Ramme and with Sam Chandler.
Nazis and Sam Chandler must make an unpleasant game. I do not gamble to be amused.
No? Well, then we'll certainly stop. I owe you $8.50.
The young Baron von Ramme, Herr Muller, was your government military attaché in Spain, huh?
My government attaché? He was the German government attaché. He was not attached to the side on which I fought.
Oh, I thought you might have known him.
We do not know Nazis, Count de Brankovic.
I still have a feeling that I've seen you or heard about you, Herr Muller. You know, that feeling has been so insistent that I make guesses, but bad guesses. I thought you might be Max Freidank.
Freidank is a hero to my people. You do me too much honor.
Yes, I found that out. Here in this paper. Zurich, Switzerland. The Zurich papers reprinted today a dispatch from the Berliner Tageblatt on the capture of Colonel Max Freidank. Freidank is said to be the chief of the anti-Nazi underground movement. He was a distinguished physicist before the advent of Hitler. Oh, that's bad news for you, Mrs. Muller. I'm most sorry. He was a friend of yours?
He was a friend to all decent Germans. A friend to all decent people, Count de Brankovic.
Well, that's what often happens to heroes, unfortunately. Well, Martha must be ready by now. We'll be back early. I don't like long dinner parties. Your hands are shaking, Herr Muller.
My hands were broken. They are bad when I have fear.
Fear for Freidank, you mean?
I am a man who has many kinds of fears. I do not think you would understand that.
No. I don't think I've ever been very frightened.
That is bad. It is sometimes the road to trouble.
I dare say. Good night.
What was this all about, Sarah?
I don't know all of it yet. I do know that the Count broke open Kurt's briefcase. And he saw what we carry with us, and he knows about Freidank. Which probably means that he's guessing about Kurt.
What do you mean, what you carry with you and guessing about Kurt?
Kurt works in an illegal organization. He has for 7 years. We're carrying with us $23,000. It's been collected here and in Mexico from the pennies and nickels of poor people who don't like fascism and believe in the work we do. It was to be picked up and taken back by the first man going...
Wasn't it careless to have $23,000 lying around to be seen?
No, Mommy, it wasn't careless. We've carried money that way for years. There didn't seem any safer place than my house. It was careless of you and David to have a man like that in this house.
Yes, it was very careless.
But how could we know?
The world has changed, Mama, and some of the people in it are dangerous. It is time you knew about that.
I have been phoning. It is true about Freidank. But he's not dead. Hans and Ernst were taken with him. Max is not an easy man to kill. But most of his face and one arm... It is not nice when it comes. Well, Sarah?
No. Oh, no.
It must be, yes.
But Max knows you are not well enough. He sent you
But
here.
But now I am more well than he is.
When?
I think tonight, Sarah, darling. But I do not know. It will depend on the Count de Brankovic.
What will depend on him? Did he steal the money?
No, of course not. He's not a man who steals. It will come another way.
But why are you afraid of him? You're in this country now. There's nothing he can do.
We will see. We will wait and we will see.
Well, Herr Blecher, how did you manage in the poker game this afternoon?
Count de Broncolis, in this room, in this embassy, I work.
That's very commendable. Oh, by the way, your people caught Max Freidank. Are there any others close to Freidank, perhaps, that you may want?
We want them all. Here are the lists. Show us where we can put our hands on them in the fatherland or in any of the countries where we have influence. And you could name your price. We might also manage a visa for you. I am sure you are homesick for shabby palaces and the gaudy cafes and the rest of the decaying things.
We do not like each other, Herr Blecher.
But that will not stand in the way of our doing business.
Joshua, are you awake?
Yes, Father.
Shh. Talk softly. Do not awaken the other children.
Yes, Father. Father, you must let me go along. I will help in small ways when you go back to Europe. I will learn. You will teach me. I am not a man yet, and it would not be of such importance if anything happened to me.
Now, I give you some rules, Joshua. Please remember them and never disobey them. Our forces are small. Therefore, we must risk no more men on any enterprise than are needed to carry it out. Always in our work, men will wish to go with you. Now, that is wrong. We are not here to show that we are brave. Soon you will be a man. Never have I doubted that for you. Also, this will be what a man should most do. Am I right?
Of course, Father.
You are young. You are smart. You are strong. You are a fine investment for our work. When the time comes. In the meantime, I give you orders. You think. You train yourself in mind and body. Your day is not so distant. If it should come and I have not yet returned, well, it is not wise perhaps to speak so far in the future, but the world goes bad, and who knows how long that will last. Therefore, with delicacy and care, I wish you would also prepare Bodo when his time too shall come. God help us. Go to sleep now.
Yes, Father.
Good evening, everyone. Ah, Herr Muller, you're still up. I've been to the German embassy.
It is where I thought you would go.
I got from the embassy a list and a description without saying why I wanted them, of course. But if I have to, I will go back to them.
Proceed, Count de Brankovic.
Well, some of these papers have to do with a man we shall call Gutter, because that is the name he is most frequently used. Age 40 to 45, 170 pounds. Married to a foreign woman, either English or American. 3 children. Thought to have left Germany in 1933 and to have joined the notorious Max Freidank. Known by the names of Gutter, Thomas Bodmer, Carl Francis. So I think you are Gutter, Carl Francis.
Do not describe me to myself, please.
And I think that because Freidank has been taken, you will soon be traveling home.
I am going home. I am starting tonight.
So? You tell me free of charge, eh? Well, I'll tell you free of charge. I do not believe they've forced any information from Freidank and the others.
Thank you. But I am sure they could not. I know all 3 most well.
They will be able to stand up under whatever will be given them.
Yes, there's a deep sickness in the German character. A love of death, a love of pain.
Oh, spare us your moral judgments.
Yes, they are sickening coming from you. Get on with your dirty business.
Madam Fanny, this is very ugly. I do not do it without some shame. Therefore, I must sink my shame in large money. You have $23,000 upstairs, $23,000.
Yes, you are an expert with Lux.
For $10,000, you can go back to wherever you go. Nobody will know that you go, and I will give you my good wishes.
No, that money is going home with me. It was not given to me to save my life, and I shall not so use it. It is to save the lives and further the work of more than I.
Then I don't think you will get back. Oh, you're a brave one, Herr Muller, but you will not get back.
I will send you a postal card and tell you all about my bravery.
Is it true that if the swine talks, you and the others will...
We'll be caught and killed. If they're lucky enough to get killed quickly.
David, I have 15 or 1,600 in the bedroom safe.
That will do very well, madam. And the rest you can give me in a check.
All right. We'll get this over without any more fancy talk. I can't take much more of him at any cost.
Come on, David. We'll get the money and give it to him with a pair of fire tongs.
The new world has left the room. I feel less discomfort with you. We are Europeans, born to trouble and understanding it.
You mean my husband and I do not have angry words for you? It goes deeper than that with us. We know how many there are of you. They don't, yet. My mother and brother feel shocked that you were in their house. But we have seen you in so many houses.
And your husband, Mrs. Miller? Doesn't he understand me?
Yes, I understand you. Do you think I would allow this fantasy with this money? Unlike you, I do not take chances. I'm not a gambler. Get up, please.
You wouldn't. Put down that gun.
Sarah, mark the deur af. I wish nobody to come. Go ahead, Count de Brankovic. We shall go outside.
Hello, what time is your next plane? To the south, please. To El Paso or Brownsville.
Muller, wait. I know when I'm a loser. I give you my word.
You are a fool. You play with men's lives in order to have money, to live in worthlessness. You and all your shabby kind. When you kill in a war, it's not so lonely. Tonight, before you come home, I pray for you. I pray that I will not have to touch you. I do not like to kill this way. But I have done it before, and I will do it again. Whenever it must be done.
Listen to me.
I have seen many men die. I give you advice. It is easier without words. They will not do you any good now. You will be better without them.
Wait. I got the bargain. I've got...
I've told him. I've made you a reservation on a midnight plane to Brownsville.
Liebe Sarah. It is hard for you, eh, madam?
Hard? I don't know. I don't...
Before I come in, I stand and think. I say I will try to make Fanny and David understand. But in the end, what is there to say? I have stopped a man's life. Shall I now pretend it is not I who acts thus? No. I have done it before, and I will do it again. And I will always keep my hope that we may make a world in which all men can die in bed. I have a great hate for the violent. They are the sick of the world. Maybe I am sick now, too.
You are not sick. Stop it, Kurt. It's late. You must go soon.
I'm going to take your car. Now, give me 2 days. There are 2 ways to do this. One, I will take the Count with me in my car. 2 days after, you may notify the police. And the other way, you can call the police now. I will still leave, but I will not get home.
Papa wrote it years ago. Papa said the only men on earth worth their time on earth are the men who will fight for other men. Papa said we have struggled through from darkness, but man moves forward with each day and each hour to a better, freer life. That desire to go forward, that willingness to fight, it cannot be put in a man. But when it is there, oh, please let him go back.
Of course, darling. He'll go back. We'll take care of things. Good luck, Kurt.
Men who wish to live have the best chance to live. I wish to live, Sarah. I wish to live with you.
For 17 years, it is as much for me today. I have loved just once and for all of my life. Come back for me, darling, if you can.
I will try. Goodbye to you all.
one man's wholehearted devotion to a great cause is often found the inspiration which causes others to continue his work. Today's insistence on perfection at the House of Squibb had its origin in the founder's own crusade against half-hearted service in the cause of human health. One time, a new employee pointed out to Dr. Squibb that a slight change in a certain formula would save money and speed production. Young man, Dr. Squibb replied, "I am always willing to change a formula when I can improve it. But please remember that the master formula of every worthy business is honor, integrity, and trustworthiness. That is one formula I cannot change. And that is the formula which has won for Squibb the trust of generation after generation of doctors. It is the master formula which also guarantees the uniformity, purity, and efficacy of the everyday health essentials Squibb produces for your home use. The way to get Squibb quality is to ask for it. So when you're buying for your medicine cabinet, always ask for Squibb, a name you can trust." Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Lana Turner in Vivacious Lady. Paul Lucas can soon be seen in the International Pictures production Temptation. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of the loveliest stars in motion pictures, Lana Turner. Tonight you will hear Miss Turner in one of Hollywood's most entertaining comedies, Vivacious Lady, the picture which, for Best Photography of the Year, was nominated for the 1938 Academy Award.
Have you ever married a botanist? Well, I'll never do it again. As a matter of fact, I don't have to. I'm going to stick to my great, big, wonderful husband till death do us part. So help me. I was singing and dancing in a nightclub on 52nd Street and doing very well, if I do say so myself. I was making money, keeping the wolves away from the door, and Hollywood was nearer than Central Park. And then I saw the professor. Well, you can say that it was love at first sight. And when I looked again, I was married. Mrs. Peter Morgan III. Imagine me, the bombshell of Broadway on Saturday and back to school on Monday. All because of love and a wedding ring. It seems Peter was afraid to tell his father we were married. That is, right away. So I revert to Bobby Socks and pose as a student. And I can't even tell the other kids my father-in-law is president of the university. Well, you can tell the public I went to college all right. I took my degree in double talk at Old Sharon.
This is the campus lake, honey. But first, before we leave the car, I'd better give you this question for the exam tomorrow. I want you to know all the answers.
Oh, darling, you're so clever.
Oh? Well, let me see. Now, this question, Francie, has to do with...
You know, Peter, When I'm alone with you, I get the same sensation I got when I rode in a roller coaster for the first time.
Oh. Well, the question concerns itself with cleavage in primary plant life. Yes. Only the trouble with me is I never get to be alone with you.
Yes. Yes, Peter. Go on.
Well, you know, Francie, this botany is very simple if you don't let the terminology confuse you.
Do you feel that way about me?
Huh? What way?
Well, like you're on a roller coaster.
Oh, yes. Now, primary plant life has a peculiar method of propagating itself. We know no reason for this, but suddenly a one-cell plant...
Well, if you do feel the same way, why don't you tell me?
Will begin to show indentations. Oh, Francie, I love you so.
You know, we are married. Oh, the meanie, and spotlights, too.
Oh, let's get out of the car. Come on, Francie. This is the school boathouse.
Oh, I'd love to see your boats.
Well, there's the campus motorboat. We can sit in that.
Well, wait, help me.
Oh, I'll hold you. Just step across. Now, sit here. It's quiet, isn't it?
Yes.
It gets quite a play from the students in the springtime, but it's not a bit crowded this time of the year.
Alone at last. Well, where are you?
Right here. In the front seat. Take my hand. Sit down. There. How about a kiss, Mrs. Peter Morgan?
Hey, for Christ's
Nobody uses this place.
Oh, come on. We've got to get out of here.
Well, I can't see anything. Help me up.
I can't get up. Wait, I'll get hold of this rope.
Well, stop it. Stop. We're heading out into the lake. Steer the thing.
I can't stop. I am steering.
Hey, look out! You're heading for the dock!
So nobody ever uses the lake, huh? Oh, Peter, if ever a girl felt unmarried, I do. Darling, do you think your father might be cooled off enough now so that we could tell him we're married?
Look out for the barbed wire, honey.
Oh.
You got to crawl under. We got to get out of these woods into our car.
Yes or no?
Well, hot or cool, we're going to tell Father tonight. He's over at the university now making his speech.
Oh, well, I'd better wait outside. It would be just my luck to sneeze and kill his point.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, wait, there's a cop.
Where? In the tree?
No, waiting beside our car.
Well, it's our car, isn't it?
Yeah, but we're not supposed to be parked there. It's against the rules of the university.
Hey, you, hold on there. Just a minute now.
Good evening, officer. We've been studying.
In the woods? This time of night? Studying what?
Botany. I'm in his class.
Yeah, class 207.
Yeah? Sure.
Now, wait a minute, officer. I can explain.
You better.
Well, you see, nobody knows this. Nobody at all. But this little girl and I are married.
Oh, yeah? I got a good notion to haul you in right here and now. I got a good...
Popsy, you come right back this minute. I'm lonesome.
Why, sure, my little lammy pie. Popsy is coming right away. Get in that car and get out of here. You're interfering with the law.
Dad, will you sit down a moment?
Didn't you get the notice I sent? I've got to make a speech in 5 minutes.
Now, Dad, you better sit down. I have something very important to tell you.
Now, Mr. Noble is endowing us with a new library, and the least we can do is to honor him with our presence. Now, please, come, get your cap and gown.
Well, it just so happens that this is much more important to me than Mr. Noble.
At this moment, your problems are secondary. Now, I must go in now.
Dad, she's my wife.
What was that you said?
I said that girl is my wife. And she's the finest wife any man could have.
Peter, are you mad?
Oh, completely, sir. And I hope it's a permanent condition.
I won't have you toss your life away.
Well, it's my life, and you might let me please do what I want with it.
You're a professor in this university with a future that might eventually lead to its presidency. Mind you, I said might.
Father, are you all right? They're waiting for you in the auditorium.
I'm all right, Mother. It's this boy.
Oh, Mother, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, be quiet. You know your mother has a weak heart.
I won't be quiet. I've been quiet long enough. Oh, Mother. Mother, are you all right?
I feel faint. I'll be all right in just a moment.
Peter, you'll kill your mother.
Now, Dad, this is something you can't change.
Until we can discuss this further, I wish you wouldn't say anything about it to your mother.
But, Dad, I've got to.
If you don't care about her welfare, I do.
Peter, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, Mother, nothing at all.
Well, here we are, Peter. This is where I live, remember?
Yeah.
Darling, ever since I came here, I've been ducking corners, sneaking about, hiding places. And if loving you means ducking and sneaking some more, I'm willing to do it.
Oh, I don't want you to. You see, I just couldn't tell Mother she's been ill for a long time, and we couldn't shock her.
Why should it be such a shock?
Well, you see, you're not... Well, it's just...
Kiss me, Peter.
Oh, sure. What was that for?
Goodbye.
Oh. What? Hey, Francie, wait a minute. Francie!
Look here, you. Remember our house rules. No gentlemen, I do mean gentlemen, are allowed above stairs in the girls' apartments.
Oh, yeah?
No, don't you try anything rough. And besides, I wear glasses. I always wear them. I haven't got them on now because they're being fixed. And it's against the law to hit a man with glasses on.
Hello. Would you get me a compartment on the 1 a.m. train for New York? Yes, and please send up for my bags. Yes, I'm leaving.
Will you get that darn curtain off my face? I can't see.
Peter, how did you get up here?
Fire escape. Thanks. Oh, Francie, you mustn't be angry. You can't leave me. If you try it, I'll shout out the window that I'm here. I've got a right to be here.
I've made up my mind.
Well, what about our mind? We're not supposed to have separate minds. What in heck is that?
Oh, that's what... that's the Murphy bed. It keeps coming down all the time. Here, I'll push it back.
Oh, let it stay down.
No, you sit on that chair.
Well, I'll just watch until you leave. I promise I won't say anything or do anything. I'll just sit here.
All right. Well, I guess you better kiss me goodbye.
Yeah.
We try to be alone and can't be. And now when we're saying goodbye, we're alone and we have to say goodbye.
Do we have to, dear?
Well, you know we do.
Yes.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Will you write to me?
Oh, every day.
Oh, please make it twice a day.
3 times a day.
What will you say?
I'll say, dear Francie.
Oh, please make it stronger.
Francie, darling.
Yes, dear.
Oh, Francie, darling, I'm miserable without you.
3 times a day?
Yes.
Oh, goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Well, I'm all packed, so here goes. You start out the window, and I'll start out the door.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, darling. Oh, Walter. Oh, there he goes again.
Who's Walter?
Oh, the bed. The maid calls it Walter because it's just like her husband, always falling down.
Oh. Well, wait a minute, and I'll help you.
Well, you know, once I just opened the desk, and it came down.
Oh? Comes down easily?
You better go now.
There's a cop down there.
He might shoot you for a burglar.
That's right. I think maybe I'd better stay here until he goes, huh?
Oh. Well, all right. I have a few minutes, so I'll stay, too. Oh, but what if they find you here? Oh, it would be awful if it got around that you were found in a woman's room.
Yeah, especially without a woman.
Well, they'd never believe you. Oh, Peter, I can't go.
Now you're really making sense.
Who's there?
The clerk. I've got your tickets. Your train leaves in 15 minutes.
Oh, never mind. Go on, beat it. She's not going. You can return the tickets, too.
Who's in there?
Open the door. You know it's against the rules. Open that door.
Oh, see you tomorrow, darling.
See you tomorrow.
Where is he? Where is he?
What, he? What do you mean, he?
What's the matter with you?
I have a cold. Makes my voice hoarse. Oh.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, look here. You take some hot tea, lemon, molasses, honey, and butter, and you put them all together.
And they spell mother.
Yes. I mean, no!
Oh, Walter. Oh, no, no.
Academy Award continues in 52 seconds. Just time enough to tell you about a hidden treat that awaits you. Inside every tube of Squibb dental cream, there is something no label can show. It's something you find in the sudden coolness that follows a summer storm. It's something you find in the clean, salt spray of the sea. It's refreshment. You'll sense it first in the flavor of Squibb dental cream. It's so cool, so fragrant, with a tang of mint. There's refreshment in the brisk action of Squibb dental cream, as it helps to give your whole mouth a wonderful feeling of cleanness. And soon you'll come to notice a refreshing difference in your smile. For the special polishing agent in Squibb dental cream works with a touch as soft as velvet to uncover natural sparkle you may have forgotten. So get your days off to a more refreshing start. End them on a note of refreshment, too. Brush your teeth regularly with Squibb dental cream, a member of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with part 2 of Vivacious Lady, we want to thank RKO for making this story available. RKO are also producers of Alfred Hitchcock's Notorious, starring Cary Grant and Ingrid Bergman. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Lana Turner in Vivacious Lady.
May I come in?
Why, yes, please do. Won't you sit down?
Do you mind if I remain standing?
Not at all, Mrs. Morgan.
Since you know who I am, it simplifies what I have to say. Young lady, I know everything about you and my son, Peter.
Oh, Mother, I'm so glad. You know, we've been so afraid to tell you we were married. It's pretty hard to think about giving up something you're so crazy about. And I know it sounds silly to fall so completely for anybody in a couple of days, but I did. Oh, one look and I knew he was the one. Well, he's just wonderful and intelligent, too. Well, you know. You're his mother. What did he tell you about me?
He didn't. I figured this out for myself. I think I'll take that chair.
You mean they didn't tell you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have done this for anything. How's your heart? How do you feel?
I think I'm going to feel fine. Just give me a cigarette.
Oh, no, your heart.
Oh, nonsense. I only had heart trouble when it was convenient. Well, my best years of my married life have been spent in bed with heart trouble.
Well, how domestic.
Mr. Morgan.
You'd better sit down, Mother. Now, Miss Brent, you look like a practical young lady.
Please, Father.
Don't interrupt, please.
I'm practical enough to see that Mr. Morgan doesn't approve of me.
Did you expect to be approved of? A girl out of a nightclub? A dancer?
Oh, you're impossibly narrow.
I asked you not to interrupt, my dear. Now, Miss Brent, just why did you marry my son?
For a very simple reason. I want to be his wife.
Do you know what it is to be a university professor's wife?
Yes. Your wife just told me.
Then you must realize that your talents run in another direction. I know my son met you in your dance hall, and before he had a chance to catch his breath, you hooked him.
Yes, I hooked him for his very desirable but very underpaid job. Or his social position, I don't know, I can't remember which. That is what you mean, isn't it?
Exactly.
Mr. Morgan, you're not grading papers or dismissing class. He is my husband.
I was going to suggest a quiet divorce, but since you insist on being unreasonable, I'm going to be forced to ask Peter for his resignation.
But you can't do that.
Come, my dear. I have to get back to the university. Come on.
Come on. Come here. Go there. 30 years I've had of it. All for old Sharon, our alma mater. Alma mater, your sons and daughters are true. We love you through and through. Even though you break my son's heart, I still love you through and through. Well, you can have your alma mater. But here's one of her daughters who won't love her true and blue and through anymore.
Coming, my dear?
Coming? I'm going.
I'm going too, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Noble, this will complete our tour of the university.
Yes?
I saved this until last. My son's class, you know, pardonable pride. But even if he were someone else's son, it would still be the best conducted class.
Oh, listen, Morgan, I know you. You probably tipped the boy off.
Come on, Culpepper. You can give if you try. Get in there and pitch, boy.
Yes, sir. And so in contemplating plant life, one is inclined to give credence to the legend of Jack and the Beanstalk. After all, beans haven't been altogether the enemy of man.
That's right. That's right. Open discussion. Any questions?
Yes, Professor. I'd like to know, in the reproduction of ferns, which matures first, the male or the female?
Come up, my dear. Come up.
Oh. Yes, Professor?
That's better, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Now, what did you want to know?
In the reproduction of ferns, which matures first, the male or the female?
What difference does it make, silly?
I don't know.
Any more silly questions? Come on. You must have oodles and oodles of questions that need answering. I know I have. I know Culpepper has. Haven't you, Culpepper? Speak up, Culpepper. Speak up.
Well, yes, I have. But at the moment, I don't think I could make it clear.
Yes? Well, any man who couldn't make himself understood is an idiot. Understand?
No.
Oh. You're from Texas, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I am. Bless her.
Yippee!
I beg your pardon. Class is dismissed. Please excuse this gentleman. You can see that my son isn't feeling well.
Isn't feeling well? I'll bet he never felt better in his life. Don't take it so hard, Morgan. Nothing like a liberal education. I know you'll get the library now. Yippee!
Yippee!
Peter, what are you trying to do?
I'm being the blackguard, sir. How am I doing?
In front of your class. Unforgivable.
Oh. Well, I figure if I did a little blackening of the family name, Francie could fit right in.
Oh, so that's it. It convinces me all the more that you don't know what's good for you.
Well, one of us must be wrong.
And while you're a member of my faculty, you'll do as I say.
Then you may consider me no longer a member of your faculty.
Oh, now, look here, Peter. You don't have to resign.
Oh, surprised, aren't you? You didn't think a Morgan could place anything above the university, huh? Well, I love it as much as you do. But I refuse to sacrifice one moment of my wife's happiness. Now I'm going to catch up with that train and get her back.
Now, Peter, I won't let you. You're not responsible.
I'm not, huh? Well, I am so responsible. I may have had a touch of grape and grain, but I can walk as steady as a rock.
Oh, Peter! Peter, are you hurt? Peter, no, you'll be all right. Just rest, Peter. Rest.
Well, we've left our husbands.
Yes. for good and all.
Doesn't one feel free?
New York's going to be so much fun.
Yes, so many gay places.
We can go where we want to.
Do what we want to and
wear what we want to with no husbands to
watch out after us.
Bother us.
Oh, Mother, you don't feel good about leaving.
No, I don't, Francie.
Neither do I.
What was I to do? I just had to go through with it.
Oh, but it's all my fault. You were married so long, and I had to come along and cause all this trouble.
Don't worry about me. You've got troubles enough of your own.
But it doesn't matter about Peter and me. I hardly know him.
Your compartment is made up, ma'am.
Good night, Francie. Sleep tight.
Good night, Mother, and sweet dreams.
What's happened, Porter?
We hit a car, ma'am.
Oh, goodness.
Anyone hurt?
Nobody seemed to have been in it.
Oh, thank goodness.
We'll be on our way as soon as the track is cleared.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Mother.
My car is completely wrecked. There must have been some more sane and less expensive method of stopping this train.
Well, the next time your wife leaves you, I'll let you figure one out by yourself.
I was going to trade that car. The book value was $800.
Well, my wife is worth more than that, and I'm not turning her in.
Oh, now, Peter, this nonsense simply must stop.
Oh, Porter.
Yes, sir?
Porter, there's a lady on the train I want to see. I'll describe her to you. She's blonde.
Oh, yes, sir, and she left her husband.
Yeah. Huh?
The next car, compartment B.
There's a lady...
The next car, compartment C.
Thank you. Well, my dear, I've come to take you home. Oh, slammed the door right in my face.
Now, look, Dad, you want to walk right through that door this minute, don't you? But you don't know how, because you've practiced too long being a stuffed shirt.
Well, what would you suggest?
Well, I'd suggest, sir, that you forget everything but what your honeymoon was like.
Excellent suggestion.
Who's there?
It is I.
Go away.
Oh, my dear, that is, darling, I was in that wreck. The train struck me. Oh, my heart. My heart.
Oh, my dear. Oh, goodness, why didn't you tell me? Here, let me help you. Now you lie right down here, and I'll get a cold cloth for your head.
How did you get here?
Oh, now. Now, what sort of a honeymoon would this be without a husband, huh?
Peter, I'm going back to my job. Please go back to yours.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, please, I'm miserable enough as it is.
Oh, good. I was afraid you wouldn't be.
Well, your father...
Father's on his honeymoon.
Oh. Oh, Peter, I hate New York.
Well, how about Niagara Falls, darling? I could see the engineer about it.
And we'll take those funny pictures, stand on the bridges, and do everything everyone else does.
Certainly.
What?
Well, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
You said it would all end right.
Yes, I certainly did, huh?
You certainly did.
Yeah.
Oh, look. The upper berth came down.
Walter?
Some folks' work is never done. Well, this end this boy's work for the night. Just tie this card on the door. Quiet is requested for the benefit of those who have retired. Yes, sir.
For real-life drama, it's hard to match the climaxes that come in the vital business of developing and producing life-saving medicines. When penicillin was first produced, for example, penicillin mold showed a discouraging tendency to blanket the broth in which it was grown, to shut out oxygen and restrict the development of the whole culture. With countless thousands looking to penicillin with new hope for better health, perhaps for life itself, a way had to be found to speed the growth of the mold. And a way was found. It was discovered that penicillin mold could be grown faster in huge agitating tanks through which oxygen constantly bubbles. An example of the value of constant research and experimentation. The House of Squibb, through nearly a century of seeking perfection in the production of life-saving drugs, has won the confidence of your doctor. And you may share that confidence, for the same quest for perfection is behind all the simple health necessities Squibb makes for your home medicine cabinet. To be sure you get Squibb quality when you buy, always ask for it by name. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Gregory Peck in The Keys of the Kingdom. Today's performance of Vivacious Lady was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Lana Turner appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Holiday in Mexico. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the dramatic picture The Keys of the Kingdom, which was nominated in 5 different classifications for the 1945 Academy Award. Our star tonight is the distinguished actor Gregory Peck. Mr. Peck will play the famous role he created on the screen for The Keys of the Kingdom, and in which he was nominated as Best Actor of the Year for the 1945 Academy Award.
This is the story of a man who served God in the way in which God wishes to be served, with humility. Of necessity, this is a short story of a long, full life, a vision into the heart of a priest swiftly blurring. In the eyes of God, this man might be a saint. In the eye of the church, memory of his works might not survive his modest epitaph, but in the hearts of some men, there was the certainty that he had received the keys to the kingdom of heaven. On a September evening in 1938, old Father Francis Chisholm welcomed a guest to the parish house of his little church near Tweedside in Scotland. This guest was Monsignor Sleeth, and his visit was occasioned by church business to investigate certain odd irregularities in the administration of Father Chisholm's parish. To the Monsignor, it was a foregone conclusion that this old priest would be removed.
Well, Father Chisholm, naturally I don't presume to be your judge. I can only submit my findings to His Grace the Bishop. for his consideration in reaching a final decision. And now, if you don't mind, I will go to my room. I shall be leaving the first thing tomorrow morning, and I have still some work to do.
Would you be good enough to remind Angus, I mean His Grace in your report, that we were boys together?
The bishop has not forgotten that, Father. He spoke of it only last week.
Well, mention it to him again, will you?
Of course.
I shouldn't like to leave here if it could be helped.
Naturally. Good night, Father.
This is my native parish, you know.
Good night.
Monsignor Sleeth finished his report early that night, but found himself sleepless. Near his bed was a shelf of books and magazines. To relax, he sought to read, and idly, his hand found a worn leather notebook, a journal of the years of Father Chisholm. Sleep forgotten, he read on through the night.
It would be pleasurable to record that I became an immediate success as a priest following my ordination. Alas, the facts were quite otherwise. I failed dismally in my first 2 curacies. There seemed to be little promise of success in my next, or ever for that matter, when one day there came a summons from the new bishop and my guardian angel of old, Hamish McNabb.
Francis, to me you've never been a failure, and I think you never will be.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But don't ask me why. I'm sure I couldn't say. But I haven't been able to take my eyes off you. And I can't help thinking that you're in the church. Not by chance, but for a reason. I don't want you ever to change. You understand, of course, that I say these nice things to you because I want you to do something for me.
Well, you've made it impossible for me to say anything but yes, your lordship.
Francis, the Society for the Propagation of the Faith has asked me to supply a volunteer missionary for China.
China?
Will you go?
Why, I'll be happy to go, your lordship.
I knew you would. And you'll be a credit to both of us. Come to see me again before you leave. We'll pray for you. Oh, wait. It's still raining. Here, take my precious umbrella. Take this with you, lad. It's a good thing to have. You never know when it's going to rain.
Knowing the greatness and glory of China today, it's difficult as I think back to picture what awaited me upon my arrival. After 10 days and 10 nights up the Tawang River in the province of Chekau, 1,000 miles from the sea, I found my mission, the blackened, ruined foundations. There were no converts, nothing but filth, starvation, and enmity. But in time, word of my presence spread, and from the hills came a few of the old converts to help me. Of these, one was a young Chinese boy who walked 18 miles to join me and help me rebuild the mission. His name was Joseph. He was a gift from God, a pillar of strength on whom I leaned. One day I heard his cart and then his cries for me to come out.
Father Chisholm! Father Chisholm, it's for you. It's for you. It arrived on the boat.
Oh, what is it, Joseph?
Medicine.
Medicine? Here, let me see what's in that crate. Gauze bandages. Iodine.
Castor oil. Is it to rub on, Father?
Oh, no. It's to drink. Look at this, a leather case of surgical instruments. Joseph, put that down. Don't drink that castor oil.
Not bad. Have some, Father?
No, thank you. No, I'm not thirsty.
All these wonderful things. Such a treasure. Surely, Father, an angel in heaven must have sent it.
That's just what I was thinking, Joseph. Here's a letter. Your Holiness, it's amazing how religious you can make a man feel by fixing his bellyache. I'm sending you all of my secrets in a book of instructions. Cure what you can and kill what you can't. Signed, Willie Tulloch, M.D. and Heathen. P.S. For practicing without a license, I shall, of course, report you to the British Medical Society, the Pope, and my Chinese laundryman, Willie.
Father Chisholm, look. We are indeed blessed. The servant of the Mandarin.
Please pardon my intrusion. I am here at the bidding of my cousin, the Mandarin, Mr. Chia. You will recall him?
Yes, I met him on my arrival.
I am to ask whether you will accompany me to his house.
And May I ask why?
His only son, Chia Yu, lies sick unto death. My cousin asks that you bring with you all your remedies.
Well, you must understand that I'm not a trained physician. I treat only the most simple disturbances.
You said that you came here to do good. Your blessings are for all alike. My cousin asks only that you bring whatever blessings and do whatever good you can.
Very well, I'll go with you.
There lies the boy. The lower humors have gained ascendancy and have flowed entirely into one arm, distending it and leaving it blue. You will examine the boy?
Yes, I'll need 2 basins, one of them with boiling water, and a cloth.
You intend to use the knife?
Yes, I must lance the wound.
It is most unexpected that Chen Fu would cut with a knife into the flesh of the boy.
But there's nothing else to do. His arm is filled with corruption. Unless it's removed, it might spread throughout his whole body.
Let us hope that corruption can be removed by cutting and squeezing. Let us hope that everything will be well.
Father, we are honored this afternoon. Look, it is Mr. Chia, the Mandarin.
Well, bid him welcome.
Chen Fu, I have come.
Mr. Chia, please, sit down.
Thank you. To speak of first things first, my only son, whose life you saved, is well. He is able to run with his friends.
I'm very happy to hear that.
I am sorry I have not come to you before, but now I am here.
Oh, why are you here, Mr. Chia?
Naturally, to become a Christian.
Have you come to believe in Christianity?
In time, I will no doubt accustom myself to it. You have done the greatest good for me. I must do now the greatest good for you. If I become a Christian, all the province will follow my example.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you mean well, but you would not be doing good for me, Mr. Chia. You do not believe, nor do you desire to believe. My acceptance of you would be a forgery for God.
Do you mean you reject me?
I mean precisely that. And please, do not feel that I wish ever to make any demands upon your gratitude. You owe me nothing.
I regret that I am not acceptable. I understand that this is so because I am unworthy. Nevertheless, perhaps there will be some way in which it occurs to me to ask, has Chen Fu ever looked or walked upon yonder hill?
Yes, often. It's the most beautiful part of the countryside.
The property is large in extent, more than 60 fields. It is called the Hill of Brilliant Green Jade. It is mine.
I gathered as much.
I could not help but notice that the grounds and buildings of your mission are in a disastrous condition. I beg you to honor me by accepting as the property of your church the Hill of Brilliant Green Jade.
Mr. Chia.
I beg further that you accept the use of 20 of my workmen and the materials to accomplish fully any buildings you may wish to carry out.
Mr. Chia, my heart is too full to thank you.
Before Academy Award continues, let's make a quick change of scene. Picture, if you will, a hot, dry, dusty road, and then imagine stepping off that road into the cool shade of the woods. How quickly refreshment comes. Just as quickly, in a few seconds, cool, fragrant Squibb Dental Cream refreshes your mouth. For the very instant Squibb Dental Cream touches your tongue, it refreshes with flavor. With the pleasant punch and tang of tender green mint, it wakes up your whole mouth, leaves it tingling. And as you brush, the effective velvet-soft polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream helps to bring about a refreshing difference in your smile. That's why millions who use Squibb Dental Cream agree you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. So, for effective home dental care that's enjoyable, too, ask tomorrow for Squibb Dental Cream, a member of the great family of Squibb products. Remember, it's the refreshing dental cream. Before continuing with part 2 of The Keys of the Kingdom, We want to thank 20th Century Fox for making this story available. Soon to be released is the 20th Century Fox production, Claudia and David, starring Robert Young and Dorothy McGuire. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Gregory Peck in The Keys of the Kingdom.
Let's hope that tomorrow will be as nice a day as this, Joseph. The sisters will be here. Selfishly, I imagine that in the years I've been away, I've come to long for the companionship of someone from home. You know, their private terrace needs another batch of bricks.
Father can be proud of his workmanship.
We can all be proud. This is the work of all of us. This is where the children will learn. Here is the heart of our future. For the future belongs to the children, and our children will belong to God. I shall want the children dressed in their finest and ready at 7 in the morning. We must... Joseph!
Father, the sisters have come by themselves.
Well, Father, one might have supposed some welcome at the end of 6,000 miles of travel.
Well, please understand, the letter from Monsignor Mealy, said distinctly that you were to arrive on the 19th. That's tomorrow.
Well, Father, have us shown to our quarters. My two companions are sadly in need of rest.
But, sister, you... Yes, certainly. If you'll follow me, please. Reverend Mother, I'd planned, I thought perhaps we could all dine together tonight, by way of a special occasion.
Thank you, but I think not. If we could be spared some milk and fruit, after we have rested properly, we shall be fit for work tomorrow. Good afternoon, Father.
The years had brought us a fine mission and the blessings of success. They brought other things I should have known were inevitable. War. The Manchu forces of General May in the hills behind us, the Republican forces in the city before us, and the Manchu cannon, which spread death and ruin into the city. Almost with the first cannon shot came my dear friend, Dr. William Tulloch, all the way from home. It was my place as a priest to help the dying. Dr. Tulloch went down into the town with me. We did what we could.
The sun's on its way up, and that blasted gun will soon go to bed. Another dawn is here. Another night is gone. I've fixed so many wounds, I'm going to write a book called 6 Days and Nights in a Chinese Abdomen.
Eh? Oh, I must have dozed off for a minute.
Well, I can't see why, seeing you've had no sleep for almost a week. Why don't you leave today's wounded to the army and me? Go on up the hill and get yourself a bath and 400 winks.
That would be a pretty sight. The man of God taking his ease, safe from harm.
Oh, this is no time to worry about appearances.
Father Joseph!
Joseph, what are you doing here?
The mission. Last night they fired on the mission. A beautiful church, Father. No one was inside, but it is destroyed, eaten by fire. Some of the men were injured when we tried to save the altarpieces.
You men, tell the Major I'll be back. Come on, Francis. We'll run for it.
Keep down, Willie. Crawl, man. In the ditch.
All right. I'll crawl, Francie.
Willie! Willie!
I'm sorry, Francie. It seems the time has come to send for a priest.
Almighty God. In your mercy.
If you're praying for yourself, Francie, keep right on. If it's for me, you're wasting your time. And the Almighty's as well.
Well, we'll let him be the judge of that, Willie.
I'm deep in the shadow. And Francie, I still can't believe in God. Are you mad at me?
Of course not.
Are you disappointed that I won't let you save me?
Your salvation would be your doing, Willie, not mine.
And then, when you get to your kingdom, don't look for my name on the register.
It would be fun to meet, just by chance.
I've never loved you so much as I do now, Francie. For not trying to bully me into heaven. You see, I've such an awful headache. Give me your hand.
Out of the depths, I have cried to thee, O Lord. Lord, hear my voice. Let thine ears be attentive to the voice of supplication.
If I could get near their gun, Shen Fu, I would demolish it. But I cannot.
There is a way to get near it. For you, Major Shen, and soldiers of your Republican Army. I've been ordered to bring food and money to the captain in command of the gun tonight, before midnight.
Then, my friend, I must regard you as an undeserved gift from heaven. You understand exactly what is going to occur?
Yes.
In this sack is cordite. We must get it near the gun. You must be well away before I fire into it, or the concussion will be extreme.
I understand. We're near the gun now.
Halt! Oh, it is you.
Yes, I've brought a load of tin goods, which I hope will impress you. And I brought money also. Put that sack over there.
Give me the money.
It's in my purse. I want some assurance that the mission will be unmolested.
The mission will not only be immoral, we will occupy it and place it under protection, particularly the women.
But you gave me your promise.
Stop chattering, foreign devil, and give me the money.
Shen Fu, run! Save yourself!
The sack! Keep him away from the sack near the
Oh,
gun!
no, you don't, dog!
Major Shen, run! I'll fire it!
Burning torch on it!
Run! Am I at the mission?
Yes, Father.
And the gun finished?
Yes, Father, it is finished. We are all well and safe.
Monsignor Angus Mealy will be here to visit us in a few days on a tour of inspection. I thought you'd like to know, Reverend Mother, in case there's anything you wish to put before him.
I have only one request to make of him. I shall ask to be transferred to another mission. I feel that you upset my spiritual beliefs.
Why, I had no idea. I assure you that you must have misunderstood me. To which specific beliefs do you refer?
Do you think I have prepared a list? Your lack of doctrinal discipline, your general attitude. For instance, when Dr. Tulloch was dying.
Yes?
He was an atheist, and yet you seemed to indicate that he might have his eternal reward. He who didn't believe.
How could he believe? He never knew God. How could he reject a God he never knew?
He was not even a Christian.
And how do you define a Christian? One who goes to church one day of 7 and prays to be forgiven his sins of the other 6. God judges us not only by what we believe, but also by what we do. Willie Tulloch died as he lived all the days of his life, fighting the pain and suffering of other men.
He was a fine and a sacrificing man. But still, I cannot condone his denial.
Well, let's not make his memory the occasion of a quarrel. I wanted you to be happy here. I'd looked forward to your coming. But I imagine I am difficult to like, and my ways may be a bit odd. You've worked so magnificently, and the children love you. The mission will suffer terribly when you go, Reverend Mother. Good night. Monsignor Mealy came finally. It was a blow to us that he could not celebrate Mass in our beautiful church. He seemed sorely disappointed, too.
I cannot see how you're going to rebuild your church, Francis. The society cannot let you have the money.
I haven't asked for it.
If only you'd been more successful with some of the better class Chinese, the rich merchants. If only your friend Mr. Chia had seen the light.
Well, he hasn't seen it, and he's given most generously. I shall not take another penny from him.
Of course, that's your affair. But I must tell you frankly that on our chart, I'm sorry to say, your convert rate is the lowest.
Well, I suppose missionaries differ in their individual capabilities.
Oh, surely no one doubts your capabilities, Francis. It's in the way you do things. Living personally in such poor style. Eating in the kitchen and all that. You ought to impress the natives, make more of a show.
The Chinese hate that kind of ostentation. And priests who practice it are regarded as dishonorable.
Oh, you refer to their own low heathen priests, I presume.
Heathens are not always low, just as Christians are not always high. Many of their priests are good and noble men.
Have it your own way, then. Good night, Reverend Mother. Good night, Francis.
Father Chisholm, I must tell you something. And it isn't easy for me. I want you to know that I am most bitterly sorry for my conduct. Believe me, no apology was ever more abject than mine. Nor has anyone been less worthy of forgiveness.
You needn't.
Please, please. Easier for me to speak now. How strange at this moment of my greatest humiliation should bring with it the only peace I've ever really known. Tonight I intended to ask Monsignor Mealy to send me away. But as I sat in this kitchen, as I heard him humiliate you and slight you, as I felt the magnificence of your faith and the courage in your heart, as I saw you reflect the worldliness of this priest who is unfit to tie your shoes, have pity, Father. Forgive me. Pity me.
Well, there's nothing for which I have to forgive you. I'm glad you no longer dislike me. You know, we're both children to God. And with his help, we'll work and mature. How many years? 10, 20. Enough, at any rate, for me to know that I'd grown old in my exile. I was reminded of this everywhere I looked. Joseph, for instance, with 3 sons as old almost as he was, in that dark hour when he first came to me. Mother Maria Veronica, my friend, all the others. Even the trees, gnarled and ancient as the ivy on the walls. The time had come for me to go home.
Good morning, Father.
Oh, good morning, Monsignor. I hope you slept well.
As a matter of fact, I didn't sleep at all. Your journal was on the bookshelf by my bed, and I must confess that I spent the night in reading it. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. If anything, I'm flattered. I would have imagined that memories of a life as ineffectual as mine would guarantee sleep.
Ineffectual? It is an honor to know you, Father.
Goodbye, Monsignor. You won't forget to mention to Angus, I mean to his grace.
There is nothing I will say to the bishop that will in any way alter your position here or your hopes for the future.
Why, thank you.
Thank you, Father Chisholm.
My Father in heaven, thank you.
Tonight, Academy Award has a guest of honor. Erskine Johnson, syndicated columnist and Hollywood correspondent of Motion Picture Magazine. He is here on a very special occasion, the 35th anniversary of Motion Picture Magazine, 35 years of covering Hollywood, its pictures and stars. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I am proud to speak for Mr. Maxwell Hamilton, our editor, as well as myself. Motion Picture Magazine is intensely interested in Academy Award, creating a radio program out of the greatest achievements of motion pictures, presenting every week the greatest stars and pictures of all time, is a treat for the public and a stimulus to the motion picture industry. I congratulate you all. And now I am pleased to present you with this citation. Motion Picture Magazine, on its 35th anniversary, salutes E.R. Squibb & Sons Academy Award as the outstanding radio program featuring motion picture stories and talent. Through your cooperation with the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences in broadcasting only the best, you are making a great contribution to the advancement of the art of motion pictures.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. For nearly a century, the House of Squibb has maintained a quest for perfection in serving the profession of medicine. In the field of human health, it has ever believed that nothing less than the best could be justified. Squibb has approached radio broadcasting with the same aspiration to the highest standards and is grateful at this recognition by Motion Picture Magazine of its endeavor to give the radio public top-ranking dramatic art. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Jimmy Stewart in One Sunday Afternoon. Gregory Peck is soon to be seen in David O. Selznick's Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you a delightful comedy drama, One Sunday Afternoon. And as our star tonight, you will hear the distinguished actor Jimmy Stewart, who has twice been nominated as Best Actor of the Year, and in 1940, he won the Academy Award.
This is a story of a small town, and small town people, and of a small love affair, if any love affair can be small. And well, it all ends up all right. Makes you wonder if it was so small after all, the things that happened one Sunday afternoon.
In a good old summertime.
Oh, boy. You know, every bottle of beer makes that song sound better.
Biff,
Yes, dear?
do you want me to come out there?
Oh, you don't want to see my wife, do you, Snappy? Nah. No, it's all right, honey. You just stay in there. It's all right.
Making all that racket? If I hear any more, I'll come out there and put you both out of the house.
All right, now get out of that dentist chair, Snappy. Who's the dentist around here, you or me?
Okay, Biff, you're the doctor, but it's comfortable.
I got a good notion to pull all your teeth out.
No, I'll get out.
Good old Snappy. Gee whiz, you remember when we were kids together? Do you remember Avery's Park way back there?
Yeah, there was you and me and Beansy Miller and Hugo Barnstead.
Oh, yeah, that guy, Hugo Barnstead. Yeah.
And Virginia Brush. You was stuck on her.
Oh, no, I wasn't. No, I wasn't
Yes,
stuck
you
on
was,
her.
Biff. You was in love with her. And you used to sing in a good old summertime.
Oh, well, sure, I used to sing that song, but Virginia liked it.
She was a swell girl. Hugo stole her away, and she was yours.
Yeah, Hugo was just a plain, everyday skunk. I never liked him. I'll bet I could have married Virginia if it hadn't been for him. He stole her. That's an awful thing for a skunk to steal another man's girl, you know.
Oh? Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Dick, over at the Majestic. Yeah, sure, Biff Grimes is here. I'll put him on. It's for you, Biff. It's Dick over at the Majestic Hotel.
Hello? Huh? It's Sunday. Never work on Sundays. Besides, Amy and I are going out for a walk. Huh? Well, I don't care if he's important. Biff Grimes is important, too. All right, so he's a bank president. Who? What? Hey, what'd you say his name was? Oh, Hugo Barnstead, huh? Uh-huh. Well, send him right over. In the good old summer.
You gonna pull Hugo's tooth?
Yeah.
Guess I'll be getting home.
Yeah, stay where you are here. Come here. I'll do it. I'll get even. He stole Virginia from me, and that's not all. All right, come on, Hugo Barnstead, bank president, and get your tooth pulled. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
Where's the Why, Biff Grimes. So you did become a dentist, huh?
Been a long time, Hugo.
Yeah? Must be 25 years.
Yeah.
Let's see, the last time I saw you was when we had that little trouble at the factory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, look, I got an awful toothache. I want gas, too, huh? Hey, look, right up here, see?
Oh,
hurts like the deuce. I wanted to wait until I got over to Oakley, but Virginia, she's with me. And she said
all right. Which one is it?
It's this one. You see it?
Oh,
See it up there?
My assistant, Miss Robinson's off today. Snappy Downer will take her place.
No, wait a minute.
Come over
Biff.
here.
Oh, Biff.
Oh, you remember Snappy Downer.
Uh-huh.
Now, I just want you to inhale deep.
Okay.
Just deep as you can.
Uh-huh.
Inhale. Just fill your lungs up. Are you getting any gas? That's fine. Just inhale.
I remember it all. Just like it was yesterday. You thought you were going to marry Virginia, but I fooled you. I fooled you.
Hugo Barnstead. Well, I've got you right where I want you, you little crawling rat. Go on and breathe. Breathe. That's it. I remember Hugo Barnstead and Snyder's Gardens. Yesterday, sure, it was yesterday. Avery's Park. And Amy and Virginia. We used to go over there. Yeah, I remember. Seems like yesterday. Only yesterday.
Hello, girl.
Hello.
Yeah, you brought your girlfriend along,
Yes.
huh? Well, I brought my boyfriend, too. How do you like him?
He's all right. That is, I guess he's all right.
Well, introduce me.
Oh, I'd like to introduce my boyfriend.
Sure.
This is Biff Grimes. Biff, this is Virginia.
How do you do? How did you know my name was Virginia?
That's for you to find out, little girl. That's for you to find out. We men never tell anything we know. I guess we could tell a lot of things if we wanted to, eh, Hugo?
You betcha.
You betcha, yes, sirree.
Yeah. What's your girlfriend's name?
Oh, I forgot. This is Miss Lind, Amy Lind. This is Mr. What did you say your last name was?
Barnstead.
My name's Grimes, Biff Grimes. Say, I used to know you, didn't I?
That's right.
Oh, let me think where it was.
John Marshall School.
John Marshall? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You were a funny-looking little thing then, weren't you?
I always liked you, Biff. Amy. I guess I shouldn't have said that. Well, you could have waited. I'm sorry, Biff.
Oh, that's all right. I guess all the girls sort of stuck on me in those days. Well, I guess an ice cream soda wouldn't be bad, eh?
Would you like an ice cream soda, Amy? I like a college ice.
Oh, that's swell. Say, Goldstein's got something new. I tried it last night. You know, you'll rave about it. He says New York's going wild over it.
Yeah.
Yes, sirree.
What is it, Biff?
Well, he spreads nuts all over the ice cream. And we won't sit up at the counter either. Goldstein got chairs and back. He did it at my suggestion. You know, it gives the place sort of a sporty atmosphere. And just like New York. Well, come on, let's go. Say, I've had my eyes on you, Virginia. You can take the little girl, Hugo.
Oh, sure, Biff. Come on, Virginia. You're littler than Amy.
Oh, Mr. Barnstead.
Hey, wait a minute here. Hey, what are you doing? Well, that guy has a nerve.
I don't mind if you take me, Mr. Grimes.
Huh? Oh, sure. Well, come on. Hey, Virginia, I'm sorry I got into that fight. Here we are at Snyder's Gardens. You're sore already.
Hugo Barnstead wouldn't act like you. He's a perfect gentleman.
But that fella insulted you.
I despise fisticuffs.
Oh, Virginia, won't you give me a chance? Honest, I'm crazy about you. I can't sleep night or day thinking about you, and my brain's going around and around, and I get dizzy.
I'm not in the least interested.
Oh, there they are. Yoo-hoo! Virginia, Biff Grimes!
Oh, yoo-hoo. Here they come. Always finding us.
Hello. We were overlooking at the goldfish pond. Boy, I'll bet you there's a million fish in there.
And they're real, too, honest. They're swimming all over.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Hey, Biff, there's that fella you had a fight with.
Biff, don't you start anything again.
I'm not starting anything.
I'm warning you, Biff Grimes.
I can keep my mouth shut and my hands to myself.
Oh, don't worry, Virginia. Biff knows how to handle him.
Hey, that's some cutie you got there. You'd think she'd go out with somebody decent.
We're going. Come on, Biff. Come on, Amy.
You know, I could like that cutie myself. And I'd do more than just hold her little hand if she was out with me.
Come on now. I don't want to get in any fights.
Biff.
What was that last remark?
Huh?
That last remark?
What about it, wise guy? What are you going to do?
Stand up.
What for?
I want to see how hard I can knock you down.
Biff, you promised.
I don't care. I wouldn't let a remark like that go by.
His cutie tells him what to do.
All right, get up.
Biff Grimes, look out, he's got a knife.
I'll shove it down his throat.
Biff Grimes, I never want to see you again. I hate you. You're a bully. A big bully.
I'll see you over at Avery's Park Wednesday evening, 8 sharp.
Oh, Hugo, take me home. Hello, Biff.
Oh, hello, Amy.
It's nice in Avery's Park at night, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Haven't you seen Virginia?
No, not since the picnic.
Haven't you called her or anything?
No.
You were going to meet her here.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
It's after 9 now.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Don't I know it?
If I ask you something, will you tell me?
What?
Do you love Virginia?
Well,
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
Well, yes. Yes, I love her. I guess maybe I got a little too crazy about her. Sort of an ingrown pain. It starts in the pit of your stomach and works up to your neck, and then it...
9:15. I guess Virginia isn't coming.
Yeah. Yep. Looks that way. Well, sure is nice out here, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, sure is swell.
After a while, the moon will be up. Last night it was up early. Oh, there it is now.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Beautiful. This time of night, things seem still and quiet. Soon fall will be here. Trees will get bare. Then winter. I don't like winter.
No?
No. I get awfully lonesome when winter comes.
Well, you get lonesome, Amy?
Yes.
I know. I get lonesome, too.
Do you, Biff?
Yeah.
Well, this is Amy and Biff. Hi, Amy. Hello, Biff.
Oh, Snappy. What are you doing over here?
Just taking a walk. Guess you heard the news.
What news?
Ain't you heard?
Well, it depends on what news you've heard.
Well, didn't you hear about Virginia?
Well,
She got married this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Married Hugo Barnstead. And he's going to work for his uncle over in Toledo. Got a swell job. He and the happy bride are leaving on the midnight. We're going to throw rice and everything. I hear they got a lower sleeper.
No. That's good. Wow. What do you know about that?
Well, I guess I'll be running along.
All right, Snappy.
Gee, Biff, I'm sorry. It hurts, huh?
Oh, no. I don't know. It's just I hope when Hugo climbs into that sleeper, he breaks his leg. That's all.
Biff, that is nice.
All right, okay. I'm sorry. You're the first person who ever made me take something back, too. You're the first. Well, say, Amy.
Yes, Biff.
Well, there's no sense in two people being lonely in the winter, is there?
No, Biff.
Well, then how about me being your steady?
Do you want to?
Yes, I do.
All right, Biff.
All right. Well, gee whiz, looks like there are a million stars out tonight, don't it? Well, all right, let's go. I'll walk as far as the gate with you, and then...
Yes, Biff.
And then, Amy, I think I'm going to kiss you.
In these last days of summer, every bails. For what is more exhilarating than the feel of a clean, spanking breeze and the sting of icy spray as it fans back from a plunging bow? That's real refreshment. Pleasing to the senses like the brisk, clean action of Squibb Dental Cream. For the very instant Squibb Dental Cream touches your teeth and gums, its mint-frosted smoothness makes your mouth tingle and leaves it feeling pleasantly exhilarated. And you may look for a refreshing difference in your smile, too. For the velvety polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream uncovers natural sparkles safely, without harming the most delicate tooth enamel, no matter how vigorously you brush. So, for a brighter smile and a mouth refreshed, use Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Jimmy Stewart in One Sunday Afternoon.
Biff, next Tuesday is our anniversary, you know?
Yeah, gosh, Amy. Funny wedding, wasn't it? Justice of the peace.
Old man Hawkeye.
Yeah. We didn't have any witnesses, so he called in those two men from the livery stable. Well, never mind, honey. Wait till I get my debts cleaned up, and then we'll have a swell wedding. We'll get married all over again.
I know we will. Why not put your books away for the night and take a walk? You've been at the factory all day.
Oh, say, did I tell you they're switching Hugo Barnstead from the Toledo branch over here beginning tomorrow morning?
Yes, I know. Virginia told me this afternoon.
Did you? Well, where did you meet Virginia?
On Main Street. She said they might stop over and see us tonight.
Well, I don't want to see him. How did Virginia look?
Swell. And such clothes. They must have struck it rich.
Yeah.
You don't mind if they come, Biff?
Oh, me? Well, no. Why should I? Hey, looks like them now. Look, out there. Isn't that them?
My, I haven't got the dishes put away. You talk to them for a minute.
Well, come here, Amy. Amy, I don't want to see them long.
All right, Biff. I'll open the door. My, nice
little place you have here, Amy.
Well, it's comfortable anyway. You're both looking awfully well.
Thanks.
Don't you think so, Biff?
Yeah.
What a lovely dress.
Oh, yes. I got it in Toledo. The store said it was imported from Paris.
Really?
Yes, it would have been cheaper to move there.
Lovely. Don't you think so, Biff?
Yes. I'm buying one for Amy for her birthday.
Oh, say, Biff. You know, my uncle isn't satisfied with the way things are going at the factory. We're not making enough money.
Oh, no?
No, he expects me to double the output and cut down the expenses. You see, you may be able to give up that silly dentist idea and become a businessman.
Well, let's get down to the point. What do you want?
Well, they tell me there are too many men laying off sick. I'm going to clean out that place. Too much dead wood. We're not running an old men's home. Too many old-timers, huh?
Well, I found the men good workers.
Well, you see, Biff, you mingle with the men. You can keep your eyes open and see what's going on.
No, I do my own work. I don't notice the others.
But you can begin to notice them.
I don't understand.
Well, for instance, the department where you are. Now, some are on the job, but I suppose others aren't. Well, I want you to report to me, you see? Now, who would you suggest I get rid of?
In other words, you want me to be a spy.
Oh. You see, Virginia? That's what I get for trying to help him out.
I didn't ask you for help. You came over here tonight to make a sneak out of me. You can get out.
Oh, now he's insulting me without any reason. I came here ready to help
No,
him.
Hugo, you don't understand.
Oh, stop it, Hugo. I think you've made a fool of yourself.
I have not made a fool of myself. I think Biff Grimes is too stubborn for his own good. What's the sense of talking to a man without any brains? I'm going. Come on, Virginia.
It's all right. I can handle him. Good night, Amy.
Biff, what are you doing home at this hour?
Well, I guess I got a little surprise for you, Amy. Down at the factory, you know what happened the other night?
Hugo?
Yes, Hugo, that little rat. His uncle called me into his office and asked me to give him that information Hugo wanted. Well, we had a few words, and I quit.
Biff, tell me the truth. Did you have words with Hugo, too?
Well, sure I did.
Did you strike him?
Well,
Tell me the truth.
I didn't exactly strike him, but I gave him a little shove.
Oh, Biff, don't you see how we're fixed? If he went back and explained...
No, it's too late. I kind of lost my head, Amy. Something went wrong with the machinery. I guess it was my fault, and Hugo fired me. Wouldn't even give me my pay. I told him he had to give me my pay.
Oh, Biff.
But he's got to give me my pay, and I'm going to...
Shh, Biff. My mother's here visiting today. We can't tell her, not just yet. She'll be wondering why you're home. I'll fix it somehow. You wait here.
Good evening, officer.
Hello, Biff. These belong to you, don't they?
You better come along quietly, Biff, and don't make any trouble. Hugo Bonstead wants you pinched. He swears you took a punch at him and came back and tried to rob the place.
You had this gun.
Oh, for heaven's sake, be quiet. My wife's in there. I just pulled it as a bluff. He wouldn't pay me my wages. I worked for them. I work hard. I couldn't lick the whole police force. You fellas know me. You've known me for years. I wouldn't steal anything for anybody. I was desperate, I tell you. I only wanted what was coming to me.
Sorry, Biff. We can't do nothing. We gotta take you. Hugo has the whole factory to swear on his side.
Biff?
Oh, well, I know that's awful nice of you, Matt, to come up here. I appreciate it. I'm only too glad to accept your offer. Hello, Amy.
What's the matter?
Matter? No, there's nothing the matter. The cops are giving a clam bake down at the casino on Thursday, and they asked me to join the committee, so we're just going to go down there and arrange things.
Wait for me. Wait for me. Bill! No, Bill!
Amy.
Bill.
Yep, it's me. I dropped off at the junction. I could have made the 5:45, but I didn't want anybody at the station to see me.
I know.
Something told me you'd be out here at this old park. It's nice over here tonight. Spring.
Yes, spring.
It smells good in the earth and the trees. Everything seems to be waking up and new life coming in. Well, I got out at 12 o'clock and the warden shook hands with me. He was a nice guy. You glad to see me, Amy?
You know I am, Bill.
Oh, gee, it feels good to see you. It feels good to be back. 2 years, it just seems like 10. Oh, that gramophone over there, what's it playing, Amy? Something new?
Yes. Let the rest of the world go by.
Well, I guess we'll just have to do that, Amy.
All right, Bill.
Okay with you?
Wherever you go, Bill, I'll go.
Oh, look up at that old sky. Must be a million stars out. And the moon's up full.
Yes.
And it's spring. Let's walk home, Amy. Yeah, it seems just like yesterday. Avery Park and Amy.
Biff, are you going to pull that tooth?
Yes.
I'm going home.
Stay right where you are.
I can't stand to watch.
Well, if it isn't my old-time sweetheart himself.
Hello, Virginia. How are you?
Well, you've kept your looks. Say, have you pulled Goofy Jake's tooth yet? Do me a favor and put him out of his misery.
Hugo. Hugo.
Now, let him alone. He's half dead anyway.
Yes?
Hugo, you all right? Look at me. Here, take some water.
Is it out, huh? Can you see it? My dentist in Pittsburgh told me. Remember the time I had those 7 teeth?
Listen, you. For 25 years, I've heard nothing but teeth, teeth, teeth.
Oh, Virgie.
Oh, don't Virgie me. If I hear any more squawks out of you, I'll perform an operation myself and you won't get gas.
Oh. How much do I owe you, Biff?
For me? Me? Oh, nothing. No, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh? Well, as you wish.
Biff. By the way, how's your wife?
Well, she's very well.
Still married? Or don't you work at it?
Oh, Mrs. Grimes is still Mrs. Grimes.
Well, goodness knows what I've suffered. Married to this death house buzzard.
Oh, now, Virgie, I want to go home. I don't feel good.
Well, come on then. See you some other time, Biff.
Yeah. Sorry we can't stay and see your wife.
Well, she'll be sorry, too. Good afternoon.
What was all that commotion in here? Where's Snappy?
Oh, he's gone.
Well, ready to take a walk? Get your hat. Sunday afternoon, everybody out.
Amy.
What's the matter, Bill?
Oh, Amy. Oh, do you know, you're very sweet and very beautiful. I love you, Amy.
I love you, too, Bill.
And tomorrow you're going to get the finest car in Hillsdale.
Our old car is getting pretty terrible looking.
Well, I wouldn't let you be seen in it. You know, there's a brand new taxi standing over there near the hotel. Hey, taxi! Hey, listen, drive up to the front door there and wait there. That's right. Just around the corner there. Yeah, that's right. You see, Biff Grimes and his best girl are, well, we're going for a ride.
If you've been watching the news from Europe and Asia, you've probably read reports of progress in the war on starvation. You've probably read about some of the effective new weapons with which science has armed doctors who are fighting that war. Among those weapons are the amino acids, protein derivatives which help to restore health-building proteins quickly, where men, women, and children have been robbed of them through starvation. Only through constant research were such new aids developed. Only through continuing research can their further refinement and wider use be achieved. That is why at the House of Squibb, scientists are probing further into the possibilities in protein derivatives, working with the tireless thoroughness which has established Squibb leadership in medical research. Not only life-saving drugs, but all the simple health necessities Squibb makes for your home use represent the fruits of such research. To make sure you get Squibb quality when you buy, ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award with a real treat for the entire family, a special treat for the children, Walt Disney's Pinocchio. Jimmy Stewart is soon to be seen in the Liberty Films' Frank Capra production, It's a Wonderful Life. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of the most delightful fantasies ever presented on the screen. Walt Disney's famous Pinocchio, the picture which, for Best Original Musical Score and Best Song of the Year, won the 1940 Academy Award.
This is the story of a little boy who was carved out of wood. His name was Pinocchio. Because he was a very good little boy when all was said and done, he became a real little boy like you and lived happily ever after. If he hadn't been a good little boy in the end and stopped disobeying those who loved him, he might have ended up just a pile of shavings or even a toothpick. So you'd better be good and listen to the story of Pinocchio. There was a kind old man named Geppetto who made Pinocchio out of the very finest wood. But he loved him so much, he hoped and hoped little Pinocchio might be real and be a son to him in his old age.
Oh, look at him. He almost looks alive. Wouldn't it be nice if he was a real boy? Oh, well, come on, we go to sleep. But first I must open the window. Oh, how beautiful. Look, look, the wishing star. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I might have the wish I make tonight.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you.
Jiminy Cricket. I'm wishing with old man Geppetto. I want Pinocchio to be a real little boy, too. And just wait. You'll see.
Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come
Gee whiz, who are you?
I am the Blue Fairy. I come from the wishing star.
Gee whiz, you must have a rocket ship or a jet job.
Good Geppetto, you have done so much, given so much happiness to others. You deserve to have your wish come true.
Geppetto is asleep, snoring.
I know, little cricket. Now get out of my way. Where is Pinocchio?
Right there, the poor little wooden head.
Little puppet made of pine, wake. The gift of life is thine.
Wow! It works, it works.
I can move. I can talk. I can walk.
Yes, Pinocchio, I have given you life.
Why?
Because tonight Geppetto wished for a real boy.
Am I a real boy?
No, Pinocchio. Making Geppetto's wish come true will be entirely up to you. Prove yourself brave, truthful, unselfish, and someday you will be a real boy.
How will I know?
Your conscience will tell you.
But what is a conscience?
I know. A conscience is that still...
Ah, Gideon, listen to the merry laughter of the little innocent children wending their way to school. Thirsty little minds running to the fountain of knowledge. What's this?
Gee whiz. There was Honest John the Fox and Gideon the Cat. And all of a sudden, they saw Pinocchio.
Looky there, a little wooden boy. Amazing. A live puppet without strings. Goodness, Gideon, a thing like that ought to be worth a fortune. Why, Stromboli, of course. He has a puppet show. Why, that old faker would pay... Quick, head off the little wooden boy. We'll be on Easy Street. Well, little wooden boy. You're quite a scholar, I see. A man of letters.
Give me my book, sir. I'm going to school.
Then you haven't heard of the easy road to success?
No, sir.
I'm speaking, my boy, of the theater. Bright lights, music, applause, and fame.
Fame?
Yes, and with that personality, that profile, that physique, why...
But I'm going...
Straight to the top, why I can see your name in lights. Lights 6 feet high. What is your name?
Pinocchio.
Pinocchio. P-I-N-U-O-P-I... We're wasting precious time. Come on to the theater.
Hi-diddly-dee, an actor's life for me. A high silk hat and a silver cane, a watch of gold with a diamond chain. Hi-diddly-day, an actor's life is gay. It's great to be a celebrity, an actor's life for me. Hi-diddly-dum, an actor's life is fun. A wax mustache and a beaver coat, a pony cart and a bill.
Why, that's Pinocchio. Gee whiz, a fine conscience I turned out to be, late the first day. Hey, where are you taking little Pinocchio? You can't do that. Stop!
Hi-diddly-dee, an actor's life for me.
Pinocchio!
From the finest shop and lots of peanuts and soda pop.
Hey, Pinocchio! Hey!
You sleep till afternoon.
What was that?
Me.
What?
That was my conscience, Jiminy Cricket.
Why, what? Who? Why, my boy, you must be seeing things. Now, just calm down. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Hey, psst, Pinocchio.
Oh, Jiminy, I'm going to be an actor.
You can't do that. You must go to school. Now, when they come back, you tell them you're sorry, but you've got to go to school.
Here, little boy. You must not lag behind. We're off to the theater.
Tell them, Pinocchio.
Goodbye, Jiminy. Goodbye.
Hey, not goodbye. Pinocchio.
Hi-diddly-dee, an actor's life for me. A high silk hat and a silver cane, a watch of gold and a diamond chain. Hi-diddly-day, an actor's life is gay.
Oh, what'll I do? I'll run and tell his father. No, that would be snitching. I'll go after him myself.
Ladies and the gentlemen, to conclude the performance of this great show, Stromboli, the master showman, that's me, Atravadalde, by special permission of the management, that's me too, Questionaloci, is presenting something to you. Something you will absolutely refuse to believe. Introducing the only marionette who can sing and dance absolutely without the aid of strings. I hope so. Pimento Gardi, the one and only Pinocchio.
I've got no strings to hold me.
Oh, that's right. Trip and fall down. Go ahead and make a fool out of yourself. Then maybe you'll listen to your conscience.
I got no strings to hold me down, to make me fret and make me frown. I had strings, but now I'm free. There are no strings on me. Hi-ho, the merry-o. I'm as happy as can be. I want the world to know nothing ever worries me. I've got no strings, so I have fun. I'm not tied up to anyone. How I love my liberty. There are no strings on me.
Oh, that's all right. And that's so good. Bravo, bravo, bravo. They like me.
It's a success. Gosh, maybe I was wrong.
Well, I guess he won't need me
need
anymore.
no more. What is an actor want with a conscience anyway?
I got no strings, but I got a brain. I buy the suit and the swing and the cane. I eat the best and drink champagne. I got no strings on me.
Bravo, bravissimo, Pinocchio.
They like me.
Ah, you are sensational.
You mean I'm good?
You are Calauso.
Does that mean I'm an actor?
Sure, I will push you in the public's eye. Your face will be on everybody's tongue.
Will she? Oh, good. I'll run right home and tell my father.
Home? Oh, sure. Go home to your father. Ah, that is very comical.
You mean it's funny?
Sure, yeah.
I'll be back in the morning.
You're home, Come here, you little splinter. In this cage for you. There, that will be your home. Where I can find you always.
No.
Yes, yes, yes. To me you are belonging. We will tour the world. Paris, London, Monte Carlo, Constantinople.
No.
Yes, we start tonight. You will make me lots of money. And when you're growing too old, you will make good firewood.
Oh, no. Let me out or I'll tell my father.
Good night, my little wooden gold mine. Giddy up. Giddy up.
Oh, Jiminy. Jiminy Cricket. Where are you?
Out in the Walt Disney Studios, where Pinocchio was made, artists have to draw 35 or more separate pictures to make one animated screen character smile. That may seem like a lot of work just for a smile, and yet there is another place where 223 scientific tests are made in the interest of a brighter smile, a happier mouth. That place is the Squibb Laboratories, where these 223 separate tests are made to ensure the safety and effectiveness of Squibb dental cream. And when you use Squibb dental cream, you'll appreciate that extra care. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Like a cup of crystal clear, icy water from a mountain spring, The pleasant, cooling mintiness of Squibb Dental Cream wakes up your whole mouth, leaves it tingling and refreshed. With a touch that's feather soft and safe, the special polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream reveals all the natural sparkle of your smile. So, for home dental care that's more effective, more refreshing, switch to Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In just a moment, we will present the second part of Pinocchio. But first, we wish to thank Walt Disney for making this picture available. Walt Disney is also the producer of the Technicolor production, Make Mine Music. And now, the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Walt Disney's Academy Award-winning picture, Pinocchio.
Pinocchio, it's me, your old friend, Jiminy Cricket, remember?
Oh, Jiminy. Gee, I'm glad to see you.
What's happened? What did Stromboli do to you?
Oh, he was mad. He said he was going to push my face in everybody's eye. And he's going to chop me into firewood.
Yes, looks pretty hopeless. It'll take a miracle to get you out of that cage.
Gee.
Hey, there's that star again. That lady, the fairy.
What'll she say? What'll I tell her?
You might tell her the truth.
Why, Pinocchio.
Hello.
Pinocchio, why didn't you go to school?
School? Well,
go ahead. Tell her.
I was going to school till I met somebody.
Met somebody?
Yeah. 2 big monsters with big green eyes. My nose! My nose is growing bigger.
Monsters? Weren't you afraid?
No, ma'am. But they tied me up in a big sack. Oh, my nose! There's a tree growing on the end of my nose.
Your nose is boring a hole in the side of the wagon.
Oh, it hurts. Please. I'm awful sorry.
You see, Pinocchio, a lie keeps growing and growing until it is as plain as the nose on your face.
She's right, Pinocchio. You'd better come clean.
I'll never lie again. Honest, I won't.
Please, Your Honor, I mean, Miss Blue Fairy, give him another chance. For my sake, will you?
I'll forgive you just this once. But remember, a boy who won't be good might just as well be made of wood.
We'll be good,
won't we?
Very well. But this is the last time I can help you.
Gee, look, Jiminy. My nose. It's shrunk all the way back to being little again.
Hey, we're free. Shh, let's get out of here before something else happens. Come on, Pinocchio. Mr. Geppetto. Here he is, Mr. Geppetto. Pinocchio, he's home at last. Maybe he's asleep.
Father, it's me.
Pinocchio, come here. Look, he ain't here.
The bed hasn't been slept in. There's dust everywhere. He's gone.
Hey, there's a piece of paper, a note. Oh, it's a message.
What does it say?
Why, it says here, he went looking for you and he was swallowed by a whale.
Swallowed by a whale?
A whale named Monstro. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to find him.
But, Pinocchio, are you crazy? Don't you realize he's in a whale?
I gotta go to him.
But this whale is Monstro. He swallows whole ships alive.
I don't care. Where's the ocean?
There's the ocean.
I'm going to find my dear father. Goodbye, Jiminy.
Goodbye. Hey, wait. I may be live bait down there, but I'm your conscience and I'm going with you.
I'm going to hold this rock so it'll take me all the way down to the bottom of the sea.
Okay. I'll hold my nose. Let's go. Look out below! the bottom of the sea. Father! Father! Hey, you can't open your mouth down here. Want to drown? Come on, we've got to do it the hard way. Forward, men. Up, 2, 3, 4. Anybody here seen Monstro the Whale? Up, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, what a way to end up in the belly of a whale. I never thought it would be like this. Wonder what has happened to my poor little Pinocchio. He was such a good little boy. And now the whale hasn't eaten anything for 2 days. And if he doesn't eat, I will starve.
Ahoy below! Move over! Here comes my dinner. Here comes the dinner of Monstro the Whale. All ready? Let her go!
Tuna fish! Thousands of tuna fish! I'm saved!
That's what you think, old man. Those tuna fish are for my dinner. Stand aside.
No! No! I'll starve! I'll starve!
Open up! Open up! We want to get in.
Who sent you?
Moby Dick sent it. Open up! My father's in there. Open up, you big blubber.
Why, sure. Come on in, small fry. I'm sure gonna eat high on the hog tonight. Yeah, man.
Jiminy, we're falling.
You're telling me. Look out below. 4. Out of the water into the H2O.
Father.
Pinocchio, my son, my son.
Hi, Pop. We're here.
At last, you have come home.
If this is home, throw me a towel.
Gee, Father, I'm so happy.
But you're soaking wet. You mustn't catch cold.
But I came to save you.
I have a raft, but it's no use. The whale only opens his mouth when he's eating, and then everything comes out and nothing goes in.
I know what to do. We must build a fire. Then we'll make smoke.
But, Pinocchio, what's the idea?
We're getting out of here, Father. We'll make smoke. Then we'll make the whale sneeze.
Wonderful! Hooray!
Pile it up. Pile it up. Cuddle the raft up. He'll sneeze any minute now.
Hold your hat, boys. Here we go.
Whoopee, we're out.
Hold on. We're going to hit.
Father, Father, where are you?
Here I am, son. I'm done for. Go on, boy. Save yourself. Swim.
No, hold on, Father. I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm done for. Pinocchio, save yourself. Save.
I've got you, Father. Relax. Relax. I'll get you. I'll get you into shore. Relax, Father. I'll save you.
Poor Pinocchio. He's drowned dead. Drowned dead.
He saved me. My little boy saved my life. And now
He died to save you, Father.
My brave little boy. My brave little boy.
Look, it's the blue fairy from the wishing star.
Prove yourself brave, truthful, and unselfish, and someday you will be a real boy. Awake, Pinocchio. Awake.
Father, Jiminy Cricket, what you crying for?
Because you're dead, Pinocchio.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Now lie down.
But Father, I'm alive. I'm alive, see? And I'm real. I'm a real boy.
You are alive. And you are a real boy.
Whee! Whoopee!
A real boy.
Gee whiz. Whiz gee. I knew it all the time. 'Cause you see,
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart's desire will come to you. If your heart is in your dream, no request is too extreme. When you wish upon a star as dreamers do. Fate is kind. She brings to those who love the sweet fulfillment of their secret love. Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams
gee whiz.
For pure suspense, few dramatic scenes compare with certain steps in the development of today's powerful new weapons against disease. For example, in the great Squibb laboratories, every lot of penicillin has to demonstrate its potency in many exacting tests, one of them on living bacteria. Tiny cylinders containing penicillin solution are placed in a culture medium in which the bacteria are already thriving. Seeping into the culture, the penicillin checks bacterial growth in a circle around each cylinder. In each case, the size of the circle gives an exact indication of the strength of the penicillin solution. It is by means of such scientific tests as this that the House of Squibb helps to safeguard your health, not only in the production of life-saving drugs like penicillin, but in the making of all Squibb health essentials. That is why the name Squibb on your doctor's prescription or on simple home necessities for your everyday use is your guarantee of quality. Make sure you get Squibb quality. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Joseph Cotton in Shadow of a Doubt. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The House of Squibb presents Academy Award.